Chapter 1. The Hall of the Celestial Emperor. In the city of Qingfeng, within the confines of the Xu family, lies a dungeon damp and foul-smelling. A youth, bound by iron chains as thick as an arm, is rendered utterly immobile. His name is Xu Chen, the scion of the Xu family and once the most gifted genius of Qingfeng City. Yet, those days are now but a distant memory. He has become a mere prisoner, his existence barely tolerable, suffering for 6 long months, and now teetering on the brink of death. His eyelids feel impossibly heavy, as if laden with lead, and after a great struggle, he finally manages to open them. A sharp intake of breath escapes his lips, a visceral reaction to the pain that grips his chest. It feels as though every drop of blood has been siphoned from his body. He is acutely aware that his life is swiftly drawing to a close, yet he harbors an unwillingness to succumb to such a fate. An abyss of hatred burns within his gaze. With a creaking sound, the dungeon door swings open, and 2 figures step inside, a man and a woman. The man is strikingly handsome, while the woman possesses a captivating beauty. However, upon recognizing them, Xu Chen's previously pallid visage flushes with a sickly hue, contorting into a mask of rage and despair. Qin. Jing, his voice is hoarse and low, reminiscent of a dying beast. Qin Tai regards the twisted features of Xu Chen with a smug grin. Xu Chen, your life truly is worthless after 6 months. You still cling to existence. Qin Tai, why have you done this? 10 years ago, your father, along with you and your siblings, sought refuge in Qingfeng City after being pursued and wounded. It was I who sheltered you. I have treated you as a brother. Have I ever wronged you? Xu Chen struggles to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Qin Tai, demanding an answer to the question that has haunted him for half a year. Brother? Qin Tai bursts into laughter. Do you consider me a brother? If you truly did, then why did you refuse to share the true fire technique with me? I asked you 3 times, and each time you denied me. The true fire technique is the ancestral art of the Xu family. Only direct descendants are permitted to practice it, Xu Chen responds. Excuses. Qin Tai roars, his voice dripping with venom. You refuse to even share a high-level yellow tier technique, and you dare speak of brotherhood? To you, I have always been nothing more than a dog. Xu Chen, consider yourself fortunate others are not so lucky. Your old servant, weakened and blood-depleted, succumbed to death within a month, and your personal bodyguard, a month ago, breathed his last. Qin Tai, I will kill you. I will kill you. Xu Chen's eyes blaze with fury as he recklessly struggles against his restraints, the chains rattling violently. The poised Qin Jing interjects calmly. Xu Chen, you cannot afford to die before the egg of the goo worm in your chest hatches. Qin Tai smirks. My sister speaks wisely. You must endure until the goo worm hatches. He steps closer, his gaze fervently fixated on Xu Chen's chest. Beneath the decayed flesh, a faintly beating heart is visible, ensconced within a thumb-sized black egg, which voraciously consumes Xu Chen's blood. Xu Chen, you truly are the foremost genius of Qingfeng City, possessing a cultivation level of the 7th stage of Qi refinement. The goo worm birthed from your heart's blood will emerge as at least a peak 1st-tier creature, Qin Tai taunts. What a fine gift you provide before your demise. You will bring forth a creature of untold potential. Pray tell, how shall I express my gratitude? Xu Chen is consumed by hatred for his own impotence in protecting his kin, for his own softness in taking in a group of ungrateful souls, for his lack of discernment in trusting a treacherous man, and most of all for being bound in an engagement to the wretched Qin Qingru. Qin Qingru, sister to Qin Tai and Qin Jing, is the source of Xu Chen's deepest resentment. When Qin Wei and his son conspire with outsiders to attack the Xu clan, Xu Chen, under the protection of the clan elders, was on the brink of escape when Qin Qingru suddenly appeared to block his path. The seemingly gentle Qin Qingru revealed her astonishing strength, and Xu Chen fell before her, captured without being able to fend off even 3 strikes. He became a mere tool for the hatching of goo worms, suffering an existence worse than death. After capturing him, Qin Qingru coldly remarked, "You are too weak, you are unworthy to be my husband." With that, she turned her sword upon the other members of the Xu family, Elder San, Elder Wu, Xu Feng, Xu Feng. One by one, his kin fell to her blade. Overcome by grief, he fainted and awoke to find himself imprisoned in the dungeon, never to see Qin Qingru again. Qin Tai, stroking his chin in contemplation, finally claps his hands and declares, as a token of gratitude, "Before you perish, I shall reveal a secret. Your father, Xu Zhantian, did not perish at the hands of a beast a year ago. Rather, he fell to my master's hand. Xu Chen's eyes widened, flames of vengeance igniting within him. Brother, why waste words on a corpse? Qin Jing interrupts. She steps closer, her expression earnest. In 3 days, the goo worm will hatch. Xu Chen, take this pill. Never. Xu Chen recognizes the pill in Qin Jing's hand as the life-burning pill, a concoction that sacrifices one's vitality to forcibly enhance one's blood energy. Qin Jing fears he might die before the goo worm hatches, thus thwarting their plans. Unappreciative fool. You will consume it, whether you wish to or not. Qin Jing's eyes turn cold as she forces open Xu Chen's mouth and thrusts the life-burning pill down his throat. As the pill enters his stomach, a fiery sensation ignites within him, instantly revitalizing his spirit. His blood energy begins to surge, and the once feeble heartbeat of his heart regains vitality, pulsing with renewed strength. Seeing this, a beautiful smile graces Qin Jing's lips. The life-burning pill has taken effect. Brother, let us depart. We shall return in 3 days to collect the goo worm. With that, Qin Jing and Qin Tai exit the dungeon. Xu Chen's eyes burn with crimson fury as he fixates on their retreating figures, a primal roar escaping his throat. Qin Jing, Qin Tai, should I survive, I shall annihilate your entire clan. With a resounding slam, the dungeon door closes heavily behind them. Xu Chen's enraged howls echo in the darkness, a ceaseless torrent of blood energy vented from within. He would rather exhaust his own life force than allow the goo worm to benefit from him. Time flows indistinctly. Eventually, Xu Chen exhausts the last vestiges of his strength, and darkness envelopes him. In the hazy void, he glimpses a grand, enigmatic hall, suspended in the endless void. The surroundings are shrouded in darkness, silent and still, as if time itself has ceased. Only the hall radiates a gentle light, akin to a lone star in the infinite expanse. Xu Chen focuses his gaze, observing that the hall is forged entirely of bronze, exuding an aura of chaos, with rules swirling about it. He gasps in astonishment at the myriad scars of blades and spears that mar its surface, remnants of an unimaginable battle point. One corner of the hall is missing, its edge smooth and clean, as though severed by a razor. Gulp. Xu Chen swallows hard that he steps forward, and as he approaches the entrance, the doors creak open of their own accord. He hesitates, then calls into the dim interior. Is anyone there? Silence reigns within. No response echoes back. After several calls yield no answer, he takes a breath and cautiously steps inside. The moment he crosses the threshold, his attention is immediately drawn to the ancient statues that stand within the hall. They appear to be crafted from ordinary material, dull and devoid of color, their features cloaked in various hues of ethereal light. The vision was unclear. The statues varied in form. The Sword Emperor wielding a divine sword, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon, an emperor crowned with a regal diadem, the compassionate Buddha, the godly sovereign battling the heavens and earth. As Xu Chen examined the statues, wisps of divine consciousness emanated from them, silently communicating in midair. At last, someone has entered the hall of the heavenly emperor. Yet, he is but a mortal. His talent is woefully inadequate. He is on the brink of death. If he dies, we know not how many eons we shall wait here again. Will you truly watch his soul dissipate? Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. He is unworthy of inheriting my legacy. Suddenly, a voice of divine consciousness interjected. I have been trapped here for so long that I have lost track of time. I am weary of this existence. If you will not save him, then I shall, as it presents a chance for my own liberation. The bronze hall shook violently. Crack! The statue, resembling a demon god, split apart. Boom! The colossal statue exploded. A dark sphere of light surged forth like lightning, racing towards Xu Chen. He could not evade it. Chapter 2. The Devouring Emperor's Art. In the dungeon, Xu Chen clutched his head, a visage of torment etched upon his face. Time had slipped away. He could not tell how long had passed. Gradually, the pain on his countenance began to fade. He gasped for breath. The hall of the heavenly emperor, the devouring emperor. In my dying moments, I have entered the hall of the heavenly emperor and inherited the legacy of the devouring emperor. A mixture of shock and joy flooded over him. There is hope. Qin Tai, Qin Jing, I vowed to annihilate your entire clan. His tone was chilling. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. By the way, Can I still enter the hall of the Heavenly Emperor? He focused his mind, closing his eyes slightly, and faintly sensed the hall of the Heavenly Emperor suspended in the boundless void. He felt a tenuous connection to the hall. As long as he wished, his consciousness could enter the hall of the Heavenly Emperor at any moment. It seems my physical form cannot enter. Is it because the hall of the Heavenly Emperor is too distant? Though his corporeal body could not enter, Xu Chen still breathed a sigh of relief. First, I must restore my spiritual power. With a thought, the Devouring Emperor's art began to operate. An imperial-level technique. It allows one to absorb and refine all energy for personal use. In the Xinjiang continent, cultivation techniques are classified from low to high. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Saint, King, Emperor. Each tier is further divided into 3 stages: low, middle, and high. The ancestral technique of the Xu family in Qingfeng City is merely a high-level yellow technique, the true fire art, which pales in comparison to the Devouring Emperor's art. On the Jinwu continent, techniques above the Heaven tier are rare, and imperial-level techniques are considered legendary. The Devouring Emperor's art consists of 9 levels. The 9th level can even devour the laws of heaven and earth, its power beyond description. Though Xu Chen had only grasped the 1st level preliminarily, its might was still formidable. Once the Devouring Emperor's art was activated, a terrifying suction force erupted from within Xu Chen, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the dungeon. The larva in his chest, on the verge of hatching, suddenly emitted a shriek and began to wither at a visible rate. Crack! The energy of the larva was entirely consumed, reduced to powder, dissipating slowly. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy from outside the dungeon converged, forming a funnel-shaped vortex of energy, a torrent of spiritual essence streaming into the dungeon. At that moment, it was as if an invisible mouth had opened in the dungeon, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Sister, look! Qin Tai, approaching the dungeon, was captivated by the commotion, pointing at the energy vortex above, astonished and delighted. The spiritual energy is gathering this commotion. The larva is emerging. This commotion, could it be a Beast King level larva? Even if it is not a Beast King level larva, its potential is extraordinary. Refining it as my life-bound larva would easily elevate me to the realm of qi condensation. Xu Chen's blood is indeed exceptional. Let's enter the dungeon and capture the larva. The siblings were elated, hastening into the dungeon. They swiftly arrived at the chamber where Xu Chen was confined. Hearing the footsteps, Xu Chen slowly lifted his head, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the 2 figures hastening towards him. Xu Chen, you're still alive? Upon seeing Xu Chen raise his head, Qin Tai was momentarily taken aback. But then he laughed. You won't die so easily. Your life is quite resilient. Perfect. Once you recover, we can continue using your blood to cultivate the larva. Qin Jing's eyes brightened. This method is indeed clever. Xu Chen suppressed his rage and spoke slowly. You two are truly malevolent. Malevolent? Qin Tai was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. Survival of the fittest, Xu Chen. You have fallen to this state. Do not blame the heavens. Blame your own inadequacy. Well said. Xu Chen nodded silently. Qin Jing urged, Brother, why waste words with him? We must capture the larva quickly. At this reminder, Qin Tai glanced at Xu Chen's chest, not noticing before. He now realized that the rotting skin had completely healed. He paused. Then his expression changed, shouting, Xu Chen, where's my larva? Where have you hidden it? Hand it over quickly, or I will make you wish you were dead. He remained oblivious to the impending crisis, thinking Xu Chen had concealed the larva. Xu Chen cast a cold glance at Qin Tai, then suddenly inhaled sharply, swallowing the spiritual energy vortex above the dungeon into his belly. Make me wish I were dead? Use my blood to cultivate the larva? Xu Chen gripped the iron chain, pulling with all his might, and with a resounding boom, the chain broke apart. Qin Jing and Qin Tai were taken aback. The two instinctively began to retreat. You no fear now? Xu Chen advanced slowly towards them. Swish! A streak of black light shot towards Xu Chen. The speed was astonishing. In an instant, the black light was mere inches from Xu Chen's brow. Just as the black light was about to strike, a powerful devouring force emanated from Xu Chen's brow. The black light seemed to be mired in a quagmire, freezing 3 inches from Xu Chen's brow. Chirp, chirp, chirped out a thumb-sized black larva struggled violently, emitting terrified sounds. The smile on Qin Tai's face froze. He had thought his sudden assault would catch Xu Chen off guard, But to his astonishment, not only did he fail to harm Xu Chen, the larva was also ensnared. Under Qin Tai's horrified gaze, Xu Chen extended his right hand and grasped the larva, saying, "Witchcraft, a trivial matter." With that, with a loud pop, the black larva was crushed. As the larva was slain, Qin Tai suffered a backlash, screaming in agony, his face paling as he staggered back. "Now you shall perish." Xu Chen's fingers spread wide, a terrifying suction force emanating from his palm, causing Qin Tai's body to uncontrollably fly towards Xu Chen. Crack! Xu Chen seized Qin Tai by the neck. Qin Tai's eyes widened in terror as he begged, "No, please, Xu Chen, do not kill me. My sister is your fiancée." Xu Chen's gaze remained indifferent, unmoved, as he activated the Devouring Emperor's art. Qin Tai, in horror, felt his blood and spiritual energy uncontrollably surge into Xu Chen's grasp. In mere moments, Qin Tai's body withered and shrank, ultimately becoming a desiccated corpse. Xu Chen's aura deepened further. "Qin Jing, you cannot escape." Watching Qin Jing stumble and flee in panic, Xu Chen stated coldly, "Xu Chen, how dare you? How dare you kill my brother? You shall pay for this. You shall pay dearly." As she fled, Qin Jing vowed in her heart to make Xu Chen suffer. Light pierced through. She finally escaped the dungeon, a sense of relief washing over her. "Miss, what has you in such a frenzy?" A group of guards arrived at the sound, and the captain inquired with concern. "Xu Chen has escaped quickly. Kill him, no. Capture him. I shall strip him of his cultivation and sever his limbs, ensuring that his existence is a fate worse than death." Qin Jing coldly declared. "What? Xu Chen has escaped?" The guards were taken aback upon hearing this. They turned to see a figure slowly emerging from the dimly lit dungeon. That figure was all too familiar to them. It was none other than their former young master, Xu Chen. "Everyone, remain calm. Even if Xu Chen has escaped, how much of his strength can he truly wield?" A scarred guard sneered. With a clang, he drew his blade, and in the next moment, the long knife sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, aimed directly at Xu Chen as he stepped out of the dungeon. Xu Chen raised his right hand. With a flick of his fingers, clang, sparks erupted. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. The long knife was sent flying from the guard's grasp, and he, too, was propelled backward. The spinning blade embedded itself into the stone wall with a resounding thud, fissures radiating outward. Meanwhile, the scarred guard crashed against the wall, his skull shattered, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, and he perished on the spot. As the lifeless body of the scarred guard ceased convulsing, the others remained in stunned silence. Chapter 3. A bloodbath. How did Guard Yang fly out? What did Xu Chen just do? I don't know. I didn't see clearly. Guard Yang has fallen silent. Is he unharmed? Everything transpired too swiftly. The crowd was utterly unprepared. It was all over before they could comprehend what had occurred. Qin Jing discreetly retreated. Captain of the guard, Li Shan, furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He was a peak practitioner at the 7th level of qi refining, on par with Xu Chen. Yet at this moment, he felt an immense pressure emanating from Xu Chen. Furthermore, he sensed that Xu Chen had transformed, becoming a stranger. A stark contrast to the young master he remembered. Xu Chen stepped forward, his gaze as cold as steel, landing directly on Qin Jing. "She must die today. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall be mercilessly slain." "Arrogant! Capture him!" Captain Li Shan unsheathed his long knife, gesturing forward. A guard closest to Xu Chen charged ahead. Sneering, "Xu Chen, do you not recognize your predicament? You're now a prisoner." With that, he swung his fist towards Xu Chen. A powerful gust of wind accompanying his blow aimed to shatter Xu Chen's face. Before the fist reached him, the wind had already arrived, lifting a strand of Xu Chen's dark hair and revealing his frostbitten eyes. To rise against authority is a crime unforgivable. Die. Xu Chen raised his hand, palm forward, meeting the oncoming fist. Crack! The impact of fist against palm sent a violent gust swirling. As the guard prepared to retract his fist for another strike, his expression shifted abruptly. His right fist was inexplicably glued to Xu Chen's palm. No matter how hard he tried, he could not withdraw it. Moreover, to his horror, an astonishing devouring force emanated from Xu Chen's palm, causing his inner spiritual energy and blood essence to drain away frantically, like a dam bursting. "No, please don't." He cried out in terror, but his voice dwindled into weakness in an instant. The others' expressions also changed drastically, fear etched on their faces. The guard had already transformed into a withered, desiccated corpse, devoid of life. A demon, sorcery, trembled one guard. Captain Lishan's face shifted through various shades of disbelief, finally gritting his teeth and declaring, Xu Chen has fallen into the path of darkness. We must unite to eliminate him for the sake of the people. With that, he charged forward, leaping into the air, and swung his knife toward Xu Chen. The long knife cleaved through the air, accompanied by a piercing wind. Seeing Li Shan attack, the other guards drew their swords and rushed toward Xu Chen. These guards were all at least at the 4th level of Qi refining, with Captain Li Shan at the pinnacle of the 7th. A dozen men surged forward. Under their chaotic assault, even an 8th level practitioner would retreat. However, facing the onslaught, Xu Chen carelessly remarked, a swarm of ants. He stomped the ground with force. Boom! It sounded like a thunderclap. The earth split open instantly, collapsing inward to form a shocking pit within a 20-meter radius around Xu Chen. Cracks in the ground spread outward like a spider's web. The guard within the pit were thrown into disarray, staggering and pale. A few guards who had ventured within 3 meters of Xu Chen coughed up blood and were hurled away. In a single move, Xu Chen had annihilated the guards in an instant. Only Li Shan, pale-faced and gritting his teeth, continued to swing his knife at Xu Chen. Unrepentant, Xu Chen sidestepped Li Shan's attack, his right hand forming a blade, slashing diagonally at Li Shan's chest. Thud! Blood sprayed forth as if Li Shan's chest had been cleaved by a sharp blade, flesh tearing open to reveal a horrifying gash that reached his heart. With a pained cry, Li Shan's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Li Shan smashed into the ground, creating a massive human-shaped crater in the stone. At the bottom of the pit, Li Shan stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he saw, stammering, You are at the condensation stage. In the true martial realm, practitioners' levels ascend from low to high as follows. Qi refining, condensation, true Qi, controlling Qi, creating Qi, transforming Qi, sea of Qi, and sage. Condensation stage? Not yet, but after I extinguish you, it should be soon. Xu Chen muttered to himself. Just seconds after Li Shan posed that question, he had already drawn his last breath. Xu Chen turned his gaze to the remaining guards. These individuals had once been members of the Xu family's guard, yet after Qin Tai and his son usurped power, they had unhesitatingly aligned themselves with the usurpers. Traitors to their master, they deserved death. Ungrateful, they deserved death. Thus, these lives were not worth lamenting. With that thought, Xu Chen stomped the ground again, a resounding boom reverberating as fragments of stone erupted. Thud, thud, thud. The debris flew like sharp arrows, ruthlessly piercing the guards' chests, foreheads, and throats, fatal strikes. In an instant, several guards met their demise. Xu Chen surveyed the corpses strewn about, inhaling deeply, and a devouring force radiated from him. Before long, the bodies had turned into desiccated remains. Not bad. I have reached the 8th level of Qi refining. Xu Chen smiled with satisfaction. Then, he turned his gaze to the fleeing figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. Qin Jing, run, run faster. Today I wish to see who can impede my path to slaughter. Who dares to obstruct me? A mocking grin spread across Xu Chen's face. Qin Jing was destined to die today, but before her demise, he intended to plunge her into utter despair, allowing her to perish in hopelessness. With a swift motion, Xu Chen pursued, maintaining a distance of 30 meters behind Qin Jing. She glanced back, her face paling at the sight of Xu Chen in pursuit. In her panic, she called for help, and soon, another group of guard arrived at her cry. Qin Jing issued a command and continued her flight without a backward glance. She understood that this new squad of guards could not possibly halt Xu Chen. Indeed, after she had fled a short distance, a cacophony of screams erupted behind her, which lasted barely 3 breaths before abruptly ceasing. Her heart raced. 3 breaths. In less than 3 breaths, an entire squad had been annihilated. She realized the implications of this. With her master away, the only one who could save her now was her senior brother. Even her father, Qin Wei, would likely not be a match for Xu Chen. Run, do not stop. Continue to flee. Xu Chen's figure appeared 30 meters behind Qin Jing, coldly urging her onward. Whoosh! He raised his hand and flung a sharp sword, striking with precision, severing Qin Jing's right arm. Qin Jing screamed in pain, clutching her severed limb, glancing at it in horror, not daring to retrieve it, nor to slow her pace, for the god of death was drawing closer. "Father, save me, please save me." Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, and upon recognizing him, she felt both shocked and relieved, calling out for help. "Jing'e, Yuao." Qin Wei's expression changed drastically upon seeing his daughter's dismemberment. Qin Jing, clutching her severed arm, cried out, "Father, it was Xu Chen. He hurt me, and my brother. He was killed by Xu Chen." "What? My son?" Qin Wei's face filled with sorrow, and then he turned to Xu Chen, murderous intent radiating from him. "Xu Chen, I spared your life. Yet you injured my daughter and killed my son. Today, I shall personally slay you." A surge of immense spiritual energy erupted, coalescing into his right palm. An invisible gray energy flowed upward, enveloping his entire right hand, ultimately forming a beastly claw. The Celestial Wolf Claw, a high-level yellow-grade martial art. The family head was resorting to the Celestial Wolf Claw right from the start. It seemed he was truly enraged. Xu Chen was doomed. Indeed, the head of the family is a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, wielding the immensely powerful Celestial Wolf Hand. How could Xu Chen possibly survive such an onslaught? The arriving guards, upon witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of reverence. In that moment, everyone believed Xu Chen was doomed to perish. Only Qin Jing felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. She quietly retreated behind the crowd, ready to flee and seek assistance from her senior brother, should her father prove unable to subdue Xu Chen. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, Qin Wei sprang forward with the swiftness of an arrow, his body hurtling towards Xu Chen with lethal intent. Death, the gray wolf claw, imbued with a terrifying aura, descended mercilessly upon Xu Chen. The spectators held their breath, their eyes fixated on the unfolding drama, nearly envisioning the gruesome demise of Xu Chen. However, the anticipated scene of carnage did not materialize. The claw, charged with immense spiritual energy, halted just inches from Xu Chen's chest, as if frozen in time. This unexpected turn was due to Xu Chen's right hand, which had, unbeknownst to anyone, firmly grasped Qin Wei's wrist, rendering him immobile. All present felt their pupils constrict and their breaths catch in their throats. It is essential to note that Qin Wei was a 9th-level Qi practitioner, and the Celestial Wolf Hand was the foremost martial technique of the Xu family, unmatched in its ferocity. A strike that should have been unstoppable and lethal had been effortlessly thwarted by Xu Chen. How could this be possible? Confusion permeated the minds of the onlookers. Chapter 4. Ascending to slay the enemy, the cruel smile on Qin Wei's face faltered, replaced by a look of astonishment. However, before he could react, Xu Chen seized Qin Wei's wrist, and with a fierce grip, a sickening crack echoed as Qin Wei's wrist was crushed. An excruciating wave of pain surged through him. "Ah!" Qin Wei screamed in agony. "Stop! Xu Chen, cease at once. Do not be reckless. Quickly, save the master." The guards, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward with blades drawn, intent on protecting their master. Yet, they were a moment too late. As they lunged at Xu Chen, he had already activated the Devouring Heavenly Emperor technique, an overwhelming force emanating from his arm, voraciously consuming Qin Wei's spiritual energy and vitality. Qin Wei struggled desperately, but under the tyrannical absorption of the technique, his efforts were rendered futile. In an instant, his once imposing figure diminished in size, leaving the guards in a state of shock, their faces stricken with terror. Xu Chen exhaled contentedly, casually tossing the now lifeless body of Qin Wei aside. He turned to the guards, who stood frozen in fear, and spoke with a chilling calmness. "You were once the protectors of the Xu family. When Qin Wei and his son rebelled against us, you showed no loyalty. Now that the traitors have been dealt with, you still refuse to repent and dare to draw your swords against me. If that is the case, you have no reason to continue existing in this world. All of you shall perish." As the words left his lips, the guards were horrified to discover their spiritual energy draining uncontrollably from their bodies. They stumbled back in fear, but it was too late. Some turned to flee, only to be struck down by a shard of stone in an instant. Soon, all the guards lay lifeless, mere corpses on the ground. "Now who can save you?" Xu Chen approached the already crumpled Qin Jing, step by step. "Xu Chen, You have already killed my brother and father. For the sake of my sister, spare me." Qin Jing, in utter despair, pleaded for her life. Xu Chen's eyes glinted with coldness. "Your sister? Had you not mentioned her, I might have forgotten. Where is she? With such a commotion, why can I not see her?" "My sister is already a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect." "Ah, I see. No wonder she has vanished. She must have entered the Flowing Cloud sect using the Xu family's entrance token." The Flowing Cloud sect is one of the 5 major sects in the Great Shang Kingdom. To attract talented disciples from various factions, the sect distributes a limited number of entrance tokens to families in the cities every 3 years. The Xu family possessed one such token, originally intended for Xu Chen, but it had ultimately benefited Qin Xingru. "Xu Chen, I beg you, please do not kill me. As long as you spare me, I will do anything for you. Do you not have feelings for my sister? I am not inferior to her in beauty. If you wish, I can become your woman." Qin Jing crawled towards Xu Chen, desperate to survive, offering herself as a sacrifice. Yet, Xu Chen remained unmoved by her alluring appearance. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand, ready to strike her down. Just then, a sound of rushing air pierced through the tension. A figure clad in gray robes darted towards them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Jing's face lit up with joy, and she cried out, "Senior brother, save me." The arrival was her elder brother, one of the culprits responsible for the Xu family's demise. In her desperation, she stumbled towards him. "Whoever comes will be of no help to you." Xu Chen grasped a long sword, pulling it into his hand, and with a swift motion of his wrist, the sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Thud! The sword pierced through Qin Jing's back, exiting through her chest, a fatal blow to her heart. She froze, gazing down at the sword protruding from her body. Her lips parted in disbelief before she collapsed into a pool of blood. The gray-robed figure's expression darkened as he witnessed Qin Jing's tragic demise. "Not only did you survive, but you also escaped from the dungeon and even gained strength. It seems you possess some skill, but you are foolish. You Shai-Di." With that, the gray-robed man raised his hand and unleashed a black light that shot towards Xu Chen with the speed of lightning, intent on ending his life. "Oomph." Xu Chen scoffed disdainfully. He flicked his finger, releasing a surge of energy that accurately struck the approaching black light. With a loud explosion, the black light burst apart, scattering dark green liquid everywhere. It turned out to be a cursed insect. The gray-robed man narrowed his eyes in shock. What had transpired? The one who should have perished not only evaded death, but had also grown stronger. "Regardless of what has occurred, today you shall undoubtedly die." He was confident that no matter how much Xu Chen had improved, he would never be his match. With a thought, a buzzing sound emanated from his sleeve, and a swarm of cursed insects surged forth, enveloping Xu Chen. "The art of witchcraft is but a trivial matter beneath my notice." Xu Chen's disdain for the technique was evident as he raised his right hand and gently clapped forward. Boom! A torrent of spiritual energy erupted, intertwining in midair to form a colossal hand of energy that descended with great force. The ground trembled and cracked beneath the overwhelming pressure. With a tremendous roar, the earth buckled, debris flying in all directions. The swarm of cursed insects was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Impossible! The gray-robed man was filled with shock and fury, unable to comprehend the scene before him. He was a condensing Qi realm warrior, and the cursed insects he had nurtured were all late-stage first tier. 100 of them charging at once should have been sufficient to intimidate even a fellow condensing Qi warrior, let alone a mere practitioner in the Qi gathering realm. But Xu Chen, you, what of me? Xu Chen was uninterested in banter, launching another palm strike. The colossal hand of energy reappeared, this time aimed directly at the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man's expression changed dramatically, despair washing over his face. Boom! Another deafening crash resonated as another massive crater formed in the ground. At the bottom of the crater lay the gray-robed man, drenched in blood, his aura weak and on the verge of death. "Where's your master?" Xu Chen approached the gray-robed man, looking down at him from above. 2 outsiders had helped Qin Wei and his son in their plot against the Xu family, one being the gravely injured gray-robed man before him, and the other was his master. Cough, cough. "Boy, if you wish to know my master's whereabouts, I shall tell you. He's gone to Shashi Town, 300 miles away." The gray-robed man, for reasons unknown, willingly divulged his master's location. As his last word fell, the gray-robed man breathed his last. Shashi Town? What could be happening there? Chapter 5. The Butcher with Bloodied Hands. Shahi Town boasts a considerable scale, with a population of 100,000, streets crisscrossing, buildings standing tall, and pedestrians bustling about, creating an atmosphere of flourishing commerce. Xu Chen traveled through the night, his stomach growling with hunger. Eventually, he halted before an establishment named the Immortal Guest Tavern. Upon noticing him, the waiter promptly approached with a deep bow. "Young master, will you be lodging or dining?" "Dining," Xu Chen replied, striding into the tavern. The tavern consists of 3 stories. The first floor features a grand hall adorned with several tables, currently occupied by 7 or 8 tables of diners, all martial artists. The second floor boasts private rooms, while the third floor houses exclusive VIP suites that require a certain status for entry. "Young master, would you prefer the first or second floor?" the waiter inquired with a smile. "The first floor," Xu Chen stated, making his way to a table at the corner. "What would you like to eat?" the waiter asked. "Just bring out a few of your signature dishes," Xu Chen replied, pulling out a chair and pouring himself a cup of tea. "Please wait a moment." The waiter left with a broad smile. After sipping his tea, Xu Chen observed a group at the next table, settling their bill and leaving, frowning as he pondered. "Since my arrival in Shahi Town, I have already encountered several hurried martial artists. Could it be that something unusual is afoot in this town?" Just then, a group of 7 entered. Xu Chen looked up to see 5 men and 2 women, who, upon entering the tavern, did not linger but headed straight for the second floor. After their figures vanished at the staircase, Xu Chen vaguely overheard diners at neighboring tables whispering, "They are disciples of the Luoyuan sect." I never imagined the news spread so swiftly that even the disciples of the Luoyuan sect have arrived. Not just the Luoyuan sect. I have heard that disciples from the Tianjin Villa have also come. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. With the emergence of the Water Mansion, a bloody storm is undoubtedly brewing. Indeed, something is afoot. Xu Chen's eyes brightened. He listened attentively and soon grasped the situation. Shahi Town lies 30 miles to the west, where a river flows. A month prior, the waters of the Shahi River stirred, spiritual energy converging, heralding the emergence of the Water Mansion. Once this news spread, countless martial artists flocked here, resulting in the current state of affairs. Qin Jing's master, it seems, is also here for the Water Mansion. Shahi Town is vast. With a population of 100,000, finding him would be akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. I simply need to guard the entrance to the Water Mansion. After a satisfying meal, Xu Chen prepared to leave when a man with a long knife and a ghastly scar on his face strode in. The scarred man exuded a formidable presence, emanating an overwhelming aura of bloodshed, as if he had emerged from a mountain of corpses. Upon entering the tavern, the previously lively hall fell into a hushed silence, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. The scarred man cast a cold gaze over the crowd before heading straight upstairs. What a potent killing intent. Who is this person? A diner whispered to another. It's him. Who exactly is he? He is the infamous butcher with bloodied hands. The mention of the butcher with bloodied hands sent shivers through the patrons. This fiend is known for slaughtering an entire village of 1,000 in a single night, his brutality instilling terror in all. It is said that an inner disciple of the Luoyuan sect pursued him for 1,000 miles, only to be evaded. We must flee. There are disciples of the Luoyuan sect upstairs. If the butcher clashes with them, we will surely suffer collateral damage. The expressions of the diners shifted dramatically as they hastily prepared to leave. However, just then, a thunderous shout erupted from above. "Butcher with bloodied hands, you murder innocents and are steeped in evil. Today, my brothers, and I shall rid the world of your menace. A bunch of insignificant fish dares to kill me?" The butcher scoffed coldly. "From the looks of your attire, you must be disciples of the Luoyuan sect. Unfortunately for you, today will be your downfall." In the next instant, a terrifying clash erupted on the second floor. A powerful gust of energy swept through the area, shattering tables and chairs on the second floor. Some diners who could not escape in time bled profusely from their orifices, wailing in agony. "We must get out." The patrons on the first floor turned pale, scrambling to flee. Xu Chen, wishing to avoid trouble, followed the crowd out of the tavern, eager to observe the unfolding spectacle. Boom! The windows of the second floor exploded, sending wooden shards flying. Several figures leaped down. The 7 disciples of the Luoyuan sect landed and immediately surrounded the butcher. "This place shall be your grave. You cannot escape." A disciple in green proclaimed confidently, pointing his sword at the butcher. "You're courting death." The butcher replied, his expression icy. Boom! The ground beneath the butcher erupted, as if the very earth were collapsing. Spectators in the distance felt the ground tremble beneath them, while the 7 disciples of the Luyun sect managed to maintain their footing. They too felt the disruption, their spiritual power thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the butcher lunged forward like a bloodthirsty tiger, his fist striking with the force of a gale, slamming into the young disciple in green. The disciple hastily swung his sword. Bang! The clash of fist and blade produced a resonating metallic sound. Huh! The butcher growled as he unleashed a torrent of power, knocking the sword aside and delivering a devastating blow to the disciple's chest. With a sickening crack, bones shattered, and the young disciple was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. The remaining 6 disciples of the Luyun sect were left aghast. Their strongest member had fallen in an instant. Puff! The fallen disciple lay on the ground, bleeding from every orifice, staring at the butcher with a mix of shock and fury. You despicable coward. Hiding your true power. Ha ha! I broke through to the chi condensation stage a month ago. Blame your own misfortune. The butcher exclaimed with glee. The remaining 6 disciples' expressions shifted once more. The butcher had indeed advanced. As they stood dazed, the butcher struck again, sending 2 figures careening backward. Once the remaining 4 regained their composure, they joined forces to attempt to subdue the butcher. Yet, even united, they could not subdue him. Now, with only 4, they stood no chance. After a flurry of blows, the butcher kicked one aside and crushed another with a single palm, leaving only 2 who, gripped by fear, fled in opposite directions. But before they could escape far, the butcher caught up with them, striking down ruthlessly on the spot. The scene fell into a profound silence, with countless spectators trembling in fear. How audacious! The butcher dares to slay disciples of his sect. Does he not fear the wrath of the Luyun sect? Killing 1 is murder. Killing 2 is still murder. Ha! All 7 of you can perish. The butcher had gone mad, stepping forward to deliver finishing blows, leaving 6 of the 7 dead. Only the young disciple in green remained. As the disciple watched the advancing butcher, terror gripped his heart, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. With great effort, he rose, attempting to flee toward the crowd. You think you can escape with that wounded body? The butcher mocked. The young disciple reached the crowd, grasping someone and hurling them toward the butcher. Puff! The butcher's palm struck out, and the individual was instantly obliterated, dying on the spot. The young disciple's desperate grasp reached for the crowd once more. To save his own life, he was willing to sacrifice an innocent. This time, his target was none other than Xu Chen. To survive, you would harm the innocent. Is this the conduct of sect disciples? Xu Chen seethed with anger. Forgive me, young man, but should you die for me, it would be a death of honor. The young man in green did not relent. Just as he was about to seize Xu Chen, a sharp crack resounded. In a moment of astonishment on the face of the young man, Xu Chen grasped his wrist decisively. Though one may face death, does that merit honor? Do you even have the right to challenge me? Begone! Xu Chen forcefully flung the young man's wrist, sending him soaring like a severed kite, crashing violently into the wall several dozen meters away. The impact was tremendous, causing the brick wall to crumble and bury the young man within, leaving his fate uncertain. The onlookers, taken aback, stared in disbelief at Xu Chen. He appeared no older than 16 or 17, yet he had repelled a disciple of the Luyun sect with a single move. Although the young man in green was injured, he was not to be underestimated. The approaching bloodhand butcher displayed a look of surprise before coldly scrutinizing Xu Chen. Boy, are you also a disciple of sect? He inquired icily. Xu Chen replied, No. The butcher pressed further. Are you here to kill me? No. Xu Chen maintained his composure. With a dismissive wave, the butcher began to shoo him away. Xu Chen turned to leave, but in that very instant, a murderous intent flared on the butcher's face, and crimson spiritual energy surged in his right hand. He struck with a powerful punch aimed at Xu Chen's vital spot. Throughout my life, I have acted with reckless abandon, burning, pillaging, and reveling in the slaughter of talents. You are merely unfortunate to have crossed paths with me. Perish. The butcher laughed maniacally. In the next heartbeat, his fist pierced through Xu Chen's back. The butcher's smile froze. Xu Chen's figure began to dissipate, revealing itself as an afterimage. I had anticipated your move. Xu Chen's form reappeared 10 meters behind the butcher, coldly mocking him. The butcher pivoted, his expression grave as he regarded Xu Chen. You possess some skill. It seems I misjudged you. He licked his lips, malice evident in his demeanor. But how foolish of you not to flee. Do you intend to emulate the worthless disciples of Lu Yun's sect and seek my head? You truly do not comprehend the meaning of death. The aura of slaughter radiated from Butcher. Xu Chen remained unperturbed, stating plainly, your hands are stained with blood. Countless disciples have perished by your hand. You must have amassed considerable spiritual stones, have you not? The Butcher frowned slightly. Xu Chen's tranquil visage and calm tone suggested an impending threat, as though life-threatening circumstances were imminent. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. How could a mere youth, no older than 16 or 17, possibly contend with him? The 7 disciples of Lu Yun's sect were living proof of his superiority. Resolving to suppress his unease, the Butcher grinned widely. You chatter too much. Time to die. As his words fell, he clenched his hand, summoning a blood-red long knife that appeared abruptly. With a whoosh, the blade sliced through the air, its radiant energy aimed directly at Xu Chen. Under the overwhelming force of the blade, Xu Chen slowly raised his right hand. Seeking death, are we? Scoffed the Butcher, his laughter chilling. The spectators shook their heads in disbelief. How could flesh and blood hope to stand against a divine weapon? Many averted their eyes, bracing for the grisly spectacle of severed limbs. Yet in the next moment, the clash of blade against hand resonated. The anticipated carnage did not unfold. Clang! Sparks erupted, and the sound of metal meeting metal rang out. Then, with a crack, the blood-red knife shattered before the gazes of countless onlookers, splitting into two. One half of the blade flew out, caught deftly in a large hand, and with a swift motion, Xu Chen swung it. The blade sliced through the Butcher's neck, cutting skin and tearing the windpipe, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The other half of the knife clattered to the ground as the Butcher, terror-stricken, clutched his throat. Yet, this action proved futile. Scalding blood cascaded through his fingers, staining the earth beneath him. Who are you? He gasped. The dead need not concern themselves with such matters. Xu Chen tightened his grip, sending the remaining blade flying, severing the Butcher's head from his body. The onlookers stood agape, stunned into silence. Events had transpired far too swiftly. Just moments ago, they had lamented Xu Chen's impending demise, and now, the Butcher lay utterly defeated, his corpse lifeless. To have slain the Bloodhand Butcher in a mere exchange of blows spoke volumes of Xu Chen's formidable prowess. More astonishing was the fact that this feat was accomplished by a mere youth of 16 or 17. This boy possesses the potential to achieve greatness, whispered a scarred warrior. Another affirmed, such talent must surely be from sect. Only the 5 major sects could cultivate a prodigy of this caliber. I wonder which sect he hails from. Regardless of his origins, he is not someone we can afford to provoke, another added. As the crowd murmured, Xu Chen approached the Bloodhand Butcher's corpse, retrieving the ring from his right hand's ring finger. The black ring pulsed with a hint of spiritual energy, indicating it was no ordinary item, but a spatial storage ring, capable of holding vast treasures. All the Butcher's life savings lay within, now fortuitously in Xu Chen's possession. Having scavenged the Butcher's belongings, Xu Chen turned his gaze to the corpses of the Lu Yun sect disciples. Their resources were abundant, though he had not slain them. Taking their possessions could incite unnecessary trouble. After a moment's contemplation, he proceeded to loot the bodies, ensuring he took everything of value. Having avenged their deaths by eliminating the Butcher, what harm was there in claiming a portion of spoils? As he approached the rubble, he noticed that the young man in green had vanished, likely having slipped away during the chaos of battle. Indeed, he had deliberately spared the young man's life during their confrontation. With the crowd continuing to swell, Xu Chen recognized the precariousness of his situation. He turned and blended into the throng, disappearing from sight in an instant. Chapter 7. The Black-Scaled Python in the Inn of Shurha Town. With doors and windows tightly shut, Xu Chen sat on the bed, 10 storage spirit rings placed before him. 6 of these rings belonged to disciples of the Lu Yun sect, 1 to the Bloodhand Butcher, 1 to a disciple of the Tianjian sect, while the remaining 2 belonged to the senior brothers of Qin Tai and Qin Jing. He had examined them all, although the resources within each ring were limited. The total was indeed quite substantial, 12, 304 spirit stones, 17 low-grade yellow-tier spirit pills, 7 low-grade yellow-tier spirit herbs, and 1 mid-grade yellow-tier spirit herb. Xu Chen's breath quickened slightly. At present, he had only reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of Qi training, relying on the prowess of the Devouring Emperor's art. He was unafraid of warriors at the 1st and 2nd stages of Qi condensation, but against those at the 3rd stage and above, he was utterly outmatched. As the water mansion opened, countless warriors surged forth, and his current strength was evidently inadequate. Xu Chen gazed at the scattered spirit stones, spirit pills, and spirit herbs covering the ground. With a thought, he silently activated the Devouring Emperor's art. 30 miles west of Shurha town, the river began to stir. A multitude of people gathered at the riverbank. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Several gaping cracks appeared at the riverbed, and the water surged backward, swiftly lowering the water level. A water mansion gradually emerged into view, drawing countless fiery gazes. "Behold, the water mansion has appeared," someone shouted among the crowd. "Charge!" In an instant, a multitude of figures rushed forward, racing towards the water mansion. Boom! The river exploded as a massive, monstrous snake erupted from the water, shrouded in a terrifying aura. With a hiss, the giant serpent opened its cavernous maw, swallowing whole a warrior who was unable to evade in time. The snake's tail whipped through the air, sending several figures flying, only for them to explode midair in a shower of blood. The abrupt turn of events caused those behind to halt in their tracks. They looked up at the 10-zhang-long snake, its head as large as a millstone, a chill running down their spines. With mere movements, it could slay several individuals. This was no ordinary beast. A late-stage second-tier demon beast, the black-scaled python. Those present, many of whom were well-informed, recognized the creature at once. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically, and they began to retreat. A late-stage second-tier beast possessed combat power comparable to warriors at the 7th or 8th stages of Qi condensation. Most of those present were at the Qi training stage, with only a few at Qi condensation. None had the ability to slay a black-scaled python. Fortunately, the black-scaled python did not attack. It seemed to be guarding the water mansion. The crowd by the bank breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a new dilemma arose. Entering the water mansion required defeating the black-scaled python. Even if they managed to slay it, the human side would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Realizing this, the crowd refrained from acting rashly. They were waiting for more experts to arrive so they could join forces to slay the python. Time slowly slipped away. News of the water mansion's emergence spread rapidly. Back in the inn, Xu Chen concluded his cultivation. Looking at the depleted resources before him, his brow furrowed. The 304 spirit stones, 17 low-grade yellow-tier spirit pills, 7 low-grade yellow-tier spirit herbs, and 1 mid-grade yellow-tier spirit herb were enough for a Qi training 9th-stage warrior to break through to the mid-stage of Qi condensation. Yet they had only allowed him to advance to the 1st stage of Qi condensation. Although the Devouring Emperor's art was indeed formidable, the spirit power he cultivated was exceptionally potent, yet each breakthrough required an astronomical number of spirit stones, tenfold, or even dozens of times that of others. Xu Chen rolled off the bed. After freshening up, he stepped outside, only to find the streets sparsely populated. He stopped a passerby and, after some inquiry, learned that the water mansion had indeed appeared. Presumably, Qin Jing's master had already gone there. Xu Chen set off immediately. What an astounding crowd. Xu Chen marveled at the throng of people that packed the riverbank to the point of overflowing. There were at least 10,000. Within such a multitude, locating a target would be an arduous task. The water mansion had manifested, yet entry was still elusive. Was it due to the python? Xu Chen's gaze fell upon the 10-zhang-long black-scaled python. At the 1st stage of Qi condensation, he felt insignificant before a beast that rivaled those at the late stages of Qi condensation. With the black-scaled python guarding the water mansion, entry was no small feat, and slaying it would require at least a late-stage Qi condensation warrior. Relying solely on a group of Qi training warriors would undoubtedly lead to severe casualties. Just then, the crowd to the east began to stir. A group of disciples from Tianjin Mountain gathered around a young man in purple, making their way towards the water mansion. Simultaneously, there were movements in 3 other directions of the crowd. To Xu Chen's surprise, the emergence of the water mansion had drawn the inner disciples of Tianjin Mountain, including Xiao Tong. Recently, Xiao Tong had broken through to the 8th stage of qi condensation, ranking among the top 30 inner disciples of Tianjin Mountain. With his involvement, the black-scaled python would pose no threat. Look over there. Zhao Yi, an inner disciple of the Luoyuan sect, has also arrived. Beside Zhao Yi stood a pale-faced individual, clearly recovering from a serious illness. Xu Chen recognized him. Just yesterday, he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the bloodhand butcher, saved only by the timely intervention of a young man who had slain the butcher. Duan Xiaoqiu from the Du family, one of the 8 great families, is here too. And Tang Xiaodian from the Tang family, another of the 8 great families, has also come. Xiao Tong from Tianjin Mountain, Zhao Yi from Luoyuan sect, Duan Xiaoqiu from the Du family, and Tang Xiaodian from the Tang family. What an unexpected turn of events. The emergence of the Water Mansion had indeed drawn the attention of these 4 individuals. Given the scale of the Water Mansion, its previous owner must have been at least a true Qi realm warrior, revered as a true master. Even a casual cultivator would possess a significant accumulation of wealth. Moreover, the size of the mansion suggested its owner was not an ordinary true Qi cultivator. The treasures left behind by a true master would naturally attract the covetous eyes of Xiao Tong and the others. With the presence of these 4, the chances of obtaining valuable treasures from the Water Mansion seemed slim. They could only hope to follow in their wake for a few scraps. Treasures belong to the fated. Strength does not necessarily guarantee fortune. The crowd began to whisper among themselves, expressing their thoughts in hushed tones. Xu Chen's gaze lingered on the 4 individuals. Despite their formidable strength, individually they were still no match for the black-scaled python. However, united, they could surely bring it down. The 4 approached from different directions, ultimately converging at the riverbank. Everyone is growing impatient. To avoid wasting time, let's strike together. Xiao Teng spoke first. Agreed. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Having reached a consensus, their eyes locked onto the black-scaled python coiled before the Water Mansion. Attack! With a fierce shout, Zhao Yi of the Luoyuan sect propelled himself forward, the ground beneath him erupting as he shot towards the black-scaled python like a shooting star. The other 3 followed suit, moving in perfect synchrony, enveloped in surging spirit power as they charged toward the python like spears and swords. Chapter 8. Medium-grade spiritual liquid boom. 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 The 4 men and a python engaged in a fierce battle. The clash of spiritual forces unleashed terrifying waves, stirring up large swathes of river water and sending mud flying from the riverbed. Though the 4 were not particularly coordinated, their numbers gave them an advantage. The formidable black-scaled python struggled against 4 opponents and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Its massive body was covered in ruptured scales, with wounds marring its skin. Blood stained the river red. Injured, the black-scaled python unleashed its internal ferocity, inflicting significant damage upon Xiao Tong and his companions, despite the risk of further injury. While they were not on the brink of death, minor injuries were inevitable. We must prevent the black-scaled python from escaping, Xiao Tong declared loudly. Zhao Yi chimed in, urging them to kill it and split the materials. The second-tier high-level demon beast, the black-scaled python, held immense value. Its muscles, skin, and demon core were all worth a fortune. Divided among them, they would secure a considerable reward. The 4 spread out in different directions, blocking the python's escape routes, ensuring it had nowhere to flee. Just as they were about to deliver a fatal blow to the black-scaled python, someone from the crowd on the shore shouted, "Let us take it down together." Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd, with thousands unable to contain their excitement as they charged towards the python. The sudden surge of 1,000 people disrupted the formation of Xiao Tong and his companions, causing a flurry of confusion. Seizing the opportunity, the black-scaled python turned and crashed through the gates of the Water Mansion, its tail sweeping behind it as it disappeared within. Witnessing the python vanish into the mansion, the faces of Xiao Tong and his companions darkened with frustration, wishing to annihilate the approaching horde. Yet, such an act would be foolish. Even if they could defeat the 1,000, it would incite the wrath of the masses, and they would be utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of opponents. The gates of the Water Mansion are open. Let us go. Xiao Tong, suppressing his anger, commanded the other disciples of the heavenly sword manor, leading a group into the mansion. We shall enter as well, Zhao Yi of the Luoyuan sect declared, unwilling to lag behind. Follow me in. Du Xiaoqiu and Tang Xiaotian, accompanied by their respective families, followed closely behind. Once the four great sect's disciples entered the mansion, the remaining people lost all restraint, rushing in as well. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of figures surged into the water mansion like locusts, with some seizing the chance to attack other martial artists ahead of them. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, and blood flowed like a storm. Many fell at the entrance of the water mansion. Xu Chen's eyes shone with determination as he searched for his target. Yet as most had already entered, he still did not spot the individual he sought. The master of Qin Jing was the one who had slain the elder of the Xu family, and Xu Chen had a vivid impression of him. He would recognize that face without mistake. As nearly 90% had entered and he still saw no sign of the loathed visage, he began to worry. What is happening? Have I been deceived? Realizing he might have been tricked, Xu Chen's expression turned grim. I can't wait any longer. I must enter the water mansion. With a firm step, Xu Chen followed the throng into the mansion. As he entered, the light dimmed somewhat and visibility was slightly hindered. He looked ahead to see hundreds of corpses sprawled across the grand hall, the ground soaked in blood. On either side of the hall were 7 or 8 stone chambers, their doors smashed open by brute force, the treasures within nearly plundered, though some remnants remained, with martial artists still fighting over the scraps. Xu Chen merely glanced at the chaos and chose not to intervene, instead focusing on the depths of the hall where numerous passageways led deeper into the water mansion. Without hesitating over which passage to take, he instinctively chose the third passage on the left. The passage was littered with bodies, some martial artists gravely injured, lying on the ground in agonizing cries. Xu Chen observed individuals specifically targeting the gravely wounded to kill them and seize their valuables, while others were combing through the corpses. Some even banded together to hunt down others. The treasures within the water mansion were limited, and only a select few had the right to vie for the most precious items. Those with impure intentions began to set their sights on their fellow martial artists, plotting to kill and plunder. With more than 10,000 martial artists flooding into the water mansion, even if each had only 30 to 50 spirit stones, the total would be astronomical. Aware of this, Xu Chen's expression grew serious as he watched the figures flitting through the passage, remaining on guard. Sounds of combat echoed from ahead. 3 were besieging 1. Soon, the surrounded individual fell victim to their combined assault. After looting the deceased's belongings, the 3 turned their malicious gazes towards Xu Chen. Hand over your storage ring, or die. A short man barked, not wasting words. As he spoke, the trio stealthily closed in on Xu Chen. Should he refuse to comply, they would show no hesitation in their cruelty. This was not their first time committing such acts. They had already slain no fewer than 10 individuals who entered the water mansion. Xu Chen regarded the advancing trio with a cold glare and uttered 2 words. Looking for death. Bang, bang, bang. He swiftly struck 3 palm strikes, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a hurricane or thunder, sending the 3 flying against the stone wall of the passage, the sounds of cracking stone and breaking bones resonating simultaneously. The once arrogant trio lay lifeless, their bones shattered. Casually dispatching them, Xu Chen clenched his hand, drawing forth a strong suction that pulled 3 storage rings into his grasp, injecting a trace of spiritual energy into the rings. A faint smile crept across his lips. The rings contained a significant amount of spirit stones, indicating they had claimed many victims. Witnessing Xu Chen effortlessly eliminate the trio, those lurking in the distance turned pale and retreated, no longer daring to target him. With the prying eyes now retracted, Xu Chen strode deeper into the passage. Shortly after, fierce combat erupted again nearby. Hastening his steps, Xu Chen discovered the commotion originated from a stone chamber. Du Zhong, I clearly spotted that gourd first. As a fellow disciple of the 8 great families, let me have it, and I'll owe you a favor. How about that? Tang Mo called out loudly. Huh! Du Zhong spat. Tang Mo, how much is your favor worth? That gourd contains medium-grade spiritual liquid, worth a fortune. You think I'm a fool to just step aside for your mere words? It seems there is no room for negotiation, Tang Mo replied coldly. Du Zhong stepped forward, and at the same time, the disciples of their respective families behind them drew their weapons. Tension filled the stone chamber. Just as conflict seemed imminent, footsteps echoed from outside. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out now, Tang Mo coldly warned, not even glancing at the newcomer. But the footsteps did not retreat. Instead, they grew closer. Finally, a figure appeared at the entrance of the stone chamber. Seeing that the newcomer ignored his warning, Tang Mo's eyes flashed with coldness as he turned to face the individual, only to find it was a young man. And since he was not a sect disciple, he felt no need to be concerned. "Get lost," he said, trying to maintain his composure. Xu Chen remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the jade-skin gourd in Tang Mo's hand. Was that gourd filled with medium-grade spiritual liquid? The value of a single gourd containing the essence of spirit liquid is no less than 100,000 spirit stones. It is no wonder that the disciples of the Tang and Du families would go to such lengths, even to the point of life and death for it. Good counsel is wasted on the damned. Youngster, I have granted you 2 opportunities, yet you failed to cherish them. A murderous intent welled up within Tang Mo. Eliminate him. A disciple from the Tang family stepped forward, drawing his sword to strike at Xu Chen. Chapter 9. The Seal Bang. Crack. The long blade met resistance and shattered into 2 pieces. The Tang clan disciple, who had struck at Xu Chen, trembled as he looked down to see half of the blade embedded in his chest. He had met his demise by his own weapon. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the man fell to the ground, his face etched with unwillingness. Tang Mo, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated that an unassuming youth would dare to slay a member of the Tang family. His expression hardened, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. Sever him. With this command, the Tang clan disciples drew their swords, rushing in from all directions toward Xu Chen. Though numerous and primarily at the Qi refinement stage, they posed little threat to Xu Chen. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from sight, evading their attacks effortlessly. Almost simultaneously, he appeared before one of the disciples, and with a swift motion, he struck forth, his fist landing with a sickening crunch. Crack! The man's head burst like a ripe watermelon, blood spraying forth. The headless corpse wavered briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In a single encounter, another foe had fallen. His movements were precise and unencumbered. Bang! Thud! Infusing his right leg with spiritual energy, Xu Chen unleashed a powerful kick that exploded the waist of a first-tier Qi refinement warrior, sending his body careening uncontrollably through the air. At that moment, Xu Chen resembled a descending tiger, unstoppable. In the span of a breath, 3 Tang disciples lay dead, 2 others injured. Tang Mo felt a twitch in his eyelids as he observed Xu Chen, who bore the aura of a reaper. Du Zhong, this one is formidable. Our family should join forces to eliminate him, and then we can equally divide the spiritual liquid. What say you? Recognizing Xu Chen's threat, Tang Mo sought an alliance with Du Zhong. However, Du Zhong merely scoffed, rejecting Tang Mo's proposal. This man bears no enmity towards my Du family. Why should I join you? You. Tang Mo fumed, glaring at Du Zhong before drawing his long knife. As spiritual energy surged, he swung the blade with lethal intent, aiming to cleave Xu Chen in 2. He howled, his voice hoarse. Thud! Xu Chen executed a swift hand strike, severing a man's neck, then deftly evaded the descending blade with a nimble leap. The 3rd tier of Qi refinement is nothing extraordinary. With that, dark spiritual energy surged from his palms as he struck towards Tang Mo. Tang Mo retaliated with a fierce slash, the blade releasing a brilliant arc of energy aimed at Xu Chen's palm. Bang! The 2 forces clashed, a deep sound resonating through the air. As Tang Mo attempted to retract his blade, his expression suddenly shifted. He realized his weapon had become inexplicably affixed to Xu Chen's palm, rendering him unable to withdraw. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he prepared to abandon his weapon. Yet, dread filled him as he felt a terrifying pull emanating from the hilt, ensnaring his right hand and drawing his internal energy uncontrollably towards the blade. He struggled fiercely, but to no avail. In mere moments, a third of his internal energy had dissipated. If this stalemate continued, he would inevitably be consumed. Hand over the spiritual liquid, and I shall spare your life. Xu Chen stated coolly. Tang Mo's complexion shifted as he weighed his options. Finally, he tossed the jade gourd containing the spiritual liquid to Du Zhong. Du Zhong, Tikunabak, had not anticipated such an easy surrender of the precious liquid. As he caught the gourd, he felt a surreal disbelief wash over him. Just moments before, they had nearly fought to the death over it, and now it was simply handed to him. Yet, in the next instant, Du Zhong's expression darkened. Xu Chen had abandoned Tang Mo and was advancing towards him. Xu Chen moved swiftly, closing the distance before Du Zhong could react. "You dare," he shouted, unwilling to relinquish the spiritual liquid without a fight, and he lunged a fist at Xu Chen's face. Xu Chen stood his ground, meeting the blow head-on. Bang! Du Zhong was sent reeling, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he was launched backward like a cannonball. The jade gourd slipped from his grasp. Xu Chen, quick to respond, seized the gourd and stowed it away in his storage ring before vanishing from the stone chamber. Once Du Zhong regained his footing, he discovered Xu Chen had already departed, his face dark with fury. Exiting the stone chamber, Xu Chen continued his reckless dash deeper into the water palace. 10 minutes later, he encountered another stone chamber. As he approached, he was astonished to find the door was crafted from a rare material known as azure spirit stone. This stone, comparable in hardness to metal and possessing excellent spiritual conductivity, was often used in the formation of arrays. Upon closer inspection, Xu Chen's excitement grew. The door bore an intact seal, unharmed and intact, indicating that the treasures within had remained untouched. Elated, he prepared to unleash his strength against the stone door, his fist clenched tightly. With a mighty blow, he aimed to break through. Boom! The force of his strike was enough to shatter a boulder the size of a millstone. Yet upon striking the door, it remained utterly unmoved. Not only did the door withstand the impact, but Xu Chen was also jolted backward, his internal energy surging violently. The seal was formidable. No wonder it had remained intact. It was clear that others had discovered this chamber before him, but had been unable to breach the seal and were ultimately forced to retreat in frustration. Rather than deter him, this realization only heightened Xu Chen's anticipation. The stronger the seal, the more precious the treasures within. Boom! 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 He channeled his spiritual energy, delivering a flurry of punches that sent shockwaves through the air, yet the door remained impervious. Cough! Xu Chen spat out blood. The seal not only possessed terrifying defensive capabilities, but also a vexing counterreaction that reflected the force of his attacks back upon him. The stronger his assault, the more devastating the recoil he faced. This seal, it seems only a true Qi realm master could hope to break it. Xu Chen's brow furrowed, unable to breach it with brute force, and lacking the knowledge to dismantle arrays. Was he to abandon his pursuit? Wait, perhaps I should try this approach. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Chen extended his right hand, pressing his palm against the stone door. In the next instant, he activated the Devouring Emperor technique. A terrifying force of absorption radiated from his palm. The seal, having endured for countless years, still bore some energy, yet how much of it remained? As he began to absorb the residual energy of the seal, Xu Chen felt his own aura strengthening. His cultivation rapidly ascended from the early to mid, and then to the late stages of the first tier of Qi refinement. As he experienced this swift enhancement, Xu Chen rejoiced. This effort had saved him the expenditure of thousands of spiritual stones. The energy within the seal far exceeded his expectations. Even if there were no rewards beyond the stone door, this journey had not been in vain. Crack! A barely perceptible sound echoed within him as he made yet another breakthrough, advancing to the second tier of Qi refinement. But did not end there. He soon progressed from the early to mid, then to the late stages of the second tier. As he continued to absorb the energy, Xu Chen began to feel unease rather than joy. The energy from the seal seemed inexhaustible. Why? This defied logic. The emergence of the water palace was due to the depletion of the energy sustaining it, yet the seal clearly connected to a vast reservoir of power, an endless pool from which energy flowed ceaselessly. Possessing such a vast reservoir of energy, the water palace should not have emerged at this moment. Just as Xu Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation, the stone door suddenly trembled. Subsequently, the seal rapidly weakened. What could be the reason? Had the energy of the seal been exhausted? Xu Chen felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Channeling strength into his palm, he forcefully pushed, and with a creaking sound, the stone door, bereft of its sealing power, was slowly pushed open by Xu Chen. Casting aside his doubts, he stepped inside. The chamber spanned approximately 100 square meters, its walls adorned with fist-sized sunlight stones. At the center stood a large bronze cauldron, towering over 2 meters, its surface engraved with countless runes. Before the bronze cauldron lay 2 large boxes and 1 smaller one. Holding his breath, Xu Chen approached and opened the first large box on the left. Inside, it was filled to the brim with meticulously cut spirit stones. Compared to inferior-grade spirit stones, those within shone with a more translucent brilliance, radiating pure spiritual energy. With a gulp, Xu Chen realized these were medium-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones are classified into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. An individual medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 inferior-grade ones, though such exchanges are rare. The large box before Xu Chen contained at least 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which would be equivalent to 1,000,000 inferior-grade stones. One astounding notion. The entire army of 10,000 that entered the Water Palace likely possessed far less than 1,000,000 spirit stones combined. Quickly stowing away the box and its contents, Xu Chen extended a trembling hand to open the second large box. As it creaked open, a wave of heat rushed forth, raising the temperature in the chamber several degrees. The contents within were a fiery red. Fire crystals? Xu Chen gasped upon recognizing the items. Fire crystals are a type of fire-attributed stone, essential for alchemists during their craft. The fire crystals in the box were of medium grade, their value surpassing even that of medium-grade spirit stones. Xu Chen's throat went dry as he stored the second box. Finally, his gaze fell upon the third box, which was noticeably smaller than the previous 2. With a creak, the box slowly opened, prompting Xu Chen to inhale sharply. Inside were 17 rare spiritual herbs: the intermediate-level Xiantir herb, nine-tailed sunflower; the low-level Xiantir herb, life-extending fruit; the low-level Xiantir herb, rebirth flower, and several others. All of Xiantir quality, worth their weight in gold. Spirit stones, fire crystals, spiritual herbs. The master of the Water Palace truly had an extravagant collection. The entire fortune of an ordinary Qi realm warrior would likely not amount to even 1/10 of this. The master of the Water Palace must have possessed powers beyond the Qi realm during his lifetime. Approaching the bronze cauldron, Xu Chen reached out to touch it, his expression shifting as he felt residual warmth. Examining the cauldron closely, he realized it was a spiritual artifact. Could it be that the master of the Water Palace used this spiritual artifact to concoct elixirs? After countless years, the cauldron still retained a hint of warmth. So, had the medicine within been successfully refined, or had it failed? Xu Chen lifted the lid, peering inside. At the bottom lay 3 vividly red elixirs. Astonishingly, there were indeed elixirs. Holding one in his palm, Xu Chen scrutinized it. In the next moment, he could hardly contain his exclamation. 3-turn longevity pill. A low-grade, earth-tier elixir. Consuming this elixir would extend a warrior's life by 3 decades, equating to 180 years. Its worth was incalculable. Such precious elixirs could not even be acquired with spirit stones. Xu Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor as he stared at the 3 vividly red, 3-turn longevity pills. Having been forced to consume a life-draining pill previously, he had depleted some of his lifespan. Although inheriting the legacy of the Devouring Emperor had replenished some of his vitality, a loss still remained. Now, however, consuming the 3-turn longevity pill would not only compensate for the losses incurred from the life-draining pill, but would also significantly enhance his lifespan. With a swift motion, he tossed one of the pills into his mouth. It dissolved instantly upon contact, the warm medicinal energy rapidly spreading throughout his body. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps approaching. Someone was closing in. With a decisive wave of his hand, Xu Chen stowed away the cauldron and dashed out of the stone chamber, not daring to look back. As he exited, a group arrived just moments later. "We are too late. This chamber has been thoroughly looted. Let us move to the next one." As they prepared to leave, a figure draped in a black robe materialized at the entrance, blocking their path. "Hand over the Thunderfire Cauldron and the 3-turn longevity pills, and I shall spare your lives." The robed figure spoke coldly. "What Thunderfire Cauldron? What 3-turn longevity pills? Stop your theatrics. Get lost, or we won't hold back." The group within the chamber retorted boldly, unperturbed. "Fools!" The robed figure waved a hand, summoning a billowing black mist that engulfed the chamber. Horrified screams erupted. As the mist dissipated, several lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the floor. Under the gaze of the robed figure, the corpses began to shrivel, their flesh and blood vanishing, leaving only bones behind. The blood refinement formation was already in motion. Those who perished within the water palace would be refined by the formation, with an army of 10,000 warriors entering the water palace. Even though the majority were at the Qi realm, their refinement would awaken the slumbering blood guardians. The Thunderfire Cauldron and the 3-turn longevity pills may have been temporarily lost, but as long as that individual remained within the water palace, they would ultimately return to my grasp. The robed figure murmured softly. The battle on the other side should commence soon as well. This time, the venture was exceedingly worthwhile. Xu Chen sprinted through the corridor, not pausing along the way as most of the other chambers had been long abandoned, lacking any value for search. Thus, after approximately a quarter of an hour of relentless running, he finally glimpsed the exit of the seemingly endless corridor. The cacophony of voices, chatter, shouts, and curses merged into a river of sound, surging forth. Xu Chen slowed his pace, stepping out of the passage. Beyond lay a grand hall capable of accommodating tens of thousands, surrounded by numerous passageways. This hall was the core area of the Water Palace, where all surviving warriors who entered the palace eventually congregated. Chapter 11. Spiritual Artifacts in the Grand Hall. Numerous figures were present, yet in comparison to the total number that had entered the Water Palace, their ranks were significantly thinned. Among the absent, a small fraction had yet to arrive, but the majority had likely succumbed to the chilling embrace of death. Within the throng, the 4 formidable masters, including Xiao Tong, stood out distinctly. A 10-meter radius around them remained untouched, as none dared approach. At this moment, all eyes were fixated upon the ethereal white barrier suspended in the air of the hall. Within this luminous dome floated 7 weapons: a blade, a sword, a spear, a shield, armor, a hammer, and a bow. These 7 artifacts hovered silently, emanating a disquieting aura. Spiritual artifacts. Gazing at the hovering weapons, Xu Chen's pupils constricted in awe. All 7 were indeed spiritual artifacts. The owner of this domain was undoubtedly not a mere practitioner of qi. Xu Chen's suspicions were further solidified. In the kingdom of Taishang, spiritual artifacts were rare. Even the inferior ones could incite fierce battles among practitioners of qi. Yet here, 7 appeared simultaneously, coupled with the spiritual artifact he had recently acquired. The Great Hall now housed a total of 8. Inevitably, a brutal conflict would ensue. Xu Chen scanned the crowd, noting the avarice etched upon each face. Their gazes greedily fixated on the 7 spiritual artifacts. The pursuit of success often leaves countless corpses in its wake. Among the multitude that had entered the Water Palace, it was likely that fewer than 1 in 10 would emerge alive. Despite the grim odds, no one opted to withdraw. Xu Chen questioned his own resolve. Faced with such a monumental opportunity, he too would refuse to retreat. For the sake of the artifacts, risking his life was a worthy endeavor. His gaze traversed each weapon until it settled upon the spiritual sword. The sword, the sovereign of all weapons. Its aura could traverse 30,000 miles, casting a chill across 19 continents. His heart yearned for the untamed life of a swordsman wandering the world. Beyond his intrinsic affinity for the long sword, he was determined to seize the spiritual sword, as it resonated with the highest quality among the 7. As Xu Chen fixated on the spiritual sword, he suddenly sensed a host of hostile gazes directed at him. Following the menacing stares, he identified Tang Mo, Du Chong, and the young man from the Flowing Cloud sect. Tang Mo whispered something to Tang Xiaotian, and the next moment, Tang Xiaotian's piercing gaze shot towards Xu Chen like a blade. Simultaneously, Du Xiaoqiu and Zhao Yi from the Flowing Cloud sect locked their unfriendly eyes onto Xu Chen. Any one of them posed a formidable challenge. And now that all 3 had targeted him, Xu Chen felt a chill of foreboding. He discreetly began to retreat. "Boy, hand over the item, and you may yet live," Du Chong shouted, fearing Xu Chen might act foolishly and damage the spiritual liquid. "This boy has slain members of my Tang family. Du Xiaoqiu, how about I handle him?" Tang Xiaotian suggested to Du Xiaoqiu. Du Xiaoqiu, fully aware of Xu Chen's possession of the spiritual liquid, was unwilling to relinquish it. "You may deal with him, but the item on him must be mine." "Absolutely not," Tang Xiaotian replied without hesitation. "He is killed and stolen. Thus, the items rightfully belong to their original owners." At that moment, Zhao Yi interjected, "There is no need for further argument, gentlemen. This man conspired with a bloodhand butcher to slay members of my flowing cloud sect. His life is forfeit to me. As Xu Chen retreated to the entrance of the hall, he heard these words and widened his eyes in disbelief. How ludicrous! To accuse me of collusion with the bloodhand butcher is utterly preposterous. It was your disciples who besieged him and met their end. And that survivor, he pointed at the young man clad in green, sacrificed an innocent life to buy time for his escape. His misfortune was merely selecting me, and I certainly would not allow myself to be manipulated. I initially spared you, a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, and subsequently defeated the Bloodhand Butcher. By all rights, I have saved your life. How can you now repay kindness with enmity? Xu Chen glared coldly at the green-clad youth. Zhao Yi's expression shifted. The account Xu Chen presented starkly contrasted with what the youth had relayed to him. Such nonsense. Zhao Yi scoffed, unwilling to concede. Even if I am mistaken, I shall not waver. Fearing Xu Chen might further speak out, he lunged towards him, intent on striking. Tang Xiaotian and Du Xiaoqiu, witnessing this, grew anxious. Their concern lay not with Xu Chen's fate, but rather the ownership of the spiritual liquid. In an instant, all three surged towards Xu Chen. The onlookers in the hall regarded this scene with pity. Just then, a voice rang out. The seal is dissipating. This exclamation captured everyone's attention. The trio, aiming to subdue, Xu Chen instinctively looked up. Indeed, the white barrier was rapidly fading. Once it vanished, the time for seizing the spiritual artifacts would arrive. In contrast to the artifacts, the value of the spiritual liquid would diminish significantly. Instantly, Tang Xiaotian and his companions halted their assault on Xu Chen, redirecting their focus to the artifacts. The white barrier, under the scrutiny of countless eager eyes, dimmed ominously, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment. Witnessing this, the atmosphere within the hall turned oddly tense, silence enveloping the room as everyone stood on guard. Suddenly, a figure shot upwards. Boom! A fist struck the faltering white barrier, shattering it into a cascade of luminous fragments. Whoosh! The 7 spiritual artifacts, propelled by the impact, shot out in all directions. For a brief moment, silence reigned within the hall. Then, boom! A torrent of terrifying spiritual energy surged forth, tearing through the stillness, igniting a frenzy among the onlookers as they leapt to seize the scattered artifacts. Some, caught in the path of the flying artifacts, met gruesome fates, their bodies rent asunder. Blood spattered across the hall. Witnessing this, the crowd gained a clear understanding of the artifact's formidable power, their eyes igniting with fervent greed. Boom! 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 As the throng soared into the air, chaos erupted as they clashed over the coveted artifacts. Figures fell like wheat before the scythe. Tang Xiaotian set his sights on the spiritual spear, yet despite his superior prowess, the combined efforts of several opponents hindered his progress. Zhao Yi struggled to claim the spiritual shield amidst a swarm of attackers. Du Xiaoqiu faced his own challenges in seizing the spiritual blade, though none could match him individually. The sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming. Xiao Tong aimed for the spiritual sword, and just as he neared success with the help of his comrades from the heavenly sword manor, a formidable opponent emerged, a solitary cultivator at the 8th level of Qi consolidation, whose combat prowess was astonishing. Even for Xiao Tong, defeating this foe would not be an easy feat while the 4 masters maintained an unspoken understanding in their pursuits. Each faced significant obstacles. The competition for the remaining artifacts was equally fierce. Initially, Xu Chen had intended to withdraw and avoid the fray, but as the white barrier shattered, Du Xiaoqiu and the others became preoccupied with the artifacts, leaving him unnoticed. To his astonishment, the spiritual armor hurtled towards him. Xu Chen would not let such an opportunity slip away. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grasp the approaching armor. Having witnessed the gruesome fates of others crushed by the artifacts, Xu Chen dared not be careless. He enveloped his outstretched hand in a layer of spiritual energy. Boy, halt! Daring to covet the spirit artifact is akin to courting death. The crowd, soaring swiftly behind the spirit artifact, unleashed a chorus of vehement shouts upon witnessing Xu Chen's intent to seize the spiritual armor. Yet, Xu Chen's resolve remained unshaken by the external clamor. His outstretched hand not only refrained from retreating, but instead grasped the spiritual armor with unwavering determination. Chapter 12. The Struggle Buzz. The instant Xu Chen grasped the spiritual armor, it erupted with a terrifying resistance, nearly shaking his hand loose. Fortunately, Xu Chen was well prepared, exerting all his strength in that grip. Buzzing. Although the armor did not contest Xu Chen's palm, its relentless thrashing caused his right hand to tingle painfully. Release the armor at once, or you shall face my ruthless wrath. As Xu Chen clutched the armor, a middle-aged man of the 4th level of Qi condensation approached, his gaze fierce and intent upon him. Xu Chen's grip had already caused his palm to crack, blood seeping forth. Stubborn fool. D. Seeing Xu Chen's unwillingness to relinquish the armor, the middle-aged man hesitated no longer, swinging his knife with a sharp aura aimed directly at Xu Chen's face. Swish! Xu Chen, using the tips of his toes to push off the ground, retreated with lightning speed, evading the man's strike perfectly. Yet, others had already arrived, and before he could catch his breath, multiple attacks descended upon him from all directions. While suppressing the armor's struggles, Xu Chen clumsily dodged the onslaught. More and more adversaries surged toward him, and his expression grew increasingly grave. The armor's violent thrashing impeded his focus on the fight. Such a mere artifact, and it dares not submit to me? Xu Chen activated the Devouring Emperor technique to suppress the armor. As he did, the previously thrashing armor unexpectedly calmed down. Blood from his split palm gradually seeped into the armor. Xu Chen gazed at the armor in astonishment. In that moment, he felt a resonance with it, their minds intertwined. Has the armor recognized its master? Xu Chen rejoiced. Now free from the armor's constraints, he could unleash his full power to counter the myriad attacks, making it significantly easier. After deftly avoiding another wave of strikes, Xu Chen donned the armor. Mystic Fortress Armor. Xu Chen's eyes fell upon the armor, and he noticed 4 ancient and grand characters inscribed on the protective heart area. Mystic Fortress Armor, a low-grade spiritual artifact. It has acknowledged me as its master. Will you still fight for it? Clad in the armor, Xu Chen felt emboldened. Yet, the surrounding assailants, their eyes bloodshot with greed, did not relent. Instead, their attacks grew increasingly ferocious, eager to reduce Xu Chen to mere rubble. Bang! 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 Xu Chen did not flinch, allowing the attacks to strike him. The tremendous force pushed him back a few steps, but once he regained his footing, he burst into laughter. Despite enduring several blows, he remained unscathed. Though the attacks lacked devastating power, they were sufficient to demonstrate the armor's formidable defense. The assailants, witnessing the astonishing resilience of the armor, could no longer contain their avarice. Driven by greed, they surged toward Xu Chen like a frenzy. Coming again? Then do not blame me for being merciless. A glint of malice flashed in Xu Chen's eyes as he evaded the majority of the attacks, lunging toward one individual. His right hand transformed into a blade, slicing diagonally across the man's neck. Squelch! The man's throat was severed, blood gushing forth. Bang! Grasping the descending long knife, Xu Chen's fingers tightened, and with a crack, the blade shattered, half of it striking the wielder's eye socket. Swish, swish! 2 long knives came slicing toward him. Xu Chen dodged vital strikes, allowing the blades to clang against him, sparks flying. With a powerful step forward, he rammed his shoulder into one man's chest. Bang! Crack! The sound of shattering ribs echoed. The man, a 3rd-level Qi condensation warrior, crumpled, his body propelled like a cannonball, colliding with several others, the sounds of bones breaking and screams mingling in a cacophony. Relying on the armor's incredible defense, Xu Chen charged into the crowd, snatching a long knife, swinging it fiercely, and 2 heads soared high. A whip kick followed. Squelch! A Qi condensation warrior was bisected at the waist. Xu Chen's rapid succession of kills instilled fear in those around him, momentarily halting their advance. Do not be afraid. Together, we can surely slay this boy. Noticing the crowd's hesitation, the middle-aged man, the first to attack Xu Chen, shouted encouragingly. Xu Chen's icy gaze fixed upon him. Seeking death, Xu Chen propelled himself into the air, his long knife descending with the force of a thunderstrike, too swift for the middle-aged man to react. He barely raised his long knife to block, but clang! Sparks erupted. Crack! The sound of metal clashing was swiftly followed by the snap of the blade. The middle-aged man's sword was cleaved in 2. Squelch! The dull sound of the blade tearing flesh echoed as Xu Chen, having severed the man's weapon, continued his momentum. cleaving him in half, innards spilling forth. "Who dares obstruct me?" Xu Chen coldly inquired, his demeanor radiating menace. All around him, gazes filled with fear turned away. A mere second-level Qi condensation warrior dares to act so arrogantly? Today, you shall learn that there are always greater powers beyond. A scarred warrior of the 6th level of Qi condensation emerged from the crowd. Xu Chen's expression darkened at the sight, sensing the impending challenge. Taking a deep breath, he summoned a low-grade spiritual herb and swallowed it. The Devouring Emperor technique activated, rapidly refining the herb's essence. His aura, which had slightly waned from battle, surged back to its peak. But it didn't end there. As the herb's power continued to be refined, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level of Qi condensation. The scarred warrior, sensing Xu Chen's rising power, paled momentarily before lunging forward, unleashing several palm strikes imbued with a robust energy, forming a gigantic handprint aimed at Xu Chen. The handprint descended with tremendous force, capable of leaving marks even on steel. Xu Chen gazed at the impending handprint, refusing to evade. Seeking death, the scarred warrior sneered. The armor allowed Xu Chen to disregard attacks from Qi condensation warriors, but to block such a strike was sheer folly. He envisioned Xu Chen being pulverized beneath the handprint. Yet, the outcome would leave him sorely disappointed. Xu Chen suddenly opened his mouth, and an overwhelming devouring force emanated from him, transforming his mouth into a black hole capable of consuming everything. Under the astonished gaze of the scarred warrior, Xu Chen swallowed the gigantic handprint whole. Not only did he emerge unscathed, but the act propelled him further into the 3rd level of Qi condensation. "Thank you for the gift. To express my gratitude, allow me to borrow your head." Before the scarred warrior could fully comprehend the situation, Xu Chen's knife sliced down with incredible speed. This strike was as swift as lightning, a thunderous force behind it. The scarred warrior hastily dodged, but a gash appeared across his chest, 3 inches deep. Xu Chen lamented the missed opportunity to slay the scarred warrior with a single blow. Yet, it mattered not. The outcome was inevitable, merely a matter of inflicting more wounds. With one hand wielding the knife, he began a series of diagonal slashes. One blow met resistance, followed by another, then a third, and a fourth. Each strike faster and more potent than the last. Each slash aimed for the kill. The scarred warrior was filled with dread, for he found himself struggling against Xu Chen's relentless assault. It is essential to note that he is at the 6th level of the condensation realm, while Xu Chen has merely broken through to the 3rd level. A prodigy. The 7th strike. Xu Chen bellowed, the blade in his hand cutting through the air, emitting a sound akin to the crack of fireworks. Ultimately, with a resounding bang, the long sword, forged of mere mortal iron, could no longer withstand the relentless clashes and shattered under the strain. The scarred warrior's heart swelled with joy. Yet, before the delight could fully blossom within him, he caught a fleeting glimpse of an afterimage from the corner of his eye. In the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his chest. As the agony surged, the power within him ebbed away like a receding tide. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a colossal hand emerging from his body, grasping a pulsating heart. Chapter 13. The hand-to-hand execution with a decisive grip, the hand crushed, shattering the heart into countless fragments. The scarred warrior was plunged into darkness, his vision fading to black. In single-handedly slaying a 6th-tier Qi consolidation warrior, Xu Chen had demonstrated formidable prowess. Few within the Grand Hall could match his strength. Those around him, wary and apprehensive, retreated, deterred from confronting him. Seeing this, Xu Chen exhaled in relief and shifted his gaze to the other 6 battlefields. Shields, hammers, and bows had found their bearers, while those who had claimed spiritual artifacts were ensnared in fierce assaults from the crowd. Swords, knives, and spears were still hotly contested. Xu Chen's primary objective had been the spiritual sword. Although he had unexpectedly acquired the spiritual armor, he had not relinquished his desire for the sword. The disciples of Tianjian Villa, Xiao Teng and his rival, were embroiled in a fierce struggle for the spiritual sword. Both were 8th-tier Qi consolidation warriors, and as their battle raged, others could not intervene without risking their own demise. The intensity escalated, and both warriors were soon stained with blood. Xu Chen observed the unfolding conflict closely, refraining from entering the fray hastily. With a thunderous clash, Xiao Tong and his opponent exchanged another brutal blow. The astonishing energy wave surged outward, sending some Qi practitioners staggering, disoriented. In the ensuing chaos, the spiritual sword they fought over was dislodged, spinning out of the battle circle. Recognizing the opportunity, Xu Chen wasted no time. He propelled himself forward, swiftly approaching the sword radiating a sharp aura. Foolish child, seeking death. The two combatants roared in anger upon seeing Xu Chen's intent to seize the spiritual sword. In an instant, two fierce streams of spiritual energy shot forth towards Xu Chen. However, with a cold snort, he disregarded the incoming attacks, extending his hand to grasp the sword firmly. Utterly foolish. Xiao Tong's voice dripped with disdain. Yet, as the words left his mouth, his pupils constricted in shock. What did he see? Xu Chen had indeed lifted the spiritual sword, and it showed no signs of resistance. Why? Was the sword not fighting back? Had it been refined? Impossible. He instinctively shook his head in denial. The sword slashed down, its aura slicing through the air. The two incoming streams of spiritual energy met the sword's power, disintegrating like fresh snow under the blazing sun. Hand over the spiritual sword at once. Xiao Tong's eyes glimmered with malice. To hoard two spiritual artifacts is an insatiable greed that could lead to your demise. Yang Guang, a rogue who had battled Xiao Tong, coldly interjected, "We have fought to the death for this sword, only to have it snatched by a mere child." In the midst of their conversation, both warriors moved in concert, flanking Xu Chen from either side. "You and I have fought for this sword, only to let a child take advantage of us." Yang Guang lamented, then turned to Xiao Tong. "You take the sword, I shall claim the armor." How does that sound? His tone suggested that Xu Chen was already as good as dead. Agreed, Xiao Tong nodded in acquiescence. Xu Chen, maintaining his stoic demeanor, interjected, "Gentlemen, the Xianlei armor and the Qingqi sword are still in my possession. To discuss the division of my artifacts before me seems rather disrespectful, does it not? Respect?" Yang Guang scoffed. "Weaklings do not deserve respect," Xiao Tong demanded. "Surrender the armor and the sword, and I promise you may leave here alive." Xu Chen spread his hands, stating, "It appears there is nothing to discuss." Without the spiritual artifacts, he would undoubtedly be no match for the two, but now, possessing both, his combat strength had surged, granting him a fighting chance. "It seems you have rejected my goodwill," Xiao Tong replied, shaking his head. In the next moment, he swung his sword, infusing it with spiritual energy that erupted into a dazzling arc of sword energy, slicing through the air at an astonishing speed towards Xu Chen. This strike was so powerful that even Yang Guang, of the same 8th tier, could only evade its edge. Just in time, Xu Chen, undeterred by Xiao Tong's full-force assault, welcomed the challenge with a booming shout. His internal energy surged, and the Qingqi sword sang in response. He stepped forward, tracing a blue trajectory in the air, producing a sharp sound of friction before clashing directly with the brilliant sword energy. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the point of impact, as the radiant sword energy shattered into a rain of tiny sword fragments, scattering in all directions. The rain of swords struck the ground, sending stone shards flying and creating numerous thumb-sized craters. Xiao Tong, witnessing his most powerful strike fail to subdue Xu Chen, felt his eyes narrow, fury boiling within him. "Impressive. Let us see how you withstand my second strike." With a surge of energy, Xiao Tong unleashed a second strike. "Bring on. I shall counter your second, third, and fourth strikes without fail," Xu Chen declared, parrying each of Xiao Tong's attacks while remaining vigilant against Yang Guang, who lurked nearby, poised to strike. Although Xiao Tong and Yang Guang were too proud to cooperate, the stakes of the spiritual artifacts made it prudent for Xu Chen to remain cautious. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Xu Chen had asserted, he successfully countered Xiao Tong's second and third strikes. Each attack became swifter and sharper, yet Xu Chen deflected them all. As the battle dragged on, Xiao Tong's patience wore thin. He could no longer afford to lose face. Meanwhile, battles in other arenas concluded, with others claiming spiritual artifacts and beginning to assert their dominance for further gains. Should Du Xiaoqiu, Tang Xiaotian, and Zhao Yi finish off their opponents and converge with their spiritual artifacts, Xu Chen would be left without recourse. "We can wait no longer. Let's join forces and eliminate him," Xiao Tong urged Yang Guang. Agreed. Yang Guang responded succinctly, entering the fray. With the alliance of these two formidable warriors, Xu Chen's situation became perilous. Yet, bolstered by the formidable defense of the Xianlei armor, he found himself temporarily safe from lethal harm. Bang, bang, bang. As the three engaged in close combat, immense spiritual energy was unleashed. The battle stalemated, and Xu Chen sustained injuries. 2 sword wounds marred his arm, and 3 more grazed his calf. Though his chest bore no visible injuries, the relentless assaults had caused internal damage. Xiao Tong and Yang Wang were not without their own afflictions. Both bore a mix of old and new wounds, visibly suffering as much as Xu Chen. Xu Chen had intended to slip away from the battlefield, but he sensed that the attacks from Xiao Tong and Yang Wang were beginning to lose their vigor. After enduring numerous battles, even these 8th-tier warriors, with their profound spiritual energy, were now running low. Once their power was depleted, they would pose no further threat to Xu Chen. Realizing this, he abandoned his thoughts of retreat. Clang! Another clash resounded. Xu Chen grunted, staggering backward, feeling his energy wane. Ha ha ha! Child, you can no longer hold on. Xiao Tong laughed triumphantly. Your spiritual energy must be nearly depleted. Yang Guang chimed in, without energy, how will you contend with us? Feigning exhaustion, Xu Chen swayed on his feet and retorted, your spiritual energy is dwindling as well, is it not? Yang Guang's expression shifted slightly. It will be sufficient to kill you. He let out a cold chuckle and lunged forward. His right hand curled into a claw, aiming for Xu Chen's throat. In consideration of conserving spiritual energy, he did not employ his full strength for this strike. As he beheld the rushing Yang Wang, a flicker of mockery crossed Xu Chen's eyes. Subsequently, he unleashed his full potential, a torrent of spiritual energy surging into the Qing Qi sword like a flood breaking through a dam. D came a thunderous roar as the Qing Qi sword unleashed a blade of energy extending several feet, engulfing Yang Guang entirely. Chapter 14. The Master of the Water Mansion is not dead. Boom. The ground split open with a ghastly crack, and Yang Guang, who had come swiftly, was sent flying back like a withered leaf in the wind, splattering blood as he fell. Thud! After being propelled 7 or 8 meters, he crashed heavily to the ground, shattering the bricks beneath him. Puffed! Yang Guang coughed up blood. With each drop, his breath diminished sharply, and his gaze became increasingly vacant. Xiao Tong abruptly halted his steps. Witnessing the lifeless Yang Guang, a chill surged within him. Yang Guang was dead. The fatal injury, a horrific sword wound that nearly severed him in 2, had come from above. Yang Guang had perished, falling victim to his own complacency. He had thought that Xu Chen's spiritual energy was spent and had opted to conserve his own for a final strike, failing to unleash his full power, thereby providing Xu Chen with the opportunity to strike. Your spiritual energy is not exhausted? Xiao Tong stared at Xu Chen, a mixture of suspicion and disbelief on his face. Throughout the battle, he had depleted most of his spiritual energy, while Xu Chen, at the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm, should have been running on empty. Yet, there were no signs of Xu Chen's energy being diminished after he struck down Yang Guang. That was indeed my last bit of energy. Now I am utterly drained, unable even to wield my sword, Xu Chen replied, appearing weak and on the verge of collapse. Had this been before Yang Guang's demise, Xiao Tong might have believed him. But now, do you think I would fall for your nonsense? Xiao Tong scoffed coldly. Realizing he could not deceive Xiao Tong, Xu Chen retorted, your energy must be below 30%, right? From here on, I can exhaust you to death, thanks to the terrifying absorption capability of the Devouring Emperor technique. Xu Chen had no worries about running out of spiritual energy. While fighting, he continuously operated the technique, keeping his energy above a safe threshold. At that moment, a sound of slicing air reached their ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In 5 other battlefields, the fights had concluded, and the 5 victors were making their way towards Xu Chen's location. At this moment, 7 spiritual weapons had found their owners. Xu Chen claimed 2 for himself, while the other 5 were taken by Du Xiaoqiu, Zhao Yi, Tang Xiaotian, the gray-cloaked elder, and the red-clad beauty. Seeing Xu Chen monopolizing 2 spiritual weapons, Du Xiaoqiu and the others were momentarily stunned, then exchanged peculiar glances with Xiao Tong. It was unexpected that Xiao Tong, an inner disciple of the heavenly sword manor, had not secured a single spiritual weapon. Even more surprising was Xu Chen's acquisition of two. Du Xiaoqiu scrutinized Xu Chen, realizing, I must have underestimated you, young man. You must have concealed your true cultivation. The others nodded in agreement. The gray-cloaked elder's greedy gaze lingered on Xu Chen's two spiritual weapons before he abruptly spoke. Your ability to claim two spiritual weapons has earned our acknowledgement. However, monopolizing them might be a tad greedy. How about this? You willingly surrender one of them. And to whom shall I surrender this spiritual weapon? Xu Chen asked mockingly. The gray-cloaked elder grinned. I, an unworthy old man, would be willing to temporarily safeguard one for you. Xu Chen coldly retorted, Old fool, your audacity knows no bounds. Du Xiaoqiu turned to Zhao Yi and Tang Xiaotian, proposing, there are 7 spiritual weapons in total. Zhao Yi, Tang Xiaotian, let us 3 join forces to eliminate them all. Afterward, we shall each take 2 spiritual weapons, and we can sell the remaining 1 for spirit stones to split among ourselves. What do you think of my proposal? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The gray-cloaked elder, who had just been scheming against Xu Chen, now wore a face devoid of mirth, replaced by seriousness and tension. The red-clad beauty silently retreated. Xiao Tong's expression darkened. Du Xiaoqiu had invited only Tang Xiaotian and Zhao Yi to join him, completely disregarding him. The trio, having acquired the spiritual weapons, had already left him far behind in strength, rendering him unworthy of even joining their alliance. That sounds good. I agree. Zhao Yi was the first to nod. Tang Xiaotian smiled. I have no objections. The alliance was formed. Whoosh! The gray-cloaked elder wasted no time turning to flee. Although he was at the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm and held a spiritual weapon, he stood no chance against the trio of Tang Xiaotian. The red-clad beauty was equally swift, almost synchronously turning to escape. Xu Chen, initially contemplating a fight, felt only the urge to flee upon witnessing the gray-cloaked elder and the red-clad beauty's retreat. However, before he could act, a series of loud thuds resonated from the corridor leading out of the water mansion. The ground trembled slightly. What is happening? This question arose in everyone's mind simultaneously. The next moment, they received the answer. The red-clad beauty and the gray-cloaked elder returned from the corridor, exclaiming that a giant rock had sealed the passage. Both had taken different routes, yet the outcome was the same. Du Xiaoqiu's expression changed slightly as he instructed his clan members. Go check if the other passages are also blocked by giant rocks. The Du clan members ventured into various passages. Before long, they all returned, delivering a shocking consensus. The passages were all blocked by giant rocks. The crowd's expressions shifted drastically. An air of unease enveloped everyone. Look, the corpses. Their blood is rapidly draining. A voice filled with terror suddenly rang out. People looked down at the corpses, and indeed, they were shriveling, wilting, until they transformed into stark white bones. Watching the corpses decay into skeletal remains within moments sent chills down the spines of those in the hall. What is happening? Could it be that the master of the water mansion is not dead? Did we provoke his wrath by intruding? This place is not safe. Quickly, shatter the obstructing giant rocks. Yes, break the rocks. No, the rocks are inscribed with formations. They cannot be shattered. Fear spread like wildfire among the crowd. Chaos erupted. Some attempted to escape, but all their efforts proved futile against the blocking stones. Brother, this water mansion is strange. What should we do? The disciples of the heavenly swordman are gathered around Xiao Tong, while the disciples of the Du and Tang clans, as well as those from the Luyan sect, all congregated together. In the face of unknown danger, human instinct drives them to band together for warmth. Everyone remained calm. Du Xiaoqiu attempting to restore order amidst the turmoil. But scarcely had his words left his mouth when a sudden, muffled sound of a blade slicing through flesh pierced the air. Du Xiaoqiu's body trembled. Looking down, he saw a sharp sword protruding from his chest. He whipped around, striking the person behind him, incredulously shouting, Du Chong, have you lost your mind? Why did you ambush me? The assailant was none other than Du Chong, a fellow disciple of the Du clan. Caught off guard, Du Xiaoqiu suffered a fatal blow from his own kin, the sword piercing through his back and exiting his chest, obliterating his heart. Before he could receive a response, Du Xiaoqiu breathed his last. Simultaneously, chaos unfolded in the hall. Tang Xiaotian was ambushed by a fellow disciple from his own clan and was beheaded in an instant. Xiao Tong had his right hand severed by his most trusted disciple. Zhao He was struck in the chest by a blow from his own junior, leaving his organs severely damaged. In this sudden upheaval, 2 of the 4 young masters perished while 2 sustained grievous injuries. Chapter 15. The Blood Guardian. This sudden turn of events caused Xu Chen's pupils to constrict. Why had Du Chong and the others suddenly attacked their own? No, these individuals were not themselves. They were under some form of control. With 2 of the 4 young masters dead and 2 injured, chaos erupted within the Grand Hall. Some had been perfectly fine moments before suddenly went mad, turning on those beside them with lethal intent. With a swift stroke of his sword, Xu Chen cleaved a warrior, charging at him in 2. At that moment, a rumbling sound reverberated through the hall. Deep within, a massive stone door began to rise. As it ascended, a thick, pungent scent of blood rushed forth. Xu Chen turned to look, and through the gradually opening portal, he discerned a vast blood pool. Within it, the blood churned violently, and at its center sat a skeletal figure, a mere husk of flesh and bone. That must be the master of the Water Mansion. At this realization, Xu Chen understood the sinister truth. The Water Mansion was a trap. The martial artist who entered had fallen into a scheme, serving as nourishment for another's revival. We cannot allow the Water Mansion's master to awaken. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. The old man in gray bellowed. In the next instant, the gray-clad elder and the woman in red surged towards the blood pool. Xu Chen, recognizing the wisdom in the elder's words, joined them without hesitation, intent on slaying the master before his revival could take place. However, events were not destined to unfold so smoothly. Just as the gray-clad elder and the woman in red were about to plunge into the blood pool, a deep, howling sound echoed ominously. A massive serpent's tail swept through the air with terrifying force. Bang! Bang! Though the gray-clad elder and the woman in red wielded magical artifacts, they were still forced to retreat under the impact. The blood splashed violently as a colossal serpent emerged from the depths, revealing itself to be the Black Spirit Python. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the 4 young masters, it had retreated into the Water Mansion, not only recovering from its injuries, but now exuding an even more terrifying aura. The current Black Spirit Python was likely beyond the combined strength of the 4 young masters without their magical artifacts. Xu Chen was utterly astonished. The python's presence was overwhelmingly powerful, with its head as large as a small tub and signs of imminent breakthrough evident in the form of bulging lumps. The creature was at the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. Xu Chen's heart sank to the depths of despair. The escape route from the Water Mansion was sealed, and with 2 of the 4 young masters dead and the others injured, who could stand against the Black Spirit Python now? Cackling laughter suddenly filled the air. A gaunt old man in a black robe emerged slowly from the stone chamber housing the blood pool. All who entered shall become the sustenance for the revival of the Blood Guardian. Xu Chen's pupils dilated at the sight of the figure. It was him, the master of Qin Jing. A tidal wave of murderous intent surged from within him. Who are you? The gray-clad elder inquired. A dying man need not know so much. The black-robed man waved his hand, unleashing a beam of black light that shot forth with incredible speed. PSHH. The black light pierced through the elder's chest. You shall die too. The black-robed man turned his gaze to the woman in red, raising his hand once more to send another beam of black light flying. PSHH. The woman in red followed the elder into oblivion. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a cloud of gray mist. Upon closer inspection, the mist was composed of countless venomous insects. Where the mist spread, those still resisting let out blood-curdling screams, their bodies swiftly turning to mere bones, a horrifying spectacle. With a low growl, Xu Chen unleashed his internal energy, causing the ground beneath him to shatter as he propelled himself like a cannonball towards the black-robed man. The vengeance for the slaughter of his family was an eternal grudge. Moreover, in this moment of peril, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. I have been observing you for quite some time. You possess considerable talent and would make a fine subordinate. The black-robed man did not recognize Xu Chen. After 6 months, Xu Chen's appearance and aura had changed drastically. It was understandable that the black-robed man failed to identify him. The black-robed man had no intent to kill Xu Chen. Rather, he sought to control him as a servant. With a face etched in malevolence, he waved his hand, and with a resounding crash, Xu Chen was sent flying by a terrifying force. PSHH. The mist of insects seized the opportunity and invaded Xu Chen's mind. Ah! Xu Chen screamed in agony, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Moments later, he ceased struggling, his gaze vacant, having fallen under the black-robed man's control. Pleased with his conquest over Xu Chen, the black-robed man then turned to Xiao Tong and Zhao. You two are also impressive and worthy of becoming my subordinates. With a wave of his hand, the mist of insects enveloped the two, and after a few breaths, they too fell under his control. Master, Xu Chen and the others approached the black-robed man, bowing respectfully. I am a chief disciple of the blood god sect's Gu Guardian. From this day forth, you shall be my subordinates, obeying my commands and guarding the awakening of the blood guardian. Yes, master. They nodded in unison. The black-robed man laughed heartily. Though the blood of thousands cannot restore the blood guardian to his peak state, awakening him from slumber is certainly achievable. Before long, only those controlled by the black-robed man remained in the Grand Hall, including Xu Chen and his companions, fewer than 10 in total. The rest had met a grim fate, their blood flowing into the blood pool, nourishing the revival of the blood guardian. All of Xu Chen's storage rings and magical artifacts have been reclaimed by the blood guardian. By the banks of a sandy river, a woman in a flowing red dress descended gracefully. 80 years prior, the blood guardian of the blood god sect had wrought havoc in the Taishan kingdom, committing heinous acts of slaughter. The 5 great sects united to inflict severe wounds upon the blood guardian, but he ultimately escaped. The last known location of the blood guardian was near Sandy River Town. And with the recent emergence of the Water Mansion, the sect suspected a connection and dispatched me to investigate. Observing the Water Mansion now gradually sinking beneath the surface, the woman furrowed her brows. She had gathered information indicating that upon its opening, a vast army had entered, yet 3 days had passed and none had returned. I have ultimately arrived too late. Whether this Water Mansion is linked to the Blood Guardian, I shall soon uncover. Her gaze sharpened with determination. With her alabaster hands forming a seal, she gently pushed forward. A stream of spiritual energy surged forth. Boom! The river erupted. The spiritual energy struck the grand door of the Water Mansion with tremendous force. Bang! The bronze door trembled violently. The black-robed figure guarding the blood pool suddenly opened his eyes. Someone is attacking the Water Mansion, he stated gravely. Bang! 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 The woman in red continued her relentless assault, causing the Water Mansion to tremble. You all guard the Blood Guardian. I shall investigate. With a brief command, the black-robed man vanished from sight, accompanied by the black spirit python. Shortly after the black-robed man's departure, he returned, gravely injured. Stumbling to the edge of the blood pool, he pleaded for the Blood Guardian's assistance. Blood Guardian, it is dire. A woman of true energy has come. I am no match for her. Despite the formidable prowess of the figure in the black robe, he was ultimately merely at the threshold of the true Qi realm, rendering him no match for the woman in the crimson dress. In but a single exchange, he was sent reeling, bloodied, and battered. Had it not been for the intervention of the ominous spirit python, he likely would not have returned. Worthless. Suddenly, the skeletal figure seated at the center of the blood pool opened his eyes. Incompetent disciple. The man in the black robe prostrated himself upon the ground. Although he was the foremost disciple of the Gu Guardian, he remained cautious in the presence of the bloodthirsty Blood Guardian, refraining from any rash actions. The Blood Guardian rose from the blood pool. It has been far too long since I have savored the vitality of true Qi blood. Chapter 16. Escape from the Water Mansion. Once the Blood Protector departed, the man in the black robe found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, and he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. The woman in the red dress was formidable. With just one strike, she had severely injured him. Fortunately, the Blood Protector had awakened. Otherwise, this operation would have ended in utter failure. With the Blood Protector's intervention, the woman was undoubtedly doomed. He retrieved a healing elixir and began to tend to his injuries. Meanwhile, guarding the blood pool, Xu Chen slightly tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the Blood Protector. Noticing that the latter was focused on healing after consuming the elixir, Xu Chen's thoughts stirred, and he activated the Devouring Emperor technique. A piercing scream of the dying insect echoed in his mind. With the demise of the insect, he freed himself from the control of the man in the black robe. In the past, the black-robed man would have immediately sensed any disturbance. But now all his attention was devoted to healing. Xu Chen stealthily approached the black-robed man, building up his energy as he drew closer. When he was less than 10 meters away, his power reached its zenith. At that moment, the black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes, momentarily startled by Xu Chen's proximity. Then he realized the connection between them had been severed, his expression shifting to one of horror. "Kill!" Xu Chen roared, no longer concealing his intentions. His form surged forth like a leopard, unleashing the pent-up spiritual energy within him. "You dare to devour your master!" The black-robed man growled, his gaze turning sinister. Ignoring his injuries, he channeled his remaining power into his right arm, unleashing a low growl as his arm shot out like a spear. The two fists collided with tremendous force, causing the ground to shatter and the blood in the pool to erupt. Both combatants were jolted backward. The black-robed man, already grievously wounded, felt the repercussions of their clash, and as he flew through the air, a taste of blood filled his throat, and he spat it out. Conversely, Xu Chen landed without hesitation, springing into action like a leopard once more. He had to finish the black-robed man in one go. Though the black-robed man was severely injured and his combat power diminished, he could still manipulate others. If given a moment's respite, it would be Xu Chen's life at stake. "Kill!" Xu Chen shouted, crashing into the black-robed man's embrace, and a sickening crack echoed as bones in the man's chest broke. With a violent impact, both Xu Chen and the black-robed man plunged into the blood pool, sending waves of crimson water soaring high, crashing against the walls of the pool. A figure shot up from the blood-soaked depths. It was Xu Chen. In stark contrast, the black-robed man thrashed in the blood, letting out agonized cries as he struggled. A dagger protruded from his chest, piercing his heart. The dagger, merely forged from ordinary iron and carried by Xu Chen, had escaped the black-robed man's notice due to its lack of spiritual properties. At the moment they both fell into the blood pool, Xu Chen had drawn the dagger, and, in the instant the black-robed man could not evade, he plunged it forcefully into his heart. The black-robed man's heart was pierced, inflicting a fatal wound, yet he lingered on, disbelief flooding his eyes. He could not fathom dying at the hands of a mere ant in the chi condensation realm. Regret consumed him. He lamented not killing Xu Chen when he had the chance. Xu Chen looked down at the black-robed man, barely clinging to life, and coldly inquired, "Do you remember me? You cannot have forgotten the vendetta for my family's slaughter." He crouched down, bringing his face closer to the black-robed man's, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I am Xu Chen, the young master of the Xu family from Qingfeng City, and I have come solely to kill you." The black-robed man's eyes widened, regret washing over him. He had indeed squandered two opportunities to eliminate Xu Chen. Xu Chen gripped the dagger embedded in the black-robed man's chest and twisted it violently, ending his life once and for all. At the moment of the black-robed man's demise, a collective scream erupted from Zhao, Yi, and the others, who had been controlled by the insects, and they all fainted. As Xu Chen sighed in relief, joy surged within him. He had avenged his family. Now, only Qin Qingru remained as his enemy. He needed to escape quickly. However, before he departed, he intended to collect some interest. Xu Chen hastily bent down to retrieve the black-robed man's storage ring. With the black-robed man dead, the spiritual imprint dissipated automatically, and Xu Chen infused a thread of spiritual energy into the ring. Good heavens, there's quite a bounty here. Despite his preparations, Xu Chen was taken aback by the wealth contained within the storage ring. The vast army that had entered the water mansion had nearly been annihilated, and their belongings had largely fallen into the hands of the black-robed man. Coupled with the treasures within the water mansion, spiritual stones, spiritual artifacts, spiritual medicines, and fire crystals, the sheer abundance was staggering. Xu Chen was ecstatic. After securing the storage ring, he did not rush to leave. His gaze swept across the blood pool, and he licked his lips. Suddenly, a terrifying, devouring force surged from within him. The blood transformed into pure energy, continuously flowing into his body. Outside the water mansion, the sound of thunderous clashes echoed ceaselessly. Spiritual energy surged, rivers reversed, and the earth cracked. The battle between the blood protector and the woman in red had reached a fever pitch. Damn it! If I had not just awakened from slumber with my injuries still unhealed, I would have already slain you. The blood protector roared in frustration at the woman in red. You remnants of the blood god cult. 80 years ago, you escaped punishment by sheer luck, but now you stubbornly cling to life. In your quest to restore your powers, you prey on ordinary warriors. Today shall be your end. The woman in red replied, coldly, unperturbed by the blood protector's fury. The blood protector seethed, you child. When I was dominating the Taishan kingdom, your parents were still nursing. You dare to challenge me, unafraid of the consequences? Hearing the blood protector refer to her as child, the woman's face hardened, and with a fierce reprimand, they clashed once more. Time trickled by as their battle raged on. At the entrance of the water mansion, a head suddenly appeared. It was Xu Chen. He surveyed the distant combatants before his gaze fell upon the corpse of the black spirit python, slain by the woman in red and left unattended, much to Xu Chen's advantage. With a wave of his hand, he collected the python's body, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he then darted away into the distance. This was no place to linger. The intensity of the battle between the woman in red and the blood protector was far beyond the capabilities of a mere chi condensation realm practitioner like him. Indeed, he had broken through. Harnessing the energy from the blood pool, he had ascended to the 4th level of the chi condensation realm. The blood protector, amidst his fierce combat, spotted Xu Chen emerging from the water mansion. Anger boiled within him as he realized Xu Chen had taken advantage of the chaos to claim the corpse of the black spirit python and escape. In his lifetime, he had only ever taken advantage of others. It was the first time he had been outmaneuvered. He was infuriated to the point of seething, wishing to crush Xu Chen's skull. Yet, at that moment, his battle with the woman in red was at a critical juncture, leaving him no time to deal with Xu Chen. Xu Chen sprinted away without looking back, fearing that if the blood protector triumphed over the woman, he would return to the water mansion only to discover not only had Xu Chen killed the black-robed man and plundered his possessions, but also destroyed the blood pool, inciting his wrath to pursue him relentlessly. After running for several dozen miles without pause, the sky gradually darkened, and Xu Chen, drenched in sweat, finally collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for breath. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Truly exhilarating. Xu Chen reclined on the ground, gazing up at the luminous moon, reminiscing about the series of events that transpired during his journey to the water palace, and could not help but burst into laughter. Although the expedition was fraught with peril, it ultimately concluded without calamity, and he emerged as the greatest victor. Not only did he vanquish the man in the black robe and avenge his father's murder, but he also acquired astonishing wealth. Reflecting upon the adventure, it was indeed perilous, had it not been for that woman in the red dress. The consequences could have been dire. He pondered her fate. What had become of the woman in the red dress? In her battle against the Blood Guardian, who emerged triumphant, the woman in the red dress had undoubtedly saved Xu Chen's life, and as he recalled the scene of her combat with the Blood Guardian before his departure, a wave of concern washed over him. If she emerged victorious, then justice had triumphed over evil. What a splendid outcome that would be. Yet, what if she had been defeated? Xu Chen found himself perplexed as to why he suddenly felt anxious about her plight. After all, she was his savior. Without her, he would still be under the control of the man in the black robe. Xu Chen sought solace in this justification. After resting for a while to regain some strength, he rose to his feet, treading softly beneath the moonlight, continuing his journey. He had not yet escaped danger. Stopping was not an option. He pressed onward, but as he walked, he abruptly halted. Chapter 17. A sublime beauty beneath the moonlight under the moonlight. Xu Chen's eyes widened gradually, fixated on the figure beneath the great tree. There, a woman clad in a flowing dress leaned against the tree, her eyes gently closed, appearing as though she were peacefully asleep. However, the pallor of her face under the moonlight revealed the grim truth. She had succumbed to her injuries and lost consciousness. Xu Chen swallowed hard. What he had thought was mere coincidence had come to fruition. This woman was none other than the one clad in red who had battled the Blood Guardian. It seemed she had sustained severe injuries. Upon seeing her, Xu Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet a dilemma arose. Should he save her or leave her be? If he chose to save her, who could guarantee that once she recovered, the red-clad woman would not covet his treasures and turn against him? His resources were so abundant that even warriors in the true Qi realm would envy him. Conversely, if he chose not to intervene, the woman might die from her grievous wounds or fall into the hands of the Blood Guardian, becoming mere fodder for the latter's recovery. Sighing, Xu Chen resolved to repay the debt of gratitude she owed him. He approached, knelt down, and lifted the woman into his arms. His hands inadvertently brushed against her skin, soft, smooth, and exquisite. Xu Chen's heart raced. As he gazed down at her delicate, sculpted face, a surge of warmth flooded his being. He bit his tongue sharply, the pain restoring his clarity. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the rising heat within him. How could he allow such thoughts to distract him at this moment? With the red-clad woman in his embrace, he dashed away with reckless urgency. He ran tirelessly until exhaustion set in, covering a distance of 70 to 80 miles from the Water Palace's emergence point before he finally felt secure enough to set her down. Fatigued, he succumbed to slumber without awareness of the passing time. When he eventually opened his eyes, the sun hung high in the sky. He turned his head towards the spot where the woman had lain, only to discover she was gone. Just as confusion set in, a cold metallic sensation brushed against his neck. A jolt of alarm surged through Xu Chen. "Do not move." A voice, soft yet chilling, whispered in his ear. He dared not stir, for his life was precariously balanced in her hands. Following the sound, he beheld the familiar pale visage of the red-clad woman. "Surely you need not be so severe. I am your savior." Xu Chen swallowed nervously and spoke cautiously. The woman scrutinized him, yet she did not retract the dagger. "You are the one who escaped from the Water Palace?" she inquired. "Indeed, that is me," Xu Chen affirmed, nodding fervently. "If not for your assault on the Water Palace, I would not have escaped so easily." The red-clad woman pressed further. "What are the others? I know that over 10,000 warriors entered the Water Palace, yet only you emerged. What happened to the others? Are they dead or alive?" Xu Chen hesitated. "Perhaps you might lower the dagger first?" With a swift motion, she pressed the blade against his skin, drawing a gasp from him. "They are dead. All of them are dead." Their blood was extracted, pooling into a blood pit. As he spoke, Xu Chen's gaze darted behind the woman, his expression shifting. The woman, sensing something amiss, instinctively turned to look, yet found nothing there. A sense of dread enveloped her. Just then, Xu Chen seized a moment, striking the dagger from her grasp, and, fueled by indignation, launched a punch towards her head. At the last moment, he redirected the blow, landing it upon her shoulder instead. She was sent sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her pale lips, her eyelids fluttering before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Xu Chen sprang to his feet, seething with fury. "How ungrateful!" he exclaimed. "I saved your life, yet you repay my kindness with threats. I shall not kill you. Instead, I will leave you to your own devices." With that, he dusted off his hands and departed without a backward glance, truly incensed. After trudging 7 or 8 miles along the mountain path, he suddenly cursed under his breath and turned back. He hoisted the unconscious woman onto his back and continued onward. Half an hour later, he discovered a cave and gently set her down. Observing her closely, a wave of admiration swept over him. The red-clad woman was extraordinarily beautiful, more so than any woman he had ever encountered, even surpassing Qin Qingru, known as the most beautiful in Qingfeng City. Her flawless skin, exquisite features, and alluring figure radiated an air of cold nobility, a sublime beauty. Xu Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on her captivating form before reluctantly shifting downward, where a ghastly scar marred her abdomen, extending downwards, long and deep, exposing glimpses of bone beneath the torn flesh. Her garments were soaked with blood, and it appeared that the rough journey had caused the wound to bleed anew. Furrowing his brow, Xu Chen realized the gravity of her injuries. If left untreated, her life would be at risk. The severity of her wounds indicated that healing would require considerable medicinal resources. He glanced at the storage ring on her right hand, pondering his options. "Alas, her cultivation far exceeds mine," he mused. "As long as she lives, the spiritual imprint on her storage ring remains intact, and I cannot access it." It seemed he had no choice but to use his own medicinal supplies. With a resigned sigh, Xu Chen retrieved a low-grade mystical herb from his storage ring. He tore open her garments to reveal the gruesome wound. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the edges had turned black, with signs of festering. What could this mean? Is there poison involved? He hoped fervently that the herb would prove effective. Crushing the herb, he let the juice drip onto the wound, carefully applying the remnants to the injury. During this process, his fingers inevitably brushed against her skin, and it took immense willpower for Xu Chen to complete the task. He gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow. Treating her wounds proved more exhausting than battling an opponent. What a thankless task, he grumbled, lamenting his expenditure of a precious mystical herb. As he surveyed her form, his gaze fell upon a green necklace shaped like a droplet adorning her neck. This necklace appears to be of fine quality. I shall consider it my reward for saving you, he thought, his sharp eyes discerning that the necklace was no ordinary trinket. Chapter 18. Blood poison. Xu Chen suddenly tore off the necklace, holding in his hand and examining it intently. Indeed, this necklace was extraordinary. Grasping it brought him tranquility, dispelling all distractions and clearing his mind, even accelerating his thought processes. He was both astonished and elated. He had stumbled upon a treasure. This turned out to be an auxiliary spiritual artifact, which, despite its supportive nature, held greater value than typical offensive or defensive artifacts. As Xu Chen was lost in admiration of the necklace, the woman in the red dress let out a pained groan, her eyelids fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. Xu Chen, quick-witted, promptly concealed the necklace and leaped back, warily eyeing the woman. She was a formidable opponent capable of battling the Blood Protector. Though injured, he could not dismiss the possibility of her striking him with fatal force, leaving him no chance to mourn his fate. For safety's sake, he maintained his distance from this perilous woman. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing Xu Chen again, the woman did not shout threats, but surprisingly remained silent. She glanced down at her tattered garments, her delicate brows furrowing, but they relaxed upon noticing the healing herbs at her wounds. "Did you save me?" the woman inquired, feigning ignorance. "Yes, it was I who saved you." "Xu Chen, apfim." "It's futile," she replied cryptically. Xu Chen was perplexed, unable to grasp her meaning. The woman elucidated. "While the Blood Protector injured me, he infused my body with blood poison. Unless the poison is neutralized, my wounds will never heal, and ordinary herbs cannot counteract blood poison." Xu Chen's expression turned conflicted as he hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps I could suck the poison out of you?" The woman stared at him in astonishment. Realizing his blunder, Xu Chen quickly waved his hands. "I was merely jesting. Do not take it seriously." He mentally chastised himself for such absurd thoughts. Risking everything for a stranger was foolish. Suddenly, the woman in red began to cough. With a gasp, she expelled a mouthful of black blood, her complexion growing even more pallid. Xu Chen was alarmed. "Are you all right?" he asked, moving forward to assist her, but hesitated, still wary of her potential threat. The woman removed a storage ring and addressed Xu Chen. "Thank you for saving my life. I fear I may not survive this time. I have a request for you, and upon its completion, consider it a token of gratitude." Before Xu Chen could respond, she continued, "Please visit the Qingling sect and relay a message on my behalf. Inform them that the Blood Protector of the Blood God sect has emerged." "Are you truly at death's door?" Xu Chen felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing the woman's impending fate. "The blood poison has spread to my heart." After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "I might be able to save you." The woman regarded him with skepticism. If she was powerless against the poison, how could a mere practitioner of the qi condensation realm possibly assist her? Xu Chen urged, "Since you have nothing to lose, let me give it a try." Surprised by Xu Chen's stubbornness, the woman sighed, realizing she had a vested interest in his willingness. "What do you intend to do?" she asked. "Rest assured, I value my life. I won't attempt to suck the poison out," Xu Chen replied with a smile. He then stepped closer, kneeling before her, and without warning, pressed his palm firmly against her chest. "What are you doing?" The woman thought Xu Chen was attempting to take advantage of her, her brows furrowing in anger. "Do not speak," he commanded loudly. In the next instant, a force of absorption surged from his palm. The woman's expression froze, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she felt the blood poison within her being swiftly extracted by Xu Chen. How could he accomplish this? The Devouring Emperor technique allows one to consume and refine all things in existence, and blood poison, being a form of energy, was no exception. Xu Chen fully engaged the technique, voraciously absorbing the blood poison from the woman's body. Before long, the poison was completely eradicated. The blood poison, meticulously condensed and refined by the Blood Protector, contained terrifying energy. Upon absorbing it, Xu Chen experienced a surge in cultivation, advancing from early 4th layer to mid-4th layer, an unexpected boon. As he devoured the last remnants of the blood poison, Xu Chen intentionally bit his tongue, letting out a gasp as blood spewed forth, a dark, foul-smelling liquid. The woman gasped in alarm. "Are you all right?" I am fine." Xu Chen feigned weakness, then collapsed into her arms, his head inadvertently resting against her chest. Xu Chen could swear he was not acting deliberately, nor was he a lecherous man. He merely wished to play his part convincingly. After all, if he could easily extract the blood poison and then appear unaffected, a woman of her intellect would surely recognize his uniqueness. He had no desire to reveal the secret of the Devouring Emperor technique. The woman, flustered by concern, did not immediately push Xu Chen away. He lingered for a few moments, reluctant to part from her warmth, before finally lifting his head and feigning exhaustion. "I have transferred the blood poison to myself, but you need not worry. I have expelled it from my body." He gestured to a pool of foul-smelling black blood at his feet. "Thank you," she replied. Freed from the poison's grip, her complexion improved significantly, and she regained some strength in her voice. "You need not thank me. Had it not been for you, I would likely have perished in the water mansion." Xu Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then indicated her tattered attire. "I had to tear your garments to apply the healing herbs. I shall step outside now. Take this opportunity to change into a clean outfit." Xu Chen exited the cave. The woman glanced at her shredded clothing, her mind involuntarily recalling the moment Xu Chen extracted the blood poison and collapsed into her embrace. A faint blush crept on her cheeks, tinging her fair skin with a delicate shade of pink. Chapter 19. The Qingling sect outside the cave, a bonfire blazed. Xu Chen retrieved the corpse of the black spirit python from his storage ring, cut a piece of its flesh, washed it clean with fresh water, skewered on a branch, and placed it over the fire. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from within the cave, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Xu Chen turned his head to see a woman in a flowing red dress approaching gracefully. It seemed she had a penchant for red garments. Although her original dress was tattered, she had changed into a new one at his suggestion, yet it remained red. The woman in red sat down across from Xu Chen, her gaze fixed on the half-cooked snake meat over the fire. With a smile, she remarked, "You possess quite the audacity to steal the corpse of the black spirit python." Xu Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, it was the woman in red who had slain the python, and this should rightfully be her trophy. Now, facing her, he felt as if he had been caught in the act of theft. "I merely collected it openly," Xu Chen countered defensively. The woman in red smiled without reply. He quickly shifted the subject. "My name is Xu Chen, a wandering cultivator." "And you?" "Xu Yun," the woman replied, casting him a surprised glance before smiling again. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, they fell into silence, both pairs of eyes transfixed on the rotating snake meat over the fire. The flesh had turned golden on both sides, and with a sprinkle of salt, it became even more enticing. The meat of the black spirit python was among the finest delicacies, and simply roasting it with salt made it comparable to the rarest of feasts. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. It seemed Xu Yun had been hungry for quite some time. Unable to resist the temptation, she discreetly swallowed. Xu Chen, with his keen hearing, caught the sound and turned his head, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed her. Xu Yun's cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away in a haughty manner. It wasn't until Xu Chen offered her the roasted snake meat that she shed her reserve, tearing off a piece and savoring it. The blood guardian has not perished. He has awakened from his slumber, though his strength is not at its peak. It is foreseeable that the Taishang kingdom will not remain peaceful from this day forth. As Xu Yun began to engage him in conversation, her expression grew increasingly grave. "You must be cautious. It would be wise to join a sect for protection." "Indeed," Xu Chen nodded in agreement. "Is the Blood Guardian a formidable figure? I have never heard of the Blood God sect before." He recalled the day when the man in the black robe claimed to be from the Blood God sect, prompting him to inquire about its significance. Xu Yun's voice grew somber. The Blood God sect, a truly terrifying force. At its zenith, its influence spanned dozens of major domains and hundreds of minor ones, sweeping across Qingzhou, where countless powers were annihilated and billions of lives were lost. Ultimately, 6,000 years ago, numerous factions united and, after many years of struggle, eradicated the Blood God sect. Xu Chen felt a chill in his heart. The Blood God sect at its peak was indeed a formidable force, as vast as it was terrifying. It was important to note that the Taishang kingdom was merely an inconspicuous entity among the countless nations in the wasteland, and the wasteland itself was just a minor domain. The 5 great sects of the Taishan kingdom would likely be regarded as insignificant insects in the eyes of the Blood God sect. Even if such a powerful force had been vanquished, its remnants were not to be underestimated. A centipede, even when dead, does not easily wither away. If the remnants of the Blood God sect set their sights on him, the consequences would be dire indeed. Xu Chen reassured him, there is no need for concern. Although the Blood God sect was indeed powerful 6,000 years ago, it has since been continuously suppressed by various forces, and its remnants have shrunk significantly. Today, they do not dare to emerge openly, lurking in the shadows and refraining from overt actions against you. Moreover, my battle with the Blood Guardian has left him severely wounded. He will not be able to act against you in the short term. Xu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had slain the man in the black robe and destroyed the blood pool the Blood Guardian used for healing. The latter would surely seek vengeance. Fortunately, he had been injured by Xu Yun and would be unable to retaliate for a while. After finishing the roasted snake meat, Xu Chen stretched and moved to a corner to sit cross-legged and prepare for meditation. You are a wandering cultivator, correct? Xu Yun suddenly asked. Xu Chen was puzzled by her question, looking at her in surprise, but eventually nodded. Would you be interested in joining the Qingling sect? The Qingling sect is one of the 5 great sects of the Taishan kingdom. The 5 sects are Tianjin Mountain Villa, Luyun sect, Yubi sect, Hongye Gate, and Qingling sect. Xu Chen replied, since the Qingling sect is one of the 5 great sects, I naturally wish to join. However, the recruitment for disciples has ended, and the next opportunity will not come for another 2 years. Upon hearing Xu Chen express his desire to join the Qingling sect, Xu Chen smiled slightly but did not elaborate further. Seeing her fall silent, Xu Chen ceased his attempts at conversation, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. After concluding his meditation, Xu Chen slowly opened his eyes, stretched, and surveyed his surroundings. Noticing Xu Yun's absence, he ventured back into the cave, where he still found no trace of her, but discovered 2 letters and a token within. He picked them up for a closer look. One was addressed to him, while the other was a recommendation letter. The token was made of bronze, inscribed with the elegant character Yun at its center. As he held the letters and token, Xu Chen had a sudden realization. He opened the letter left for him by Xu Yun and began to read. Indeed, Xu Yun had returned. The blood poison within her body had been eliminated. Although her injuries appeared severe, they posed no significant threat to a true Qi realm martial artist. She had departed without notice to relay the news of the Blood Guardian's emergence back to the sect, hoping Xu Chen would not hold it against her. At the end of her letter, she extended an invitation for Xu Chen to join the Qingling sect. With the recommendation letter and her token, Xu Chen would be admitted as an exception to the Qingling sect. Joining the Qingling sect was a wise choice. Qin Qingru was already a disciple of the Luyun sect. If he were to kill her, the Luyun sect would undoubtedly seek retribution. Therefore, he needed either to become powerful enough to instill fear in the Luyun sect or to stand behind a force of equal stature. By joining the Qingling sect, he would have the sect as a backing, alleviating the fear of retaliation from the Luyun sect. With the support of the sect, he could rapidly grow stronger. Though he was filled with a burning desire to eliminate Qin Qingru, her affiliation with the Luyun sect made it clear that his current strength was insufficient. Attacking the Luyun sect would be tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Qin Qingru should have learned of the deaths of Qin Jing and the others. Based on his understanding of her character, she would be even less likely to descend the mountain easily. Xu Chen clenched his fists in frustration. He felt deeply dissatisfied. However, feeling dissatisfied would change nothing. He could only bide his time until he grew strong enough to confront the Luyun sect without fear. Even if she hid within the Luyun sect, she would eventually meet her demise. What he needed to do now was to join the Qingling sect and utilize its resources and influence to rapidly enhance his strength. Having made his decision, Xu Chen prepared to set off for the Qingling sect, but then he recalled something. All right. He retrieved a necklace from his storage ring, exclaiming. She did not notice the necklace was missing. This necklace was a valuable auxiliary spirit artifact. He could not let it go to waste. With that, he donned the necklace around his neck. Instantly, his mind cleared, his thoughts became sharp, and the lingering fatigue vanished in an instant. A remarkable item. The Qingling sect is located in the western part of the Taishan Empire, over 1,000 miles from where Xu Chen was. Unfamiliar with the road, he set off the next day. Traveling through the night for 3 consecutive days, he finally reached the territory of the Qingling sect. The Qingling sect was established atop a towering mountain, known as Qingling Mountain, which soared 1,000 feet high, steep and majestic, shrouded in ethereal mist. Gazing up at the lofty spiritual mountain, Xu Chen felt a deep yearning. He spent the night at an inn at the foot of the mountain. The following morning, after a night of restful slumber, all the fatigue from the relentless journey dissipated, and Xu Chen felt invigorated and at his peak. After completing his morning routine, he noticed a twinge of hunger in his belly. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in a grand feast. Conveniently, there were numerous hotels at the foot of Qingling's sect, so he decided to satiate his appetite before ascending the mountain. With his considerable wealth, Xu Chen specifically sought out the most lavish establishment, the Xianlai Hotel. On the 3rd floor, in a private dining room, he ordered an extravagant array of dishes and relished every bite. The Xianlai Hotel prided itself on its exquisite ingredients, using only the finest cuts of monster meat. For instance, the dish he was currently enjoying featured the tender flesh of a wood spirit rabbit. This first-tier low-level beast, while lacking in offensive power, boasted succulent and juicy meat, making it a favored delicacy among martial artists. Due to its delectable qualities, the value of the wood spirit rabbit had soared, often surpassing that of some mid-level first-tier monsters. The lavish meal cost Xu Chen a staggering 86 spirit stones. Such an expense would make even a chi condensation martial artist wince. Yet for the affluent Xu Chen, it bore no weight on his conscience. Esteemed guest, this is your final dish. The celestial dog devours the sun. Please enjoy. The server placed the dish down respectfully before exiting the room and closing the door. In that fleeting moment, an unmistakable envy flickered in his eyes. The young man's background was undoubtedly extraordinary to afford such a feast. As the server descended to the 1st floor, he suddenly noticed 2 men and a woman entering the hotel. Upon recognizing their faces, the server's demeanor transformed into one of obsequiousness. "Young Master Xu, what brings you here? Please come in," he exclaimed, bowing deeply to the youth at the forefront. "Cut the pleasantries, prepare a private room for me, and bring forth the finest food and drink," commanded the young Master Xu, an 18 or 19-year-old with a fair complexion and striking features, though his demeanor exuded arrogance, casting sidelong glances at those around him as if they were beneath him. The server, used to such displays, remained unfazed. "What are you dawdling for? Lead the way." Young Master Xu snapped, his brow furrowing at the server's hesitation. "Apologies, young master, but all the private rooms are currently occupied," the server replied, forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Chapter 20. The conflict in the private room. Suyu was furious. "What? The private room is full? Are you joking? I'm in a good mood today, bringing my junior disciples to dine, and you tell me the private room is occupied? Are you intentionally making things difficult for me?" "And no, Master Xu, the private room is indeed fully booked. Perhaps you could bear with it and dine in the lobby on the 1st floor," the waiter spoke with trepidation. "So you wanted to eat in the lobby? It seems you truly are trying to provoke me. If I do not receive an adequate explanation today, do you believe I want to smash this establishment to pieces?" Seeing Suyu genuinely enraged, the innkeeper realized that if he did not intervene, Suyu might indeed wreak havoc. He quickly approached with a smile, saying, "Master Xu, please calm down. The waiter is just inexperienced. Do not let him upset you. It is not worth it. I will arrange a private room for you immediately. Just a moment." After saying this, he pulled the waiter aside. Brother Su's influence is substantial. "Even the innkeeper must come out to appease him when he is angry," remarked a young man who had accompanied Suyu. A young woman beside Suyu added, "Of course, Brother Su is exceptional. Not only this small inn, but even the elders of our Qingling sect would give him a measure of respect." With their flattery, Suyu felt buoyant and invigorated. Meanwhile, the innkeeper took the waiter aside and inquired discreetly. He then ascended to the 3rd floor, pushed open a private room, and rubbed his hands together, smiling apologetically. "My lord, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, but there is a matter I wish to discuss. I hope you could relinquish this private room for the guests outside. Your dining expenses today will be halved." The innkeeper had initially intended to waive the charges entirely, but upon seeing the extensive array of dishes ordered by Xu Chen, he hastily revised his offer. Xu Chen was enjoying his meal when he was suddenly interrupted and asked to vacate the private room, which instantly displeased him. He coldly retorted, I have plenty of spirit stones. I'm not in need of a meager discount. Noticing Xu Chen's resolute attitude, the innkeeper's smile faltered. He knew he was in the wrong, but Su Yu was waiting outside, and he felt compelled to act. He finally gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, outside. Master Su Yu is waiting to dine. I hope you can understand." The innkeeper invoked Su Yu's name, hoping Xu Chen would back down. "Are you threatening me?" Xu Chen set down his chopsticks and fixed a cold gaze on the innkeeper. Feeling the chill emanating from Xu Chen, the innkeeper shivered. Regret washed over him. Earlier, he had called the waiter to inquire about the guests in various private rooms and concluded that Xu Chen would be the easiest to deal with. However, he was taken aback to find that this seemingly young lad exuded an aura that hinted at danger. This boy was not someone he could afford to offend. Impatience grew among Su Yu and his companions, who approached and voiced their dissatisfaction. "Innkeeper, is it ready yet?" The innkeeper quickly turned with a smile. "Master Su, just a moment longer, please. How long do you expect me to wait?" Su Yu's eyes narrowed. With that, he pushed the innkeeper aside and shot Xu Chen a disdainful glance, bluntly stating, "If you know what's good for you, leave at once, or I shall take matters into my own hands." Xu Chen scrutinized Su Yu and scoffed. "You lack the ability to make that threat." Infuriated by being belittled by someone younger, Su Yu shouted, "You little brat, what did you say? Do you know who I am?" Calmly, Xu Chen replied, "I do not know who you are, but I do know that when someone is dining, there's only one creature that barks loudly outside, and that is a dog." Su Yu was seething with rage. "You dare to insult me? You are finished." Xu Chen stood up, his gaze icy, suggesting a confrontation was imminent. The young woman beside Su Yu shook her head, realizing this person had never even heard of Su Yu, clearly indicating a lack of stature. Now, he had provoked Su Yu's wrath and would surely regret it. The innkeeper sensed the impending crisis. He cared little for Xu Chen's well-being. What he feared was that a brawl would reduce his establishment to ruins. "My lord, Master Su is an inner disciple of the Qingling sect and a direct descendant of the esteemed Su family. He is not someone you can challenge. I advise you to relinquish the private room and apologize to Master Su. Otherwise, you will face grave consequences," the innkeeper insisted. His words conveyed a clear message. Su Yu is not to be trifled with, and refusal to apologize would lead to dire repercussions. Unmoved, Xu Chen thought of the Tang and Su families, having not only fought them, but even taken lives. He had no hesitation in teaching this Su family descendant a lesson. "Innkeeper, step aside. This is none of your business. I will compensate for any damages afterward," Xu Chen declared. Despite the innkeeper's desperate attempts to assert his authority, Xu Chen remained unfazed. Su Yu was now thoroughly enraged and prepared to teach this arrogant youth a lesson. The young men and women accompanying Su Yu retreated, watching Xu Chen with pity. Su Yu stepped forward, his aura surging dramatically as powerful spiritual energy erupted from within him, shaking the very foundations of the inn and causing furniture to tremble and teacups to shatter. Xu Chen stood still, calmly observing Su Yu. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was cowed by Su Yu's overwhelming presence, frozen in place. "Foolish boy, do not blame me when you meet your end," the innkeeper thought, while Su Yu resolved, "Next time you venture out, keep your eyes peeled. Not everyone is worth offending." With spiritual energy coalescing in his right hand, Su Yu clenched his fist, the sound of air being compressed, echoing ominously. In the next instant, he hurled a punch directly at Xu Chen's face. Boom! Even before the punch landed, the force generated began to shake the entire inn. The innkeeper and Su Yu's companions shut their eyes in anticipation of the impending chaos. Bang! A resounding thud filled the air. A gust of wind swept through, cracking the floorboards and scattering splinters from the furniture. Whoosh! A figure was sent hurtling backward, colliding with the wall of the inn with a resounding crash, leaving a network of cracks in its wake. Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently. The innkeeper sighed. Upon opening his eyes, he was struck by disbelief. How could this reckless youth still be standing, seemingly unscathed? Where is Master Su Yu? He followed the sound, his eyes widening in shock. Su Yu was plastered against the cracked wall like a painting. "My lord, Master Su, are you all right?" The innkeeper rushed over, panic-stricken. If anything happened to Su Yu in his establishment, he would face dire consequences. "Don't touch me. It hurts, it hurts." The innkeeper and the young companion scrambled to support Su Yu, but upon contact, he winced in pain. Xu Chen shook his head. He had merely held back. Otherwise, Su Yu would have met his end. Now he had merely injured him, providing a small lesson. It was wise to remain humble. Arrogance could lead to one's downfall. Under the fearful gaze of the innkeeper, Xu Chen left behind the spirit stones for his meal and stepped outside. Wait, guest. You cannot simply leave after causing so much damage. The innkeeper lamented, his voice tinged with despair. Xu Chen pointed to Suyo, indicating the innkeeper should seek compensation from him. Without looking back, he walked away. For Xu Chen, the conflict with Su Yu was merely a trivial incident, one he would soon forget as he stepped out of the inn. It was time to attend to more important matters. Taking the recommendation letter and the token left by Su Yun, Xu Chen ascended Qingling Mountain. Chapter 21. Intersect Disciple in the Qingling Sect. Outsiders are forbidden to approach. As Xu Chen neared the mountain gate, he was halted by the guard stationed there. I am Xu Chen, here with a letter of recommendation and a token. Xu Chen, unfazed by the obstruction, presented his documents respectfully. Upon hearing Xu Chen's words, the guard could not afford to be neglectful. For only the inner sect elders and the sect master possessed the authority to recommend disciples for admission. This suggested that the seemingly youthful boy before him had the backing of a significant figure, at least an inner sect elder, someone not to be trifled with by an outer sect disciple. Taking the letter and token from Xu Chen, the guard glanced at them and noticed that the token bore the character Yun at its center. Elder Su Yun. He was astonished to learn that this young man was recommended by Elder Su Yun. The guard's eyes betrayed his surprise. Su Yun, the youngest inner sect elder of the Qingling sect, was destined for greatness. Junior brother, please enter, the guard said respectfully, returning the documents to Xu Chen. The abrupt shift in the guard's demeanor surprised Xu Chen. It seemed that Su Yun held considerable standing within the Qingling sect, he mused. Under the guard's personal guidance, Xu Chen entered a grand hall, where he was met by an elderly man whose presence was subdued, appearing like an ordinary person. Yet, Xu Chen dared not underestimate him, for he sensed a formidable threat emanating from the elder. Xu Chen presented the recommendation letter and token to the elder, who briefly examined them and asked in a calm voice, name, age, cultivation level. Xu Chen replied earnestly, Xu Chen, 17, 4th level of qi condensation. Not bad, the elder remarked with a measured tone, before retrieving a notebook and jotting down a few notes. Now you're an inner sect disciple of the Qingling sect. Here are your inner sect robes, token, and the key to your residence. The elder stored away his notebook and handed Xu Chen a package. As Xu Chen accepted the package and exited the hall, a smile graced his face. From this day forth, he was officially a disciple of the Qingling sect. Meanwhile, Su Yu was being assisted up the mountain by 2 companions. The sight of Su Yu's disheveled state astonished the disciples who encountered him. Known for his arrogant demeanor, due to his distinguished lineage and the favor of an inner sect elder aunt, he had bullied many within the sect, making his current predicament all the more shocking. Feeling the gloating gazes of the surrounding disciples, Su Yu's teeth ground in anger. Junior brother, should we seek out Elder Su? She cares for you deeply and would surely stand up for you if she knew you were wronged, one of his companions suggested. In a fit of rage, Su Yu retorted, only someone as foolish as you would suggest that. If my aunt learns that I was bullied by someone younger than me, I would be the first to face her wrath. Chastened, the companion fell silent, but as they walked a little further, he suddenly squinted, pointing at a young man ahead. Senior brother, look, is that the one who hurt you? Following the direction indicated, Su Yu's gaze landed on Xu Chen, who had just exited the hall. That's him. Su Yu seethed through clenched teeth. Xu Chen also noticed Su Yu and his companions. In good spirits, he offered them a faint smile before turning to leave. What does he mean by that? A provocation? This is truly intolerable. Su Yu's face darkened with fury. Had it not been for his injuries hindering his movement, he would have relished the opportunity to teach the other a lesson. Li Ji, go inform Xiaogong. He has long desired the Qianwei spirit flower from me. Tell him that if he assists me in dealing with that arrogant boy, I will gladly hand over the flower. Su Yu could not swallow this humiliation and was determined to seek vengeance on Xu Chen. Li Ji, beside him, wore a worried expression. Senior brother, Xiaogong is a madman, and he doesn't hold back. Su Yu scoffed. As long as no one dies, it will suffice. Be swift. Yes, I'll go right away, Li Ji replied, hastily departing. What? You're not lying to me? Su Yu is truly willing to part with the Qianwei spirit flower? A burly youth turned, astonished and elated, as he stared at Li Ji. This individual was none other than Xiaogong. Li emphasized. Senior brother said the Qianwei spirit flower is yours, but only if you help him take care of someone. Who is it? Xiao Gong furrowed his brow. Li Ji reassured him. No need to worry. From my observations, that person's cultivation level is at most the 6th level of qi condensation. Certainly no match for you. Otherwise, senior brother Su wouldn't pay a hefty price for your assistance. Xiao Gong's eyes brightened, no longer hesitating. It's a deal. Should I break a leg or an arm? What? Li Ji was puzzled. Xiao Gong's tone turned grim. I'm asking whether to break a leg, an arm, or perhaps both. Li Ji hesitated before finally saying, Senior brother mentioned that as long as no one dies, it will be fine. Then I shall let him lie in bed for a year or so, Xiao Gong declared. Following the number on his key, Xu Chen exerted considerable effort to locate his residence, a courtyard spanning 200 square meters. Nestled halfway up the mountain, the surroundings were currently uninhabited, offering a sense of tranquility. The courtyard was equipped with a well and a medicinal herb field. Though modest, it contained all the essential amenities. Reflecting on the prolonged time he would spend in this courtyard, Xu Chen took a moment to tidy up the space thoroughly. Pleased with the spotless courtyard, Xu Chen nodded in satisfaction, noting the need for some everyday items. Locking the door, he stepped out. After procuring the necessary supplies, he did not linger and headed straight for his residence. From a distance, he noticed that the entrance to his courtyard had been shattered, debris strewn across the ground. Frowning, Xu Chen entered the courtyard to find a burly young man seated brazenly on a stone platform. This sight caused Xu Chen's pupils to constrict. The courtyard was the private property of each disciple, and he was taken aback that someone had broken in while he was away and was now waiting for his return. The intruder bore ill intent. Xu Chen's tone turned icy. If I am not mistaken, the sect has rules against entering another's courtyard without permission. You have broken in without my consent, and I can justifiably view you as an enemy and eliminate you on the spot. Not recognizing the individual before him, he felt no obligation to avoid offending him. However, it was clear that the newcomer was not benign and was likely acting on someone else's orders. I know I haven't harmed the owner of the courtyard. I would merely compensate for the broken door, Xiao Gong remarked, pointing to the shattered entrance. A single spirit stone should suffice, no? As he spoke, he tossed a spirit stone towards Xu Chen. Xu Chen sidestepped the thrown stone. You are unwelcome here. I ask you to leave. His expression remained stern as he attempted to expel the intruder. I can leave, but you must come with me, Xiao Gong insisted. Not interested. Xu Chen flatly refused. Xiao Gong raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of menace flashing his eyes upon Xu Chen's defiance. He struck the table with his palm. Boom! The stone table shattered into fragments. You can refuse, but don't say I didn't warn you, Xiao Gong threatened. Xu Chen's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. Newly arrived at the Qingling sect, he wished to avoid conflict, but some fools always seem to overestimate themselves and attempt to provoke him. Casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Gong, he turned to leave. Where do you think you're going? Xiao Gong called after him. Xu Chen did not look back. Didn't you want me to come with you? Lead the way. In the Qingling sect, disciples were forbidden from harming each other. Should there be irreconcilable grievances, they could settle matters on the contest stage. The arena is divided into life and death stages and ordinary combat platforms. As the name suggests, the life and death stage determines fate. Killing a fellow disciple within this arena incurs no repercussions from a sect. In contrast, the ordinary combat platform primarily serves for sparring, where the emphasis is on skillful exchange rather than lethal harm. Such audacity! Xiao Gong revealed a smile of cunning triumph. Chapter 22. The arena battle. Two individuals arrived at the entrance of a canyon, known as the Fengyan Gorge. Within this gorge lay the arena of the Qingling sect. Standing at the edge, Xu Chen could already hear the cacophony emanating from within. The number of people inside was substantial. On their way, they had encountered few others, as most were already within the Fengyan Gorge. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Seeing Xu Chen hesitate at the entrance, Xiao Gong assumed he was intimidated and sought to provoke him. Put away your petty tricks. Since I am here, I shall not retreat. Xu Chen scoffed at Xiao Gong's taunts. With that, he stepped boldly into the gorge. The moment he entered, a wave of sound surged forth, overwhelming him. It was deafening. The crowd was immense, with countless spectators surrounding the arena, cheering for the combatants engaged in battle. The Fengyan Gorge hosted many arenas, yet the number of participants far surpassed them. Apart from the death arena, which remained vacant, All other platforms were occupied by dueling practitioners. Junior brothers, pardon the interruption, but I require this arena for my use. You have no objections, I trust? Xiao Gong leaped onto the platform and addressed the two individuals who were sparring. The sudden interruption elicited anger from both combatants, but upon recognizing Xiao Gong, their ire dissipated instantly. He was not someone they could afford to offend. They exchanged glances and, understanding the situation, promptly vacated the arena. Xiao Gong was well known among the inner disciples, and his appearance immediately drew the attention of many. Look at Xiao Gong. He has also taken the stage. What a fortunate day. Speculation arose among the crowd regarding who would spar with Xiao Gong. In the inner sect, few are qualified to challenge him. It must be one of Zhao Li, Feng Che, or Yuan. Senior brother, Xiao Gong has taken the stage. Li Ji pointed towards the arena, excitement evident in his voice as he spoke to Su Yu. Su Yu's spirits lifted, and following Li Ji's gesture, he indeed spotted Xiao Gong. However, Xu Chen was conspicuously absent. Where's that fellow? Is he too frightened to accept Xiao Gong's challenge? Su Yu exclaimed anxiously. Just then, a figure leaped onto the platform. Who else could it be but Xu Chen? Huh, the audacious lad has actually accepted Xiao Gong's challenge. Su Yu laughed heartily. Meanwhile, in the Fengyun Gorge, those watching Xiao Gong were filled with curiosity. Who is that? He looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. I haven't seen him either. But anyone who can spar with Xiao Gong must be extraordinary, the crowd murmured. Some speculated that Xu Chen, though low-key, likely possessed significant strength. Or else he wouldn't dare to challenge Xiao Gong. Upon seeing Xu Chen on stage, a smirk appeared on Xiao Gong's lips. The spiritual herbs are in my grasp. Even if this lad regrets it now, it is too late. You and I are worlds apart in strength. Consider severing your own arm, or I assure you, if I must act, it will be more than just an arm. Xiao Gong boasted arrogantly. Xu Chen regarded Xiao Gong's bravado with growing indifference. Make your move, he replied calmly. Xiao Gong's anger flared at Xu Chen's nonchalance. It seems you won't give up until you meet your end. Although killing is prohibited in the arena, crippling you will go unpunished even with the elders present. Enough with the chatter. Strike. Xu Chen coldly interrupted Xiao Gong's tirade. Xiao Gong's expression faltered for a moment before he gritted his teeth and replied, Fine, let us do this. Shadow Mirage Technique. With a low shout, Xiao Gong's figure vanished from sight. The Shadow Mirage Technique, a high-level yellow-class martial art, when mastered, allows one to move with such speed that they become nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, rendering opponents defenseless. Xiao Gong, a practitioner at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, was known for his prowess in blade techniques, and now revealed his extraordinary agility as well. The onlookers speculated whether Xu Chen was truly capable or merely putting on an act. Without a doubt, he is just pretending. The calmer he appears, the more disastrous his defeat will be. The crowd gasped as Xiao Gong employed the Shadow Mirage technique, and among them were voices that derided Xu Chen. Su Yu, however, observed Xiao Gong's elusive movements with a smile, confident he had not misjudged. He never doubted that Xiao Gong would easily overpower Xu Chen, who was merely at the 4th level of Qi condensation. In the center of the arena, Xu Chen stood firm, his body as straight as a spear, piercing towards the heavens. A gust of wind brushed past him. A shadow flickered at the corner of his eye, and an instant later, a powerful fist, imbued with spiritual energy, lunged towards the vital point at his back. Got you. Xiao Gong grinned. Yet, as his words fell, his advancing fist was abruptly halted. He looked up in disbelief to find Xu Chen had turned around, raising his right hand to firmly grasp Xiao Gong's fist. A look of astonishment flashed across his face. His attack had been thwarted. Without hesitation, Xu Chen surged forward, driving his right shoulder into Xiao Gong's chest. Xiao Gong's expression changed as he raised his hands to shield himself. With a thunderous impact, spiritual energy exploded upon contact, sending Xiao Gong careening backward. The crowd erupted in astonishment. How is this possible? Xiao Gong is at a disadvantage. Who is this newcomer? I know him. His name is Xu Chen. He just joined the sect yesterday. Xu Chen, a newcomer. The disciples within the Fengyun Gorge were in an uproar, particularly shocked to learn that Xu Chen had only recently entered the sect. Xiao Gong steadied himself, his expression darkening as he absorbed the audience's incredulous reactions. So you're Xu Chen. Don't get too cocky. This is just the beginning. With a firm grip, he summoned a battle blade into his hand. Xu Chen, seizing the moment, struck first, his fist cutting through the air, enveloped in spiritual energy as it barreled toward Xiaogang. Xiaogang, with a cold smirk, steadied his right hand, swinging his blade with remarkable force to meet Xu Chen's punch. The collision produced a violent shockwave, the sound of clashing fist and blade ringing out as the arena trembled. Xiaogang felt a numbing sensation in his right hand. The mocking smile vanished from his face, replaced by a grave expression. He had not anticipated Xu Chen's strength to be so formidable, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the blade. Wind and thunder slash. Xiaogang roared. Despite being at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, he found himself unable to gain any advantage over Xu Chen in their exchanges. The blade energy surged, forming a massive arc of slicing wind, infused with the might of thunder as it descended towards Xu Chen. If I'm not mistaken, Xu Chen should only be at the 4th level of Qi condensation. He is indeed a prodigy, compelling Xiaogang to employ the wind and thunder slash. Regardless of the outcome, Xu Chen will surely gain recognition today. Xu Chen paid little heed to the crowd's speculations. He clenched his fist, the black spiritual energy surging around it. With no intention to evade, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the incoming blade energy. Seek death. Xiaogang scoffed. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, Xu Chen unleashed a powerful punch against the blade aura, and with a resounding boom, the formidable blade aura shattered upon impact. With his momentum surging, Xu Chen advanced a step forward, his right fist launched like a spear. Bang! Xiaogang staggered, retreating a step. The expression on Xiaogang's face darkened further, his countenance as grim as a stormy sea. Meanwhile, the multitude of spectators surrounding the arena were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Xu Chen was overpowering Xiaogang. How could this be? Xu Chen had seized the upper hand, even though Xiaogang, a 6th-level practitioner of the Qi condensation realm, was 2 minor realms above him. Xu Chen's strength surpassed everyone's expectations. Invincible among peers, he was a prodigy. Engaging in combat across levels, he was a genius among geniuses. To battle 2 minor realms higher and maintain dominance over his opponent could only be attributed to a monster. A monster? Xu Chen? Suyi was equally astonished. He fixed his gaze on the 2 combatants, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Could it truly be that Xiaogang was no match for Xu Chen? Impossible. How could this be? He couldn't fathom how Xiaogang, who was significantly superior in cultivation, was being overwhelmed by Xu Chen. Xu Chen, you have forced my hand. Prepare to die? Xiaogang roared. Chapter 23. The broken sword of silvery lightning suddenly crackled atop the battle blade. The thunder punishment blade. This was Xiaogang's most formidable weapon. He had not wished to reveal it so soon, but in his quest to defeat Xu Chen, he cast aside all reservations. As Xu Chen sensed a hint of danger from Xiaogang's display of the thunder punishment blade, he did not hesitate to retreat. Haha, Xu Chen. I wonder what you will use to fend off my thunder punishment blade. Xiaogang, believing Xu Chen's retreat was a sign of fear, laughed triumphantly. Thunder roared, and the battle blade descended like a bolt of lightning. Xu Chen's speed proved insufficient, and he was engulfed by the tempest. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated. The stone-paved arena split open like a spider's web, and dust billowed forth, enveloping the entire stage. What had become of Xu Chen? Was he alive or dead? Xiaogang's strike was immensely powerful, shattering the arena, and it seemed that Xu Chen was surely doomed. What a pity. Indeed, Xu Chen was a talent, but he was far too arrogant to challenge someone of Xiaogang's caliber. If he were to perish now, he could hardly blame anyone else. The onlookers whispered among themselves, their voices laden with intrigue as they gazed at the dust-covered arena. Suddenly, just as everyone assumed Xu Chen was in dire straits, a figure burst forth from the haze, lunging directly at Xiaogang. Xiaogang's pupils constricted as he recognized the figure, Xu Chen, completely unscathed. How could this be? He exclaimed internally, unable to process the sight before him. Xu Chen charged towards Xiaogang, unleashing a long-prepared punch with the force of his momentum. Xiaogang hastily raised his blade to shield himself. Clang! The impact reverberated through Xiaogang's arm, leaving him momentarily numb and stumbling backward uncontrollably. Clang! Xu Chen pressed forward, delivering another powerful blow. Xiao Gong fought desperately to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. Xu Chen unleashed a barrage of punches, each connecting with the blade. Initially, Xiao Gong managed to withstand the onslaught, but soon his arms lost sensation, and with another resounding crash, the weapon flew from his grasp. Xu Chen unleashed a surge of energy into his right leg and executed a fierce whip kick to Xiao Gong's midsection. Boom! With a muffled thud, a cloud of blood erupted from Xiao Gong, who let out a pained scream as he was sent hurtling away. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Xiao Gong was hurled off the stage, crashing violently to the ground. A wave of astonishment swept over the spectators. They gazed in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. On this day, Xu Chen's name would be forever etched in their memories. The onlookers could not forget the sight of this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old youth effortlessly vanquishing the renowned Xiao Gong from the intersect. Heavens.The. They began to recover from their shock. My heavens, is this a dream? Xiao Gong has actually fallen to Xu Chen. The murmurs spread like wildfire. Xu Chen appears quite young, yet he has defeated Xiao Gong. This lad is remarkable, truly remarkable, even after unleashing his most potent technique. Xiao Gong proved no match for Xu Chen. Just how powerful is he? Could he be concealing his true cultivation level? Such speculation filled the air as they contemplated the emergence of a new star within their sect. Yet, there was a prevailing concern, having only joined the sect for a short time. Xu Chen might struggle to place within the top 30 in the upcoming intersect tournament 3 months hence. For someone of his age, failing to make the top 30 was entirely expected. Merely breaking into the top 100 would bring him to the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Indeed, should he catch the eye of the higher-ups, he might be taken as a disciple. The disciples buzzed with disbelief. Impossible, how could Xiao Gong lose? Su Yu's face mirrored disbelief. What a waste. He glared at the now celebrated Xu Chen, his heart brimming with frustration. Muttering under his breath, whether aimed at Xu Chen or Xiao Gong remained unclear. Amidst the lively conversations, Xu Chen descended from the stage, ignoring the unconscious Xiao Gong below, and strode out of Fengyan Gorge. In the intersect, within Xu Chen's courtyard, he wore a forced smile as he bid farewell to his visitors. Once the heavy door was shut, a look of fatigue crossed his face. 3 days had passed since his victory over Xiao Gong. Following that triumph, visitors had arrived one after another. Their intentions varied. Some sought to befriend the rising star of the intersect. Others aimed to curry favor for their families, while some wished to challenge him to make a name for themselves. Xu Chen could dismiss those who sought to challenge him, but he could not turn away those who brought gifts and goodwill. After all, one should not refuse a smiling face. Thus, over the past 3 days, he had been inundated with visitors, leaving him scarcely any time to train. This could not continue. As a fellow disciple of the Qingling sect, it was not right to turn away those who came with good intentions. Xu Chen sighed, realizing, it seems I must retreat for a while to avoid the limelight. Little did he know that it was not an enemy forcing him to leave the sect in such a predicament, but rather the guests bearing gifts. Having made his decision, Xu Chen swiftly gathered his belongings and set off down the mountain. In Guangyun City, a moderately sized town 300 miles west of the Qingling sect, bustling with a population exceeding 1 million, Xu Chen wandered through the crowded streets, observing his surroundings. Sir, I have 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng and mid-grade spiritual artifacts. Would you care to have a look? Prices are favorable, and I guarantee your satisfaction. An elderly man with graying hair, noticing Xu Chen's distinguished demeanor, called out to him with enthusiasm. Xu Chen glanced at the old man's stall. With a mere look, he shook his head slightly. The so-called 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng was merely an ordinary herb radiating a faint hint of spiritual energy. As for the mid-grade spiritual artifacts, they were even less credible. Withdrawing his gaze, he continued his stroll. He visited taverns, pharmacies, and tea-houses, one after another. As the sky darkened, Xu Chen sought a place to rest. However, as he passed an alley, he suddenly heard anguished groans and the dull thuds of fists striking flesh. After a brief hesitation, he stepped into the alley. Yifan, you son of a horse driver, a lowly wretch. I warned you before. Know your place and stay away from Sonya. Did you think my words were mere wind? You're nothing but a dead waste, a toad yearning for a swan's favor. In the alley, a group of youths surrounded a frail boy clad in coarse clothing. The boy appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, huddled on the ground, clutching his head as he endured the blows, yet never once begging for mercy. Seeing this, the leader of the group, a boy with a horse-like face, grew angrier. Keep hitting him. Let's see how long he can endure. If he dies, I'll take the blame. He is just the son of a horse driver. What is the harm in killing him? The group, emboldened by their leader's words, unleashed their fury upon the frail boy. The leader stepped on the boy's face, boasting, "Ye Fan, if you kneel and beg for mercy, perhaps I might let you go if I feel generous." "Never." The frail boy, Ye Fan, spoke weakly, but with unwavering resolve. The horse-faced boy, witnessing Ye Fan's defiance, was consumed by a fierce rage. Beat him. Keep beating him. Beat him to death. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from the horse-faced boy, Ye Fan, unwilling to be a victim any longer, let out a roar and struggled to rise. Clang! He drew the broken sword from his back, gripping the hilt with both hands. His face contorted in a fierce glare directed at the boy with the horse-like visage. The boy, taken aback for a moment, erupted into laughter, followed by the others who joined in the mockery. "Ye Fan, has your head been kicked? Are you trying to frighten us with a rusty, broken sword? Come on, stab me. See if you can pierce my skin." The boy taunted, striking his chest. Ye Fan's expression betrayed his inner turmoil. Suddenly, the boy advanced, swatting the broken sword from Ye Fan's grasp and delivering a punishing kick to his chest, causing him to collapse in agony. "You really thought you could stab me?" The boy spat contemptuously, retrieving the broken sword and approaching Ye Fan, who lay helpless on the ground. He slowly raised the sword, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "You carry this wretched sword every day. Let me grant you your wish and die upon it." As he spoke, he thrust downward with ferocity. Ye Fan resignedly closed his eyes, accepting his fate. He was merely the son of a horsekeeper, a servant of the Song family in Guanyin City, powerless against the bullying of Song Hui and his ilk. Should he perish, no one would come to retrieve his body. To his surprise, the anticipated pain never came. Had Song Hui changed his mind? A heaviness settled in his heart, devoid of any relief from near death. From what he knew of Song Hui, sparing his life would only mean subjecting him to further torment, rendering his existence a living hell. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. His previous assumptions were incorrect. It was not Song Hui who had relented, but rather someone had intervened on his behalf. The savior was a young man, tall and upright, with striking features. He grasped Song Hui's wrist, the tip of the broken sword mere inches from Ye Fan's chest, a mere fraction away from death. Ye Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him. A slight friction, and you seek to kill. Your heart is truly ruthless. Xu Chen remarked coldly, holding on to Song Hui's wrist. "Kid, this doesn't concern you. If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Song Hui nodded, struggling in vain. After finding no escape, he glared menacingly at Xu Chen. "I am a scion of the Song family. If you know what is good for you, release me and kneel to apologize, or I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Is the Song family really that formidable? Xu Chen tightened his grip instead, exerting more force. Song Hui howled in pain, his face smeared with tears and snot, the broken sword clattering to the ground as it slipped from his grasp. Observing this, Xu Chen shook his head with disinterest. He deemed such a person unworthy of his wrath. Killing him would only sully his hands. Scram! With a look of relief, Song Hui shot Xu Chen a venomous glare before retreating with his companions, tail between their legs. Xu Chen bent down to retrieve the rusty broken sword that lay at his feet. The moment his fingers brushed against the blade, a thunderous explosion resonated in his mind, rendering his body rigid and motionless. Chapter 24. The primordial sword technique. Ye Fan rose from the ground, gazing at Xu Chen, who stood frozen in place, clutching the broken sword with a look of bewilderment on his face. He could not fathom what had transpired with Xu Chen, nor why he was immobilized. After a moment's hesitation, he approached Xu Chen, intending to reach out to him. At that instant, Xu Chen, who had been motionless, slowly opened his eyes. Ye Fan let out a cry of horror, shielding his eyes and retreating repeatedly. In the moment Xu Chen's eyes met his, Ye Fan was struck by an overwhelming sword intent that pierced his eyes, causing him to weep uncontrollably. Xu Chen quickly suppressed his aura, looking at the tearful Ye Fan with concern. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "And no, I'm fine," Ye Fan hastily replied, shaking his head vigorously. As he spoke, his bloodshot eyes widened. Where did you obtain that broken sword? Xu Chen asked softly, still gripping the sword. Yi Fan responded earnestly. I found it while wandering in the mountains. Grateful for the life-saving gesture from Xu Chen, he answered without reservation. Xu Chen continued. Would you be willing to part with it? The broken sword held significance for him, and regardless of Yi Fan's response, he intended to keep it. Fortunately, Yi Fan, being a person of gratitude, nodded despite his reluctance. A smile spread across Xu Chen's face. This young man was perceptive enough to avoid confrontation over the sword. This sword is valuable to me, but I shall not take your possession without recompense. I see that you have yet to embark on the path of martial arts. Here, take this advanced true fire technique from the Huang tier. It will guide you in your training. Xu Chen presented Yi Fan with the treasured family technique of the Xu clan as a token of thanks. Yi Fan's excitement was palpable as he beheld the manual, his body trembling with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. This moment was beyond any dream he dared to envision. With trembling hands, he accepted the true fire technique from Xu Chen, treating it as a priceless treasure. Disciple Yi Fan, I express my profound gratitude to my master, he exclaimed, suddenly kneeling and bowing 3 times. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow at being addressed as master, but quickly relaxed. Yi Fan, though humble in origin, exhibited a remarkable tenacity and determination. He might not yet possess martial talent, but his character suggested a promising future. Accepting him as a nominal disciple seemed a trivial act, one that would have no bearing on Xu Chen's own fate. Rise, Xu Chen said nonchalantly. Thank you, master. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief, his heart swelling with joy at Xu Chen's tacit acceptance of the title. Do not rejoice too soon, Xu Chen cautioned. Though I accept you as a disciple, you are but a nominal one, and I will not remain to personally guide your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. Since you have called me master, I cannot be stingy. Take this bag of spirit stones for your use. Xu Chen tossed a pouch of spirit stones to Yi Fan. I noticed that the group you encountered earlier were not benevolent. They will likely pursue you. For your safety, it would be wise to avoid returning to Guanyin City. It is best to leave, he advised. With that, Xu Chen's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Yi Fan, feeling the weight of the spirit stones in his hand, bowed deeply 3 times towards the direction Xu Chen had departed. Outside Guanyin City, in an unnamed small mountain, Xu Chen retrieved the broken sword, carefully examining the rust upon its blade. This seemingly ordinary sword was, in fact, the weapon of the Sword Emperor in his youth. As he touched the broken sword, a sudden disturbance occurred within the hall of the Heavenly Emperor, culminating in the explosion of the Sword Emperor statue, allowing Xu Chen to receive his legacy. The primordial sword technique, an imperial-level martial art consisting of 10 forms. To be precise, the 10th form was merely a concept conceived by the Sword Emperor himself. He had formulated the technique, but had never executed it in his lifetime. The primordial sword technique, 1st form, mountain shifting 2nd form, river breaking 3rd form, city crushing 4th form, sea covering. The legacy of the Sword Emperor extended beyond the primordial sword technique. It encompassed his profound insights into the sword, though these insights were too intricate for Xu Chen to grasp in a short time. With a thought, he summoned the Qing Chi sword, thrusting it forward. Whoosh! The air erupted with a sharp whistle. After sheathing his sword, he pondered for a while before executing another strike. Swish! The sound of an explosion resonated. This strike was swifter and more powerful. In the following days, Xu Chen traveled while honing his swordsmanship. His destination was the Tianyuan mountain range, the foremost mountain range in the Taishan kingdom, stretching thousands of miles from east to west, teeming with demonic beasts and spiritual herbs, an adventurer's paradise. Xu Chen's purpose in venturing to the Tianyuan mountain range was not to gather herbs, but to refine his sword skills and combat techniques. The honing of swordsmanship and enhancement of combat abilities required continuous battles, walking the fine line between life and death. However, he was not a bloodthirsty individual and would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. After much contemplation, he resolved to focus on the demonic beasts. The Tianyuan mountain range was his preferred testing ground. In Liuguang City, a medium-sized city with a population exceeding 1 million, the dawn brought throngs of people to the outskirts. The fire squad was preparing to enter the Tianyuan mountain range for herb gathering, With 11 slots available, 8 had already filled, leaving 3 spots for those above the 7th level of Qi training. Those interested were urged to register quickly. The Chase Wind Squad was also entering the Tianyuan mountain range for trials, led by Captain Hong Yi. With 2 slots remaining, those wishing to join were encouraged to hurry. As Xu Chen exited the city, he heard the voices of the crowd rising in excitement, causing him to pause in contemplation. His objective was the Tianyuan mountain range, and it seemed that many others shared the same intention. As a newcomer, unfamiliar with the terrain, entering the mountains alone could easily lead him into forbidden areas, resulting in a dire fate. The individuals gathered before him might lack strength, but their knowledge of the Tianyuan mountain range was invaluable. They were well aware of the dangers and safe zones, familiar with the terrain and survival methods in the wild. After a moment's thought, he approached the crowd. The Chase Wind Squad is preparing to enter the Tianyuan mountain range, led by Captain Hong Yi. We have 1 spot left. Join us quickly. Xu Chen turned towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a youth with a pockmarked face, flanked by 5 others, led by a man with a scar. 1 spot remaining. We will depart as soon as it is filled. The pockmarked youth called out loudly. Xu Chen approached and declared, "Brother, I wish to join your team. Do you think I am suitable?" The pockmarked youth turned to see a youthful face and was momentarily taken aback. "Kid, are you joking with me? Hurry along. Don't bother me, or I will not be gentle." Facing the pockmarked youth's dismissal, Xu Chen remained unfazed, pointing to his own face. "Brother, do I look like I'm joking? I genuinely wish to join you. Our standards are high. To join us, you must at least be at the 3rd level of Qi training," the pockmarked youth emphasized, clearly doubting Xu Chen's qualifications. "Moreover, we require ample combat experience. Our mission in the Tianyuan mountain range is formidable and will not be an easy task." Beyond the cultivation requirements, the pockmarked youth also valued combat experience. Xu Chen smiled, exuding a hint of energy. "I am at the 4th level of Qi training, thus meeting your criteria perfectly." The youth with a gaunt face was momentarily taken aback, and then gazed in astonishment at Xu Chen from head to toe. Xu Chen appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, yet he had already attained the 4th level of the Qi condensation stage. In the city of Liuguang, such a feat was unheard of. "How old are you?" the gaunt-faced youth inquired, swallowing hard. Perhaps the individual before him, despite his youthful appearance, was actually in his 20s. 22, Xu Chen replied, fabricating his age. A 17-year-old at the 4th level of Qi condensation was astonishingly remarkable in the eyes of ordinary people, drawing too much attention, hence he deliberately exaggerated his age. Upon hearing this, the gaunt-faced youth breathed a sigh of relief. His guess had proven correct. The person before him merely appeared youthful. Nonetheless, a 22-year-old at the 4th level of Qi condensation was still a prodigy, far surpassing his own capabilities. The gaunt-faced youth remarked, "Merely possessing cultivation is insufficient. One must also have practical experience. I must be frank with you. Our mission in the Tianyuan Mountains involves a task that undoubtedly entails combat with ferocious beasts. Therefore, I need to assess your practical combat abilities. How will you assess me?" Xu Chen asked, intrigued. Chapter 25. The Tianyuan Mountain Range. The young man with a pockmarked face spoke. "I'm slightly older than you, so I shall not bully you. Let us exchange a single blow. If you can withstand it, the final spot will be yours." "Very well, it is settled," Xu Chen replied without hesitation. "Be careful," the pockmarked youth cautioned, then abruptly charged forward, closing the distance with several strides. His fist, larger than that of an ordinary person, descended like a grinding wheel, accompanied by a deep rumble of wind. Facing the incoming blow, Xu Chen neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he tightened his right hand into a fist and met it head-on. Bang! The sound of a massive collision echoed through the air. The pockmarked youth's expression shifted as he staggered back a step, while Xu Chen remained steadfast, unmoving. "Well done." The spectators erupted in applause at this spectacle. The pockmarked youth's face flickered between shades of green and white. Xu Chen clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your mercy, otherwise it would have been me at a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, the pockmarked youth's demeanor softened. Indeed, he had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, it would have been Xu Chen in the unfavorable position. "I may not have fought with my full might, but you truly possess skill. I have decided. The last spot belongs to you." "Thank you, brother," Xu Chen feigned joy. "Younger brother, congratulations on your recruitment," said the scarred man as he approached. "My name is Hong Yi, captain of the chasing wind team. Xu Chen returned the gesture, introducing himself. I am Xu Chen. I am Su Hu, the pockmarked youth. Su Hu introduced himself and proceeded to present the other members of the team. Wang Shuo, wielding a large blade, Yang Jian with a dark complexion, and Li Zhong, a robust figure. Along with Hong Yi and Su Hu, they comprised the chasing wind team. The last member, Zhao Feng, was at the peak of the third level of the Qi condensation realm and, like Xu Chen, had been temporarily recruited into the team. With their numbers complete, the 7-member team set forth towards the Tianyuan mountain range, 80 miles away. The group traversed the 80-mile expanse and arrived at the Tianyuan mountain range. Xu Chen, the Tianyuan mountain range, is vast and teeming with countless ferocious beasts. As we are merely at the Qi condensation realm, we can only operate on the outskirts and cannot venture deep within. Yet, opportunities often coexist with danger. Su Hu whispered as he walked beside Xu Chen. As they journeyed, Xu Chen listened intently. He had grown quite familiar with Su Hu. The terrain of the Tianyuan mountain range was complex, with thorns and towering trees, creating a haven for lurking beasts. An advanced first-tier beast, the ice rabbit, Hong Yi suddenly halted and spoke in a low voice. Su Hu's eyes sparkled. The ice rabbit, a delicacy, its meat is tender and juicy. We cannot let it escape. He licked his lips, following Hong Yi's gaze to see a pair of slightly crimson eyes glimmering with a chilling light among the nearby bushes. Having pinpointed the ice rabbit's location, Su Hu lunged forward, drawing his long sword and thrusting it at the creature. Thud! The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out as Su Hu's sword struck the ice rabbit's head, swiftly slaying the advanced beast. Done! Now we have a feast. Su Hu sheathed his sword and laughed heartily. But at that moment, Hong Yi's expression dramatically changed as he shouted, "Be careful!" Almost instantaneously, a fierce wind erupted from the bushes, and a massive shadow lunged at Su Hu. The speed of the shadow was blinding, leaving Hong Yi unable to intervene in time. Caught off guard, Su Hu barely registered Hong Yi's warning before he caught the whiff of a foul stench approaching him. Death loomed ominously close, and he had no time to draw his sword in defense. His pupils dilated in terror as he braced for the inevitable assault when suddenly, a figure leapt forth, colliding with the massive shadow. The force of the impact sent the shadow flying back, while the figure also staggered a step. Saved! Su Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him. When he finally discerned the identity of his rescuer, he was momentarily stunned, for it was not the strongest member, Hong Yi, but the newcomer Xu Chen. Regaining his wits, Su Hu quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Do not mention it," Xu Chen replied, his gaze fixed on an enormous shadow. Before them stood a beast the size of a water buffalo, resembling a tiger, with a scorpion-like tail that was sharp and glimmered with a bluish metallic sheen. A scorpion tiger. Su's expression hardened. Only then did he realize that the beast attacking him was indeed a scorpion tiger. A mid-tier, second-level beast, it was known for its ferocity, with claws like daggers and fur as tough as iron, making it incredibly difficult to confront. Its strength rivaled that of a peak Qi condensation 5th-level warrior, and its venomous tail deterred even some 6th-level warriors from engaging. Had it not been for Xu Chen's timely intervention, he might have met a grim fate. With this thought, a chill ran down his spine, and he broke into a cold sweat. Attack! Hong Yi's sharp command cut through the air as he charged at the scorpion tiger, followed closely by Wang Shuo and the others. Despite its formidable nature, the scorpion tiger could not withstand the onslaught from Hong Yi and his companions and fell into a pool of blood within mere moments. After withdrawing his sword from the scorpion tiger's lifeless body, Hong Yi turned to Xu Chen, who appeared unscathed and calm, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. The suddenness of the encounter had caught even him off guard, and logically, Xu Chen, being farther away, should have had even less opportunity to respond. Unless, of course, Xu Chen had detected the scorpion tiger before him. But was that truly possible? Xu Chen was at the 4th level of Qi condensation, while he himself was at the 7th. The higher the cultivation, the sharper the senses. Could Xu Chen's perception surpass his own? Sensing the doubt in Hong Yi's gaze, Xu Chen smiled and explained, "I merely happened to notice the scorpion tiger. Being prepared allowed me to intercept its strike." Hong Yi's expression shifted to understanding, finding it easier to accept Xu Chen's explanation. "Xu Chen, are you uninjured?" Su Hu, recovering from his near miss, inquired with concern. Xu Chen reassured him, I am fine. The scorpion tiger targeted you. My sudden appearance caught it off guard, so I was unharmed. He was wary of revealing his true strength too soon. Hong Yi interjected. The commotion from the battle has likely attracted nearby beasts. We must clean up and leave swiftly. Without further ado, Su Hu and the others efficiently processed the scorpion tiger's remains, taking all salvageable materials. Chopturi yirmeltu, tander ape hong, yisipok kurevu, halt. There's movement ahead. As his words fell, the others also sensed the commotion in front of them. Boom! The ground trembled. A beast was charging towards them. Suddenly, the bushes erupted, and a massive crawling creature burst forth like an armored vehicle. This creature was covered in silvery scales, its head the size of a water barrel. With glaring crimson eyes as large as lanterns, fearsome fangs, and a tail like a serrated blade, exuding an overwhelming aura of malice. It was immensely more powerful than a scorpion tiger. Hong Yi's eyelids twitched as he recognized the second-tier high-level beast, the Thunder Lizard. Although he was a 7th-layer Qi condensation warrior, he doubted his ability to face the Thunder Lizard alone. Fortunately, he had 6 companions to support him. Together, the 7 of them possessed the strength to contend with the Thunder Lizard, perhaps even to vanquish it. Captain, what should we do? Retreat or fight? Su Hu's face tightened, resembling a soldier on the brink of battle. The Thunder Lizard was clearly targeting them. Retreating without a fight would put them at a severe disadvantage, potentially leading to their annihilation. With no other option, they had to join forces to confront it. Hong Yi unsheathed his sword and shouted, Everyone attack together! With that, he charged headlong towards the Thunder Lizard, followed closely by Xu Chen and the other 6. In an instant, the air was filled with dazzling flashes of sword light. Knife glints and the force of fists and palms, truly magnificent. The display was awe-inspiring. Xu Chen unleashed his power, showcasing the might expected of a 4th-layer Qi condensation warrior. 7 attacks converged on the Thunder Lizard from various directions. Though formidable, the beast was forced to retreat under the relentless assault, struggling merely to defend itself. As it was battered back, several wounds appeared on its body. In a fit of rage, it opened its jaws wide, unleashing a blast of silvery lightning directly aimed at Hong Yi. Clearly, the Thunder Lizard perceived Hong Yi, the 7th-layer warrior, as the greatest threat and sought to incapacitate him first. Hong Yi was taken aback, realizing the creature was desperate. He immediately channeled all his energy, allowing a torrent of power to flow from his hands into his sword. At that moment, he held nothing back and fought with all his might. Clang! The sword energy erupted. A glint of cold light flashed as his sword struck fiercely against the incoming lightning. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated. The lightning shattered and scattered. Although the force had diminished, the blade still landed heavily on the Thunder Lizard's neck. Puff! The sharp sword tore through the scales, leaving a 3-inch deep gash on the creature's neck. Roar! The Thunder Lizard howled in pain, going berserk. It tilted its head back and let out a furious roar, swinging its massive tail with a low, piercing sound, striking Hong Yi with tremendous force. Bang! Hong Yi spat blood and was sent flying. Su Hu and the others watched in horror. If Hong Yi fell in battle or lost his fighting capability, their situation would become exceedingly perilous. The Thunder Lizard, enraged and wounded, was now a whirlwind of fury, its eyes aflame with murderous intent. Roar! The cries echoed ominously. The beast's tail lashed out wildly, and with several resounding thuds, Su Hu and Wang Shuo were either knocked back in disarray or spat blood. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Hong Yi staggered to his feet, recognizing that their side was at a disadvantage and he was gravely injured. Remaining would risk total annihilation. Let us split up and escape. Save whoever can. Upon hearing this, the others dared not linger and fled in panic. Just as everyone was in disarray, a figure dashed forward instead of retreating, swiftly closing the distance to the Thunder Lizard. A flash of cold light appeared, followed by a splattering sound. Blood gushed forth. The massive body of the Thunder Lizard froze abruptly, letting out a final, unwilling roar before collapsing straight down. This, Hong Yi, who had turned to flee, was dumbfounded. Su Hu, Wang Shuo, and the others also halted, staring blankly at the lifeless Thunder Lizard. It's dead? Su Hu murmured, his lips trembling. Xu Chen, how did you do that? Hong Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The others turned their gaze to the one who had slain the thunder lizard. Xu Chen, who would have imagined that the creature that had forced them to scatter would ultimately fall to Xu Chen's blade. Xu Chen withdrew his sword from the thunder lizard's body, shaking off the beast's blood as he replied, "Luck." Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Xu Chen explained, "The thunder lizard's target was always the captain. It didn't regard me as a threat, which allowed me to approach it. My strike coincidentally landed on its wound. Without your blow, Captain, I would have been able to breach the lizard's scales." Upon hearing Xu Chen's explanation, Hong Yi and the others finally understood. "So that is how it was," Hong Yi remarked. "Even so, Xu Chen, your courage and timing in battle are truly admirable." "Impressive." Xu gave Xu Chen a thumbs up. Xu Chen had saved him from the scorpion tiger, and now he had slain the thunder lizard. These two feats led Xu to believe that Xu Chen was extraordinary and destined for great achievements. Such a person was undoubtedly worthy of forging a deep bond. Clearly, Xu was not alone in this sentiment. Hong Yi shared the same thoughts and had even decided to invite Xu Chen to join the Windchaser squad. "Xu Chen, for slaying the thunder lizard, you hold the primary merit. According to our agreement, you shall receive 40% of the spoils, while the remaining 60% will be divided among the 6 of us. What do you think?" "I have no objections," Xu Chen replied. Xu leaned closer to Xu Chen and suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious about the mission of our Windchaser squad?" Xu Chen inquired in return, "What mission?" "I was planning to disclose it upon reaching our destination, but since I find you agreeable." Xu chuckled and said, "Our objective this time is the thunder fruit." "The thunder fruit?" Xu Chen admitted he had never heard of it. The thunder fruit is a low-tier spiritual fruit of the thunder attribute, containing pure thunder energy that can refine the body. Xu Chen's eyes sparkled. Warriors typically have weaker physical bodies. The thunder fruit could enhance their physical prowess. Strengthening the body would significantly augment their combat capabilities and enhance their survival odds. Xu Chen asked, "Are there guardian beasts surrounding the thunder fruit?" "Yes," Xu nodded. "If there were no guardian beasts, we would have simply harvested it during our last discovery." "What beasts?" "A pack of thunder apes." "A pack?" "Yes, a pack, about 30 of them. Thunder apes are second-tier intermediate beasts. Do you think we 7 can take on that many? Moreover, within that group, there is likely a thunder ape king. At least a second-tier high-level beast. Who said we need to confront the thunder apes head-on? They reside in a canyon. We can lure them out one by one and eliminate them. If we can't take on a pack, surely we can deal with 1 or 2. Xu shot Xu Chen a disdainful glance before slowly revealing their plan. Xu Chen sighed in relief. The group traversed through the forest until suddenly their view cleared. Xu pointed at the canyon entrance excitedly, exclaiming, "We've arrived." Faintly, the sounds of howling apes echoed from within the canyon. "Let us rest for a moment, and then proceed as planned," Hong Yi suggested. Everyone nodded and found a hiding spot. Half an hour later, all 7 regained their peak condition. Hong Yi stood up first, followed closely by the others. "Who will draw the beasts?" Hong Yi scanned the faces of his companions. Drawing beasts was an exceedingly perilous task. One misstep could lead to being besieged by the thunder apes, resulting in their demise within the canyon. Thus, the individual tasked with drawing the monsters must not exhibit sluggishness, nor should they possess excessive strength. Otherwise, they would attract the attention of the thunder ape king upon entering the canyon, rendering their efforts futile. "Captain, I shall go. Allow me." Both Xu Chen and Xu declared almost in unison, exchanging glances. Without granting them the opportunity to speak further, Hong Yi, the captain, decisively proclaimed, "Xu Chen, you shall proceed. Exercise caution." "Understood." Xu Chen nodded affirmatively. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, silently approaching the canyon. Concealed within the foliage, Hong Yi and the others anxiously fixated on Xu Chen's retreating figure. Roar! Roar! Under the tense gaze of Hong Yi and his companions, Xu Chen entered the canyon. It was not long before the resounding roars of the thunder apes echoed from within, and soon after, a figure burst forth from the canyon, closely pursued by 2 large thunder apes running upright. "They've arrived." Hong Yi's spirits lifted, signaling to everyone to suppress their presence, should the thunder apes sense danger. The 2 beasts in pursuit of Xu Chen might very well retreat back in the canyon. Chapter 27. The distribution of thunderfruit. Xu Chen regulated his speed, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters from the relentless pursuit of the lightning apes behind him. One human, two apes, one fleeing, two chasing, gradually distancing themselves from the canyon and entering the jungle. As the two apes were lured into the ambush zone, Hong Yi, concealed in the shadows, suddenly sprang forth and attacked. In an instant, 6 figures struck from various directions, targeting the lightning apes. While Xu Chen was running, he abruptly turned, drawing his long sword to thrust forward. With a swift and fierce motion, the blade pierced directly into the left eye of one lightning ape, blood spurting forth. In agony, the lightning ape roared, attempting to tear apart Xu Chen, but 2 more strikes landed upon it. With 2 resounding thuds, the massive ape was sent flying backward, convulsing violently upon hitting the ground before falling still. The other lightning ape, succumbing to the ambush and the surprise attack, soon met the same fate. "Quick, clear the battlefield," Hong Yi whispered, his gaze remaining tense on the canyon entrance, wary that the dying cries of the lightning ape might attract all the others lurking within. Fortunately, their ambush site was sufficiently distanced from the canyon, and their strikes were clean and efficient. The ape had barely emitted a few sounds before it lay in a pool of blood. After clearing the area, Hong Yi and the others relocated their ambush position, aware that lingering in the same spot after the recent battle would allow the residual scent of blood to alert the remaining lightning apes. Once they found a fresh vantage point, Xu Chen suppressed his presence, ready to lure more foes. "Xu Chen, take a moment to rest first," Hong Yi expressed with concern. "No need," Xu Chen shook his head. His exertion had been minimal and was easily disregarded. Once more, he dashed into the canyon. Before long, he had drawn out 3 lightning apes. Methodically, he led them into the ambush circle, where they were swiftly overwhelmed, falling into a pool of blood within mere moments. Following this, Xu Chen continued to lure and dispatch lightning apes, having now slain a total of 28. Even the most obtuse of creatures began to sense the anomaly. The remaining 6 lightning apes within the canyon refused to be lured out, regardless of Xu Chen's attempts, with the apes no longer falling for the bait. Xu Chen and his companions found themselves at an impasse. After deliberation, they resolved to launch a direct assault on the canyon, confident that their numbers still favored them. "I will distract the lightning ape king. Zhao Feng, Wang Shuo, Yang Jian, and Xu Chen, you 4 will each engage a lightning ape. Su Hu and Li Zhong, you 2 will team up against one, and spare no effort to slay it quickly. Then assist the others," Hong Yi instructed in hushed tones before entering the canyon. As they proceeded, a low growl heralded their entrance, causing the remaining 6 lightning apes to rise, issuing threatening roars at the intruders. Hong Yi drew his long sword, directly targeting the larger lightning ape king. With a mighty leap of 10 zhong, his sword gleamed with silver light, and as he struck, the air shattered with the force of his blade, splitting the earth beneath him. Each of Xu Chen's companions selected their targets and engaged in fierce combat. Su Hu and Li Zhong joined forces, managing to suppress their opponent, yet the lightning ape's formidable hide and strength proved resilient, thwarting their efforts to bring it down swiftly. With the impasse continuing, the situation grew dire as Zhao Feng, Wang Shuo, and Yang Jian struggled to maintain their positions. Xu Chen, engaged in a fierce back and forth with his adversary, kept a vigilant eye on the unfolding battlefield. Noticing the precarious plight of Su Hu and Li Zhong, as well as the others, particularly Hong Yi against the lightning ape king, he realized he could not rely on Su Hu and Li Zhong to break the deadlock. Determined to shift the tide, Xu Chen ceased holding back. His previously languid gaze transformed into one of sharp intensity, akin to 2 divine swords. With a swift arc of his sword, he inflicted a grievous wound upon the lightning ape, blood streaming from the deep gash that marred its side. In pain, the lightning ape howled, flailing its arms in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Xu Chen stood resolute, thrusting his sword forward. The dull sound of the blade, piercing flesh, echoed as the ape's frantic movements abruptly froze, its final cries escaping as its massive form collapsed helplessly. As the lightning ape fell, Xu Chen withdrew his sword from its left eye, the blade having pierced through to the back of its skull, ending its life. Meanwhile, Hong Yi, who had been struggling against the lightning ape king, felt his attacks weaken as his wounds accumulated. Su Hu and Li Zhong, still preoccupied with their adversary, were unable to assist him. As the standoff continued, he sighed inwardly, contemplating retreat when he suddenly heard the dying wails of a lightning ape. Stunned, he turned to see Xu Chen extracting his sword, realizing that Xu Chen had single-handedly slain a mid-tier lightning ape. This revelation filled him with astonishment and joy. Astonished by Xu Chen's unexpected prowess, he felt hope rekindle as the stalemate shattered. Victory was now within reach. The others, witnessing the turn of events, could hardly contain their elation. "I will assist you," Xu Chen called out, rushing to aid Su Hu and Li Zhong. As they grappled with their opponent, Xu Chen seized the moment, plunging his sword into the lightning ape's back. With the second lightning ape dispatched, he urged, "You two go support the captain. Hong Yi can no longer hold out and desperately requires assistance." Su Hu and Li Zhong nodded in agreement, immediately rushing to join Hong Yi against the lightning ape king. With their reinforcement, Hong Yi finally found a moment to breathe, and the three of them struggled together to withstand the onslaught of the formidable beast. Meanwhile, Xu Chen wielded his sword like the harbinger of death, moving through the battlefield with lethal grace, each swing claiming the life of a lightning ape. Soon, only the lightning ape king remained. The seven of them encircled the powerful creature, which, true to its status as a high-tier beast, showcased formidable strength and remarkable defenses. Despite Su Hu's efforts, his strike only left a minor wound upon the king. However, under the relentless assault of the seven, the lightning ape king began to falter, its body drenched in blood, until it finally succumbed with a mournful roar, collapsing in a pool of its own blood. With the fall of the lightning ape king, relief washed over Xu Chen and his companions as they collectively exhaled, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Su Hu gave Xu Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "If it weren't for you, we would have been in grave danger." Hong Yi smiled at Xu Chen, saying, "Su Hu speaks the truth. You have earned your place. Xu Chen, you shall claim 30% of the thunder fruit." He then turned to the others, inquiring, "Does anyone object?" "No objections here. I concur. I support this as well." Others unanimously agreed with Hong Yi's proposal. Since everyone was in accord, I would not decline. Xu Chen did not hesitate, for the thunder fruit was of great importance to him. Upon mentioning the thunder fruit, everyone turned their gaze towards the depths of the canyon. There, amidst the crevices of the rock wall, a small tree, about 10 feet tall, stretched upward. The tree was entirely silver, its leaves and branches shimmering in a silvery hue. Amongst the foliage, there glimmered a hint of blue, revealing round fruits the size of lychees. Su Hu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he exclaimed, "Captain, the thunder ape is dead, and the thunder fruit is ripe. Shall we hasten to harvest it?" Hong Yi nodded and replied, "Delay may bring unforeseen changes. Let us first gather the thunder fruit, then attend to the battlefield." As his words fell, 7 figures darted forth, swiftly collecting the thunder fruit. They harvested first and would distribute later. While gathering, Hong Yi remarked, "Soon enough, the thunder fruit was fully harvested." Xu Chen worked with great speed, securing 13 fruits, comprising about 1/3 of the total. "I gathered 8, another said. "I was slower, only managing 3, came another voice. "I did fairly well, collecting 6. As the group shared their harvest, Xu Chen declared, "I have gathered 13. They laid the thunder fruit together, totaling 40. "Xu Chen, you have made a significant contribution, claiming 30%. These 12 fruits are yours." Hong Yi allocated 12 thunder fruits to Xu Chen, who accepted them and stored them within his spatial ring. Hong Yi continued the distribution, allocating the spiritual fruits according to each person's contribution, leaving no room for dissent among those who received less. Once the thunder fruit had been distributed, smiles graced everyone's faces, save for Zhao Feng, whose smile appeared somewhat strained. As the one with the least strength and contribution, he received only 2 thunder fruits. By the standards of low-tier Xian rank spiritual herbs, 2 thunder fruits were not insignificant. Yet, in comparison to Xu Chen and Hong Yi, he felt a pang of dissatisfaction. His gaze towards Xu Chen and the others betrayed a hint of jealousy, though he concealed it well, and none noticed. "Let us commence the cleanup of the battlefield," Hong Yi instructed, prompting everyone to spring into action. The corpse of the thunder ape represented a considerable bounty as well. Chapitre 28, Brink, instant qu'il a. Just as everyone was focused on tidying the battlefield, a chilling scream suddenly pierced the air. Looking up, they saw Wang Shuo being pounced upon by a crimson blood tiger. The immense force of the tiger's attack instantly tore apart his arms. Despite Wang Shua's desperate struggle, he could not alter the fate of death. With a sickening sound, half of Wang Shua's neck was shredded, blood splattering everywhere. In the face of the Crimson Blood Tiger, he was utterly powerless. Crimson Blood Tiger. Hong Yi's expression changed drastically, his voice trembling with fear. The Crimson Blood Tiger was a second-tier advanced beast. Although it was on par with the Thunder Ape King, its strength far surpassed the latter. Even an 8th-level martial artist would retreat in the presence of a Crimson Blood Tiger. In their prime, they would not stand a chance against it, let alone now when they were injured and demoralized. Just then, another blood shadow leaped down from the cliff above. Bang! Yang Jian, unable to evade in time, was struck by the tiger. His nearly 200-pound body flew like a rag doll, crashing into a large tree, blood spewing from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. With this single blow, Yang Jian's insides were shattered, and no medicine could save him. What? 2 Crimson Blood Tigers? Xu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. If there had been only one, he could have perhaps fought it off with the Qing Qi sword and the Xianlei armor, aided by others. But now there were 2. Hong Yi, witnessing the gruesome deaths of Wang Shuo and Yang Jian, felt his vision darken. Both Wang Shuo and Yang Jian were his close companions, and in this moment they had perished. Yet, he remained remarkably rational, not allowing anger to cloud his judgment. He understood the vast disparity in strength. Remaining would only lead to death. Flee, scatter, and escape. With that, he turned and ran without hesitation. Su Hu and the others were quick to follow suit, each choosing a different direction and fleeing desperately. Su Chen Sai Hao Ba. The gap in strength was too great. Moreover, the appearance of the Crimson Blood Tigers was utterly untimely. They arrived just after they had eliminated the Thunder Apes. Wait, the territorial instinct of beasts is exceptionally strong. Did these 2 Crimson Blood Tigers enter the Thunder Ape territory seeking thunder fruits? They had beaten the tigers to it. Or perhaps the Crimson Blood Tigers had already arrived, lurking in the shadows, waiting to reap the benefits. Xu Chen shook his head. Contemplating these matters was a waste of time and energy, offering no improvement to his current predicament. Taking a deep breath, he too began to flee. With 2 of the 7 dead, only 5 remained. They scattered in different directions to avoid total annihilation. However, those targeted by the Crimson Blood Tigers were surely facing a perilous fate. Xu Chen hoped he would not be among them. The more one fears something, the more it approaches. Heavy footsteps echoed behind him, a dense aura of demonic energy sweeping toward him. No way. His heart sank as he turned to look. In the forest, 2 Crimson Blood shadows, exuding a savage aura, charged toward him, shaking the ground with each step, snapping trees in their wake. Could it be that his luck was so wretched that both beasts had chosen to fixate on him? Xu Chen felt tears welling in his eyes. Swoosh! His internal spiritual energy surged wildly, enveloping him as he bolted forward like an arrow shot from a bow. The wind roared like a tiger. The clouds swirled like a dragon. His speed was impressive, but the Crimson Blood Tigers were even faster. In no time, the massive figures of the tigers were less than 100 meters away. In under a minute, they would catch up to him, and then, what to do? What to do? Xu Chen's mind raced, desperately searching for a strategy to escape. None. There was nothing. He pondered every tactic he could think of, but none could extricate him from the tiger's jaws. Ultimately, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. As he contemplated his escape, the Crimson Blood Tiger was already within 20 meters. Roar! With a deafening roar, the tiger's 4 powerful paws crashed down, sending dirt flying as its enormous body leaped into the air. Xu Chen, sensing the imminent danger, felt his expression shift slightly. Whoosh! Gathering his strength, he swung his sword backward with great force. This strike had been charged for a long time. Swoosh! The sword light resembled a silken ribbon, or perhaps a cascading galaxy. Bang! The long sword clashed with the tiger's claw, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. The overwhelming force from the tiger poured down upon the sword, causing it to ring out and tremble violently. Crack! Suddenly, a fissure appeared on the long sword. The sword was merely an ordinary iron blade, not a spiritual weapon like the Qing Qi sword. Boom! The sword shattered into fragments. Xu Chen felt a sharp pain in his throat as he was violently thrown backward by the explosion. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, The other crimson blood tiger leaped forward, its massive jaws wide open, aiming for Xu Chen's head. With fierce determination, Xu Chen rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the tiger's maw. However, as he evaded the attack, he grasped the air with his fingers, summoning the Qing Qi sword to his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the sword transformed into a beam of cold light, piercing precisely into the tiger's right eye. Blood splattered. Roar. The crimson blood tiger howled in pain, its roar filled with anguish and murderous intent. Raising its claw, it swung down ferociously. Bang! Xu Chen was sent flying by the powerful strike, crashing into a giant tree, blood spilling from his mouth as he gasped. Go! With no time to catch his breath, Xu Chen glanced at the furious tiger, its right eye now blind, and unleashed his spiritual energy to soar into the air, continuing his escape. The crimson blood tiger had suffered a significant loss at Xu Chen's hands and was now driven by an insatiable desire for revenge, its speed increasing terrifyingly. With a few leaps, it had closed the distance to Xu Chen. Gritting his teeth, Xu Chen resolved that if he could not escape, he would stand and fight. Just as he prepared to confront the two tigers, his eyes suddenly brightened. On the steep cliff, a narrow crevice opened, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. The crevice was smooth and even, appearing more like a man-made excavation than a natural formation. With danger closing in behind him, Xu Chen could not afford to hesitate. He exerted force with his right foot, leaping into the crevice like a swallow returning to its nest. Bang! The mountain trembled as the crimson blood tiger crashed against it, rocks tumbling down and blocking its path. Xu Chen watched as the tiger repeatedly slammed against the mountain, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The crimson blood tiger could not enter. He was safe for the moment. However, seeing the hatred in the tiger's single eye, he knew it would not easily let him off the hook. First, he needed to recover from his injuries. Xu Chen ventured deeper into the crevice, sitting down and retrieving spiritual stones from his storage ring. As he held the stones, they crumbled into powder. Half a day later, Xu Chen's injuries had nearly healed. The area outside the crevice had returned to calm. Xu Chen hesitated momentarily before stepping out. The moment he took half a step outside, a foul stench assailed him. Bang! He retreated back into the crevice as the crimson blood tiger lunged, crashing heavily against the mountain. Damn beast, it didn't leave. It seemed it truly harbored a grudge against him. It wouldn't depart until he was dead. Xu Chen's expression turned grave. He sat down again, his hands sweeping to reveal a pile of spiritual stones before him. Did they truly think him an easy target? Since it wouldn't leave, he would ensure it remained there permanently. Xu Chen's heart hardened, and he took a deep breath. The power of devouring surged forth endlessly. The spirit stones crumbled into fine powder, and strands of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body. Approximately half a day passed. Xu Chen ceased his cultivation, and the mountain of spirit stones before him had been reduced to mere powder. The expenditure of 100,000 spirit stones had only allowed him to ascend from the 4th to the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm. A pang of regret twisted his lips. Were it not for the fortune he had acquired from the water mansion, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to sustain such a daunting consumption. Half a day's time had granted him a significant enhancement in power, justifying the expenditure of those spirit stones. He reassured himself, and his spirits lifted somewhat. After his breakthrough, he did not immediately seek vengeance. Instead, he drew forth the Qing Qi sword and began his practice, executing one stroke after another. Time slipped away like grains of sand. 3 days later, Xu Chen concluded his sword training. Crimson Blood Tiger, I hope you haven't departed. He scoffed, stepping through the rift. Had they left? Upon emerging from the rift without encountering any attacks, Xu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment and shook his head. Choosing a direction, he ventured 50 meters when he abruptly halted, a cold smile dancing on his lips as he murmured, I thought you had fled, but it seems you've learned to be clever. However, only one remained. The other had vanished without a trace. The moment his words fell, a roar echoed through the forest as the crimson blood tiger lunged forth, bearing its bloodied maw, aiming to strike Xu Chen fiercely. The one that had not fled was indeed the one Xu Chen had blinded in its right eye. It appeared that it had developed a deep-seated hatred for Xu Chen, vowing not to rest until it had exacted its revenge. Having ventured 50 meters away from the rift, Xu Chen found it implausible to retreat back. This was precisely why he had praised the tiger for its newfound cleverness. A beast, after all, remains a beast. Xu Chen had never contemplated retreating. He gazed at the rapidly approaching jaws of the tiger, the stench of blood assaulting his senses. Gripping his sword in his right hand, in the next instant, the Qing Chi sword was drawn. A flash of light emanated from blade. With a sharp sound, a massive, grotesque tiger head soared through the air. Due to the momentum of its charge, the headless corpse of the crimson blood tiger dashed forward for a short distance before crashing against the stone wall with a resounding thud. The severed tiger head rolled a few times upon landing, while the lifeless body collapsed, blood gushing forth in torrents, staining the ground. The flesh of the crimson blood tiger was a delicacy of the highest order. Xu Chen approached, gathering both the head and the body, intent on returning to find a skilled chef to prepare a sumptuous feast with the crimson blood tiger and the black-scaled python, nourishing his body in the process. With the Qing Chi sword in hand, Xu Chen searched the vicinity but found no trace of the other crimson blood tiger. It appeared that the creature had indeed made its departure. Chapter 29. The Tragedy of the Wind-Chasing Squad, the Tianyuan Mountain Range. Outskirts. It was time to depart. Having spent half a month within the Tianyuan Mountain Range, it was finally time to leave. The relentless slaughter over this fortnight had taken a significant toll on Xu Chen's body and spirit. He needed to extricate himself from this cycle of violence. Otherwise, the bloodshed would corrupt his mind. Shaking off the withered leaves clinging to him, he rose to his feet. His ears suddenly pricked at the sound of a scuffle. Turning towards the source of the noise, he contemplated for a moment before deciding not to intervene. However, just as he was about to walk away, he caught a familiar voice. Infusing his ears with spiritual energy, he listened closely, his expression shifting slightly. In the next instant, he propelled himself towards the direction of the sound. In a clearing within the thicket, two factions were at an impasse. No, rather than a standoff. It appeared as though one group had encircled another. Zhao Feng looked at Hong Yi and his two companions, trapped with no escape, and laughed heartily. Hong Yi, if you wish to survive, you'd best hand over the thunderfruit. Otherwise, you and your two brothers shall perish here. Zhao Feng, how could you be a scion of the Zhao family from Liuguang City? I must have been blind to allow such a treacherous beast into our ranks. Was it not you whom the bloodthirsty tiger slaughtered that day? Hong Yi, Su Hu, and Li Zhong spat back at Zhao Feng, their anger palpable. They never anticipated that Zhao Feng was a member of the Zhao family and had brought Zhao warriors to force them into surrendering the thunderfruit. Their refusal had led to a relentless pursuit. In their flight, they had ultimately been surrounded by the Zhao warriors, leaving them with no means of escape. Unfazed by the insults hurled at him, Zhao Feng smiled with pride, expressing regret. If Wang Shuo and Xu Chen had not perished at the hands of the bloodthirsty tiger, our rewards would have doubled. Zhao Feng, you have done well, remarked a young man in blue behind him, his tone approving. Zhao Feng fawned. It is my honor to serve the young master. Indeed, keep the thunderfruit for yourself. Consider it a reward. Thank you, young master. Zhao Feng feigned immense gratitude. The young man nodded in satisfaction before turning to Hong Yi and his companions, stating, if you wish to live, surrender the thunderfruit. Otherwise, this place shall become your grave. Never. Hong Yi rejected vehemently, without a second thought. They had already lost two brothers and the recently acquainted Xu Chen for the thunderfruit. In their eyes, Xu Chen had perished at the hands of the bloodthirsty tiger. Stubborn fools, Zhao Feng retorted coldly. Unappreciative, the young man in blue snorted. Kill them. A flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he waved his hand, and the Zhao warriors brandished their weapons, charging forth. The expressions of Hong Yi and his companions turned grim. It seemed they were destined to fall here. Yet even in death, they could not allow the Zhao family to gain the upper hand. Let us fight back. At least take one down, two would be a bonus. With a roar, they surged forward, their eyes aflame with rage. The two factions clashed violently. Although Hong Yi and his companions were formidable and driven by a desire for vengeance, they were outnumbered by the Zhao warriors. Soon, Li Zhong was overwhelmed and fell, his body a mangled mess. Li Ge, Su Hu cried out, his voice tinged with despair, battling furiously with reckless abandon. On the other side, Hong Yi was similarly embroiled in a brutal fight, facing an even greater number of opponents, some of whom were at the 7th level of the Qi gathering realm. He wielded his sword with ferocity, taking down 3 foes before a blade pierced through his chest. followed swiftly by a war knife severing his head. Captain, Xu Hu's eyes widened in horror. He was already grievously injured, fighting solely on hatred's fuel. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. A steel blade pierced his abdomen. He roared in fury, retaliating with a strike that cleaved his assailant's head. Yet, he could no longer hold on, collapsing to one knee, sword in hand. With a triumphant expression, Zhao Feng approached Xu Hu, raising his war knife high above his head. Xu Hu, do you have any last words? Xu Hu spat blood, his injuries overwhelming him. Zhao Feng's inaction would prolong his life much longer. Nothing to say, then perish, Zhao Feng declared, ready to bring down his blade upon Xu Hu. Stop! A furious shout echoed, halting Zhao Feng's movement. He turned to see a young man striding towards them. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhao Feng blinked in astonishment. Xu Chen, you're alive. Young master, this man is Xu Chen. He possesses thunder fruit as well, a total of 12. Zhao Feng promptly informed the young man in blue. A glimmer of delight crossed the young man's face. Xu Chen surveyed the lifeless bodies of Hong, Yi, and Li Zhong, then glanced at the gravely injured Xu Hu. His expression icy. Zhao Feng, why have you done this? He suppressed his murderous impulse, questioning each word with deliberation. Zhao Feng laughed heartily. Why, you ask? Blame your own lack of strength. Blame the uneven distribution of resources. We all fought together. Yet why should you receive 12 thunder fruits while I only got a meager 2? You acted unjustly first. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xu Chen frowned. The spiritual fruits are distributed based on contributions. You know how much you contributed. Furthermore, if you felt discontent, why didn't you voice it then? Zhao Feng fell silent. Xu Chen, run. They are from the Zhao family of Liuguang City. You are no match for them, Xu Hu, struggling to remain upright, implored Xu Chen weakly. Zhao Feng sneered at this moment. You still have the presence of mind to concern yourself with others? Xu Hu, you should be more worried about your own fate. With that, he raised his war knife, preparing to strike down. You seek death. Xu Chen's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he shouted, leaping forward. With a resounding crash, Zhao Feng was sent flying. Bang! Zhao Feng hit the ground, rolling several times before spewing a mouthful of blood, mingled with a few internal organs. With this outpouring, his breath became shallow, clearly indicating his internal injuries were grave. Xu Chen, enraged at Zhao Feng's intent to kill Xu Hu, retaliated swiftly, eliminating Zhao Feng in a single strike. Xu Hu, are you all right? Xu Chen turned to Xu Hu, concern evident in his voice. His words faltered, revealing a sorrowful expression. Xu had already drawn his last breath. Out of the 7 who had entered the Tianyuan mountain range as a team, 6 were dead, leaving only him. Gazing at the encircling Zhao warriors, a sense of vengeance surged within Xu Chen. These individuals had slain Hong, Yi, Li Zhong, and Xu Hu. Now, they sought to take his life as well. You shall all pay for your sins. Xu Chen's voice was frigid as he brandished his sword, cutting through the air with blinding speed. Puffed. 2 heads soared into the air. Clang! Clang! A few managed to react, raising their weapons to block, but Xu Chen's blade was extraordinarily sharp, cutting through steel as if it were mere mud. The sound of metal clashing rang out as their weapons were severed, followed by a spray of blood as their necks were cut through, splattering the ground. 3 individuals stared wide-eyed, terror-stricken as they clutched their throats, blood gushing between their fingers, their pupils dilating in panic. 2 heads were severed, and 3 carotid arteries lay slashed. With a single stroke, 5 fell. Bang! 1 collapsed helplessly, followed by the others succumbing one after another. You, a Zhao family warrior encircling Xu Chen, retreated in terror. The smiles of the others vanished, replaced by sheer dread. Death. Xu Chen's murderous intent had been unleashed. Having struck, he would not withdraw midway. He stepped forward, his sword descending. Splat. A Zhao family warrior was cleaved in 2, meeting a gruesome end. Kill him. The young man in blue reacted, issuing a loud command. The remaining Zhao warriors understood that without a desperate fight, they would meet a fate worse than death, and they raised their weapons to charge at Xu Chen. Xu Chen swung his sword in a wide arc, clanging sounds resonating as sparks flew, followed by the shattering of their weapons. The warriors charging forth were sent reeling back, their faces betraying unmasked terror at the sight of their severed swords. All of you perish. Xu Chen showed no mercy as he surged forward, his sword flashing. The sounds of flesh parting echoing relentlessly as Zhao warriors fell one after another. Death! The young man in blue lunged forward, his sword mercilessly aimed at Xu Chen's throat. The blade sliced through the air, producing a chilling shriek of friction. With the first strike, he aimed to kill. The young man in blue was at the 7th level of the Qi gathering realm. Faced with the young man's ruthless assault, Xu Chen remained unperturbed, observing with calm composure. In the next instant, he executed a swift strike. Thud! The dull sound of the blade cutting through flesh resonated. Following this, a spray of blood erupted from the young man's neck. He resembled a deflated balloon, his aura rapidly diminishing. Panic-stricken, he desperately clutched his throat, attempting to stanch the flow of blood. Futile. My sword has severed your carotid artery, and the sword's energy continues to ravage the wound. Unless you consume an elixir that defies life and death, you are doomed. Xu Chen's cold voice echoed like a death knell in the young man's ears. Your sword is remarkably sharp. From your blade, I sense the might of the sword. But you should not have killed me. The young man relinquished his struggle, his hands falling weakly. With each word, blood gushed forth from his neck. Xu Chen sheathed his sword and remarked indifferently, I never regret killing. The young man's body slumped, breath leaving him. After clearing the battlefield, as Xu Chen sheathed his sword and prepared to depart, his expression suddenly shifted. He heard the sound of something cutting through the air. Someone was approaching, and it was not just one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rushing air grew louder as 7 or 8 figures approached rapidly. At the forefront was an elderly man clad in gray. Young master. Upon arriving and seeing the young man in blue lying in a pool of blood, the gray-clad elder's expression changed dramatically. He rushed to the young man's side, checking for signs of life. Discovering the young man had already passed away, his face shifted through various shades of shock. Finally, he glared fiercely at Xu Chen. It was you who killed the young master? He attacked me first. I merely retaliated. Xu Chen faced the elder's fierce gaze without flinching, speaking coolly. Capture him and deliver him to the family head for judgment. The gray-clad elder waved his hand forward. The warriors behind him drew their weapons and charged at Xu Chen. Chapter 30. Slaughter. Xu Chen was acutely aware that he had slain the heir of his adversary, and thus the animosity between them could not be resolved. Therefore, he said little, drawing forth the Qi sword. With a swift stroke, the blade gleamed momentarily. PFF. The foremost of the attackers, a 4th-level Qi condensation warrior, clutched his throat and collapsed. As he dispatched one foe, the assaults of the remaining 6 converged from all directions. Xu Chen's figure flickered, deftly evading the onslaught. Crack! Crack! He flicked his wrist, slashing with the Qi sword, severing 2 war blades that came at him, the sword remaining unscathed. The sword's aura surged forth, and with 2 more PFF sounds, 2 more heads soared into the air. In mere moments, Xu Chen had taken the lives of 3 men. The remaining 4, witnessing this, were filled with dread and dared not advance. The elder in gray was consumed with murderous intent, but before he could act, Xu Chen charged at him first. With a nimble push off the ground, he soared into the air, delivering a flurry of kicks. The elder sensed the terrifying power contained within Xu Chen's legs. His pupils contracted as he swiftly raised his hands to defend. Bang! 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 Xu Chen unleashed a barrage of kicks, each one meeting the elder's fists in a fierce collision. He pressed the attack with increasing momentum, forcing the elder to retreat step by step. The elder was alarmed. He was an 8th-level Qi condensation warrior, yet in this contest of strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. Who are you? Why do you target the Zhao family? He exclaimed, incredulous that Xu Chen would deliberately pursue them. Xu Chen landed gracefully, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he raised his sword high. The Qi sword angled towards the heavens, before delivering a decisive strike downward. Clang! The elder suddenly produced a blue war blade, positioning it defensively. Ding! The clash of metal sent sparks flying. The elder staggered back several steps. Once steady, he glanced at his war blade, his expression shifting in shock. The treasured weapon he cherished had sustained damage from their initial encounter. The blade, now marred with a notch. He abruptly looked up, greed gleaming his eyes as he stared at Xu Chen's Qi sword. A spiritual weapon. Only a spiritual weapon could possess such terrifying destructive power. Xu Chen did not deny it. Swoosh! Two arcs of sword energy sliced toward the elder. He wielded his blade to counter. Xu Chen advanced, swinging his sword in rapid succession. Ding! Ding! In their final clash, the elder's warblade shattered with a sharp crack, splitting into two pieces. In the elder's astonished and terrified gaze, the Qing Chi sword shimmered with a chilling light, slicing through his neck with a swift motion. Blood gushed forth as the elder clutched his throat, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Seeing that even the elder was no match for Xu Chen, having fallen in just a few exchanges, the remaining four warriors turned pale and fled in panic. Xu Chen pursued with determination, his sword cleaving through the air. PFF. One head rolled to the ground. Without pause, 3 heartbeats later, the second met a similar fate. After 20 heartbeats, the third fell, trembling in terror. 40 heartbeats, 50 heartbeats. Time slipped away gradually. Xu Chen returned, his brow slightly furrowed. The fourth had managed to escape. Failing to eliminate the root will surely bring future troubles. However, he soon relaxed, contemplating his return to the sect. How could the Zhao family, no matter how powerful, retaliate against him in the Qingling sect? He set out to return, but he had underestimated the Zhao family's capacity for action. The Zhao warrior who had fled, not long after, rejoined other Zhao family members who had entered the Tianyuan Mountains. Upon learning of the situation, this group of Zhao warriors was enraged. They immediately dispatched men to seal off the exit of the Tianyuan Mountains and sent word to the Zhao family members in Liuguang City. Liuguang City, a stronghold near the Tianyuan Mountains, was dominated by 3 prominent families, with the Zhao family being the most powerful. On this day, Zhao Hailang, the patriarch of the Zhao family, was seething with rage. His son, the family's most gifted genius, had been slain in the Tianyuan Mountains. The assailant was not a beast, but a human warrior. According to the surviving witness, the culprit was a youth wielding a spiritual weapon. Upon learning that the murderer possessed such a weapon, Zhao Hailang was consumed by greed and quickly summoned the family's experts to march into the Tianyuan Mountains. They sought vengeance for their fallen kin while coveting the spiritual weapon in the killer's possession. Even a low-grade spiritual weapon was worth its weight in gold. In the vast Liuguang city, with a population exceeding 1 million, there was not a single warrior who possessed a spiritual weapon, underscoring their rarity. If he could acquire such a weapon, he might reconcile with his son's death. At the perilous periphery of the Tianyuan Mountains, a figure darted past, closely pursued by 7 or 8 warriors. Damn it, he's escaped again. The emaciated middle-aged man at the helm spat in frustration. This man was the 9th elder of the Zhao family in Liuguang City, an 8th-level Qi condensation warrior. After learning of the heir's tragic fate, he had followed the family head into the Tianyuan Mountains to hunt the killer. Yet after 3 days, they had neither captured the assailant nor avoided heavy casualties. Recently, his team had tracked the murderer, yet they had still failed to apprehend him. You cannot escape. The entire Zhao family has mobilized, laying a web of traps at the Tianyuan Mountains exit. Even if you turn into a fly, you shall not evade capture. The 9th elder howled in frustration, venting his pent-up anger. Just as his voice fell, a figure resembling a hawk swooped down from a nearby tree. BFF. A Zhao warrior to the left of the 9th elder was cleaved in two without warning, blood and innards spilling onto the ground. Xu Chen's gaze remained cold as he murmured, swinging his sword for another strike. PFF. Another warrior was bisected. The count of Zhao warriors slain by Xu Chen had reached 38. Witnessing the consecutive deaths of his kin, the 9th elder's eyes bulged with rage. Deep beast, he roared, lunging forward with outstretched claws, his fingers like talons slicing through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His fingers, akin to sharp blades, shot towards Xu Chen's head. Xu Chen faced him calmly, gripping the sword's hilt, gathering strength for a moment before unleashing a powerful strike. The sword's energy erupted, tearing the earth apart, leaving no inch untouched. Simultaneously, illusory mountains manifested within the sword's energy, exuding an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spine. The Taichu sword technique, first form, moving mountains. The massive sword energy, accompanied by the mountain's illusion, descended with ferocity. With a series of hisses, the 9th elder's claw-like fingers disintegrated like snow in the sun. The elder's pupils constricted sharply as the scent of death engulfed him. At that moment, he sought to evade, but it was too late. PFF. The sword energy struck him fiercely, exploding his flesh and bone into a fine mist, leaving no trace behind. Boom! The ground was carved by the sword energy, creating a terrifying fissure 10 zhang long, 1 zhang wide, and 3 zhang deep. The might of a single strike was truly fearsome. Xu Chen shook his head lightly, finding the ninth elder utterly inadequate for testing his sword. One strike had obliterated him. Xu Chen turned to the petrified Zhao warriors, his figure flickering as he thrust the Qing Qi sword forward. PFF. The blade pierced through a throat. Unstoppable, Xu Qinyong ruthlessly dispatched his foes. And as the last adversary fell, he sheathed his sword. Zhao family, you have unleashed your forces, casting a net across the heavens and the earth. Very well. I shall engage you until the end. Xu's expression remained cold. The slaughter had merely commenced. Hurry swiftly, just ahead, move quicker. This time, I shall not allow that scoundrel to escape. The family head had decreed that anyone who slays the thief would be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones. The thief's life is mine alone. None shall contest me for it. The sounds of combat attracted the nearby Zhao family members. Warriors appeared from the east, west, and south. Xu Qinyong took a leap, soaring toward the north. He could not allow himself to be encircled by the Zhao family, for he knew he lacked the strength to vanquish them all single-handedly, especially the Zhao family patriarch, rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage. With the support of other skilled members of the Zhao family, Xu would only meet a fate of disgraceful retreat. The 9th elder is dead. Have you caught sight of the thief? No, he has evaded capture once more. We have arrived too late. I saw him fleeing northward. Let's pursue him. Dozens of Zhao family warriors, led by 3 elders, surged northward in pursuit. Shortly after their departure, the family patriarch, Zhao Heihu, arrived with a contingent. Upon witnessing the 7 slain, his countenance darkened like a stormy sky. The Zhao family's full mobilization over several days had not only failed to bring the murderer to justice, but had also resulted in severe casualties. 3 family elders had already perished at the hands of the thief. If the thief were not slain, not only would he suffer disgrace, but the entire Zhao family would become the laughingstock of the entire Liuguang city, their dignity obliterated. At any cost, we must eliminate the thief. Zhao Heihu growled with a grim expression. Chapter 31. Death without remains. The number of Zhao family warriors who perished at Xu Chen's hands exceeded 100. As a result, the Zhao family's pursuit of Xu Chen began to falter, revealing their inadequacy in manpower. After the loss of over 100 warriors, it became evident that the Zhao family, one of the 3 prominent families of Liuguang City, could not continuously replenish their ranks. Xu Chen sat bare-chested on a massive rock, his eyes gently closed, completely still, his aura fully retracted, resembling a statue. At this moment, he was undergoing a crucial phase of cultivation. Within his perception, the world began to transform gradually. Sounds receded into the distance, silence enveloped him, and the sensation of wind dissipated. All external sensory perceptions faded one by one. Ultimately, even the passage of time became imperceptible. He found himself in an extraordinarily perilous state. Not even the approach of a low-level first-tier beast would alert him. As time trickled by, he lost track of its passage. Eventually, his awareness of the outside world began to return, starting with sound. A faint noise reached his ears, which gradually grew louder, culminating in a thunderous roar. Then came the restoration of his hearing and sense of smell. Once all perceptions had returned, he suddenly opened his eyes. From his gaze emanated 2 strands of sword energy that pierced through the void. With a clang, he drew his sword and struck with fluidity, as if flowing like water. In an instant, the waterfall before him split in 2. An invisible sword energy intercepted the upper section, while the lower section was propelled downward, crashing with a thunderous boom that sent sprays of water soaring dozens of meters high. Waves of water surged towards Xu Chen, drenching his body, only to be evaporated by the extraordinary heat emanating from him. Concurrently, the invisible sword energy, under the relentless assault of the waterfall, began to disintegrate. When the volume of the waterfall reached a critical mass, the sword energy finally collapsed, and the waterfall plummeted, unleashing a torrent that stirred up countless waves. With a mere thought, Xu Chen conjured a shield of sword energy 3 feet around him. The incoming water struck the sword energy shield, exploding into countless droplets. Yet the shield remained unwavering. At last, he grasped the essence of it. Alas, he was still a step away. What he had comprehended could only be regarded as half a step towards true sword intent. Xu Chen sheathed his sword and donned a set of garments from his storage ring. The number of Zhao family warriors slain by him had reached 133. With their manpower dwindling, it was time for a counterattack. He commenced his retaliatory hunt. Under his deliberate search, he soon detected a small team of 7. Judging by their attire, these 7 were indeed members of the Zhao family. Xu Chen did not conceal his presence as he strode towards them. His unmasked form was quickly noticed by the Zhao family warriors. They momentarily froze, and after a brief pause, a look of terror replaced any semblance of joy. The number of Zhao family warriors who had perished at Xu Chen's hands exceeded 100, and those still pursuing him were largely driven by the pressure from Zhao Heihu. Otherwise, they would have long since scattered. The leader of the group swiftly retrieved a signal flare from his bosom, intent on igniting it. When a streak of sword energy shot forth, swift as lightning. With a soft thud, the leader's arm, which clutched the flare, was severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth. As the severed arm fell, Xu Chen had already arrived before the 7. He wove through them, and with each strike of his sword, 1 warrior fell. After 7 strikes, all 7 lay lifeless on the ground. None could withstand a single blow from him. Having sheathed his sword, Xu Chen gazed at the severed hand, still clutching the signal flare, slightly astonished. A signal flare? The Zhao family is not as foolish as I presumed. Hurry! There's movement over there. We cannot let the thief escape this time. Sounds echoed from all directions. Shortly after, several teams arrived in succession. Just like before, they were 1 step too late. Another small squad had been completely annihilated. The silence that followed was suffocating, with uncontainable fear reflected in their eyes. They questioned their own abilities, realizing they were no stronger than those who had perished. The only reason they remained was due to sheer luck, having not crossed paths with that demon. If the next target of the demon were to be them, that would spell their doom. This thought surfaced in every mind as fear enveloped their hearts. The thief cannot have gone far. Pursue him. Split up, and if you catch a glimpse of him, do not act recklessly. Use the signal flare to notify the others. What are you waiting for? Act quickly. Find that thief and exact revenge for our fallen kin, commanded the Grand Elder of the Zhao family. As the second in command, the Grand Elder held immense authority. Just beneath the family head Zhao Heihu, and his words were law. Under his command, the reluctant crowd dispersed to pursue. One after another, teams departed, leaving only the Grand Elder behind. The Grand Elder cast a final glance at the 7 corpses on the ground, sighed deeply, and turned to leave, only to halt abruptly as he raised his gaze to a towering tree ahead, bellowing, "Who goes there?" A figure leapt down from the treetop. Quite perceptive, Xu Chen thought, shaking his head in disappointment. The Grand Elder, at the 9th level of Qi condensation, possessed exceptional awareness, yet his vigilance had remained intact throughout. "It's you." The Grand Elder recognized Xu Chen at once. Not all Zhao family warriors had seen Xu Chen, but each possessed a portrait of him. Unfortunately, Xu Chen murmured to himself. Having killed Zhao family warriors, he did not flee immediately, but instead concealed his aura, hiding in the treetops, waiting for the opportune moment to ambush a Zhao family team. Alas, it was the Grand Elder who remained, and he had detected Xu Chen's presence beforehand. With the ambush thwarted, Xu Chen had no choice but to confront him directly. With a flicker of thought, the Qingqi sword appeared in his hand. A spiritual weapon? The Grand Elder's gaze fixated on the Qingqi sword, his expression twisting with greed as the impulse to claim it for himself surged within him. With a spiritual sword in his possession, his power would multiply, making even the family head, Zhao Heihu, no match for him. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing a treasure invites calamity. "Boy, a spiritual sword is beyond your reach." He roared, his spiritual energy surging as he formed seals with his hands. A torrent of spiritual power gathered between his palms, unleashing cracking mountain palm. A palm struck downwards, and the spiritual energy manifested as a colossal handprint, swiftly descending with explosive force. The earth trembled violently, fissures tearing through the ground as countless stones flew like arrows. The area covered by the handprint transformed into a massive crater, its surface etched with numerous cracks. At the bottom of the crater, Xu Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. Death without remains. The Grand Elder, believing Xu Chen had been obliterated, erupted into triumphant laughter. Xu Chen is dead. The Zhao family's vendetta is avenged. The spiritual sword is now mine. He peered into the depths of the crater, searching for traces of the sword. None could be found. Just as he prepared to search thoroughly, a glimmer of cold light suddenly expanded before his eyes. He froze momentarily, only to see Xu Chen gracefully descending, his sword radiating a dazzling cold light. A shiver coursed through the Grand Elder's heart as he summoned a battle knife. Swinging it defensively, clang! Sparks erupted as the two weapons clashed. The ground shook violently. Then, with a sharp crack, the battle knife shattered into two. The cold light swept past. A streak of crimson erupted from the Elder's neck, cascading onto the ground. You are still alive? And your sword? How sharp it is. Ah, I remember now, it is the essence of the sword. The Elder's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat, speaking in fragmented phrases. Opposite him, Xu Chen sheathed his sword and remarked coolly, I expected you to last a few exchanges, but seems I overestimated you. The Elder's pupils dilated. You are a genius. The Zhao family provoking you is the gravest mistake. Hurry, hurry. There are sounds of combat over here. The thief must be just ahead. We must exert ourselves. This time, he cannot escape. Distant shouts echoed through the air. The battle between Xu Chen and the Elder concluded too swiftly, yet the commotion had already drawn the attention of the Zhao family's warriors who had departed not long ago. A multitude of figures swiftly surrounded the area from various directions, the sound of their footsteps rapidly approaching. Chapter 32. Assault on the Zhao family with a resounding thud. The Grand Elder's head rolled away, blood gushing from the decapitated body, staining the ground crimson. A piercing scream erupted from behind. Xu Chen turned to see a group of Zhao family warriors standing dumbfounded 100 meters away, their faces etched with terror. The Grand Elder is dead? Witnessing the gruesome sight had a profound impact on these individuals. The Grand Elder was the second most powerful figure in the Zhao family, second only to the patriarch, Zhao Heihu. If even he could fall to the blade of an intruder, what fate awaited them? You certainly arrived swiftly, just in time to be dealt with as well. Xu Chen's eyes sparkled with murderous intent as he approached the paralyzed Zhao warriors. With a swift motion, he drew the Qingqi sword, and before they could recover from their shock, he struck with precision. The bodies of 3 warriors fell, blood erupting like a crimson fountain. The remaining few, splattered with gore, shuddered back to reality, only to be met with the cold edge of Xu Chen's sword. Thud, thud, thud. In mere moments, the 7-man squad succumbed to Xu Chen's relentless assault. As he dispatched them, reinforcement from other directions finally began to arrive. However, Xu Chen had no intention of retreating. The long-standing enmity with the Zhao family would find resolution today. An aura of chilling ferocity radiated from him, transforming him into an embodiment of death itself. He advanced to meet the incoming Zhao warriors. With a low growl, Xu Chen leaped into the air, sword raised high, and unleashed a devastating strike. Boom! The earth trembled and cracked like a spider's web, the fissures racing outward. Under the shadow of his blade, none of the Zhao warriors escaped. They were obliterated, reduced to blood mist and scattered bones. This overwhelming display of power left the other Zhao warriors pale and trembling. Today, all of you shall perish. The pent-up frustration of being hunted by the Zhao family erupted within Xu Chen. His gaze was as cold as steel, infused with lethal intent. As he plunged into the fray, swiftly reaping lives with his sword. In that moment, regardless of their strength, no Zhao warrior could withstand a single strike from him. They fell like weeds before his relentless onslaught, blood saturating the ground, the stench of death permeating the air for hundreds of meters, enough to make one wretch. With a single swing, a Zhao warrior fleeing 10 meters away stumbled, his upper body slowly collapsing. Surveying the area, he found no one left standing. A small contingent of Zhao warriors who had arrived later, realizing Xu Chen was insurmountable, wisely chose to flee, while the rest met their doom. Over 200 Zhao warriors had fallen to his blade, and the number of slain elders surpassed the fingers on one hand. The Zhao family was now gravely weakened. Even if he ceased his assault now, They would be reduced to a second-rate family in Liuguang City, stripped of their former glory. Would he stop? Absolutely not. The patriarch of the Zhao family still lived. Since the day his own family was annihilated due to Zhao's actions, Xu Chen's heart had turned ice-cold. Enemies Decisive, no mercy. Little did he realize that failing to eradicate the roots of his foes would only allow them to rise again. He believed that given his rapid growth, the Zhao family would pose no threat. Yet, a family that constantly sought his life was a source of irritation. Annihilation would simplify matters. In Liuguang City, rumors had begun to circulate. In tea houses, taverns, and crowded places, small groups gathered to whisper among themselves. The Zhao family has suffered heavy casualties in the Tianyuan Mountains. Is it true? It is. How do I know? A friend of mine from the Zhao family let slip that they were trying to hunt down a killer, the one responsible for the death of the Zhao family's young master. But that killer was formidable. Instead of being captured, he inflicted significant losses on the Zhao warriors. Is that true? The young master of the Zhao family is dead? Indeed, and the grand elder as well. In a tavern, patrons huddled together, murmuring in hushed tones. Nearby, a young man dressed in black sat alone at a table, sipping his food and wine, seemingly uninterested in the gossip around him. Suddenly, commotion erupted outside the establishment. Everyone turned to see a terrified figure stumbling down the street. Dead. They're all dead, he mumbled frantically. Patrons exchanged glances. That man looks familiar. I think I've seen him before. After a moment, another spoke up. I remember now. He is Xiao Tai, a member of the Zhao family. What on earth has happened to him? I think I heard him say they're dead. Who is dead? A perceptive diner interjected, and the atmosphere grew tense as a terrifying possibility dawned on them. Let us go see. A few customers immediately stood to leave. Where to? Others asked, still confused. To the Zhao family. Instantly, the majority of the tavern's patrons departed. The lone young man in the corner wiped his mouth, left a few spirit stones on the table, and rose to follow. At the Zhao family, Zhao Heihu sprang to his feet, astonished. What? He glared at those below him. Say that again. Patriarch, the grand elder, and all the others. They are dead, came the trembling voice from below. How can this be? Zhao Heihu struggled to accept the news. With the family warriors dispatched to the Tianyuan Mountains and the family vulnerable, he had entrusted the task of hunting down Xu Chen to the grand elder, returning to the family to assert control. But he had only just returned, and now the grand elder and all the family warriors had met a tragic end? If this news were true, the Zhao family would be critically wounded. The other forces in Liuguang City would undoubtedly seek to take advantage of their plight. The terrified crowd urged, Patriarch, we must flee. That villain will not spare us. He will come for us. Zhao Heihu slammed his hand on the table, eyes blazing with fury, gritting his teeth as he declared, if he dares to come, I shall offer his head as a tribute to the spirits of our fallen kin. Just then, a dull thud echoed. Zhao Heihu looked up to see a member of the crowd with blood streaming from his forehead, frozen in shock before collapsing heavily. He was momentarily stunned, then turned to see the young man who had appeared at the door. Xu Chen fixed his gaze on Zhao Heihu, speaking in a calm tone. I heard you wish to offer my head as a tribute to your fallen kin, so here I am. Zhao Heihu had also seen the portrait of Xu Chen, and he instantly recognized him as the murderer of his son and his kin. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. Zhao Heihu's eyes blazed with fury. Having just received the devastating news of the deaths of the Grand Elder and numerous family warriors, how could he possibly contain his wrath? How could he remain composed? Chapter 33. The pinnacle of the ninth layer of qi condensation, Xu Chen's gaze was fixed intently on Zhao Heihu as he grasped the air with his right hand, summoning the Qing Qi sword into his grasp. After a brief moment of gathering energy, he unleashed a single, powerful stroke. With this initial move, he exerted all his strength. Whoosh! The formidable sword energy, imbued with boundless destructive force, shattered the air, producing a cacophony reminiscent of thunderous explosions. The massive sword energy dragged along a white current as it descended with ferocity. Zhao Heihu's expression shifted subtly. Only through personal experience could he truly appreciate the terrifying power contained within that strike. What astonished him was not merely the might of the sword, but the fact that someone so young could possess such formidable prowess. This individual could not be allowed to live. He would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. He had to be eliminated. In that moment, A fierce desire to kill Xu Chen surged within Zhao Heihu. With a low growl, he summoned his spiritual energy, forming hand seals as a dense concentration of power gathered between his palms. Mountain splitter palm. He struck out. The power he wielded was vastly superior to that of the Grand Elders. Bang! The clash between the sword energy and the spiritual energy handprint erupted with astonishing force, shaking the brick and wood hall, sending it into disarray as bricks fell and the earth split, reverberating like thunder. Crack! The sword energy shattered, and the handprint of spiritual energy crumbled under its onslaught. However, Zhao Heihu had underestimated Xu Chen. The remnants of the sword energy sliced a fine wound across his face. Though small, the fiery sting of the injury left him momentarily dazed as he wiped his hand across his cheek, the vivid crimson blood shocking his senses. How many years had it been since he had been wounded? Today, he had suffered a setback at the hands of a mere youth. Rage coursed through him, intensifying his murderous intent towards Xu Chen. Damn it, I will kill you. With that final word, Zhao Heihu unleashed another mountain splitter palm. This skill, a low-level mystic martial art, was one of the 3 great techniques of the Zhao family in Liuguang City. With a single strike, it could shatter mountains and cleave stones, a display of sheer dominance. He had once used this technique to obliterate a formidable opponent of the 9th layer of chi condensation into nothingness. Now, fueled by wrath, he held nothing back, his enormous hand of spiritual energy causing the air to explode with each movement, the earth continually cracking beneath him. Xu Chen's eyes gleamed sharply as an intangible wave emanated from him. The bricks beneath his feet silently disintegrated into fine powder as he leaped forward, the Qingqi sword slashing diagonally. Driven by his sword intent, the sword energy grew even more substantial, as if it were a mountain, shattering layers of air as it struck the hand of spiritual energy. Sizzle. This time, the sword energy displayed formidable destructive power, rather than breaking apart. It swiftly dismantled the hand of spiritual energy, culminating in a resounding explosion as it collapsed entirely. In the next instant, the remaining power of the sword energy, swift as lightning, descended upon Zhao Heihu. Sword intent. Feeling the indelible essence of sword artistry within the energy, Zhao Heihu's expression shifted dramatically. Comprehending sword intent was notoriously challenging. In the nation of Taishang, there were no more than a handful of warriors who had grasped it. It was evident how arduous it was to achieve such understanding. And how old was this youth before him? To have comprehended the legendary sword intent at such an age was unfathomable. This boy cannot be allowed to live. Zhao Heihu's determination to slay Xu Chen solidified even further. With a blur of motion, Zhao Heihu's spiritual energy reached its zenith, and he retreated swiftly, leaving behind multiple afterimages in the air. The sword energy fell with a thunderous crash, splitting the earth into a gaping fissure several yards long. Whoosh! Zhao Heihu reappeared to Xu Chen's left, forming hand seals as he unleashed 2 successive mountain splitter palms. Confronted with the dual onslaught of spiritual energy hands, Xu Chen activated his sword intent, striking twice with his sword. Boom! Boom! The 2 spiritual hands collapsed, the residual energy creating a hurricane that swept through the vicinity. A swordsman who comprehended sword intent possessed unparalleled lethality, and indeed, the truth of that statement was reflected in this encounter. Boy, despite your tender age, you possess the strength to contend with me. Truly terrifying, yet today is destined to be your end. With that declaration, Zhao Heihu charged forward, disregarding his spiritual energy expenditure, launching palm strike after palm strike at Xu Chen, forcing him into a head-on collision. Boom! 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 The 2 engaged in relentless clashes, the aftermath of their encounters wreaking havoc around them. Buildings crumbled, ponds shattered, and courtyard walls disintegrated into dust, leaving the surroundings utterly devastated. The tremendous commotion attracted the attention of the Zhao family's guards, who rushed over. However, the ferocity of Xu Chen and Zhao Heihu's battle was so intense that the residual energy from their clashes could easily kill an ordinary warrior of the chi condensation realm, leaving the approaching guards hesitant to approach the battlefield. Outside the Zhao residence, a multitude had gathered, observing the fierce battle from a distance. It was evident that an enemy had invaded the Zhao estate. The rumors were true. The Zhao family had offended a formidable foe. with the enemy having breached the estate. The absence of the family elders suggested the validity of the reports that the Zhao family had suffered devastating losses in the Tianyuan mountain range. Who was that youth? Such terrifying power at such a young age. The Yu sword was incredibly sharp. Even Zhao Heihu's mountain splitter palm could not shake him. Could he be a prodigy from the Tianjin villa? There had been no word of such a formidable young genius emerging from there. Amidst the discussions, another violent clash erupted. Zhao Heihu, grinning with satisfaction, proclaimed, "Indeed, a swordsman who comprehends sword intent is formidable. But alas, you're still merely at the 6th layer of qi condensation. How much spiritual energy do you have left? It must be less than 30% now." Xu Chen chuckled coldly within, though his cultivation was lower. He had never feared anyone in terms of spiritual energy expenditure. The Devouring Emperor art not only granted him astonishing cultivation speed, but also remarkable recovery capabilities. As he battled, he continuously circulated the Devouring Emperor art, maintaining his spiritual energy above a safe threshold. Seeing Xu Chen remain silent, Zhao Heihu laughed heartily, believing he had deduced the truth. He leaped into the air, locking on his Xu Chen's aura, rapidly forming hand seals as he unleashed a torrent of palm strikes that shattered the rocks and shook the ground. Xu Chen responded with his sword, unleashing a barrage of sword energy. The two once again engaged in a fierce struggle. After exchanging dozens of blows, the smile on Zhao Heihu's face gradually faded. He noticed something amiss. Xu Chen's attacks showed no signs of weakening whatsoever. There were no indications of spiritual energy depletion at all. Conversely, Zhao Heihu himself, after repeated exchanges, found his spiritual energy severely drained, now dwindling to less than 20%. As his energy reserves dwindled, he could not help but reduce the intensity of his attacks. Zhao Heihu's expression shifted as he struggled to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. Whoosh! A massive sword energy, enveloped in a white vapor, descended with great force. Boom! Zhao Heihu staggered backward, his blood surging in his veins, shock written across his face. Impossible! How do you still possess such abundant spiritual energy? Xu Chen's gulp. You could never fathom the extent of my spiritual energy. Your meticulous plans to exhaust mine have come to naught. You're likely below 20% now, are you not? Have you perhaps consumed a pill to replenish your spiritual energy? Zhao Heihu could not believe that Xu Chen's energy was still so plentiful. After all, he was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi condensation, just one step away from breaking into the true qi realm. After much contemplation, he could only conclude one possibility. Xu Chen must have taken a pill to replenish his spiritual energy during their confrontation. Xu Chen merely smiled without replying. In the next moment, he channeled his spiritual energy, a surge of power flooding into his spiritual sword, emanating a formidable aura. Zhao Heihu's expression changed drastically. He finally realized that Xu Chen's spiritual energy remained robust, and his plans had been thwarted. Continue the battle. Eventually, he shall be worn out. Whoosh! A formidable blade of energy sliced through the layers of air, advancing towards him. He exerted all his strength to unleash the mountain splitter palm. However, due to the depletion of his spiritual power, its might was no longer at its apex. With a sharp crack, the ethereal handprint barely endured the onslaught of the blade for a fleeting moment before it shattered. Gush! He spat a copious amount of blood, and a deep gash, revealing the bone beneath, appeared across Zhao Heihu's chest. Within him, the blade's energy rampaged, inflicting even greater harm. Chapter 34. The curtain falls. How could this be? Zhao Heihu has been defeated. Zhao Heihu is one of the 3 pinnacle masters of the qi condensation 9th layer in Liuguang City, and yet he has fallen to the hands of a mere youth. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. The Zhao family has truly provoked someone they should not have. The distant audience, upon seeing Zhao Heihu vanquished by Xu Chen, stood in stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. Their astonishment found voice in a tumultuous roar. The expressions of the Zhao family warriors turned ashen, their bodies trembling like leaves in a storm. If the head of the family were to perish, who could stand against the enemy? Some astute Zhao family warriors, sensing the impending doom, began to discreetly retreat. They wished to escape death and not be left behind as sacrifices for the Zhao family. Look, What has Zhao Heihu taken out? What is he planning? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Zhao Heihu retrieved a jade vial, from which lay a black-red elixir. You have forced my hand, boy. Zhao Heihu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a resentful glance at Xu Chen before uncorking the vial and consuming the elixir in one swift motion. The moment the elixir entered his body, the previously weakened Zhao Heihu seemed to have received a potent stimulant. His complexion flushed, and his aura surged rapidly. What is happening? How has Zhao Heihu's power suddenly increased? Could it be related to the elixir he consumed? With a flushed face and a fierce energy, he must have taken the blood ignition pill. What is the blood ignition pill? It is a potent elixir that causes the user's blood to boil as if set ablaze, allowing a martial artist to temporarily suppress any injuries, dramatically increasing their strength. Such a formidable elixir must come with significant side effects. Indeed, the blood ignition pill is a life-saving remedy. Those who possess it seldom use it unless absolutely necessary. Once consumed, it signifies a life-or-death situation, enabling many to turn the tides in seemingly fatal battles. However, the aftermath can be dire. The user may suffer a severe decline in cultivation, spending months bedridden or worse. Perish on spot. The crowd buzzed with hushed discussions. Xu Chen, fully focused on the battle, had no time to heed the murmurs. Yet he understood that Zhao Heihu had consumed an elixir that unleashed his potential, significantly enhancing his combat prowess in a short time. Now, with Zhao Heihu's power amplified, even the ordinary pinnacle masters of the Qi condensation 9th layer would be no match for him. A wise individual might choose to avoid confrontation, bide their time until the effects of the elixir wore off, and then strike. Yet Xu Chen had no such intentions. He intended to use Zhao Heihu as a test for his sword. The last individual who had tested his sword had been utterly obliterated, leaving Xu Chen unable to accurately gauge the power of that strike. Perfect. The now empowered Zhao Heihu would serve as an excellent subject for his sword test. Gripping his sword with one hand, Xu Chen summoned a continuous flow of spiritual energy into the Qingqi sword. Zhao Heihu, now brimming with power, felt as if he could obliterate his former self with a single punch. This sensation was exhilarating. His visage contorted with savagery. You dare not flee, boy. That's quite unexpected. Had Xu Chen chosen to escape the moment Zhao Heihu consumed the elixir, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. But now, with his newfound strength, Zhao Heihu felt he could slaughter Xu Chen as easily as one would a dog. His confidence was overwhelming. He believed he could contend even with true Qi martial artists. Suddenly, Zhao Heihu's expression shifted. In his line of sight, Xu Chen stood calm and composed, sword in hand, undeterred by Zhao Heihu's menacing aura. Instead, he stepped forward, the sword intent radiating from him. Clang! The Qingqi sword trembled lightly, and the sword energy surged forth. In the next moment, he raised his long sword high, gathering a terrifyingly oppressive aura at its tip. He does not flee, but instead raises his sword, poised to strike. What is he planning? Does he not understand that my power has surged? Or does he have hidden cards yet to be revealed? Impossible. A mere 6th layer of Qi condensation has forced me into a corner. He cannot have any more tricks up his sleeve, or what sort of monstrosity would he be? Seeing Xu Chen's unusual demeanor, a wave of unease washed over Zhao Heihu. Channeling all his energy, he formed hand seals, and with a resonant hum, a massive handprint of primordial energy took shape, radiating an astonishing aura, far more potent than before. The first style of the primordial sword technique, mountain moving, Xu Chen, wielding the Qingqi sword, executed a simple yet powerful downward slash. The moment the sword was unleashed, a colossal sword energy shot skyward, brilliantly illuminating the surroundings. The shadow of a mountain flickered amidst the massive sword energy, trailing a white flame as it rapidly descended upon the primordial energy handprint. Crack! The handprint did not withstand even a moment before it shattered into countless fragments. The sword energy remained undiminished, continuing its descent. No! Zhao Heihu's pupils contracted in terror as he screamed. Boom! The sword energy struck, and a tremendous explosion drowned out Zhao Heihu's fearful cries, engulfing him entirely. The force of the sword tore him apart, scattering him to the winds. Rumbling, under the watchful eyes of countless horrified spectators, the ground split open, creating a gaping chasm dozens of meters long. The Zhao residence shook violently, as if struck by an earthquake, with several nearby structures collapsing. This is utterly terrifying. The power of a single sword is so formidable. This young man defies the heavens. The onlookers recoiled, their faces etched with shock. Is Zhao Heihu dead? Someone suddenly inquired. Curious gazes turned toward the ravaged battlefield. As the wind blew, the dust began to settle. In the aftermath, apart from a young swordsman standing proudly with his sword, there was no trace of any other presence. The crowd searched the battlefield inch by inch. There was nothing. It was as if Zhao Heihu had vanished into thin air. Where is he? Did he escape? No. I distinctly saw him struck by the sword energy. Dead, without a complete corpse? After a thorough search, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Xu Chen exhaled a breath of relief, surveying the battlefield, now reduced to ruins, feeling quite satisfied with the power of his recent strike. Clang! Sheathing his sword, he acknowledged that Zhao Heihu was dead and that the remaining Zhao warriors had fled. The Zhao family in Liuguang City had ceased to exist. It was time to return to his sect. However, before departing, he intended to thoroughly scavenge the Zhao family's resources. Martial arts manuals, spirit stones, medicinal herbs, elixirs, weapons. All of it must be collected. He left, and as the onlookers watched Xu Chen's retreating figure, those who had been secretly observing him sighed in relief. With his solitary strength, he had obliterated the Zhao family. To them, this somewhat excessive young swordsman was a ticking time bomb. As long as he remained, various factions within the city would be on edge. As Xu Chen departed, the factions of Liuguang City began their feast of dividing the Zhao family's territory and resources. In a sense, they owed a debt of gratitude to Xu Chen. Without him, they would never have had the opportunity to claim the Zhao family's possessions. Chapter 35. The Treasure Pavilion, 100 miles southeast of the Qingling sect, lies a bustling city known as Changfeng City, home to over 3 million inhabitants. Within this vibrant metropolis stands the Lingbao Pavilion, a grand establishment specializing in spiritual herbs, elixirs, weapons, martial arts, and all the necessities for martial practitioners. The shop occupies a prime location at the heart of Changfeng City, sprawling over several thousand square meters and adorned with ostentatious decor. Xu Chen paused momentarily outside the Lingbao Pavilion, contemplating the ample spiritual stones within, sufficient to procure the various materials he possessed. Throughout his journey, from the Water Mansion and the Tianyuan mountain range, and after encounters with the Zhao family, his resources had amassed to an astonishing extent. He intended to sell the surplus materials he no longer required in exchange for spiritual stones to further his cultivation. Upon entering the opulent Lingbao Pavilion, Xu Chen observed its division into multiple sections: the elixir area, the martial arts section, and a weaponry zone, each displaying numerous shelves laden with an array of spiritual pills, herbs, monster materials, gold, stones, weapons, and martial arts manuals, a dizzying variety that captivated his gaze. After surveying the shop, Xu Chen nodded in satisfaction. The Lingbao Pavilion appeared financially robust enough to accommodate his excess resources. However, the establishment was teeming with customers, and he preferred to keep his wealth discreet. With a considerable collection of valuable materials in hand, selling them all would undoubtedly yield a significant fortune, yet he was wary of attracting unwanted attention. He approached the counter, where a young attendant in his 20s regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze before dismissively turning away. "Excuse me, I wish to speak with your manager," Xu Chen requested. The attendant merely glanced at him without uttering a word, displaying a lack of interest. Frowning, Xu Chen realized that his disheveled appearance, due to weeks of fleeing and fighting in the Tianyuan mountain range, might have contributed to the attendant's indifference. He rapped on the counter, emphasizing his tone. "Please inform your manager that I wish to speak with him." The attendant, irritated that his initial disregard had not dissuaded Xu Chen, retorted coolly, "Did you have an appointment with the manager?" "No," Xu Chen replied, furrowing his brow. The attendant maintained his aloof demeanor, stating, "The manager is busy and has no time." With that, he turned his attention to other customers, ignoring Xu Chen entirely. As Xu Chen remained at the counter, the attendant, now visibly impatient, waved him away. "If you're not here to purchase anything, please leave and allow me to attend to other customers." Xu Chen's gaze turned icy. Sensing the chill emanating from him, the attendant stepped back, apprehensive. Yet embarrassment and anger soon washed over him, prompting him to raise his voice. "What's the matter? Are you looking for trouble?" His outburst attracted the attention of the pavilion's guards. One approached, his expression hostile as he inquired about the commotion. The attendant pointed at Xu Chen, declaring, "This individual is causing trouble. Lu, teach him a lesson so he knows that the Lingbao Pavilion is not to be trifled with." "Ah, a troublemaker, is he? Lu." The guard smirked maliciously as he extended his hand toward Xu Chen's right shoulder. Xu Chen frowned, but did not evade. He allowed Lu to grasp his shoulder. Lu, intent on inflicting pain, tightened his grip, aiming to shatter Xu Chen's shoulder blade. Sensing the malevolent intent, Xu Chen's eyes glinted with cold resolve. His forbearance had led to this moment, and he would no longer tolerate their insolence. With a swift motion, he shook his shoulder, leaving Lu's hand numb and unresponsive. In the next instant, Xu Chen stepped forward, leaning his shoulder into Lu's chest with a resounding thud. Lu, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into several display shelves of elixirs, sending bottles and jars tumbling to the ground amidst startled gasps from the patrons. The sudden upheaval left the customers momentarily stunned, followed by a hasty retreat to avoid potential repercussions. Their eyes shifted to the instigator of the chaos. Astonished to find he was merely a youth of 17 or 18, a bold act indeed, or perhaps the audacity of youth. To dare provoke the Lingbao Pavilion was nothing short of reckless. While the Lingbao Pavilion was not particularly powerful, it was backed by the Chun family, one of the 8 great clans of the Taishan kingdom. Who would dare to create such a disturbance here? The guards swiftly encircled Xu Chen, hands resting on their weapons, their expressions menacing. The attendant had retreated behind the guards, relieved to see Xu Chen surrounded. He seized the opportunity to stoke the flames, declaring, "This individual has not only injured Lu, but has also damaged our goods. If we do not punish him, what will stop others from emulating this behavior?" The guards, finding the attendant's words compelling, regarded Xu Chen with rising hostility. They slowly drew their weapons, preparing to execute him as an example. "What is all this ruckus?" A voice, laced with annoyance, called from the second floor. Moments later, a portly middle-aged man descended, his face contorted in displeasure upon witnessing the toppled shelves. "What happened here?" he demanded. The attendant was quick to deflect blame. "Manager Chun, this youth has caused a disturbance in the shop." Manager Chun turned his attention to Xu Chen, asking, "Young man, how has the Lingbao Pavilion offended you?" Xu Chen, seeing the manager's arrival, clasped his hands in a respectful salute. "I am Xu Chen, and I did not come here seeking trouble. My purpose is to negotiate a significant transaction with the Lingbao Pavilion." He proceeded to recount the events, asserting that he was not at fault. Manager Chun's expression softened slightly, yet his words remained stern. "Young brother, you speak with great bravado. Do you realize that a transaction worth 100 or 80 spiritual stones is merely a waste of my time? It is only natural for the attendant to decline your request to see me." Xu Chen replied calmly, "What if the transaction were worth 100,000 spiritual stones?" "Pardon?" Manager Chun was taken aback, convinced he had misheard. "I said, I have come to discuss a deal worth 100,000 spiritual stones. However, it seems the Lingbao Pavilion is not inclined to welcome me. In that case, I shall take my leave," Xu Chen stated, performing another respectful salute before turning to depart. "Wait," Manager Chen called out, halting Xu Chen. Assuming the manager had changed his mind about the substantial deal, Xu Chen was surprised to find him smirking coldly. "A transaction of that magnitude is too large for our modest establishment to accommodate. You may seek other options, but before you go, do you not owe me an explanation?" "What kind of explanation do you seek?" Xu Chen inquired, his expression unyielding. Manager Chen addressed the attendant. "Young man, assess the value of the damaged goods in the store." "Understood," the attendant replied, moving to inspect the fallen shelves. After a thorough evaluation, he reported, "Manager, I estimate the total loss to be approximately 300 spiritual stones." Xu Chen furrowed his brow. He has been taken advantage of. In the end, unwilling to complicate matters, he retrieved 300 spirit stones from his storage ring and tossed them onto the ground, departing without a backward glance. Upon exiting the Lingbao Pavilion, Xu Chen made his way directly into a shop across the street, named Jinbao Xian. Although Jinbao Xian was inferior to Lingbao Pavilion in terms of size and decor, It was nonetheless one of the top 3 merchants in Changfeng City. Manager Chen, noticing Xu Chen's exit from Lingbao Pavilion and his subsequent entrance into Zhenbao Xian, paid it no mind and merely offered a few commands before returning to the second floor. Meanwhile, upon Xu Chen's arrival at Zhenbao Xian, a smiling shop assistant greeted him with great enthusiasm. His demeanor was respectful and humble, devoid of any hint of arrogance. Xu Chen, straightforward as ever, requested to see the manager, stating that he wished to purchase a substantial quantity of items that warranted a personal discussion. Upon hearing this, the shop assistant hesitated momentarily but did not outright refuse. He smiled and replied, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while I inform the manager." Xu Chen did not have to wait long. Soon enough, the shop assistant returned, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with a full head of white hair. The old man walked with a steady gait and wore a kindly expression. Upon seeing Xu Chen, he smiled and said, "Young friend, please come upstairs." Xu Chen was quite pleased with the old man's hospitable demeanor. As they ascended to the second floor, he inquired with a smile, "Manager, are you not concerned that a young lad like me might be wasting your time?" "A guest is always welcome," the old man replied. "Moreover, I sense your restrained aura, your sharpness hidden within your features, and your vibrant spirit. You appear calm and not the type to deliberately toy with an old man like myself." The two entered a spacious private room on the second floor, measuring at least 100 square feet. "My surname is Wu. You may call me Manager Wu or simply Old Wu." The manager introduced himself before asking, "May I inquire about your esteemed surname?" "I am Xu Chen," he replied. Xu Chen, young friend. Pray tell, what is it that you wish to sell?" Manager Wu asked eagerly. Chapter 36. The enticement of Manager Wu. Xu Chen surveyed the expansive space of the private room, deemed it sufficiently spacious, and with a grand gesture, summoned forth a veritable cascade of beast materials. In a matter of moments, the room was filled with mounds of materials, enveloping the air with a potent stench of blood and the lingering aura of demonic creatures. Manager Wu stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sheer volume before him. The freshness of the blood and the residual demonic energy sent a chill down his spine. How many beasts must have been hunted to amass such a collection? His heart raced with a mix of astonishment and delight. "Young friend, are these beast materials all for sale to my Zhenbao Pavilion?" Manager Wu inquired, swallowing hard, uncertainty lacing his voice. "Indeed," Xu Chen affirmed, nodding, then urged, "Manager Wu, do not just stand there. Hurry and tally them up, provide me with a price." Joy surged through Manager Wu. This represented a monumental transaction. Completing it would not only meet but exceed his targets for the year. However, as he gazed at the mountainous pile of materials, a frown creased his brow. There was simply too much for him to assess alone, a delightful dilemma. He instructed Xu Chen to wait momentarily, then exited the private room, descending to the ground floor to discreetly relay instructions to the attendant. The attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed the young man was indeed a significant client, and after the transaction, he would receive a commission. The larger the deal, the greater the reward. With a beaming face, he rushed out of Zhenbao Pavilion, soon returning with 2 elderly gentlemen in tow. "Manager Wu, we were summoned for what purpose?" one of the gray-clad elders queried, puzzled. "Come, follow me upstairs. You will soon understand." Manager Wu beckoned eagerly. Meanwhile, across at Lingbao Pavilion, Manager Chen, ever vigilant, noticed the unusual happenings at Zhenbao Pavilion. His brows furrowed in concern as he observed the young man not only being welcomed, but escorted upstairs by Manager Wu, shortly followed by the swift return of the attendant with 2 resting masters. It dawned on him that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Could it be that the young man was indeed involved in a transaction worth 100,000 spirit stones? The thought darkened his expression. At Zhenbao Pavilion's second floor, in the private room, Manager Wu led the 2 masters into the space, their expressions morphing from curiosity to sheer astonishment at the towering pile of materials. "This is the claw, teeth, and hide of the scorpion tiger. The hide of the second-tier advanced beast, thunder lizard, preserved in remarkable condition, along with its bones. Thunder lizard bones are a rare spiritual herb. And here, the materials from the second-tier intermediate beast, wind-chasing wolf, wolf hide, claws, teeth, and demon core. My heavens, so much. Is this material from the crimson blood tiger? And what about this? Manager Wu and the two masters meticulously identified each item, and after half an hour, the massive collection was categorized and assessed. Manager Wu, could you calculate the total value of these materials? Xu Chen requested. Recovering from his excitement, Manager Wu before Xu Chen, alongside the two masters, began to assign prices, ultimately presenting a total of 32,860 spirit stones. Young brother, the total comes to 32,860 spirit stones. Allow me to make a concession. I will offer you 33,000 spirit stones. How does that sound? Manager Wu asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. At this final juncture, he found himself nervous, fearing Xu Chen might reconsider and withhold the materials from Zhenbao Pavilion. Agreed, Xu Chen replied, nodding. The price offered by Zhenbao Pavilion was fair, untainted by any attempts to undervalue him due to his youth. With Xu Chen's agreement, Manager Wu's heart soared, and he eagerly remarked, "Young friend, please wait here. I shall procure the spirit stones for you." However, as Manager Wu turned to leave, Xu Chen called out to him. Manager Wu's heart skipped a beat. Had Xu Chen changed his mind? I have some more items. Xu Chen's words brought relief to Manager Wu, though his eyes widened in surprise. What? More items? The three elders exchanged incredulous glances. Xu Chen scanned the room and remarked, "This space is too cramped. The 100-square-meter room is half filled with beast materials. The remaining space is insufficient." His statement left the three elders momentarily paralyzed, unable to process the enormity of the situation. Manager Wu was the first to regain his composure. He did not believe Xu Chen was fabricating tales. Suppressing his excitement, he opened the door and said, "Young friend, please follow me to the adjacent room." They moved to a larger room next door. Xu Chen assessed the space and deemed it barely adequate. With a thought, he summoned forth an abundance of weapons, spiritual herbs, pills, precious metals, martial arts manuals, and treasures, creating another small mountain. The resources Xu Chen produced were of little use to him, though their sheer volume was impressive. The three elders gaped in astonishment as the room filled with his offerings, their breath caught in their throats. A mix of shock and exhilaration washed over them as they beheld the room nearly overflowing with various resources. They suddenly felt overwhelmed. Manager Wu dashed out of the room, seeking out the attendant, instructing him to summon every master from Zhenbao Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, a total of 11 individuals, including Manager Wu, commenced the daunting task of categorizing the haphazardly piled resources. Weapons in one heap, spiritual herbs in another, pills in another, martial arts manuals in a fourth, and treasures in a last. They spent an hour meticulously sorting and pricing the 5 piles. As they finished, Manager Wu looked at the compiled invoice in astonishment, his mouth agape. "Young friend, the total amounts to 149,780 spirit stones. Allow me to round it up to an even 150,000 spirit stones. Adding the previous 33,000 spirit stones, your total sales today come to 183,000 spirit stones," Manager Wu said, a broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded Xu Chen. Upon hearing this, Xu Chen had no objections. "Young friend, do you require any purchases? Spiritual herbs, pills, martial arts manuals. Our store has it all, and we shall undoubtedly fulfill your desires." Manager Wu inquired. Curiously, Xu Chen asked, "Does your esteemed establishment offer spiritual artifacts?" He sought to gauge the influence of Zhenbao Pavilion. Manager Wu's smile faltered momentarily. "Currently, we do not possess any spiritual artifacts. However, if you sincerely desire one, I can make a request to the higher-ups to meet your needs, though the prices for such artifacts can be quite steep." Xu Chen chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "I was merely jesting. Spiritual artifacts typically require millions of spirit stones. I cannot afford such expenses." Manager Wu continued, "Is there any other type of resource you require, young friend?" "Not at the moment," Xu Chen replied. Manager Wu felt a slight pang of disappointment. "Please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch your spirit stones." With that, Manager Wu took his leave, returning shortly with a storage ring in hand. Receiving the storage ring, Xu Chen infused it with a hint of spiritual energy, and moments later, clasped his fists in gratitude towards Manager Wu, preparing to depart. "Young friend, wait." Manager Wu suddenly called out to Xu Chen, turning in confusion. Xu Chen looked back at Manager Wu. Manager Wu produced a gilded card. Young friend, this is the gold card of Jinbao Pavilion, exclusively given to our valued clients. Holding this card grants you an 85% discount on purchases at our establishment. Xu Chen's eyes sparkled at the prospect of such a discount. An 85% discount? Excellent. He unceremoniously accepted the golden card. Master Wu then produced an invitation letter, stating, in half a year, Jinbao Pavilion will host a triennial auction in the Taishan Kingdom, and only those in possession of this invitation may attend. Upon receiving the invitation, Xu Chen remained oblivious to the fact that this letter was a coveted treasure for countless martial artists. After Xu Chen departed, an elderly man gazed at Master Wu, perplexed, and inquired, Old Wu, Xu Chen, a young friend, has sold us an impressive 180,000 resources, marking him as a significant client. Yet, you not only bestowed upon him the golden card, reserved for patrons who spend over 1 million spirit stones, but also granted him an auction invitation. Do you not consider this an overestimation of his worth? Have you not discerned that young Xu Chen is far from ordinary? The materials he provided us, sourced from magical beasts, are all remarkably fresh, implying they were harvested recently. If I am not mistaken, he likely hunted those beasts himself, including the materials from the Crimson Blood Tiger. Moreover, the sheer volume of resources he sold us, martial arts manuscripts, weaponry, spiritual herbs, and elixirs, suggests an accumulation that resembles that of an entire clan. It appears he may have annihilated a martial arts family. Furthermore, when he inquired whether Jinbao Pavilion possessed spiritual weapons, his tone was unassuming and devoid of any longing. I suspect he already possesses spiritual weapons, which explains his calm demeanor when discussing them. Master Wu elaborated. A young man of 17 or 18, wielding the strength to annihilate an entire clan and slay a Crimson Blood Tiger. Should I not spare no effort to win him over? Chapter 37. Swordsmanship and Wind Shadow Steps at the Lingbao Pavilion. A guard rushed up to the second floor in a flurry. The shopkeeper had already learned that the young man had made a significant transaction with the treasure pavilion. Upon hearing the guard's report, shopkeeper Chen sprang to his feet. What did you say? He stared incredulously at the panting guard. That youth had sold nearly 200,000 spiritual stones worth of resources in one go at the treasure pavilion. This was an astonishing sum, more than the Lingbao Pavilion's monthly turnover. Had he missed a monumental opportunity? If only he hadn't driven that young man away. But there were no ifs. A missed opportunity was a missed opportunity, and the pain was excruciating. The succulent morsel had slipped away. Curse be that little waiter. He unjustly placed all the blame on the shop assistant. If it hadn't been for the assistant's disdainful attitude, he would not have missed out. Now, the deed was done. It was neither the time for regrets nor for seeking accountability from the assistant. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he turned to the guard and suddenly asked, Did that young man leave alone? Yes. He left alone and has already exited the city, the guard replied. An innocent man suffers for possessing something precious. Shopkeeper Chun sneered. The shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion is truly foolish, letting a big fish slip away. Go, gather our men. We shall pursue him out of the city. The guard's eyes brightened as he understood shopkeeper Chen's intent and hurriedly went to summon the others. Moments later, a throng, led by shopkeeper Chun, surged out of the Lingbao Pavilion, heading toward the city outskirts. The commotion caused by the large contingent from the Lingbao Pavilion could not be concealed from the treasure pavilion across the way. Standing on the second floor, shopkeeper Wu watched the departing group and shook his head. The Lingbao Pavilion was likely to hit a snag this time. Xu Chen had the audacity to enter the city alone with a substantial cache of resources, clearly possessing his own means. The Lingbao Pavilion underestimated him, mistaking his youth for vulnerability, not realizing it was akin to courting death. Once outside the city, shopkeeper Chun and his group activated their movement techniques, racing like the wind. Soon, they caught sight of a young man's figure in the distance, filling him with delight. Finally, they had caught up. He envisioned the vast treasure of spiritual stones beckoning to him. Xu Chen, traveling at a steady pace, heightened his senses to the utmost, and a sudden realization struck him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had waited long for this moment. It had finally arrived. Recalling the humiliation he had faced at the Lingbao Pavilion, a chilling, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He quickened his pace, veering toward a sparsely populated area. We cannot let him escape. Pursue swiftly. Seeing Xu Chen suddenly accelerate, Shopkeeper Chen assumed the latter intended to flee and quickened his pursuit as well. In a broad area devoid of people, Xu Chen abruptly halted. The scenery here was splendid, perfect for a killing. He slowly turned around, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown upon his face as he regarded the approaching group. He actually stopped. Does he know we are following him? Shopkeeper Chen pondered this as he neared, but upon seeing the ambiguous expression on Xu Chen's face, an unshakable sense of unease surged within him. He had the distinct feeling that the young man had intentionally lured them here. But so what? He was merely a youth. How could he possibly pose a threat to them? After all, this was a world where power reigned supreme. Strength was the ultimate truth. Shopkeeper Chen, I've already compensated for the items you claim I damaged. Why have you gone to such lengths to pursue me out of the city? Xu Chen regarded Shopkeeper Chen with a wry smile. Shopkeeper Chen scoffed, you broke something of great value, including a low-grade, earth-tier spiritual pill. The spiritual stones you've given me are hardly sufficient, so what? You wish for me to compensate for your losses in spiritual pills? How much? Xu Chen asked with amusement. Observing Xu Chen's fearless demeanor, Shopkeeper Chen furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly uneasy. He snorted coldly, not much, just 200,000 spiritual stones. You truly dare to ask for that sum? Xu Chen's expression turned icy. You might as well just rob me outright. It is only right to repay debts. Since you refuse to compensate, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands. With a wave of his hand, Shopkeeper Chen commanded, seize him, regardless of life or death. So you intend to kill and rob? Xu Chen shook his head. In that case, I shall hold nothing back. With a chilling smile, Xu Chen drew the Qingqi sword. The picturesque landscape of green mountains and clear waters seemed too lavish a setting for their burial. As his final word fell, the Qingqi sword unsheathed with a resonant sound, and with a sweep, a powerful sword aura cleaved toward Shopkeeper Chen's group. Splat! Blood sprayed forth. Not a single member of Shopkeeper Chen's group escaped unscathed. They were all sliced asunder, their bodies severed in half, littering the ground. Shopkeeper Chen, shockingly, was not dead immediately. His face was a mask of terror, hands stained with blood, clawing desperately forward as if grasping at a lifeline. A trail of blood stretched 7 or 8 meters behind him before he succumbed to his agonizing fate, his eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. Xu Chen approached Shopkeeper Chen's side and remarked, in your next life, keep your eyes open. Not everyone can be provoked. After collecting the latter's storage ring and cleaning the battlefield, he leaped into the air, disappearing into the horizon with a few agile bounds. Shortly after Xu Chen's departure, a group arrived, staring in shock at the dismembered corpses scattered on the ground, exchanging glances of disbelief. Xu Chen returned to his sect, silently cultivating, without disturbing anyone. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The day after returning to the sect, he utilized the abundant spiritual stones at his disposal to advance his cultivation, breaking through to the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Subsequently, he deliberately slowed his training pace, focusing on swordsmanship and martial arts. The split mountain palm, a low-grade, profound-level martial skill, which he had obtained from the Zhao family's arsenal. After several days of diligent practice, he finally grasped the basics of the split mountain palm. However, after mastering this technique, Xu Chen felt that his offensive capabilities were still somewhat limited. For instance, he had yet to practice any movement techniques, which had led to him suffering losses in battles. Additionally, his swordsmanship was rather singular. Thus far, he had only mastered the first form of the Tai Chu sword technique, mountain moving, but as one of his trump cards. It cannot be overused. Therefore, he resolved to enter the martial arts pavilion of the Qingling sect to acquire several techniques suited to him. After concluding his training and changing in a clean attire, Xu Chen hurried to the martial arts pavilion. Xu Chen, a voice suddenly called out, causing Xu Chen halt and look in the direction of the sound. He soon saw a cold-faced youth. Not recognizing the unfamiliar face, Xu Chen frowned slightly. He had no recollection of this person. However, it was evident that the individual harbored considerable hostility toward him. He pondered when he had offended this person. You are quite arrogant, daring to kill a member of the Chen family. The youth, named Chen Feng, was a disciple of the Chen family, one of the 8 great clans. A few days prior, he had learned that the Chen family had sent Shopkeeper Chen to the Lingbao Pavilion in Changfeng City, only to discover that he had been murdered, and the culprit was none other than Xu Chen, an inner disciple of the Qingling sect. Xu Chen contemplated this. having already surmised that the person before him was likely a member of the Chen family. Xu Chen coldly replied, "Others sought to kill me and rob me. I cannot simply bind my hands and let myself be slaughtered." Chen Feng was taken aback, clearly not expecting Xu Chen to speak to him in such a manner. "You very well. You dare to quibble in my presence. You are currently under the sect protection, and I cannot kill you. But I will keep a close watch on you. I hope you do not give me a reason to kill you. You will find no opportunity." With that, Xu Chen ignored Chen Feng, striding directly into the martial arts pavilion. Observing Xu Chen's retreating figure as he entered the martial arts pavilion, Chen Feng muttered to himself, "How youthful and impetuous he is, believing that defeating that waste, Xiao Gong, grant him the right to swagger through the inner sect. How utterly absurd." Upon entering the pavilion, Xu Chen made his way directly to the second floor. The first floor primarily housed low-tier martial arts techniques frequented by outer disciples, whereas the second floor was not accessible to them. Only inner disciples and above could enter. As Xu Chen stepped onto the second floor, before he could begin selecting techniques, a voice resonated from behind him. "Xu Chen, you've offended Chen Feng. You're in for it now." Turning around, Xu Chen recognized the speaker as his acquaintance, Su Yu. With arms crossed, Su Yu watched Xu Chen with a gleeful expression. Xu Chen had struck him previously, but since he was no match for Xu Chen, he had sought out his aunt, an elder of the inner sect, to complain. Instead of taking his side, she had given him a thorough beating and sternly warned him not to trouble Xu Chen again. Fearing his aunt, he dared not defy her, thus deciding to let Xu Chen off this time. However, he had recently overheard the conversation between Xu Chen and Chen Feng. Realizing that a deep-seated enmity existed between the two, Xu Chen cast a glance at Su Yu, showing no interest and choosing to ignore him as he resumed his search for martial techniques. Feeling dismissed, Su Yu felt as if he had landed a punch on cotton, ineffective and frustrating. He quickly caught up and loudly asserted, "I'm telling you, you're in serious trouble. Don't you realize?" Xu Chen shot him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, "What does that have to do with you?" Su Yu was infuriated, feeling a pang in his chest. He had intended to intimidate Xu Chen, but was instead met with indifference, leaving him feeling trapped. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "You may not know this, but Chen Feng is a direct descendant of the Chen family at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. His strength ranks among the top 20 in the inner sect. He is cunning and ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve his goals. With him targeting you, how can you expect a favorable outcome?" He relayed this information to Xu Chen, hoping to witness a look of panic on his face. However, he was left disappointed. Xu Chen remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Eventually, Su Yu left in frustration, and Xu Chen was finally left in peace, able to focus entirely on selecting martial techniques. The Qingling sect, being one of the 5 major sects in the Taishan kingdom, possessed a vast collection of texts. As he surveyed the myriad of martial arts techniques, Xu Chen's eyes were dazzled by the options before him. Willow Leaf Blossom, Clear Wind Swordsmanship, Thunderfire Sword Technique, Black Tiger Blade Method, Ocean's Embrace, Mountain Crumbling Fist, 7 Injuries Fist, Sky Piercing Finger, Meteor Leg, Infinite Leg. He picked up and discarded various techniques, finding none that resonated with him, be it due to personal preference, insufficient rank, or lack of suitability. After half a day of searching, he had yet to find a technique that satisfied him. Closing his eyes to gather his thoughts, he resumed his search. Then he came across the Clear Wind Sword Technique, a high-level yellow rank martial art, characterized by its graceful and ethereal movements. Xu Chen paused momentarily, but ultimately set it aside. Its style did not align with his temperament, and its rank was too low for his aspirations. He picked up another manual and opened it to reveal the Sword Drawing Technique, a low-grade mystery-ranked martial art. Drawing the sword like thunder, a single strike to kill. Unlike other martial arts, this technique possessed only one move, drawing the sword to slay. The moment of drawing the sword held the greatest power. Xu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement upon reading the description. This is it. After securing the sword drawing technique, he began selecting a movement technique, ultimately choosing the high-level yellow rank Wind Shadow Step. Not wishing to overreach, Xu Chen decided on only the sword drawing technique and the Wind Shadow Step. After registering, he exited the martial arts pavilion. Back at his residence, he locked the courtyard door and retreated to his room, collapsing onto his bed with his eyes half closed. In the next instant, He found himself within the hall of the Heavenly Emperor. His consciousness entered the hall while his physical body remained in the outside world. The hall of the Heavenly Emperor was indeed a wondrous place. Here, 10 years equated to a single day in the outside world. After numerous attempts, Xu Chen had discovered the peculiar temporal discrepancy between the hall and the external realm. With a thought, a long sword, identical to the Qing Qi sword, manifested in his hand. This sword was not the actual Qing Qi sword, but rather an illusion conjured from his imagination. One of the hall's remarkable effects. Let the training begin. Prior to entering, he had committed the sword-drawing technique and the wind shadow step to memory. A month later, Xu Chen opened the courtyard door and stretched lazily. After over a month without a proper meal, he decided to descend the mountain for a grand feast. During his days of training, he primarily relied on medicinal pills. Though he wasn't hungry, his mouth felt parched, and he yearned for a hearty meal. With a swift push off the ground, he propelled himself forward, covering 100 meters in a single step. In mere moments, he had dashed several hundred meters, his speed astonishing. Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoed from the mountain, resonating through the skies. Xu Chen furrowed his brow. Although his time in the Qingling sect had been brief, he knew that the bell only told for significant events. Moreover, he found it peculiar that he had not encountered many disciples along the way, a rather unusual occurrence. Deciding to investigate, he briefly contemplated his earlier desire for a feast, but ultimately chose to head toward the source of the bell. Not long after, he encountered a throng of disciples, all rushing in the same direction. Hurry, the bell has rung. The intersect competition is about to commence. Several outer disciples exclaimed, their footsteps hurried. The intersect competition? Xu Chen stood frozen, realizing he had completely forgotten. Registration for the intersect competition required 3 days of advance notice, and he had neglected to sign up. It seemed he would miss this year's competition. Feeling a twinge of regret, he thought, I should go and take a look. With a mindset geared towards spectating, Xu Chen hastened toward the martial arts plaza, the venue for the intersect competition. Chapter 38. The intersect grand competition. When Xu Chen arrived, the martial arts square was already teeming with people. The sheer number of attendees took his breath away. There were no fewer than 30,000. Amongst the crowd, he recognized not only the disciples of his own sect, but also individuals from other factions, most of whom had come by invitation. The martial arts square resembled a colossal bowl, with tiered seating arranged around its perimeter, filled to capacity with spectators. At the bottom of the bowl lay a vast expanse, equivalent to 30 football fields, adorned with 10 enormous circular arenas. Those who had registered for the intersect competition had gathered below. Xu Chen, having opted not to enroll, took a seat in the audience to observe the prowess of the Qingling sect's inner disciples. Soon after, the time had come. 10 formidable inner elders entered the martial arts square, leaping onto the arenas. These 10 elders would serve as judges, ensuring the integrity of the competition. In no time, the elders began calling out names. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the matches would occur simultaneously across the 10 arenas. When Xu Chen heard his name called, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder from behind. He turned in astonishment to find Su Yu there, his presence as persistent as ever. Upon noticing Xu Chen's reaction, Su Yu feigned an exaggerated expression and said, "Why aren't you getting down there?" Xu Chen turned away, choosing to ignore him. "I signed you up." Su Yu's next remark made Xu Chen whirl back around. He stared at Su Yu incredulously. "What did you say?" With a mischievous grin, Su Yu replied, "I signed you up. No need to thank me." Xu Chen was tempted to inquire why, but just then, the elder at Arena 7 called his name. At that moment, he was unequivocally certain Su Yu had indeed registered him. The elder at Arena 7 frowned when no one stepped forward and called out again. Realizing he could no longer delay, Xu Chen stood up, leapt down, and jogged over to Arena 7. By now, a crowd of dozens had gathered beneath the arena. "Elder, my apologies for being late," Xu Chen said, bowing respectfully to the elder on stage. Meanwhile, Su Yu laughed triumphantly. "I may not be your match, so I can't avenge that grudge. But there are plenty of experts in the intersect. I can't wait to see you flee in disgrace after getting beaten up." His laughter echoed, as though he could already envision Xu Chen with a blackened eye. Though he hadn't laid a finger on him, the whole situation was still a form of revenge for Su Yu. He felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The elder at Arena 7 glanced at Xu Chen before continuing to call out names. Moments later, the roll call concluded, and over 100 competitors had assembled at Arena 7. Altogether, the 10 arenas housed around 1,000 participants. Despite the large number of intersect disciples, only about a third of them had the confidence to register for the competition. It seems there are no formidable contenders in our group, an intersect disciple remarked, surveying the crowd. Not a single one of the top 10 disciples is here. Compared to the other 9 groups, we truly lack strong figures. Who says that? Another interjected. Chenfeng may only be ranked 13th, but he has reportedly had a breakthrough recently and his strength has significantly increased. He is capable of breaking into the top 10, but he hasn't challenged them due to the competition. Indeed, Chenfeng is impressive. If he has indeed made a breakthrough, he might have the strength to enter the top 10. Besides Chenfeng, our group also includes the 17th ranked Qin Yi, the 20th ranked Gong Sun Sheng, and the 21st ranked Qian. It seems our group's overall strength isn't so weak after all, the disciples whispered among themselves. Chenfeng approached Xu Chen and whispered, "Kid, I've had someone keeping an eye on you for quite some time. You're clever. Ever since that day, you've stayed locked in your room, avoiding me and not giving me the chance to kill you. But you can only hide for so long." Xu Chen raised an eyebrow. He had secluded himself for cultivation. Yet Chenfeng mistakenly believed he was avoiding him out of fear. "You're truly tempting fate, aren't you?" Xu Chen retorted with a cold smile. Chenfeng was momentarily taken aback. The audacity of someone who supposedly feared him daring to act so arrogantly made him uneasy. Did he truly believe that during the intersect competition, he wouldn't dare to eliminate him? While the competition was supposed to be controlled, it wasn't uncommon for fights to spiral out of control, resulting in injuries or fatalities. With an icy gaze and a hint of murderous intent, Chenfeng warned, "I hope you don't encounter me during the competition, or I won't hold back." Xu Chen scoffed inwardly. Chenfeng was merely a 9th-level Qi consolidation martial artist. He had killed those of greater strength before, and if it came to that, he wouldn't hesitate to send Chenfeng to his demise. Engaging in empty verbal sparring was futile. The true contest would unfold in the arena. Very well, Chenfeng shot Xu Chen a venomous glare. In his mind, he had already sentenced Xu Chen to death. As their exchange concluded, the intersect competition commenced. The format was based on a draw for matchups. Contestants took turns stepping onto the stage to draw lots. Subsequently, the elders drew lots as well, pairing contestants based on the corresponding numbers. The competition followed a point system, 2 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. As the participants continued to draw lots, Xu Chen found himself with a number 20. Once the disciples had drawn their lots, it was time for the elders to do the same. The first matchup was between number 7 and number 13. The second was between number 1 and number 84. The third was between number 3 and number 6. As the chosen disciples ascended the stage, the first matchup for Xu Chen's group was between numbers 8 and 26. The two contestants exchanged blows for a dozen rounds before contestant number 8 emerged victorious. Just as the result was declared, the elder began to draw lots again. In the 7th group, number 1 faced number 70. Chenfeng stepped onto the stage. He was the first number drawn, and upon realizing he was matched against the 7th group's seed contestant, he smartly conceded without a fight. Chenfeng won without even lifting a finger. As he leapt down from the arena, passing Xu Chen, he quietly remarked, "If you encounter me, I hope you won't concede so easily." Xu Chen cast a glance at Chenfeng before shifting his attention to the other arenas. Having recently joined the Qingling sect, he was unfamiliar with the top-ranked experts within the inner sect, and he knew little about their combat styles or hidden techniques. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. He intended to seize this opportunity to observe their battles closely. However, much to his disappointment, whenever a top-ranked disciple stepped onto the stage, their opponents would concede without hesitation. At this rate, he had yet to witness a single fight that piqued his interest. Finally, it was time for Xu Chen to face off against number 33. His spirits lifted as he realized it was his turn to compete. With a swift push off the ground, he leapt onto the arena. In the audience, Xu Yu had been attentively watching Arena 7. Upon seeing Xu Chen take the stage, his spirits soared, though he felt a pang of disappointment when he noticed Xu Chen's opponent, a short, rotund figure, seemingly lacking in strength. Looks like this guy won't be much of a challenge, Xu Yu thought, shaking his head in dismay. It seems unlikely he can teach Xu Chen a lesson. A melodious female voice suddenly resonated beside Xu Yu. Upon hearing it, Xu Yu instinctively tensed his body, turning his head to behold a woman who had mysteriously taken a seat beside him. He greeted her with a charming aunt. In his recollection, his aunt possessed a chilly demeanor, shunning social gatherings, making her presence in such an event quite perplexing. Moreover, having recently ascended to the status of an inner door elder without taking on disciples, what could be her purpose for attending the inner door competition? He felt a sense of confusion, yet refrained from voicing his inquiries. On the 7th arena, Xu Chen exchanged polite bows with his opponent before announcing their names. Xu Chen. Zhu Long stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Xu Chen, and with a sly grin remarked, Xu Chen, I am aware of your reputation. You have defeated Xiaogang and gained considerable fame within the inner door. Yet, unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. Xu Chen turned his attention to the elder beside him. The elder, wearing an impassive expression, declared the match to commence. With a whoosh, the moment the elder's words fell, Xu Chen vanished from his original position. In a flash, Zhu Long had yet to react before being sent flying backward with a resounding thud. He crashed to the ground, dazed and confused. As he touched his chest, he felt pain, yet no injury. It was clear Xu Chen had shown restraint. However, he was bewildered as to how the match had barely begun, yet he found himself tumbling off the stage. Xu Chen wins, the elder announced loudly. Xu Chen then leaped down from the arena. Chun Feng. Xu Chen effortlessly defeated Zhu Long, who was at the 6th level of qi condensation. That's impressive, Qin Yi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xu Chen as he descended. Chun Feng, brimming with confidence, replied, He is indeed stronger than the other weaklings, but against me, he stands no chance. Qin Yi chuckled, I hear you have a grudge against him, though he may not be your match. Securing a spot in the top 10 of the group should be within his grasp. Chun Feng snorted, In my eyes, those who cannot reach the finals are all worthless. Qin Yi, upon hearing this, felt no anger, for he concurred with Chun Feng's sentiment. Those who failed to reach the finals were merely supporting characters. He was destined to break into the top 3 of the group and, subsequently, the finals. Xu Yu gazed at Xu Chen's retreating figure, noting his increasing strength. In his initial expectations, even if Zhu Long was not Xu Chen's rival, they should have exchanged blows for dozens, if not hundreds, of exchanges before a victor emerged. Yet reality greatly surpassed his anticipations. With just a single move, Xu Chen had vanquished Zhu Long. While he marveled at Xu Chen's decisive victory, he failed to notice that his usually aloof aunt was intently watching Xu Chen's silhouette. The 7th group, match 3 versus 68, the elder's voice echoed from the arena. Chun Feng pointed to Qin Yi, saying, It's your turn. With a swish, Qin Yi's figure vanished from his original spot, reappearing on the arena several dozen meters away. Hiss! When did he reach the arena? Such swift movement. The speed was astonishing. He was unable to capture his trajectory. Truly, Qin Yi was renowned for his speed, his agility becoming increasingly refined. Rumor had it that senior brother Qin Yi practiced the wind shadow step, having mastered it to its pinnacle, and it seemed the rumors held true. The wind shadow step was merely a high-level yellow tier movement technique, yet senior brother Qin Yi had perfected it to an extraordinary level. In terms of speed, he could easily rank among the top 3 among the inner disciples. Hearing the audience's discussions, Xu Chen cast a surprised glance at Qin Yi. He had not anticipated that his opponent also practiced the wind shadow step. Although the wind shadow step was merely a high-level yellow tier technique, once mastered to its peak, its speed surpassed that of practitioners of low-tier profound techniques, unless they had refined their techniques to a grand or even higher level. Senior brother Qin, I am Li Lei. I look forward to your guidance. Li Lei recognized the vast disparity in their strengths, but refrained from conceding outright. Qin Yi, noticing Li Lei's refusal to concede, maintained an impassive expression, though inwardly felt displeased and decided to toy with his opponent. Make your move, he said coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Lei drew his long sword, taking a deep breath, and thrust it toward Qin Yi's chest with great speed. Qin Yi remained stationary. As the sword approached, just as it seemed poised to strike, he merely tapped his toes, and his body retreated like the wind. In that moment, he appeared to be riding the breeze, graceful and unrestrained. Li Lei, sword in hand, pursued for a short distance, only to realize that his sword tip maintained a constant 3 inches from Qin Yi's chest. Li Lei's expression shifted. The next moment, his eyes lit up. For Qin, he was nearing the edge of the arena. Should he retreat any further, he would tumble off the stage, thus securing victory for Li Lei. With a whoosh, he swung his sword again, aiming to force Qin Yi off the stage. Swoosh! Qin Yi ceased his retreat, allowing the sword to pierce his chest. Li Lei's face revealed no trace of triumph, for he felt no tangible impact. His strike had missed its mark. The wind blew, and Qin Yi's figure slowly faded away, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. I am right behind you. Suddenly, Qin Yi's voice came from behind Li Lei. At that instant, as Li Lei turned, he was met with a punch to the chest, sending him flying backward, coughing blood. Senior brother Qin is formidable. Li Lei could not even graze his sleeve. It became evident that the wind shadow step was indeed remarkable, and I too aspire to master it. You might as well give up. Senior brother Qin possesses extraordinary talent, having honed the wind shadow step to its peak, resulting in his terrifying speed. Surely, senior brother Qin's movement technique must be the best among the inner disciples? Chapter 39. The pinnacle stage of wind shadow step. The first round concluded, followed by a brief respite. The second, third, and fourth rounds commenced, continuing until the 7th round, where Xu Chen effortlessly claimed victory each time. In the 8th round, Xu Chen faced Shi Hao, an adept at the 8th level of qi condensation, who, like Xu Chen, had maintained an unblemished record in the initial 7 matches. In the audience, Su Yu remained vigilant regarding Xu Chen's progress. Should he triumph in this round, his points would secure him a place among the top 10 in his group. Unfortunately, his opponent was Shi Hao, a formidable 8th level practitioner, and Xu Chen's victory would end here. Su Yu exhaled, relieved. With each victory Xu Chen achieved, it felt as though his heart was struck with a heavy blow. An unpleasant sensation indeed. Fortunately, the ordeal would soon conclude. This fellow is indeed unfortunate. He could have entered the top 10. But now he faces Shi Hao and must halt his ascent. Qin Yi remarked, observing Xu Chen ascend the arena. Shi Hao, a practitioner of the 8th level of qi condensation, was potent enough to rank within the top 50 of the inner sect. A formidable contender for the top 5 in the group matches. I hope he prevails. That way, I can personally bring his journey to an end, Chen Feng replied. It seemed that Xu Chen had offended Chen Feng gravely. Qin Yi, understanding Chen Feng's vengeful nature, looked at Xu Chen with sympathy, knowing that even if he survived, his days would not be easy. Your victory ends here, Shi Hao proclaimed confidently as he faced Xu Chen. It is premature to declare that, Xu Chen replied nonchalantly. Deluding oneself, Shi Hao retorted, then stomped the ground with intent, launching himself forward, fists clenched, and aimed directly at Xu Chen's chest. Boom! Xu Chen's figure was shattered by the impact, revealing merely an afterimage. As Shi Hao beheld the dissipating illusion, his pupils contracted. When had this occurred? He had been completely oblivious to it. Xu Chen's speed surpassed his perception. Below the arena, Qin Yi stood up abruptly, astonished, his gaze fixed on the stage. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Xu Chen's movement technique. No, it cannot be. Surely, he must have misjudged. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, this boy's movement technique. He had not been observant enough to notice earlier, which was understandable. Nonetheless, even so, Xu Chen's proficiency in movement was indeed remarkable. I am right here, Xu Chen called out from Shi Hao's left flank, drawing attention. Shi Hao remained silent, silently channeling his spiritual energy. With a resounding roar, his power erupted as he unleashed a barrage of punches, overwhelming Xu Chen with a tempest of fierce attacks. In an instant, the arena was engulfed in a storm of fists, each shadowing the other, sealing off the space around Xu Chen. No matter how exceptional one's movement, there was no escape from such an onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The area where Xu Chen stood was mercilessly bombarded, the arena trembling and reverberating with thunderous sounds. Under this relentless assault, Xu Chen's figure was instantly torn apart by the flurry of fists. Qin Yi clenched his fists tightly, disbelief etched on his face. The wind shadow step, he too had mastered this technique. While many inner sect disciples practiced this high-level yellow-tier movement technique, few attained significant mastery. And those who reached the pinnacle stage were even rarer. Until now, he believed he was the sole disciple to achieve such a feat, but now, another had emerged. Chun Feng, with a grave expression, remarked, Qin, he must be practicing the wind shadow step, correct? Indeed. Qin nodded, albeit reluctantly. Is he at the advanced stage? Chun Feng inquired further. Not quite, Qin replied, shaking his head. Chun Feng sighed in relief. But the next revelation from Qin unsettled him. If I'm not mistaken, he has indeed perfected the wind shadow step to its pinnacle stage. What? Chun Feng's eyes widened, immediately countering, impossible. He is so young. Moreover, he has only been with the Qingling sect for 3 months. Achieving the pinnacle stage in that time is unthinkable. Qin Yi's countenance darkened, feeling the weight of this revelation. He was proud, particularly of his adeptness in movement techniques, believing few could surpass him among the top 10 inner sect disciples. Yet, Xu Chen had dealt him a crushing blow. Perhaps he had been training in the wind shadow step before joining the Qingling sect, Chun Feng speculated. I refuse to believe he mastered it in just 3 months. Qin Yi's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, how did I overlook such a possibility? The wind shadow step is not exclusive to the Qingling sect. While its circulation is limited, it can still be found. Xu Chen must have practiced it since childhood, allowing him to reach the pinnacle stage at such a young age. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he gradually accepted this hypothesis, his brow relaxing. If you encounter me, you shall understand that even at the pinnacle stage, there remains a significant disparity, Qin murmured confidently to himself. A year prior, his mastery of the wind shadow step had already reached its pinnacle. In the ensuing year, he had intensified his study of the technique, and, just a month ago, he had begun to grasp an elusive state of understanding. Although he had not formally entered this profound realm, his skill had undergone a remarkable advancement. This experience instilled in him a confidence that he could outpace Xu Chen significantly in terms of movement. On the stage, the battle between Xu Chen and Shi Hao had persisted for some time, to the astonishment of onlookers, despite Shi Hao's relentless onslaught. He had not managed to touch a single thread of Xu Chen's clothing. How could one win if they could not even land a blow? Xu Chen's demonstration of the pinnacle stage of the wind shadow step immediately captured the attention of many. Xiao Zhan, ranked 10th in the inner sect, gazed at the elegant figure on the 7th arena, intrigued by the emergence of another who had mastered the wind shadow step to its pinnacle stage. Interesting, another Qin Yi, Dongfang Sheng, ranked 7th, withdrew his gaze coolly. Although Xu Chen surprised him, it was merely a fleeting impression. Even Qin Yi had failed to impress him. How could Xu Chen, whom he regarded as merely a second-rate version of Qin Yi, pose any threat? His ambition lay in securing a position within the top 3 of the competition, perhaps even the top spot. He should focus his energy on the few who could genuinely threaten him, rather than waste it on someone who wouldn't even make it to the top 20. Achieving the pinnacle stage of the wind shadow step at such a young age was remarkable, yet regrettably, his youth barred him from the top 10 this year. However, with his talent, he should aspire to break into the top 10 in the next intersect competition. The wind shadow step, a high-level yellow tier technique, could be mastered to perfection. However, it would be wiser to pursue a profound tier technique instead. Another coward who only knows how to evade. His speed may be impressive, but it cannot outpace my sword, remarked several higher-ranked disciples, sharing their opinions. Gulping, Suyu watched Xu Chen's elusive movements on the arena, struggling to swallow. Sister, he practices the wind shadow step? The cool-headed woman, her attention fully on the 7th arena, nodded in response to Suyu's inquiry. What level has he reached in the wind shadow step? Suyu pressed further. The pinnacle stage, she replied coolly. Suyu exclaimed in shock, what? The pinnacle stage? Is he not the second Qin Yi? He now harbors regret. Regret for having encouraged Xu Chen to participate in the intersect competition. His initial intent was to witness Xu Chen's humiliation on stage, to relish the sight of the latter being trampled upon. However, he has come to realize that Xu Chen's prowess appears to far exceed his expectations. As the battle rages on, not only has Xu Chen avoided being trampled, but he has also achieved fame. Has he inadvertently aided Xu Chen in gaining renown? He now longs to slap himself in disbelief. Is fleeing all you can do? After a fruitless assault, Shi Hao stands, panting, eyes fixed on the seemingly relaxed Xu Chen a few paces away, gritting his teeth as he challenges. Dare you engage me in a direct confrontation? As you wish. Xu Chen charges directly at Xu Hao. The latter, taken aback yet exhilarated, had only approached this battle with a tentative mindset. To his astonishment, Xu Chen, brimming with youthful fervor and easily provoked, has forsaken his advantage to engage him in close combat. A triumphant laugh escapes Xu Hao's lips as he channels the scant remaining spiritual energy within him into his right fist. With a resounding crack, a wave of white energy erupts beneath his feet, propelling him forward with explosive force. His fist, infused with surging spiritual power, hurtles towards Xu Chen with ferocity. Xu Chen, forming a fist with determination, meets the oncoming blow. Xu Yu's eyes widen in disbelief. Has he lost his senses? To abandon his advantage and engage Xu Hao in close quarters, he is surely doomed to defeat. Ha ha ha. Bang! A thunderous clash resonates from the 7th arena. Xu Yu's laughter abruptly halts, as if a hand has been clasped around his throat. His expression betrays sheer incredulity. What has he just witnessed? Xu Hao has been sent flying? This cannot be. Yet, the reality unfolds before him. Indeed, Xu Hao has been bested in a direct confrontation with Xu Chen. Sent reeling backward. Bang! Xu Hao crashes out of the arena, landing hard on the stone surface below. A hush falls over the spectators near the 7th arena, only to be followed by an eruption of exuberant cheers. Xu Chen wins. The elder announces loudly. Chapter 40. Chao Man Shin Feng furrowed his brow as he observed Xu Chen leaping down from the arena, then glanced at the pale-faced Xu Hao, who had fallen from the stage. Xu Hao, a practitioner at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, had unexpectedly been knocked off the platform by Xu Chen with a single punch during their confrontation. This was indeed unusual. Aside from his agility, could Xu Chen's combat prowess in direct confrontation truly rival that of a 9th level practitioner? Impossible. It must be that Xu Hao had exhausted his spiritual energy, unable to unleash his peak capabilities, thus falling prey to Xu Chen's cunning tactics. Yes, it had to be that way. It was now time for the first competitor to face the 7th. As Xu Chen descended, his attention was not on the 7th arena, but rather on the 1st. At that moment, the 7th platform featured a robust young man wielding a battle knife, exuding a menacing aura. This individual was known throughout the inner sect as Chao Man, the undisputed top disciple. His power instilled despair among all inner disciples, leaving none daring to challenge him. It was rumored that the second-ranked Sikong II had privately confronted him and had been defeated in 3 moves. The veracity of this claim remained uncertain. As he ascended the stage, no one dared to fight him. All opted to concede. Now, in the 8th round, he had yet to draw his weapon in the previous 7 encounters. This time, his opponent was Li Ping, ranked 6th in the inner sect, a peak practitioner of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, who had triumphed in all previous matches. Unfortunately for him, he had drawn Chao Man. Under the watchful gaze of countless spectators, Li Ping stepped onto the stage, gripping a long spear that appeared in his hand, pointing its tip directly at Chao Man. The intent was unmistakable. He refused to concede and sought to engage Chao Man in battle. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. At last, someone dared to challenge Chao Man. Chao Man regarded Li Ping, who appeared as if facing a formidable foe, with an expressionless demeanor that conveyed a stark reality. You are no match for me. Li Ping remained undeterred. He acknowledged the truth in Chao Man's words, stating firmly, I know I'm not your equal, yet I will not concede. I want to see how far apart our strengths lie. As you wish, Chao Man replied, drawing the battle knife from behind him. Be cautious, he added as a warning. In the next moment, he stood still and executed a swift downward strike. The blade flashed, and with a resounding crack, Li Ping's spear shattered, sending him flying with a deep gash across his chest, blood spraying forth. Li Ping tumbled off the stage, immediately coughing up blood, his face ashen and spirit broken as he stared at the 2 halves of his shattered spear. After a prolonged silence, he hoarsely uttered, I never imagined the disparity between us could be so vast. At that moment, the arena fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the man sheathing his sword on the 1st platform. The competitors engaged in fierce battles on the other 9 platforms could not help but pause. Chao Man had decisively defeated Li Ping. Everyone understood that he had held back. Otherwise, Li Ping would have been cleaved in 2. Just how powerful was he? No one knew, for within the inner sect, no one had ever compelled him to unleash his full strength. He was overwhelmingly powerful, truly formidable. Xu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured repeatedly, then turned to the woman beside him. "Aunt, just how strong is Chao Man?" The cool woman replied slowly. "He is no longer on the same level as you." Meanwhile, Xu Chen closed his eyes, replaying the image of that strike in his mind, ultimately concluding that he possessed less than a 30% chance of receiving that blow unscathed. There was a 50% likelihood that he would sustain injury from the blade's aura. At present, he was not Chao Man's match. His cultivation was simply too low. It was imperative that he elevate his cultivation before the finals, granting him the qualification to battle Chao Man. Xu Chen silently resolved within himself. Xu, the second-ranked disciple, chuckled ruefully. He grows ever stronger. What a despairing figure he is. Long Feiyu, the third-ranked disciple, stared at Chao Man for a moment before sighing despondently. He may have already transcended our level. Sun Yuan, ranked fourth, tightened his grip on his battle knife. My blade is faster and sharper. I'm not his opponent. The higher-ranked disciples of the intersect each expressed their sentiments. They shared a common thought. Chao Man was insurmountable. The first position had been claimed, and their subsequent struggle was not for first place, but for second. Although Xu was formidable, he did not possess the overwhelming strength that instilled despair like Chao Man did, so they retained confidence in vying for the second spot. Amidst the countless gazes of reverence and admiration, Chao Man slowly descended from the arena. On the fifth platform, Xu Chen faced Fang Yi. Xu Chen, ranked 11th within the intersect, was just a step away from the top 10. Fang Yi, a nondescript figure within the intersect, was relatively unknown. This match seemed predetermined. Fang Yi was a stoic young man. Facing Xu Chen, he expressionlessly drew his battle knife and struck. A golden blade flashed toward Xu Chen. Xu Chen offered a faint smile, unsheathing his long sword and waving it casually. The sword aura surged forth, intertwining with the golden blade. To everyone's astonishment, the clash resulted in a rapid disintegration, akin to fresh snow meeting the blazing sun. Xu Chen's pupils constricted. In the next instant, he heard a sharp crack as the golden blade struck his long sword, the finely forged weapon shattering into two, while pain surged through his chest, blood gushing forth. Xu Chen let out a pained groan, stumbling backward. Steadying himself, he looked down to find a knife wound on his chest. The faint golden blade continuing to wreak havoc upon his injury, inflicting greater damage. I lost. Xu Chen's broken sword clattered to the ground as he stood in a daze. One strike had obliterated his sword aura, severed his long sword, and left him with a grievous wound. He bore no grievance for his defeat. The spectators near the fifth platform were left dumbfounded, exchanging glances before erupting into a cacophony of discussions. One strike defeated the 11th-ranked Xu Chen. This unexpected Fang Yi is incredibly powerful. How astonishing that such a remarkable figure has emerged within the intersect. To think that even Xu Chen fell to a single blow. Does that imply Fang Yi possesses the strength of the top 10? On the Elder's platform, one elder took note of Fang Yi. This Fang Yi is impressive. He has grasped the essence of gold. However, from his earlier strike, it seems he has yet to fully comprehend it, just half a step into the essence of gold. Given time, mastering the complete essence of gold will be no trouble. It seems our Qingling sect is about to witness the rise of another prodigy. This child, having grasped half the essence of gold, experiences a significant increase in attack power, coupled with unparalleled destructive capability. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he should be able to secure a position among the top 10 in the competition. Mastering an essence is no simple feat. This child must be nurtured with care. Xu Chen observed Fang Yi as he stepped down from the arena. Half a step into the essence of gold. How intriguing. After the conclusion of the 8th match, night fell. The participating disciples gradually returned to rest. The following day, before dawn, the martial arts square was already teeming with people. Many chose to remain overnight in the square to secure better vantage points. In his room, Xu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a pained expression flickering across his face. 300,000 spirit stones. He had expended a whole 300,000 spirit stones just to elevate his cultivation from the 7th to the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. In the realm of Qi condensation warriors, how many possess the means to produce 300,000 spirit stones? Had Xu Chen not embarked on his journey to the Water Mansion or eradicated the Zhao family, he would scarcely have indulged in such extravagance. Turning his gaze towards the window, he noticed the day had fully dawned. After washing his face, he stepped outside and made his way towards the martial arts plaza. Shortly thereafter, the elders ascended the stage and the competition resumed. In the 9th match, on the 7th arena, number 3 faced number 20. Number 3 was Qin Yi, while number 20 was Xu Chen. As the elder's voice faded, the spectators near the 7th arena erupted in excitement. Both Xu Chen and Qin Yi had mastered the wind shadow step, each having refined it to its pinnacle. Among two individuals renowned for their swiftness, who would emerge victorious, Xu Chen found himself in peril. Indeed, although he had perfected the wind shadow step, there remained a significant disparity between him and senior brother Qin Yi. With Qin Yi at the 9th level of qi condensation and having mastered the technique a year ago, Xu Chen appeared to possess no chance of triumph. I too harbor little faith in Xu Chen. The murmurs of the crowd reached Xu Chen's ears, yet undeterred by the skepticism surrounding him. He maintained a calm demeanor and steadily ascended the arena. As the wind brushed past, Qin Yi's figure suddenly materialized across from him, appearing without warning. Chapter 41. The Battle of Speed. Qin Yi gazed at Xu Chen and remarked, "Others claim you are a second me, yet I beg to differ. Su Chen Ziplit Guli. I share that sentiment. I am who I am, neither a substitute for others nor a shadow of anyone." Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, noting his confidence. Xu Chen responded, "I have always been self-assured." Excessive confidence can be detrimental. Achieving the pinnacle of the wind shadow step at such a young age is bound to breed arrogance. However, let me tell you, my speed surpasses that of all inner disciples, and it is not solely reliant on the mastery of the wind shadow step. Qin Yi was also displeased by others referring to Xu Chen as a second version of himself. He was one of a kind, and not everyone could be a replica. He intended to use this battle to demonstrate to all that he was indeed unique. Now, allow me to show you the disparity between us. In a blink, Qin Yi vanished from sight, as silent and elusive as the wind, leaving the audience wide-eyed and searching desperately. Despite scouring the arena, they could not locate his figure. "Where's senior brother Qin? He is not on the stage. Surely he isn't jumped off? Don't speak foolishly. Senior brother has perfected the wind shadow step to its utmost. His speed is beyond our comprehension. That is astonishingly swift. If I were to duel with senior brother Qin, I would hardly catch a glimpse of him before being defeated." As the crowd murmured, Xu Chen remained composed. With a firm fist, he directed a punch toward the empty space before him. Bang! The two fists collided in a resounding thud, revealing Qin Yi's figure to the spectators. Not only that, but Qin Yi stumbled back, astonished, as Xu Chen had accurately tracked his movements and overpowered him in strength. Shock and fury flickered across his face. Then, narrowing his eyes, he realized, "You concealed your cultivation?" Yesterday, Xu Chen was at the 6th level of qi condensation, yet today he displayed the 8th level. The only plausible explanation was that Xu Chen had hidden his true prowess. The thought of Xu Chen advancing from the 6th to the 8th level overnight was beyond his wildest imagination. Xu Chen remained non-committal. "So what if I conceal my strength? No wonder you feel bold enough to face me, but relying solely on that is rather naive." As those words fell, Qin Yi's figure once again vanished. Following that, a barrage of terrifying punches surged towards Xu Chen from all directions. The audience below could only see a flurry of fists without a trace of Qin Yi. Naive indeed. Xu Chen retreated a step, and his figure also vanished suddenly. Boom! The overwhelming punches engulfed Xu Chen's previous position, causing the arena to tremble. In the next moment, the audience could only witness the relentless exchange of punches, their eyes wide with astonishment, unable to discern the figures of the two combatants. Their battle naturally caught the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Qin Yi's mastery of movement was among the elite within the inner disciples, seemingly on the verge of grasping the essence of the wind, resulting in a significant leap in his abilities. He was nearing the top 10 of the inner disciples, and should he comprehend the wind's principles, his future would be boundless. Xu Chen, it appeared, was even more extraordinary. I sense he is concealing his true strength. He hasn't unleashed his speed to its fullest. Observe how effortlessly he defends against Qin Yi's attacks, while Qin Yi is gradually struggling. Indeed, I have looked into Xu Chen. He was recommended to the sect by Miss Su. You all know her character. She wouldn't endorse anyone who wasn't a genius. It seems she has found a promising talent for the sect. Suddenly, The battle shifted on Platform 7. After an indiscernible interval, a figure tumbled from the air. It was Qin Yi. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a distinct imprint marked his chest. Ignoring his injuries, he stared in disbelief at the slowly materializing Xu Chen. In the brief encounter, his pride and speed had been utterly crushed. He exerted every effort to elevate his velocity, yet despair washed over him as he realized that no matter how fast he became, Xu Chen always outpaced him by a hair. As Qin Yi and Xu Chen stood at a distance, the crowd erupted. Senior Brother Qin has been injured. Xu Chen is extraordinary. He has surpassed Senior Brother Qin in movement. Senior Brother Qin must not have fought with his full strength. The murmurs were lost on Qin Yi, who remained enveloped in shock. Your technique is hardly impressive, Xu Chen stated calmly. You were on the offensive before, while I was merely defending. Now, the roles have reversed. As the last word left his lips, Xu Chen melded with the wind, becoming invisible. A gentle breeze swept by, and suddenly, Xu Chen appeared silently behind Qin Yi, who remained blissfully unaware. I'm right here, Xu Chen gently reminded him, followed by a punch. Qin Yi hastily spun around, crossing his arms defensively. Boom! Qin Yi was sent flying. Before he could land, his pupils constricted in alarm as Xu Chen reappeared before him without a sound. So fast. It's too quick, he thought, unable to react, as Xu Chen moved like the wind, his trajectory unpredictable. No matter how hard he tried, he could not catch Xu Chen's movements. It dawned on him that Xu Chen had not even exerted his full strength earlier. Boom! With a dull thud, Qin Yi coughed blood and was sent reeling. Xu Chen stood his ground, refraining from pursuing the advantage he had gained. He had held back during their last two exchanges, otherwise Qin Yi would have been gravely injured or worse. Will you continue? Xu Chen in quit non chalen. Let us go again. Qin Yi wiped the blood from his lips, unwilling to concede. However, as his words fell, a fist appeared suddenly, growing larger, and with a resounding crash, it slammed into his face. Before he could utter a cry, he was propelled from the platform, crashing heavily onto the stone ground under the astonished gazes of many. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the arena. An elder leaped to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Xu Chen on Platform 7, his breath slightly labored. Did you see that? Xu Chen has comprehended. Another elder interjected. We noticed he has likely grasped the first step of the wind's essence, akin to Feng Yi, another genius. A third elder laughed heartily. The first step of the gold's essence, the first step of the wind's essence. What delightful surprises this year's intersect competition brings. This year's intersect competition is the most thrilling I have witnessed in recent years. Talents abound. Xu Chen, this young man, is remarkable. He must be only 17, yet he has grasped the first step of the wind's essence. His potential may surpass that of Feng Yi. We must nurture him diligently. Qin Yi is impressive as well. He has touched the threshold of the wind's essence. I hope this battle propels him toward enlightenment soon. Chapter 42. The Dark Horse Contest. How could he have defeated Qin Yi? Chen Feng gazed at Xu Chen, who was descending from the arena, still struggling to comprehend the astonishing scene before him. A contender he had dismissed as insignificant, a mere loser, had revealed his fangs, showcasing an overwhelming strength that left Chen Feng in shock. In the audience, Su Yu shuddered, snapping back to reality. Suddenly, he slapped himself across the face, the pain jolting him. This was no dream. Xu Chen had indeed triumphed over Qin Yi, ranked 17th in the intersect. Regret washed over him. Regret for having enrolled Xu Chen, and even more for having offended him over a private room. The battles continued, rounds 10, 11, 12. Riding the momentum of his victory over Qin Yi, every disciple drawn to face him wisely chose to concede. Gradually, Xu Chen's points aligned with Chen Feng's, both standing at the pinnacle of their group, undefeated. In the 16th and final round, on arena number 7, the matchup was set, contestant 1 against contestant 20. The elder's voice resonated in the ears of all present. It was time. Xu Chen's spirit soared. Defeating Chen Feng would crown him as the undisputed leader of the 7th group. Only the top 3 from each group would advance to the finals. Regardless of the outcome, both Xu Chen and Chen Feng were assured of their places in the top 3. Chen Feng lifted his head. his cold gaze penetrating like two sharp blades aimed at Xu Chen. Xu Chen disregarded Chen Feng's frosty stare, his body soaring gracefully onto the stage. With a disdainful snort, Chen Feng leapt into the air, crashing down onto the arena like a shooting star. Their animosity was palpable, requiring no words. As the elder's voice faded, Xu Chen melded with the wind, vanishing from sight. Almost simultaneously, a fist imbued with surging spiritual energy materialized behind Chen Feng. It was as if a pair of eyes were watching his back. The moment the fist appeared, he sensed it. He turned to counter it with a punch. "Your speed cannot escape my sight," he declared confidently. Yet in the next instant, his expression shifted. His punch met only air as the approaching fist dissipated rapidly. An afterimage? Where was Xu Chen's genuine attack? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a powerful gust struck him from the right, and with a resounding thud, a fist crashed into his cheek. He coughed up blood and lost a tooth, his body hurtling away like a broken kite. Before he could hit the ground, Xu Chen soared past him, matching his height. Despair washed over Chen Feng. He could barely move, rendered helpless. Xu Chen showed no mercy. While lethal force was forbidden in the inter-sect tournament, crippling an opponent to preclude them from further participation was entirely permissible. With a high kick, Xu Chen struck down fiercely. The sound of breaking bones echoed. Chen Feng's chest caved inward, and he crashed onto the stage, bouncing back like a ball. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his eyelids fluttered as he fell unconscious, gravely injured. In the VIP section, a middle-aged man sprang to his feet. Worry etched across his face. He was Chen Feng's father and the third elder of the Chen family, invited by the Qingling sect. What a ruthless method, he thought, his eyes icy as he regarded Xu Chen, a wave of murderous intent swelling within him. An elder who had previously favored Xu Chen suddenly frowned. Xu Chen's approach was excessively cruel. In prior battles, he had held back, refraining from causing harm. Yet this time, he acted contrary to form against Chen Feng. Did they have a past grievance? Regardless, such brutality against a fellow disciple in front of esteemed guests is unacceptable. Some elders harbored dissatisfaction towards Xu Chen, deeming him heartless and oblivious to the greater context. However, many others remained silent. "It's over," Su Yu slumped in the audience, powerless. He has indeed claimed the top of his group. He has shot himself in the foot with this decision. The 16th round concluded. 16 victories out of 16. Xu Chen was the unquestionable leader of his group, while Chen Feng secured second place, and Qin Yi took third. The top three were eligible for the finals. Although both Chen Feng and Qin Yi had fallen to Xu Chen, they were not eliminated. But Chen Feng's severe injuries cast doubt on his ability to compete in the finals. Soon, the top three from other groups were announced. As night fell, the finals were postponed until the following day. The audience began to disperse, returning to their lodgings, astonished that this year's intersect tournament had birthed two dark horses, Feng Yi from Group 5 and Xu Chen from Group 7. Feng Yi had decisively defeated Gu Cheng, ranked 11th in the intersect, and although he later succumbed to Sikong II, his valiant efforts against the second-ranked disciple prove his worth among the top 10. Xu Chen was no less formidable. He had first triumphed over Qin Yi and subsequently bested Chen Feng, his movements unpredictable and elusive. Who do you think is the greatest dark horse this year, Xu Chen or Feng Yi? Someone pondered. I believe Feng Yi. His blade is too sharp. Xu Chen is likely no match for him. Yet Xu Chen's chances are not insignificant. If Feng Yi cannot land a hit on Xu Chen, his strength is rendered futile. Enough talk. Tomorrow is the finals. There's a 1 in 3 chance they might face each other. We shall see then. Senior brother, as a new disciple, could you explain the rules of the finals? The finals will consist of elimination rounds and ranking matches. The elimination rounds will eliminate 20 contestants, leaving 10 who will become the new intersex top disciples. The matchups will be determined by drawing lots, and 5 arenas will host the battles. Contestants will not have fixed arenas. They fight wherever they are drawn. Each participant will compete 10 times, and the top 10 by points will enter the final ranking matches. For fairness, the 10 entering the ranking matches will face each other, and their final standings will be determined by their scores. The next morning, many, fueled by excitement, enter the martial arts plaza with bleary eyes. The plaza now featured only 5 massive arenas. The 30 competitors for the finals filed in, and the audience erupted in cheers, chanting slogans in support of their favorites. After several days of combat, Xu Chen had garnered a following through his prowess, and as he stepped into the plaza, the sound of support echoed in every corner of the audience. Strength was paramount. Only through formidable might could one earn the respect and recognition of the masses. Feeling the waves of encouragement, a smile crept across Xu Chen's face. Suddenly, an elder appeared on the arena. It was the Grand Elder, second only to the sect master. His presence was unexpected. I shall personally oversee the upcoming tournament. The Grand Elder's voice resonated throughout the space. Without further ado, the elimination rounds officially commence. Arena 1. Qin Yi vs. Qi Yun. Arena 2. Gong Sun Sheng vs. Chen Chong. Arena 3. Gu Cheng vs. Tang Yu. Arena 4. All 5 arenas began simultaneously. In Arena 1, relying on his agility, Qin Yi easily defeated Qi Yun, securing the first victory with 2 points. After leaping off the stage, Qin Yi and Qi Yun quickly found a spot to meditate and recover their spiritual energy. There remained 9 more contests to be waged, allowing no indulgence in squandering time. Crucially, the subsequent confrontation might commence imminently, perhaps within a quarter of an hour, or the duration it takes for tea to steep, or conceivably in the very next instant. Therefore, they must seize every available moment to replenish their spiritual energy, preparing to meet the next challenge in optimal condition. The Grand Elder's voice resonated. Ring 1. Sun Yuan vs. Li Ping. As Sun Yuan and Li Ping ascended the platform, more than 4/5 of the spectators fixed their gaze upon Ring 1. Sun Yuan ranked 4th among the inner disciples. Li Ping ranked 6th. This was a battle between those in the top 10. Sun Yuan regarded Li Ping with a grave countenance. During the group matches, Li Ping had been swiftly defeated by Chao Man with a single strike. However, this did not imply Li Ping's weakness, but rather Chao Man's overwhelming strength. As a fellow disciple among the top 10, he was acutely aware that his opponent, though ranked 2 places below him, was not to be underestimated. Standing 30 meters apart, they paused in confrontation. After a moment, Sun Yuan initiated the assault. Sun Yuan wielded a saber, while Li Ping brandished a spear. The 2 weapons clashed fiercely upon the platform, erupting in a series of metallic reverberations. Sun Yuan's saber techniques were unpredictable, defying anticipation. Li Ping's spear thrusts were swift as lightning, proving difficult to parry. After an intense exchange of over 100 moves, Sun Yuan emerged victorious. Throughout the duel, Xu Chen observed intently, analyzing their combat styles and characteristics, seeking out any vulnerabilities. He was not alone in this endeavor. Ring 2. Chen Feng vs. Zhuge Luyan. Chen Feng appeared pallid. His injuries had yet to heal. Even walking taxed his strength considerably, let alone fighting. He cast a venomous glance at Xu Chen before reluctantly conceding defeat. Due to his injuries, he was destined to be the last. All of this was due to Xu Chen. Zhuge Luyan, winning without a fight, was naturally elated. Ring 5. Li Ping vs. Chao Man. Li Ping, having just rested, was called upon to fight again. Moreover, his opponent was none other than Chao Man. In the group matches, Li Ping had suffered a crushing defeat at Chao Man's hands, the disparity in strength between them being substantial. This time, Li Ping acted rationally. After weighing the pros and cons, he directly chose to concede. Knowing he was no match for Chao Man, he decided it was better to admit defeat and conserve his spiritual energy for the next battle, rather than face a humiliating and injurious defeat. Upon hearing Li Ping's immediate concession, the audience was greatly disappointed. Ring 2. Xu Chen vs. Yang Yu. Finally, it's my turn. Xu Chen leaped onto Ring 2. His opponent, Yang Yu, ranked 28th among the inner disciples, possessed average strength. However, Xu Chen did not underestimate him in the slightest. This was not because he perceived any hidden abilities in Yang Yu, but because he approached every battle with utmost seriousness, never affording his opponents an opportunity. He had prepared thoroughly. However, Yang Yu directly chose to concede, having secured 2 points without lifting a finger. Xu Chen was about to step off the platform when the Grand Elder's voice stopped him. Ring 2. Xu Chen vs. Feng Yi. 2 consecutive battles, and this time, his opponent was none other than Feng Yi, his peer. A clash of 2 dark horses. Who would prevail? Who would be this year's biggest surprise? Many eyes turned towards Ring 2, eager to witness the emergence of the ultimate dark horse. Feng Yi stood opposite Xu Chen. Xu Chen, he inquired, Your speed is remarkable. You must have comprehended the essence of wind. Though phrased as a question, his tone was assertive. Clearly, he had been observing Xu Chen for some time, convinced that the latter had indeed mastered the essence of wind. Chapter 43. The greatest dark horse yet to fully comprehend Xu Chen's side. Outside, a day passed, while in the heavenly emperor's hall, 10 years unfolded. He had spent decades within the hall, not only mastering the wind shadow step to its zenith, but also gaining insight into the profound mysteries of the wind's essence. Yet perhaps due to a lack of opportunity, he had not fully grasped the essence of the wind. He instinctively felt that until the opportune moment arrived, even if he practiced for centuries in the heavenly emperor's hall, he would remain unable to completely comprehend the essence of the wind. If I am not mistaken, your understanding should be that of half a step into the essence of gold, correct? Xu Chen Gao-De. Fang Yi readily acknowledged, indeed. Please enlighten me. Both Xu Chen and Fang Yi exclaimed in unison. Their gazes locked momentarily. In the next instant, Fang Yi drew his sword and raised it above his head. The golden blade shimmered as it shot skyward, followed by a thunderous descent. Boom! Xu Chen's figure was instantly shredded by the blade's light. A gasp erupted from the audience, believing Xu Chen had been obliterated. However, in truth, it was merely an afterimage. Xu Chen appeared 10 meters away, unscathed. Observing the fissure left in the arena by the golden blade, Xu Chen felt a flicker of concern. Among the 5 elemental essences, the essence of gold was undoubtedly the most lethal. Be careful, Fang Yi cautioned, swinging his sword once more. The golden blade descended with incredible speed. The air erupted in a series of explosions as the white currents imploded inward and then exploded outward with a deafening roar, shaking the entire metallic arena violently. The audience in the front row was buffeted by the ensuing waves, staggering and unable to open their eyes, plunging the scene into brief chaos. Once again, Xu Chen expertly evaded the strike. However, Fang Yi's reflexes were equally swift. A missed strike was quickly followed by another, relentlessly forcing Xu Chen to dodge. Whoosh! Xu Chen sidestepped Fang Yi's assault, momentarily appearing behind him, just as a blade of light sliced diagonally toward him. Xu Chen was compelled to halt his attack, activating the wind shadow step to blend with the wind and retreat rapidly. My spiritual power has always been superior to that of the average person. Your speed is impressive, evading my attacks time and again. Yet, attempting to approach me stealthily and defeat me is not as simple as it seems. With that, Fang Yi delivered another strike. The golden blade slashed down toward an empty space to the left front. The air trembled as a figure flickered and vanished, followed by the blade's descent. Arriving just a moment too late. At the elders' seating area, one elder suddenly turned to another, asking, Elder Hong, who do you think will win this battle between Xu Chen and Fang Yi? It's hard to say. Xu Chen's grasp of the half-step essence of wind allows him to evade Fang Yi's attacks flawlessly. However, Fang Yi possesses formidable lethality and can swiftly locate Xu Chen, forcing him to constantly evade and unable to launch an offense. The two are locked in a stalemate, one attacking, the other dodging, with their battle now hinging on the quantity of spiritual power they can exert. Both were at the 8th level of Qi condensation. Fang Yi stood at the pinnacle of the 8th level, giving him a slight advantage. Yet the attacker consumes more spiritual power than the dodger, making it uncertain who would endure until the end. Wait, Fang Yi's aura has changed. It has become significantly stronger. He concealed his cultivation level. Qi condensation, 9th level. Good heavens, he has hidden his true power from the beginning. Xu Chen was in danger. Indeed, when Fang Yi revealed his true cultivation level, his strength surged. He relentlessly unleashed one strike after another, draining his spiritual energy. In an instant, the sharp blade energy filled every corner of the arena. Swish! A section of Xu Chen's sleeve was severed, instantly shredding into countless fragments. Xu Chen revealed himself, glancing at his tattered sleeve, a grave expression emerging on his face. Fang Yi was indeed a formidable opponent. Relying solely on agility would not suffice to defeat him. It appeared that other methods would be required. Are you conceding? Fang Yi, seeing Xu Chen reveal himself and cease evasion, assumed that the latter had recognized the disparity between them and was prepared to admit defeat. No. Xu Chen shook his head and slowly declared, I intend to defeat you head-on. Defeat me head-on? Fang Yi was taken aback. Wasn't Xu Chen's greatest strength his agility? Did he possess other means beyond that? The audience below also displayed expressions of surprise. Their impression of Xu Chen was that he excelled in agility, while his offensive capabilities were rather ordinary. Yet now, he proclaimed his intention to abandon his agility and confront Fang Yi directly, leaving everyone astonished. Under the scrutiny of countless astonished gazes, Xu Chen's spiritual energy erupted. His right hand swiftly formed seals as a torrent of spiritual force surged into his palm. In an instant, an aura that sent shivers down everyone's spines emanated from Xu Chen's hand. Fang Yi's expression hardened. Possessing formidable mental power, he sensed the terrifying energy radiating from Xu Chen. Whoosh! Not daring to be negligent, he activated the essence of gold in his battle blade and struck fiercely. With the enhancement of the essence of gold, this strike was not only larger but exceedingly sharp, filling the air with a chilling aura of slaughter. The massive golden blade energy, imbued with overwhelming might, descended upon Xu Chen's head. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Xu Chen had abandoned his advantage in agility. Could he truly withstand this strike? If he could not, would he not be obliterated by the blade's energy? The Grand Elder silently appeared beside the second arena, bracing for the worst. Xu Chen had grasped the half-step essence of wind, his talent unmatched, with limitless potential for the future. He could not allow Xu Chen to perish beneath the blade. Under the pressure of the colossal blade energy, the metallic arena trembled violently. Yet, Xu Chen's countenance remained calm. He lifted his head, gazing at the ever-enlarging blade energy, and thrust his right hand forward. Crack the earth palm, a low-tier, profound martial technique. Boom! The spiritual energy in his palm erupted instantaneously, sending forth a massive handprint of spiritual energy, crashing toward the blade energy with the force of an earth-shattering quake. Boom! The heavens echoed with a thunderous sound as the spiritual handprint collided with the blade energy. The terrifying shockwave radiated from the point of impact, sweeping toward the audience. Realizing the imminent danger, the Grand Elder could not remain passive. If left unchecked, the rampaging waves could claim countless lives. He waved his hand, dissipating the destructive energy headed toward the audience. The spectators near the second arena breathed a sigh of relief, overwhelmed by a sense of gratitude for their survival. Meanwhile, a crack echoed as the massive golden blade energy shattered under the overwhelming assault of the spiritual handprint, disintegrating and transforming into a cascade of light that scattered throughout the arena. Despite the destruction of the blade energy, the spiritual handprint retained its formidable power, continuing its relentless descent toward Fang Yi. Fang Yi's pupils constricted violently. His ultimate strike could not withstand the spiritual handprint's might. As the handprint bore down upon him, he had no time to react. Just as Fang Yi was about to be suppressed by the spiritual handprint, a figure suddenly appeared before him, extending a calm right hand. With a thunderous sound, the spiritual handprint shattered and disintegrated. Xu Chen, witnessing this, felt not anger but relief, for he had underestimated the power of his own strike, nearly killing Fang Yi. The one who intervened was none other than the Grand Elder. A profound martial technique, and, if I'm not mistaken, you have already mastered it to its peak. The Grand Elder not only refrained from scolding Xu Chen for his recklessness, but also smiled in praise. His words detonated like a bomb, causing the crowd to erupt in a frenzy. Profound-level martial skills at the pinnacle of mastery. Could it be true? Is Xu Chen truly a prodigy? How old is he? Xu Chen victory! The voice of the Grand Elder resonated in everyone's ears. Xu Chen smiled faintly and leapt down from the arena. Xu Chen, you are quite formidable. Perhaps next time we could spar again. Fang Yi's voice called out from behind him. I'm always ready, Xu Chen replied as he turned. Then, amidst the countless awed gazes, he made his way to a corner, seated himself, and retrieved a spirit stone to begin replenishing his spiritual energy. Due to the effects of the Devouring Emperor technique, his battle with Fang Yi had not drained him significantly. He did not truly require this restoration. However, he undertook this act for the benefit of others. Following such a fierce contest, if he appeared to be brimming with spiritual energy, it would undoubtedly arouse the curiosity and suspicion of those around him. Chapter 44. Chao Man versus Long Fei Yu in a secluded corner. As Xu Chen sat quietly for a moment of respite, he suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the third arena. Typically, he would not devote his attention to the battles of ordinary fighters, let alone analyze them. However, Chao Man was no ordinary opponent. In the third arena, Chao Man faced Sun Yuan. Chao Man held the prestigious position of first in the intersect, while Sun Yuan ranked fourth. Both wielded blades, and their clash instantly captivated the entire audience. Would Sun Yuan, like Li Ping, concede defeat? My strength surpasses that of Li Ping, yet it has its limits. Li Ping could not withstand even a single strike from you. I wish to test how many blows I can endure. Sun Yuan did not concede. Very well, then you must be cautious, Chao Man warned, slowly drawing the sword from behind him. Sun Yuan felt the weight of the challenge before him. He sought not to defeat Chao Man, but merely to survive 3 strikes. Yet, even such a modest request seemed a lofty aspiration, for Chao Man's prowess was formidable. With one hand gripping his sword, Chao Man moved with blinding speed. In an instant, a flash of blade light appeared. Sun Yuan's pupils constricted, and he grasped his sword with both hands, channeling his spirit force into the blade. Break! He roared, striking fiercely at the incoming blade aura. Boom! Thud! Sun Yuan was struck with tremendous force, sent flying along with his weapon, crashing out of the arena. Upon landing, he coughed up blood. One strike, another strike. The spectators stood in stunned silence. Just how powerful was Chao Man? He had defeated Li Ping with a single blow, and now Sun Yuan with just one as well. The arena fell into a hush, a moment suspended in time. After what felt like an eternity, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, chanting Chao Man's name. Following this competition, Chao Man was destined to ascend to the rank of true disciple. Indeed, he had met the requirements for such an honor. Our sect gains yet another true disciple. The elders exchanged hushed words, their hearts swelling with pride for the growing strength of the Qingling sect. With tens of thousands of outer disciples, thousands in the inner sect, yet less than 100 true disciples, it was evident how rare and precious these ranks were. How powerful he must be. If I were to face him, what chance would I have? Xu Chen pondered, ultimately concluding that only through battle could he ascertain his true strength. He had yet to be compelled to reveal all his cards. In the third arena, Chao Man was set to battle Long Fei Yu, who held the third position in the intersect, one rank above Sun Yuan. Could he withstand a single strike from Chao Man? Upon learning he was to face Chao Man, Long Fei Yu momentarily froze, yet he soon regained composure, refusing to concede defeat, and steadily ascended the arena. I did not expect you to take that step before us, Long Fei Yu remarked to Chao Man with a smile. Chao Man assessed Long Fei Yu and replied, I merely took a step ahead. You should be close as well. Long Fei Yu responded, I'm still a bit short. Chao Man's gaze sharpened. He understood Long Fei Yu well, knowing he was not one to boast. The latter's admission indicated he might indeed be on the verge of that final breakthrough. Long Fei Yu did not concede. Rather, he appeared eager to seize the opportunity to make that final leap. Realizing this, Chao Man laughed heartily, saying, Long Fei Yu, I hope you grasp this chance. With that, his demeanor shifted, becoming increasingly intense. Boom! Long Fei Yu initiated the assault, his foot striking the ground with tremendous force, unleashing a violent shockwave as he charged at Chao Man, resembling a ravenous tiger with an overwhelming aura. Thud! 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 He moved as if a giant from ancient times, each step shaking the arena, as if it might collapse at any moment. His presence sent shivers through the audience surrounding the arena. Suddenly, Long Fei Yu brandished a battle axe, unleashing a fierce shout as he swung it down upon Chao Man, standing resolutely. Chao Man did not move until the axe was upon him, at which point he swiftly drew his sword in defense. Clang! Sparks flew, and the sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air, causing some spectators to cover their ears in pain. Long Fei Yu was sent hurtling backward, axe and body flying, skidding dangerously close to the edge of the arena upon landing. As he managed to stabilize himself, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. Even the formidable Long Fei Yu had been knocked back by a single strike from Chao Man. Another resounding boom echoed throughout the martial arts square as a white shockwave erupted beneath Chao Man's feet. He leaped into the air, his sword raised high above his head. Be careful, he called out, then descended rapidly, channeling the momentum into a fierce downward strike. The air seemed to split with the force of his blade, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. Ah! Long Fei Yu roared, swinging his battle axe in a desperate counter. Bang! The collision was akin to a meteorite strike, the air at the point of impact imploding inward, causing Long Fei Yu to crash to his knees, blood spilling from his mouth as his garments tore apart. Revealing his bronzed, muscular form, Chao Man, gripping his sword with one hand, pressed down with immense force. Long Fei Yu knelt, straining to hold the axe. But the pressure became unbearable. In mere moments, the capillaries beneath his skin ruptured, blood seeping from every pore, transforming him into a grotesque figure of crimson. Suddenly, Chao Man withdrew his blade, retreating a short distance, granting Long Fei Yu a moment to breathe. "Can you endure?" Chao Man inquired. "Bring it on." Long Fei Yu replied with unwavering resolve. As the words left his lips, the arena trembled once more. Gripping the battle axe, he charged at Chao Man like a vengeful deity. With a swift motion, Chao Man swung his sword, the blade's aura flashing fiercely. Boom! Chao Man was struck as if by a cannonball, the battle axe shattering into pieces, the residual blade aura carving a deep, horrifying wound across Long Fei Yu's chest. Blood sprayed forth. Among the elders, one stood abruptly, a look of concern etched upon his face. The outcome was clear. Long Fei Yu was gravely injured. Why had the Grand Elder not intervened? Did he intend to wait until Long Fei Yu was on the brink of death to act? This elder held great hopes for Long Fei Yu and wished to prevent him from meeting an untimely demise here. Continuing this battle, even if Long Fei Yu survived, the severity of his injuries would require months to heal, undoubtedly stunting his growth. The Grand Elder's inaction likely stemmed from his own considerations. Wait, something is changing in Long Fei Yu. What is happening? An elder gasped in disbelief. Simultaneously, the spectators in the martial arts square gazed in terror at Long Fei Yu. Xu Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the transformation taking place. Before their eyes, Long Fei Yu's form began to swell, his once robust physique rapidly expanding to an impressive height. Yet his transformation did not end there. His wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. The bloodied skin sprouted glimmering metallic scales. His hands grew larger and longer, nails sharpening into lethal claws, resembling those of a beast. Chapter 45. The Bloodline of the Flood Dragon. Is this beastification? An elder exclaimed in astonishment. Long Fei Yu is of the human race. How could he possibly undergo beastification? Could it be that he harbors the bloodline of the demon race within him? Awakened today under the pressure of Chao Man? No, Long Fei Yu is a scion of the Long family, and we are well aware that there is no hidden demon bloodline within him. I recall that when Long Fei Yu was young, he accidentally wandered into the mountains and did not return for a long time. The warriors of the Long family searched the mountains and eventually found him in a cave, which is said to contain a pool of flood dragon blood. It was there that Long Fei Yu fell into the blood pool and slept for many days. Has he now awakened the flood dragon bloodline? Dragon transformation. The elders rapidly exchanged information and ultimately arrived at a conclusion. Long Fei Yu is undoubtedly human, but he has now awakened the flood dragon bloodline within him. The flood dragon. What extraordinary fortune Long Fei Yu possesses. The elders were filled with envy at his extraordinary luck. Chao Man, wielding his battle knife, gazed at the transformed Long Fei Yu, raising an eyebrow. Despite the pressure he exerted, Long Fei Yu had not faltered. Instead, he had awakened the flood dragon bloodline, which was a pleasant surprise. Long Fei Yu himself bore an expression of sheer delight. He could sense that he was infinitely stronger now than before his transformation. Chao Man, I thank you, but the battle has only just begun. Long Fei Yu expressed his gratitude to Chao Man for aiding in the awakening of his flood dragon bloodline. The outcome remains unchanged, Chao Man remarked, his eyes suddenly sharp. The knife in his hand radiated a dazzling aura, and with a swift motion, the blade struck Long Fei Yu with astonishing speed, sending him flying. What incredible defensive power! Chao Man marveled, astonished that his strike had merely left a slight wound on Long Fei Yu. Long Fei Yu looked at the minor injury on his abdomen, his face alight with joy. Thanks to the protection of his scales, Chao Man's blow had only created a shallow gash. However, just as he reveled in his fortune, Chao Man's words froze the smile on his face. I only used 30% of my strength just now. Now, let me demonstrate 50%. Chao Man swung his knife again. The blade sliced through the air. With a resounding thud, the scales on Long Fei Yu's chest exploded. leaving a terrifying gash that extended from his left chest to his right abdomen. With a loud crash, Long Feiyu fell heavily from the ring amidst the gasps of the crowd. Long Feiyu has been defeated. Chao Man is indeed formidable. Even the transformed Long Feiyu is no match for him. Who among the inner disciples could possibly triumph over him? This year's competition surely belongs to Chao Man. Despite Long Feiyu's unexpected awakening of the Flood Dragon bloodline and the significant increase in his strength, the crowd had hoped he might defeat Chao Man. Instead, Chao Man had only used 50% of his power to send the newly empowered Long Feiyu tumbling from the stage. At this moment, everyone unanimously agreed that the first place would undoubtedly go to Chao Man. The battle continued. Soon, it was Xu Chen's turn to take the stage. This time, his opponent conceded defeat, granting him a third victory. One by one, others took the stage as time gradually passed. The sun set, marking the end of another day. Xu Chen had participated in 5 matches, achieving 5 victories for a total of 10 points. After a night of rest, the second day of the elimination rounds began. The competition resumed. In Xu Chen's 6th match, his opponent conceded once more. In the 7th match, his adversary was none other than Chen Feng, allowing him a victory without a fight. In the 8th match, he faced off against Xiao Zhan, ranked 10th among the inner disciples. After an intense battle, he emerged victorious once again. In his 9th and 10th matches, his opponents forfeited. 10 matches, 10 victories. Xu Chen smoothly advanced to the ranking matches. Aside from him, the other 9 competitors entering the ranking matches were Chao Man, Xikong Tu, Long Feiyu, Sun Yuan, Bo Tianxiong, Li Ping, Gui Yi, Feng Yi, and Dongfang Sheng. Among the 10 who made it to the ranking matches, only Xu Chen and Feng Yi were not among the top 10 inner disciples. After the elimination rounds concluded, everyone returned with eager anticipation to rest. At dawn, the martial arts square was once again bustling with people, but only one ring remained. The rules of the ranking matches were well understood by all, so I shall not elaborate further. The elder presiding over the ranking matches was the Great Elder. In the first round, the first match was between Feng Yi and Dongfang Sheng. Dongfang Sheng, ranked 7th among the inner disciples, faced Feng Yi, one of the dark horses. The battle concluded with Feng Yi narrowly claiming victory, surprising many and leading to a re-evaluation of Xu Chen's strength, who had previously defeated Feng Yi. In the second match, Chao Man faced Gui Yi. Chao Man won. In the third match, Xu Chen went against Li Ping. Although Li Ping was ranked 6th among the inner disciples, he did not underestimate the dark horse Xu Chen. As the battle commenced, Li Ping unleashed his full power, his spiritual energy erupting as he thrust his spear with thunderous might towards Xu Chen. Xu Chen felt a faint pain in his brow, realizing that Li Ping's spear was aimed directly at him. With a swift application of the Wind Shadow step, he retreated to avoid Li Ping's ferocious thrust. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals, channeling pure spiritual energy into his palms. Boom! He struck out with a palm, and the spiritual energy manifested as a colossal handprint descended, crushing Li Ping's spear and sending him reeling, blood spewing forth. Xu Chen pressed the attack, delivering another powerful palm strike. Gritting his teeth, Li Ping unleashed a barrage of attacks, thrusting dozens of spears in a rain-like assault upon the spiritual handprint, which shattered under the onslaught. Yet, the effort drained Li Ping significantly, and before he could catch his breath, a gust of wind signaled Xu Chen's arrival behind him. Bang! A palm struck Li Ping's shoulder, sending him tumbling like a kite with its strings severed, crashing down from the stage. In the fourth match, Xikong Tu faced Bo Tianxiong. Xikong Tu emerged victorious. In the fifth match, Long Feiyu battled Sun Yuan. With the awakening of his Flood Dragon bloodline, Long Feiyu's power had surged dramatically, and he defeated Sun Yuan in just a few moves. The first round of battles concluded. The second round commenced with Xu Chen against Dongfang Sheng. Dongfang Sheng, recognizing his disadvantage, conceded immediately. In the other matches of the second round, either one side forfeited or one side demonstrated overwhelming strength to defeat their opponent. In the third and fourth rounds, Xu Chen secured 2 more victories against Feng Yi and Gui Yi, respectively. In the fifth round, Xu Chen's opponent was Long Feiyu. Following the awakening of his Flood Dragon bloodline, Long Feiyu's strength had visibly soared, and it was evident to everyone present that no one believed Xu Chen could win this match. Chapter 46. The battle against Long Feiyu. Will Xu Chen win this match? And So you turned to the cool, composed woman beside him. Over the past few days, he had witnessed Xu Chen's continuous victories, his emotions shifting from initial regret to despair and finally to acceptance. The grievances between him and Xu Chen were not insurmountable. As the saying goes, one must fight to truly know another. He planned to personally apologize to Xu Chen after the competition, hoping to resolve their misunderstandings. With this clarity, he no longer opposed Xu Chen's potential victory. In fact, he began to hope for it. After all, he had helped Xu Chen enroll in the intersect competition, and Xu Chen's eventual achievements would bear an indelible mark of his contribution. The cool woman remained silent, for even she was uncertain of Xu Chen's chances in this match. Long Feiyu, having awakened the bloodline of the dragon, was formidable, so much so that many had prematurely designated him as the second place in the intersect competition. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Xu Chen ascended the stage. The crowd's anticipation surged, for Xu Chen's presence on the stage indicated he was not prepared to concede defeat. This clash between this year's greatest dark horse and Long Feiyu begged the question: who would emerge victorious? Xu Chen faced a perilous situation. Even in defeat, he would not be disgraced. After all, he had only joined the Qingling sect for less than half a year, and breaking into the top 10 of the intersect was a testament to his extraordinary talent. Do you think Xu Chen has any other means? What nonsense! Who knows? Look at him. His expression is calm. Where's the tension of facing a strong opponent? In my opinion, this demonstrates his confidence in his own strength. The crowd murmured among themselves, speculating. The elders began to converse as well. It was undeniable that Xu Chen was exceptionally gifted, but he was still no match for Long Feiyu at this moment. One elder asserted that Long Feiyu would undoubtedly win. I concur, another elder echoed. Based on Xu Chen's displayed strength, he should not be Long Feiyu's rival. Yet, we cannot dismiss the possibility entirely, for Xu Chen has delivered many surprises thus far. Perhaps this battle will reveal yet another astonishing feat. Support for Xu Chen was scarce, and the prevailing sentiment leaned towards Long Feiyu's victory. Xu Chen heard the voices of doubt from the audience below, and he smiled, choosing not to comment. Ultimately, the outcome of this battle would hinge on strength. The spectators' opinions would not sway the result. As a newcomer, reaching this stage was an impressive feat, yet it was unfortunate for Xu Chen that he had to face him. Long Feiyu brimmed with confidence. Before awakening his dragon bloodline, he would not have spoken so assuredly, but now he was acutely aware of his own power. Among the intersect disciples, only Chao Man, who had already transcended a certain threshold, could challenge him. No one else, including the second-ranked Sikong Tu, stood chance. Your words are overly absolute, Xu Chen replied calmly. Noticing Xu Chen's unwavering demeanor, Long Feiyu remarked, confidence is commendable, young man, but one must also recognize reality. With that, Long Feiyu began to undergo a dramatic transformation. He was transforming into a dragon. He displayed his strongest abilities from the outset, aiming for a swift and decisive victory to impress upon his opponent the gravity of their situation. Xu Chen's expression turned serious. It was time to reveal some of his capabilities. With a firm grip, a long sword materialized in his hand. This blade was not the Qing Chi sword, but rather an ordinary sword forged from fine iron. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Xu Chen is wielding a sword. How incredible! He has not used a sword in previous battles. Was it because his opponents did not warn it? Or is there more to it? After the initial shock, anticipation filled the air. Laughable. I guessed it right. Xu Chen is truly full of surprises, one elder chuckled heartily. This elder had always believed in Xu Chen, and even when the outcome seemed clear, he maintained his conviction that Xu Chen would continue to astonish everyone. Indeed, he was right. The elder's laughter was triumphant. On the stage, Xu Chen and Long Feiyu faced each other from distance. You wield a sword? Long Feiyu's smile faded. Yes, Xu Chen nodded, finding no need to conceal this fact. Why didn't you use it before? It was unnecessary, Xu Chen replied subtly, but the meaning was clear. His previous opponents, whether Li Ping or Feng Yi, were not worthy of his sword. With that, he stepped forward, and as he did, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. His gaze sharpened like a divine sword, ready to rend the heavens. A piercing energy emanated from him, saturating the arena and extending outward. What is happening? My body is trembling uncontrollably. My skin feels as though it's on fire. The audience gasped in alarm, bewildered. Long Feiyu's expression grew serious. Then, in an instant, boom, he moved. With a single step, the entire arena trembled violently. It is important to note that the platforms used for the ranking matches were not the same as before. They had been replaced with larger, sturdier ones. Yet even so, the massive stage reverberated under Long Feiyu's footfalls, as if it might shatter at any moment. As he approached, enveloped by an overwhelming aura akin to a ferocious beast, Xu Chen stepped forward with his left foot while slowly gripping the sword hilt with his right hand. His energy retracted, and the sharpness on the stage vanished in an instant. An elder observed Xu Chen's movements, furrowing his brow. I feel like I've seen this sword-drawing technique before. Is he practicing this sword-drawing technique? The sword-drawing technique, a low-level martial skill, though consisting of only one move, places stringent demands on its practitioners. Only those with extraordinary talent in swordsmanship and immense perseverance can master it. I recall the sword-drawing technique is located on the second floor of the martial arts pavilion. Xu Chen has only recently become a disciple of the Qingling sect. It seems implausible that he could have mastered it. Perhaps it is merely a resemblance in the drawing style, not the technique itself. The elders began to discuss among themselves. Meanwhile, on the stage, the distance between Xu Chen and Long Feiyu grew smaller. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. The horrifying aura emanating from Long Feiyu approached like a hurricane. Xu Chen remained motionless, as if rooted to the ground. At that moment, many spectators wondered if he had been stunned by Long Feiyu's presence. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Xu Chen drew his sword. His movement was as swift as lightning, akin to a thunderclap. A streak of white light flashed before everyone's eyes. The brilliance so dazzling that many believed it to be an illusion. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed. Long Feiyu's advance was rapid, but his retreat was even swifter. It was as if he had been struck by a ferocious beast. A burst of blood mist erupted from his chest, sending him flying backward. Chapter 47. Defeated by a single stroke, what? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. One stroke, and Long Feiyu was defeated? Bang! Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Long Feiyu was hurled off the stage, crashing to the ground like a falling star, the impact shattering the stones beneath him. Upon hitting the ground, Long Feiyu immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Why did this happen? Ignoring his injuries, he stared blankly at his chest, where a deep sword wound, almost fatal, marred his flesh. Thankfully, Xu Chen had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have already met his demise. The sword-drawing technique. Among the audience were those well-versed in martial arts, who recognized that the stroke that had vanquished Long Feiyu was the sword-drawing technique. The sword-drawing technique? A low-level, Xian-tier martial art. I have seen it on the second floor of the martial arts pavilion, but it is exceedingly difficult to master. I spent months making no progress whatsoever. So did I. It is indeed hard to practice. There are few martial techniques on the second floor of the martial arts pavilion, and this sword-drawing technique is one of them. Many have attempted to practice it, but only a handful have achieved any success. I once witnessed a senior brother master the sword-drawing technique, yet its power was nowhere near that of Xu Chen's stroke. Why is that? The crowd buzzed with excitement, their discussions growing animated. The pinnacle of the sword-drawing technique. An elder's eyes widened, and after a long pause, he slowly uttered those words. Ao Su, are your eyes deceiving you? Indeed, how could someone so young as Xu Chen have already mastered the wind shadow step and the earth-splitting palm to their pinnacle? You know better than anyone that while it is relatively easy to achieve success in any martial art, even a low-level Huang Tier 1, reaching the pinnacle is extraordinarily challenging. Some spend years without any success. Though the sword-drawing technique is merely a low-level Xian-tier art, its difficulty is exceedingly harsh. Only those with extraordinary talent in swordsmanship can hope to master it, let alone reach its pinnacle. I have yet to see anyone succeed. Elder Su was not mistaken. Xu Chen has indeed brought the sword-drawing technique to its zenith. Is he a martial arts prodigy? Xu Chen's talent is astounding, his potential boundless. He will surely become a pillar of our Qingling sect in the future. We must intensify our efforts to nurture him. I concur. Xu Chen was recommended for entry into the sect by Miss Su, and his background should pose no issues. Now that he has displayed such extraordinary talent, we should spare no effort in fostering him. In a month, at the Great Exchange meeting of the 5 major sects of Taishang Nation, We can bring him along to spar with the talented disciples from other factions. The ancient secret realm will open in 6 months. Regrettably, Xu Chen's strength is insufficient, and entering the realm could pose a life-threatening risk. Who can say for certain? Perhaps in 6 months, Xu Chen will break through to the true Qi realm, significantly increasing his strength, and he may yet have an opportunity to enter and compete. While the elders discussed vigorously cultivating Xu Chen in the VIP section, Chun Feng's father, the third elder of the Chun family, lowered his gaze, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, I learned from Feng that Xu Chen is the one who killed Manager Chun, and later turned against Feng, cruelly injuring him during the competition. This child has already become an enemy of my Chen family. He cannot be allowed to live, or he will surely become a future threat. Others shared the same sentiments as the third elder of the Chun family. For instance, a seemingly honest, middle-aged man in the VIP section cast a glance at Xu Chen, a hint of hidden malice crossing his features. This man is the killer who ambushed and murdered the grand disciple of the Gu Protector and destroyed the blood pool, inciting great fury in the Blood Protector. Both the Gu Protector and the Blood Protector have issued a blood edict to hunt this child down. Initially, he thought Xu Chen merely a minor character, but now he realizes the child possesses such extraordinary talent. There can be no delay. This message must be relayed swiftly, or if he grows stronger, he will inevitably obstruct our sex plans in Taishang Nation. Had anyone known the thoughts swirling within this seemingly honest middle-aged man, they would be quite astonished, for he is the leader of a significant family in Taishang Nation, secretly allied with the Blood God sect. Long before, this middle-aged man had covertly aligned himself with the Blood God sect, and it was with their support that he managed to defeat other rivals within his family and ascend to the position of clan leader. Since then, he has done much for the Blood God sect, such as gathering intelligence and hunting potential enemies. Xu Chen, of all people, you chose to offend the Blood Protector and the Gu Protector. You are doomed. The middle-aged man scoffed coldly, having already sentenced Xu Chen to death in his mind. Among those desiring Xu Chen's demise, there are also those aiming to win him over. This Xu Chen is merely 17, isn't he? Heroes emerge in youth. His potential is limitless. While he may not yet rival Chao Man, his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass him. A portly middle-aged man remarked. A beautiful woman beside him chimed in. I share this view. From what I understand, he seems to have some connection with my younger sister. The portly man, clearly unaware of this information, displayed a mix of surprise and delight upon hearing the woman's words. What do you mean? The woman replied. The information I have gathered indicates that Xu Chen was recommended for entry into the Qingling sect by my younger sister. Joy illuminated the portly man's features. My sister truly has an eye for talent. She discovered such a prodigy. With this connection, it will be much easier for our Xu family to engage with Xu Chen. Elsewhere, a stern-looking middle-aged man was already planning to spare no effort to win over Xu Chen after the competition. He had a daughter of similar age to Xu Chen. Unbeknownst to Xu Chen, he was already being scrutinized by various factions. Some sought to ally with him, while others were intent on eliminating him. Following his victory over Long Feiyu, Xu Chen's most immediate sensation was the surge of newfound admirers. The voices of support from the audience cascaded over him like a tidal wave, a stark contrast to the earlier silence when no one responded to him. Moreover, the glances from Sikong Tu and others were now filled with apprehension. Chao Man also began to regard him as a rival, studying him with newfound seriousness. He had initially believed no one could challenge him this round, but now he had found a worthy opponent who commanded his attention. Li Ping glanced at Xu Chen and whispered to Dongfang Sheng. At last, a competitor has emerged to rival Chao Man. Dongfang Sheng replied, a half-step into the essence of wind and the pinnacle of the sword-drawing technique. However, his foundation still appears somewhat shallow, particularly in terms of cultivation. He is merely at the 8th level of qi condensation, making it a struggle for him to contend with Chao Man, Li Ping acknowledged. His odds are indeed slim. Yet at least we have a contender capable of standing against Chao Man, Chapter 48. Sikong Tu's breakthrough the competition continued unabated. Soon, the 5th round concluded. In the 6th round, Xu Chen's opponent was Bo Tianxiong, who, recognizing his inferiority, conceded defeat voluntarily. As the 7th round commenced, Xu Chen faced Sikong Tuesday. On the arena, they stood 30 paces apart. To challenge Chao Man, You must first pass through me. Xu aura surged, and with a thunderous sound, the ground beneath him erupted in a shockwave as he charged towards Xu Chen like a bolt of lightning. Xu Chen gripped the hilt of his sword, his spiritual energy coiling inward, his garments swirling without wind. With a resounding clang, the sword sang. In an instant, a brilliant beam of sword light sliced through the air, its velocity astonishing, akin to a thunderclap, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom. As the sword swept by, it seemed as if space, time, and sound had all frozen in that moment. Silence fell, a terrifying stillness enveloping the arena. Xu, who was rushing forward, abruptly halted, frozen in place. Countless spectators held their breath, their eyes glued to the stage. What would be the outcome? Would Xu catch that blade? With a sudden, visceral sound, a sword mark tore through Xu's chest, blood gushing forth. I have lost. He gazed down at the wound, crimson and raw, before turning to leave the arena. Yet, in that fleeting moment, his aura underwent a profound transformation. An elder's eyes widened in astonishment. This is truly unexpected. Xu has suffered a devastating defeat at Xu Chen's hands. Yet instead of being disheartened, he has found the opportunity to break through. Another elder laughed heartily. It seems our Qingling sect is about to gain another true disciple. Meanwhile, as Xu descended from the stage, his aura intensified, and he promptly sat down on the ground. The Grand Elder swiftly appeared by his side, protecting him. What has happened to senior brother Xu? Is his injury that severe? It doesn't seem so. Look, even the Grand Elder has come to personally guard him. The aura of senior brother Xu is growing stronger. Gasped the onlookers. Could it be he is on the verge of a breakthrough? Long Feiyu expressed his envy. Xu is truly fortunate. He is but a step away. He originally intended to leverage the pressure from Chao Man to achieve his breakthrough. Yet instead, he has awakened the bloodline of the Jiao Dragon. In the long run, the benefits of awakening the Jiao Dragon bloodline far outweigh merely breaking through to the Qi realm. Chao Man had advanced further, his strength peerless. With Long Feiyu awakening his own bloodline, his power surged, and now even Xu, after his crushing defeat, had progressed further. And what of me? Though I rank fourth among the inner disciples, the gap between us remains significant, thought Sun Yuan, clenching his battle blade, a sense of urgency rising within him. The duel paused, under the tense gazes of countless spectators. Approximately half an hour later, Xu's aura gradually ascended, as if he had breached a threshold, surging dramatically. He has succeeded in his breakthrough. Chao Man's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, someone had emerged capable of pushing him to fight with all his might. Although Xu Chen had displayed remarkable combat prowess, many believed he was the only one who could contend for first place against Chao Man. Chao Man remained unconvinced that Xu Chen, despite his exceptional talent, could compel him to exert his full strength. But now, with Xu's breakthrough, he finally had a worthy opponent. As the final inter-sect competition approached its conclusion, there would be no regrets left. Li Ping, Bo, Tianxiong, and others exhibited expressions of envy. After this inter-sect contest, it was likely that both Xu and Chao Man would ascend to true disciples, receiving superior training from a sect. One step behind, always a step behind. As fellow top 10 inner disciples, they pondered when they might catch up to Chao Man and Xu. Congratulations. Chao Man approached Xu with a smile. Tu humbly replié. I have merely managed to keep pace with you. He had always felt overshadowed by Chao Man. Though he had now broken through to the Qi realm, he understood that his chances of victory against Chao Man were less than 50%. In the presence of Chao Man, he had no grounds for arrogance. Others approached with mixed feelings to offer their congratulations. Xu Chen also stepped forward to extend his well wishes, surprised to find that his unintentional actions had inadvertently aided Xu's advancement. The forthcoming battles promised to be increasingly captivating. In the 8th round, the first match featured Xu against Chao Man. Let us dispense with pleasantries, Tuesday. Let our battle commence. Chao Man grinned. Very well, let it begin. Xu exclaimed, charging forward with a roar, unleashing a palm strike imbued with fierce energy. Though his realm had yet to stabilize after his breakthrough, his combat strength had increased significantly. At last, I have encountered an opponent worthy of my full effort. Chao Man laughed heartily, drawing his battle blade with a resounding clang. The dazzling blade light slicing through the air as it descended upon Xu Tuesday. With a clash, Xu Tu, renowned as the second-ranking disciple among the inner sect, stood his ground against Chao Man's assault, refusing to yield even an inch, shattering the blade's radiance with a powerful strike. Excellent. Now receive my second strike. Gao Man, undeterred by the failed first strike, unleashed a brilliant blade light that soared into the heavens, laden with a force to cleave the earth, descending fiercely upon Xu Tuesday. Xu Tu shouted, unflinching, as he formed his hands into fists, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy against the blade light, shattering it into fragments. With a deafening explosion, the blade light detonated, sending Xu Tu staggering backward from the residual force. Prepare for my third strike. Chao Man unleashed his full power, his blade transforming into a blur. A massive wave of blade energy tearing through the air, charged with a ruthless intent, hurtling towards Xu Tuesday. With a thunderous boom, Xu Tu was forced back yet again, his blood surging within him. Observing from the sidelines, Xu Chen mused, Xu Tu has only recently broken through. His realm is not yet stable. He cannot match Chao Man. As the battle unfolded, the two danced a deadly waltz of attack and defense, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had passed. Xu Tu found himself at an overwhelming disadvantage. Yield to me. Chao Man positioned himself 3 meters away from Xu Tu. An explosive surge of spiritual energy flooding into his blade as he swung it down. With a sickening sound, Xu Tu's complexion paled as he was sent flying several meters back, steadying himself only to find blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood, Xu Tu declared, if I continue this fight, I shall surely sustain injuries. Should I be heavily wounded, my recently attained realm may falter. Thus, I concede this battle. Having recognized the disparity between himself and Chao Man, Xu Tu made the decisive choice to surrender. Chao Man exhaled a breath of relief, chuckling. I merely capitalized on your recent breakthrough. Once you stabilize your cultivation, defeating you will not be so effortless. Xu Tu, unable to tolerate Chao Man's smug demeanor, retorted, do not rejoice too soon. Though you have defeated me, another adversary remains. I have a feeling Xu Chen still possesses hidden cards. Chao Man dismissed the concern. That is of no worry to you. He acknowledged Xu Chen's prowess and talent, but believed that, as an 8th layer of qi refinement, the odds of overcoming him across such a vast realm gap were exceedingly slim. In his view, Xu Chen was far easier to handle than Xu Tuesday. Sensing Chao Man's nonchalant attitude, Xu Tu realized that further persuasion would be futile. With his words exhausted, he expressed his hope that one would not capsize in the mire. Having said this, he turned and descended the arena. Chapter 49. The essence of the sword, with Xu Tu voluntarily conceding and stepping down from the stage. The audience below began to murmur among themselves. Brother Xu had broken through to the true Qi realm, yet he ultimately proved no match for Brother Chao. Brother Chao's prowess is undeniable. He truly deserves the title of the foremost disciple within the inner sect, a position unassailable by anyone. In the next round, Brother Chao will face Brother Xu. It remains uncertain whether Brother Xu will be able to contend with him. I concede that Xu Chen is formidable and has emerged as the greatest dark horse in this competition. Yet it is likely that he will not stand a chance against Brother Chao. I share that sentiment. Xu Chen's odds of victory appear bleak. Surely, some unforeseen events will transpire. In the face of absolute power, however, surprises are seldom witnessed. Following a brutal series of battles, the 8th round has come to a close. The 9th round commences, with only 2 individuals maintaining a flawless record, Xu Chen and Chao Man. They shall determine the victor in this round. Amidst the audience's anticipation, the 9th round unfolds, one match after another. Finally, in the 5th bout of the 9th round, the last battle of the competition commences, Xu Chen versus Chao Man. The rankings for 3rd and 10th places have already been announced. 3rd place, Xu Tu 4th place, Sun Yuan 5th place, Feng Yi 6th place, Long Feiyu 7th place, Bo Tianxiong 8th place, Li Ping 9th place, Guo Yi 10th place. Dongfang Sheng. This ranking has drawn considerable scrutiny. For instance, Long Feiyu, who possesses strength sufficient for 4th place, suffered a devastating defeat against Xu Chen, sustaining severe injuries that hampered his subsequent matches. ultimately resulting in a drop to 6th place. Additionally, Xu Chen, though defeated by Xu Chen in the competition, has since surpassed him in strength and ought to be ranked 2nd, not 3rd. There are various other grievances regarding the rankings. In summary, the list has its supporters as well as its detractors. At this moment, all eyes are fixed upon the arena, where the final battle is about to commence. Xu Chen faces Chao Man. Countless gazes converge on the stage, filled with tension and expectation. The elders observe the arena with eager anticipation. As the final match of this intersect competition is set to begin, an elder suddenly turns to glance towards the back of the audience. These youngsters are neglecting their training to join the fray. At a corner of the audience, a group of young men and women chatter and laugh, distinctly out of place among the surrounding spectators. Clad in the disciple robes of the Qingling sect, they bear unique rune patterns on their chests. This group, numbering around 20 to 30, exudes powerful and robust auras, some sharp as blades, others deep as the sea, some fiery as flames, others ethereal as the wind, and some cold and sinister. The diversity of their energies is striking, yet all are undeniably formidable, making them impossible to overlook. Even the weakest among them can contend with Chao Man Zhao Ming. Who do you think will win? A plain-looking young man inquires of the youth in purple beside him. The youth in purple ponders for a moment before responding, I believe Chao Man will triumph. Brother Chun, what is your opinion? The plain-looking youth now turns to a young man clad in black. I too believe it will be Chao Man. The black-clad youth concurs. The youth in blue continues. Chao Man's talents cannot be compared to those of Xu Chen, yet he has nonetheless entered the true Qi realm first. Although he is merely at the first level of the true Qi realm, he is no longer an opponent that a condensation Qi realm warrior can contend with. We are both in the true Qi realm and know well the insurmountable chasm that separates it from the condensation Qi realm. I cannot claim that no one can disregard this divide, but such individuals are exceedingly rare. Sister Su, no. Now she is Elder Su, reportedly once defeated a true Qi warrior while in the condensation Qi realm, though she paid a heavy price for that victory. Xu Chen may possess some talent, but how can he possibly compare to the extraordinary Elder Su? Indeed, Elder Su is a peerless genius of our Qingling sect and a master of the previous dragon transformation rankings. As our conversation shifts from Xu Chen to Elder Su, they engage in animated discussion. Suddenly, a figure appears behind them. Sister Suyu, how did you arrive? The youth in blue turns, startled to see Elder Su, and he leaps from his seat, feeling the acute embarrassment of being caught discussing someone behind their back. You can come, so why cannot I? Elder Su casts a dispassionate glance at the youth in blue. The youth in blue quickly explains, no, Elder Su, that was not my intention. Elder Su, maintaining her stern demeanor, corrects him, I am now an intersect elder. Please refer to me as Elder Su. Yes, of course. The youth in blue, lacking any semblance of indignation, nods eagerly. A young man, witnessing the blue-clad youth's discomfort, chuckles softly and cautiously asks Elder Su, who do you think will win? Elder Su, without hesitation, declares Xu Chen. Why? The group of young men and women simultaneously inquires. In their eyes, Xu Chen's chances of victory seem exceedingly slim, not even amounting to 1%. How can Elder Su be so certain of his triumph? Elder Su, with an air of cold pride, offers no response to their probing questions and turns to leave. They watch her graceful form depart, none daring to detain her, exchanging glances of uncertainty. I understand now. The youth in blue suddenly exclaims, slapping his thigh. What have you realized? The others turn their attention to him. I heard that Xu Chen joined the sect with Elder Su's recommendation letter. Oh, the group suddenly comprehends. It turns out that Elder Su knows Xu Chen, which explains her apparent favoritism. However, the outcome of the battle cannot be decided by mere bias. Quiet now. The battle is about to begin. With this, the others fall silent, their gazes fixed on the arena. They're curious to see what capabilities the one who has caught Elder Su's attention possesses. Chao Man, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, stands 30 meters opposite Xu Chen. Let us not waste words. Let the battle commence. Very well. Xu Chen nods, his hand grasping the sword's hilt, his gaze sharp and poised, ready to strike. Xu Chen, allow me to witness the might of your pinnacle sword technique. Chao Man roars, unsheathing his sword with a single hand and charging forward. His speed is moderate, Yet with each step he takes, his aura intensifies, each footfall shaking the stage. As he closes within 10 meters of Xu Chen, his presence becomes overwhelming and razor-sharp. The mere aura emanating from him sends shivers through some audience members, instilling a sensation akin to facing death. As you wish. Xu Chen's eyes emit twin streams of sword energy. He draws his sword, a swift motion transforming it into a brilliant arc of light. With the speed of thunder, he strikes. Chao Man tracks the trajectory of the sword and raises his blade to parry. Clang! The clash of sword and blade erupts in a brilliant shower of sparks. Chao Man sinks his feet, retreating a step. He managed to endure? The audience watches intently as Chao Man withstands Xu Chen's ultimate technique, the sword draw. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chao Man suddenly bursts into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly worthy of the pinnacle sword draw technique. Its power and speed are both formidable. I used 80% of my strength to counter it. Xu Chen, you are a genius, a prodigy of martial arts. Yet the gap in our realms is not easily bridged. Having successfully withstood Xu Chen's sword draw, Chao Man now believes victory is all but assured. And he is not alone in this belief. Below, the audience murmurs in astonishment. Brother Chao has withstood the sword draw. Xu Chen has been defeated. Even his most powerful strike could not overcome Brother Chao. It is evident that Xu must face inevitable defeat, the crowd murmured. No one believed Xu Chen had any chance of turning the tide. Who said my trump card was the sword-drawing technique? Xu Chen retorted with a smile. Chao Man's expression faltered. What did you say? Why not try receiving another strike from me? Xu Chen stepped forward, brandishing his sword. In that moment, all the disciples wielding swords around the arena changed their countenance, for their swords at their waists began to tremble, yearning to unsheath themselves. My sword is out of control. What is happening? Voices of panic arose from the crowd. The disciples were filled with dread, utterly at a loss, while the esteemed guests and the elders of the Qingling sect simultaneously altered their expressions, exclaiming in astonishment, sword intent. Is it truly sword intent? How old could he be? How could he possibly comprehend sword intent? Chapter 50. The explosive arena. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It is known that in the vast nation of Taishan, with a population of hundreds of millions, there are barely a handful who comprehend the essence of swordsmanship. And each of these swordsmen is a formidable hero in their own right. However, who could have anticipated that during the inter-sect competition of the Qingling sect, a disciple of the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm could silently grasp the essence of swordsmanship? This revelation is nothing short of shocking. Once this news spreads, the Tianjin Villa will surely be unable to remain passive, seeking to recruit Xu Chen. Did he truly comprehend the genuine essence of a sword? Could it possibly be merely a half-step? Even if it were only a half-step, it would still be astonishing, considering he is merely 17 years old and has attained this understanding under the guidance of an unnamed master. No, it is not a half-step. Xu Chen has indeed grasped the true essence of the sword. What? The true essence of a sword? Elder Second, you must be mistaken. I have fought against swordsmen who comprehend the essence of the sword, and I can assure you that Xu Chen has grasped the true essence. A prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent in the way of the sword. Ha ha ha. As the elders conversed, the arena had already become a tempestuous battlefield. The sword energy, infused with the essence of the sword, extended over 10 meters, enveloping a tenth of the arena. The sword energy descended, causing a series of explosive shocks in the air. Chao Man's expression shifted dramatically. He finally felt an unprecedented pressure. He looked up, his face grave, as he gazed upon the swiftly descending sword energy. Inhaling deeply as the battle blade in his hand erupted with dazzling blade energy. In the next moment, the blade energy surged from below, shooting toward the heavens, colliding head-on with the descending sword energy. Boom! It was as if two meteorites had collided, producing a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing the audience below to feel dizzy and nauseous, their hearing temporarily lost. Many spectators, momentarily deafened, frantically clutched their ears, losing their composure. The distinguished guests in the VIP section, the elders, and a group of true disciples seated behind the audience remained unaffected by the cacophony, their expressions solemn as they fixated on the chaotic arena. At that moment, The immense arena was ravaged by the ferocious energy. When the energy dissipated, the crowd finally beheld the state of the arena. The metallic arena bore a menacing sword scar, stretching over 10 meters from Xu Chen's position to beneath Chao Man's feet. Chao Man, his upper garments shredded by the sword energy, bore multiple wounds on his face, hands, and legs, appearing far from the cold and domineering figure he once was. Now, quite disheveled. "This is my true strength," Xu Chen calmly addressed Chao Man. "Receive my sword again." With that, he raised his sword high above his head, infusing the sword and his spirit into it before delivering a downward strike. Swish! No words could accurately convey the swiftness of the strike, for before anyone could witness Xu Chen swing his sword, a brilliant and hefty sword energy shot forth, reaching a speed akin to thunder. Chao Man focused intently on Xu Chen's every movement. He caught the trajectory of this sword strike and reacted accordingly. However, when his blade struck the massive sword energy, a crisp crack echoed as a fissure appeared on his blade, and he was sent hurtling backward for several meters by the overwhelming force. Impossible. One sword shattered the arena, and the second sent Chao Man flying. Xu Chen is truly formidable. It is said that Xu Chen comprehended the essence of the sword, which allows him to unleash such terrifying power at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. The comprehension of the sword's essence is far more challenging than understanding profound truths. As the spectators witnessed Chao Man being sent flying by Xu Chen's strike, a wave of discussions erupted, akin to a relentless tide. The excitement was palpable. The battle, once thought to be concluded, had taken an unforeseen turn that left everyone astonished. In the back of the audience, a group of true disciples exchanged glances. Elder Su's perception is indeed remarkable. The young man in blue sincerely admired Elder Su's insight. While everyone else doubted Xu Chen, Elder Su confidently predicted his victory, which alone demonstrated his sharp acumen. "Chao Man, receive my third sword." Xu Chen's voice rang out once more in the arena. He unleashed his third strike, stronger and swifter than the previous two. Chao Man exerted all his strength to defend. Boom! Crack! The blade in Chao Man's hand shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions, as he coughed up blood and was sent flying. Thud! He landed heavily on the arena floor. Just as the massive sword energy was about to engulf Chao Man, it suddenly veered off course, striking 3 meters to his left. Boom! A deafening roar followed as the massive arena trembled violently, accompanied by the cracking sound of metal. The metallic arena appeared to be ensnared in a spiderweb of cracks that spread outward in all directions. Finally, with a thunderous sound, the arena shattered into several pieces of varying sizes. The audience surrounding the arena was swept away by the residual shockwaves, staggering in disarray. Had it not been for the elder's intervention, many would have faced injury or worse. What astonished everyone even more was that Xu Chen not only defeated Chao Man with a single strike, but also obliterated the arena. Thus far in the inter-sect competition, Xu Chen stood alone in this extraordinary achievement. Stunned, the crowd was rendered speechless. After a few moments, gasps of disbelief filled the air. What did I just witness? Xu Chen not only sent Chao Man flying, but also shattered the arena. The arena for the inter-sect ranking competition must have been forged from fine iron. What kind of immense power could achieve this? The inter-sect competition this year has truly been spectacular, filled with surprises. Xu Chen effortlessly defeated Chao Man, who had previously swept aside all challengers. Within the inter-sect, none could rival Xu Chen. He is undoubtedly the foremost disciple of the inter-sect. Surely, Xu Chen will soon become a true disciple. The disciples engaged in animated discussions. The elders were equally thrilled in their conversations. Indeed, I did not misjudge. Xu Chen is a genius, a prodigy in swordsmanship. We must nurture him diligently, allowing him to grow swiftly and become a pillar of our sect. Given his young age and such accomplishments, he may develop arrogance. Lavishing too much praise at this time could lead to a sense of entitlement. In my view, we should remain unobtrusive and allow him to develop naturally. Nonsense. Elder Chen, what do you mean by that? Xu Chen and Chen Feng have minor grievances, but those are merely disputes among disciples. As elders of the sect, we must be more open-minded. And remember, you are now an elder of the Qingling sect, not just of the Chen family. I'm only offering good advice. Every genius has their own path of growth. If we interfere rashly, we may not achieve the desired outcomes and could squander his talents. Such so-called good intentions. Xu Chen, though merely at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, already possesses strength comparable to that of typical true disciples. I propose we promote Xu Chen to true disciple immediately. The sect rules state that only those at the true Qi realm may become true disciples. While Xu Chen is truly exceptional, we cannot violate sect regulations. Elder Chen, it seems you harbor resentment towards Xu Chen. I do not. You slander me. Enough. Everyone quiet down. Elder Chen is correct. Rules are rules. We cannot break them for any individual. Here is the resolution. Effective immediately, Xu Chen shall remain an inner disciple while receiving the privileges of a true disciple. Chapter 51. Selection of martial techniques I have lost. Chao Man gazed at the shattered arena, a wave of dread washing over him. Had it not been for Xu Chen's last-minute diversion, he might have perished without a trace. The swordsmanship of those who comprehend the essence of the blade is indeed formidable. He fully understood the adage that circulates in the martial world. The lethality of a swordsman is unparalleled. Xu Chen, I concede this battle with utmost respect, and I hope that in the future, we may have the opportunity to spar once again. Xu Chen sheathed his sword and replied with a faint smile. If you wish to spar, you are always welcome to seek me out. Chao Man's eyes brightened, and he declared it is settled. With Chao Man's acknowledgement of defeat, the top 10 rankings of the intersect competition were finally revealed. First place, Xu Chen 2nd place, Chao Man 3rd place, Xikong 2 4th place, Sun Yuan 5th place, Feng Yi 6th place, Long Feiyu 7th place, Bo Tianxiong 8th place, Li Ping 9th place, Guo Yi 10th place. Dongfeng Shan. The ranking competition concluded, eliciting both joy and sorrow among the participants. Some harbored intense, murderous intent. Chen Feng's father, the 3rd elder of the Chen family, cast a frigid glance at the spotlighted Xu Chen. At that moment, he felt a profound apprehension towards Xu Chen's talents. He was convinced that if given more time, Xu Chen would surely soar to greatness, making any actions by the Chen family too late. It was imperative to eliminate him at all costs. The pride of one of the 8 great families left him with no inclination to reconcile with Xu Chen. The earnest middle-aged man also harbored murderous thoughts towards Xu Chen, feeling that allowing Xu Chen to grow would be a dereliction of duty. Just then, the grand elder of the Qingling sect spoke. The inter-sect competition has concluded, and we shall now distribute the rewards for the top 10. Those ranked 4th to 10th will each receive 1,000 spirit stones. The 3rd place will receive 2,000. The 2nd place, 3,000, and the 1st place, 5,000 spirit stones, along with the opportunity to select a martial technique from the 3rd level of the martial arts pavilion. The 3rd level of the martial arts pavilion is accessible only to true disciples and is not free. Each entry requires a significant expenditure of sect points. There are numerous ways to acquire sect points, with the most common being task completion. The martial techniques available on the 3rd level are all at least of the low-grade profound tier. Xu Chen's heart leaped with joy. He was indifferent to the 5,000 spirit stones, but was elated at the chance to access the 3rd level of the martial arts pavilion. His current offensive capabilities were insufficient. Even after recently mastering the sword-drawing technique and the wind shadow step, he still felt lacking in combat options. Relying on the same few moves would eventually lead to his downfall once his adversaries deciphered his techniques. Thus, it was crucial to expand his arsenal of attacks. Moreover, Chao Man and Xikong too had both broken through to the true Qi realm, and from this day forth, they would be elevated to the status of true disciples. This announcement caused an uproar among the crowd, with numerous disciples casting envious glances at Chao Man and Xikong Tuesday. It is known that the number of true disciples in the Qingling sect is exceedingly rare, and each holds a prestigious position, earning respect even from the intersect elders. The resources enjoyed by true disciples, such as the spiritual energy cultivation rooms, incite envy in countless others. The spiritual energy cultivation rooms are categorized into 10-fold, 30-fold, 50-fold, 80-fold, and 100-fold. Even the lowest tier, the 10-fold cultivation room, allows 1 day of training to equate to 10 days of outdoor training, while the 100-fold room offers an astounding equivalence of 1 day of training to 100 days outside. It is clear how alluring these cultivation rooms are for martial artists. However, due to the construction challenges and resource consumption, the Qingling sect cannot afford to open them to all martial artists. Only true disciples are granted entry. As the murmurs of the crowd began to subside, the Grand Elder continued. The triennial sect exchange meeting of Taishan country will be held on the 13th of next month. Hosted by the Luoyuan sect, the top 10 disciples of the inner sect will participate as a group. Xu Chen's eyes sparkled with cold intensity. Luoyuan sect. Qin grew. His fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted. After nearly a year, he would finally have the chance to see Qin grew once more. As Xu Chen seethed, numerous disciples began discussing the upcoming exchange meeting. The 5 major sects of Taishan country, along with other forces, would attend, and the meeting would be divided into an inner sect disciples exchange and a true disciples exchange. In the previous meeting, Elder Xu had decisively claimed victory. But now that he had been promoted to elder, who among the true disciples could lead the Qingling sect to glory? It was rumored that senior brother Mu Tai had broken through to the 8th layer of the True Qi realm and would undoubtedly lead the Qingling sect to triumph. After Elder Su's promotion, Mu Tai became the leading figure among true disciples, yet he still fell short compared to the leaders of the other 4 major sections. The leaders of Luoyuan sect, Tian Sword Mountain Villa, Beastmaster sect, and Hongya Gate were all at the 9th layer of the True Qi realm. Additionally, the leading figures of the 8 great families were formidable as well. While the crowd engaged in discussion, the elders were also conversing among themselves. With Miss Su becoming an inner sect elder, our Qingling sect has lost a leading figure. The performance of true disciples at this exchange meeting may not meet our expectations. Although Mu Tai had advanced to the 8th layer of the True Qi realm, there remained a considerable gap compared to the likes of Dianzhong. It was said that Dianzhong was currently in seclusion. Should he successfully break through, he would certainly surpass Miss Su. Who said that? Haha, you may not be aware, but Miss Su has already broken through to the Qi mastery realm. When did this happen? How come I was not informed? Not long ago. Miss Su battled with the Blood God sect's blood protector and was injured. Upon returning to the sect, she sought the opportunity for a breakthrough while healing. After recovering, she successfully broke through the barrier and entered the Qi mastery realm. If I remember correctly, Miss Su is only 26 years old, 2 years younger than Dianzhong, who is hailed as a once-in-a-century genius of Luoyuan sect. However, compared to Miss Su, he still falls short. As the elders chatted, the topic naturally shifted to Elder Xu. The inter-sect competition had concluded, and Xu Chen rightfully claimed first place, with a reward of 5,000 spirit stones in hand. Xu Chen ascended to the 3rd level of the martial arts pavilion the following day. Greetings, Elder. I am Xu Chen, here to select a martial technique. Xu Chen respectfully addressed the elder guarding the pavilion. The elder looked up at Xu Chen with a languid expression and said, "You are Xu Chen, are you not? The instructions have already been conveyed. You may enter. However, you can only choose one martial technique from the 3rd level. If you desire a 2nd or more, you will need to pay the corresponding points. Furthermore, as long as you possess sufficient points in the future, you may enter the 3rd level at any time to select martial techniques." Xu Chen nodded respectfully, not feeling surprised. Following the conclusion of the competition yesterday, the Grand Elder had privately informed him that although he was not a true disciple, he could enjoy the privileges afforded to them. The 3rd level of the martial arts pavilion, the spiritual energy cultivation room, the gravity room. He could access these exclusive training facilities designated for true disciples, provided he had enough points. Access to the spiritual energy cultivation room, the gravity room, and the martial techniques on the 3rd level all required points. Without points, he would gain no benefits. Upon reaching the 3rd level of the martial arts pavilion, Xu Chen surveyed his surroundings. The collection of martial technique manuals was undoubtedly sparse, amounting to only a few hundred in total. However, the hundreds of martial arts manuals at hand are all of at least the low-level mystical rank, which is somewhat terrifying, attesting to the profound heritage of the Qingling sect. The 3-flower sword technique, a low-level mystical martial skill, is divided into 7 tiers. The oceanic true spirit technique, a mid-level mystical cultivation method, consists of 9 tiers, and those who have mastered it possess spiritual energy as vast as the sea, ceaseless and enduring. The wind and thunder palm, a low-level mystical martial skill. Xu Chen perused the martial arts manuals in a cursory manner, flipping through a few pages of each before setting them aside. With the heavenly devouring emperor technique as my cultivation method, I need not pursue further methods. My focus should be on martial techniques. I possess the earth-rending palm for hand techniques, the wind shadow step for movement techniques, and the sword drawing technique and primordial sword technique for swordplay. However, the sword drawing technique consists of only a single move, and the primordial sword technique cannot be wielded lightly, thus rendering my offensive capabilities somewhat insufficient. Henceforth, Xu Chen concentrated his efforts on swordsmanship. The Lonely Peak, 13 swords. A low-level mystical technique. The True Fire Sword technique, a low-level mystical skill. The Sacred Heart Sword technique, a mid-level mystical technique. The Overlord Sword, a mid-level mystical skill. Chapter 52. Mission. The Hunt for the Bloodblade. Li Hung, the Swift Wind Sword technique, a martial art of the high level of the Xian rank, caught Xu Chen's attention. He paused, realizing he had finally discovered a high-level martial skill. He focused his gaze on the technique, which comprised 10 forms. Gentle breeze caressing the face, light clouds and gentle winds, autumn winds and falling leaves, riding the wind and breaking the waves. Wind sweeping away the clouds, winds rising and clouds gathering, wind racing like lightning, gales without rain, gale transforming into rain, and wind filling the Jade Tower. The Swift Wind Sword technique emphasized both speed and ferocity, with each strike more fierce and rapid than the last, rendering it irresistible. That's the one. After a moment's contemplation, Xu Chen resolved to practice the Swift Wind Sword technique. In terms of potency, it resonated with his aspirations, and in terms of rank, it was one of the few high-level Xian techniques available on the 3rd floor of the martial arts pavilion. Selecting it was undoubtedly the right choice. With the martial skill in hand, Xu Chen approached the elder in charge of the pavilion to register. The Swift Wind Sword technique? The elder furrowed his brow slightly. The best martial skill is one that suits your own abilities. You are currently only at the Qi condensation stage. It would be wiser to practice a low-level Xian rank martial skill. The high-level Xian techniques are far more demanding in terms of both training difficulty and various requirements. You must think carefully. Do not pursue only the best, only to waste time without progress. Xu Chen understood the elder's advice was well-intentioned, but it was evident that the elder knew nothing of him. Time was not a scarcity for him. If 1 year was insufficient, he could dedicate 2. If 2 were inadequate, then 3. And if 3 fell short, he could train for 100 years. In the outside world, 1 day equated to 10 years within the Heavenly Emperor's hall. He possessed ample time. I am confident, he asserted, his conviction apparent. The elder, having heard Xu Chen's resolute words, shook his head. He had encountered too many individuals who believed themselves to be unique geniuses, disregarding his counsel, only to squander time, ultimately achieving nothing. No longer wishing to advise, the elder completed the registration and handed the manual to Xu Chen, cautioning him about the rules of the Qingling sect. Xu Chen comprehended the rules well and had no intention of breaching them by divulging the manual to outsiders. Stowing the manual away, Xu Chen strode out. A day later, Xu Chen returned to the martial arts pavilion. The elder recognized him, and upon seeing him, understood. Have you realized the formidable challenges of practicing a high-level Xian martial skill? In light of your timely reconsideration, return the Swift Wind Sword technique, and you may ascend to the 3rd floor to select another martial skill. Xu Chen felt tempted. He yearned to ascend to the 3rd floor and select another manual. Yet he ultimately suppressed this impulse. Should he pursue this path, once it became known that he had practiced the Swift Wind Sword technique, he would undoubtedly face disciplinary action from a sect. Choosing another manual would necessitate abandoning the Swift Wind Sword technique, which he had already mastered up to the 7th form. Indeed, the Swift Wind Sword technique, which the elder deemed exceedingly challenging, had been mastered by Xu Chen in just 1 night. If the elder were to learn of this, he would likely be astonished. Shaking his head, Xu Chen replied, "Thank you for your concern, elder. The Swift Wind Sword technique suits me perfectly, and I do not intend to exchange it. Then what brings you here?" "I have already memorized the technique's incantation and am preparing to undertake a mission, so I have come to return the manual." With this, he handed the Swift Wind Sword manual back to the elder. The elder, seeing his goodwill once again overlooked, shook his head in complete disappointment. Departing the martial arts pavilion, Xu Chen made his way to the mission hall. He now enjoyed the privileges of a true disciple, but each benefit required the payment of points. Lacking any points himself, he had no choice but to undertake missions to earn them. The Qingling sect's mission hall was vast and imposing, capable of accommodating thousands. At that moment, the hall was bustling with activity, as it was the day for task updates. Stepping into the hall, Xu Chen surveyed the surroundings. The floor was paved with azure bricks, and 72 colossal coiling dragonstone pillars stood tall, arranged in a circular formation. In the center of the hall stood a jade wall inscribed with sect tasks. The sect tasks were categorized into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 the highest. The higher the task level, the greater the difficulty and the rewards. Conversely, the lower the task level, the less the reward. Levels 1 to 3 were suitable for outer disciples at the Qi condensation stage, while levels 4 to 6 were for inner disciples at the same stage. Levels 7 to 9 were reserved solely for true disciples. A throng of people gathered before the Jade Wall. The tasks have been updated. Look, the level 7 task of hunting the ghost-eyed Lu Jian has been completed by none other than true disciple Song Tao. The ghost-eyed Lu Jian ranked 33rd on the wanted list, with a cultivation of the first stage of true Qi, having slain more than 10 disciples of the sect. It was unexpected that he had ultimately fallen to the hands of Brother Song Tao. The 7th-ranked wanted criminal, the earth fiend Ma Yanlong, had also been slain, with the killer being a true disciple from the heavenly swordmanner. The 9th-ranked Meng Chong had significantly risen in rank, astonishingly ascending to 3rd place, with the difficulty of his task elevated from level 8 to 9, and his reward doubled. What heinous act could he have committed to warrant such an increase in rank? I know about this. It is said that last month, Meng Chong was pursued by 2 true disciples of the Red Leaf sect. Just as he was about to be captured, he unexpectedly broke through in his cultivation, not only escaping, but also turning the tables and killing the 2 true disciples of the Red Leaf sect. To have slain 2 true disciples, Meng Chong is indeed ruthless. Every individual on the wanted list is formidable, stained with the blood of countless victims. Xu Chen approached the Jade Wall, examining the task from left to right and top to bottom. Task: exterminate the Black Wind stronghold. Crimes: arson, murder, plundering, and unspeakable atrocities. Their sins are beyond redemption. Strength analysis: the Black Wind stronghold has 3 leaders. The Great Leader at the 6th level of Qi condensation, the 2nd leader, and the 3rd leader at the 5th level of Qi condensation, commanding over 100 bandits. Target location: Black Wind Cliff. Task difficulty: level 5. Task reward: 800 low-grade spirit stones and 100 sect points. This task posed little challenge for Xu Chen, but the Black Wind Cliff was over 2,000 miles away, requiring at least half a month for a round trip. For a mere 800 spirit stones and 100 sect points, such a time investment seemed unwarranted. Furthermore, 100 sect points were insufficient, as he would need at least 3,000 points to select a manual from the 3rd floor. He would have to complete 30 of these tasks to gather enough points. Thus, he would not squander his time on such missions. His gaze continued downward. Task: harvest phoenix tailgrass. Task difficulty: level 5. Task reward: 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 180 sect points. The location for this task was relatively close to the Qingling sect, but gathering phoenix tailgrass was evidently a laborious endeavor. Continuing to peruse the tasks, he found either the rewards too meager, the distances too great, or the difficulties too low for his satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed that the Bloodblade Li Hung was still alive, and his ranking on the wanted list had risen from 39 to 36. His reward had also increased significantly, now amounting to 30,000 spirit stones and 3,000 sect points, a truly bountiful reward. In the midst of the crowd, someone exclaimed in surprise. Xu Chen's heart stirred. Looking up, he saw the task: hunt the Bloodblade Li Hung. Crimes: arson, murder, and the annihilation of villages. His sins are utterly unforgivable. Strength analysis: 1st level of True Qi. Target location: Qianfeng Town. Task difficulty: level 7. Task reward: 30,000 inferior spirit stones and 3,000 sect points. He accepted this task. With a tearing sound, he tore down the task of hunting Xue Dao Li Hung directly from the Jade Wall. Someone has taken the task of hunting Xue Dao Li Hung. Who could it be? Xu Chen, the senior brother? It is indeed senior brother Xu. The disciples in the task hall, upon realizing it was Xu Chen, were filled with excitement, as if they had encountered an idol. Before the crowd could gather around him, Xu Chen swiftly darted out of the hall. Chapter 53. Disciple of the Beastmaster Sect, Dream Eater Wolf Qianfeng Town, a small settlement located 800 miles northeast of the Qingling sect. The town is modest in size, with a population of approximately 10,000. Its buildings are low and dilapidated, showing signs of neglect, while the uneven, pothole-ridden roads still bear puddles from last night's rain. Pedestrians navigate the streets, stepping with caution. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoes from the far end of the street. A figure on a magnificent black steed approaches swiftly. The rider, a young man clad in black, possesses striking features and a resolute gaze. This young man is Xu Chen, pulling on the reins. The black stallion lifts its front legs high before bringing them down with a resounding thud. It has been 2 days since he accepted the mission, traveling by day and resting at night, and he finally arrives at Qianfeng Town as the sun sets. He hopes that blood knife Li Heng has not departed. Tethering his horse, Xu Chen halts before the town's sole inn. If blood knife Li Heng is still in town, it is highly probable that he would be hiding within this inn. After securing his mount, Xu Chen strides into the establishment. The inn's first floor is a hall furnished with 6 tables for dining and drinking. At this moment, 3 tables are occupied as patrons enjoy their afternoon meal. Xu Chen, with an impassive expression, selects an empty table, summons a waiter, orders several dishes, and pours himself a cup of tea. Between sips, he discreetly observes the diners in the hall. At the first table sit 6 men, all armed with swords and daggers, boisterously consuming their food and drink, embodying the demeanor of ruffians. Blood knife Li Heng, being a lone wolf, is quickly dismissed from consideration. The second table hosts a pair, presumably a father and son. After scrutinizing them, Xu Chen likewise excludes them from his inquiries. At the third table, a solitary figure catches his eye, a robust man with thick limbs, short hair, and a scarred face. Though Xu Chen has seen the provided likeness of blood knife Li Heng, the man before him bears no resemblance. Am I mistaken? Is blood knife Li Heng not in the inn? Perhaps he is dining in a room upstairs? Just as Xu Chen prepares to withdraw his gaze, the scarred man suddenly sets down his chopsticks, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Who are you? Why are you staring at me while I eat? Xu Chen is taken aback. Such keen perception. He believed he was being cautious, yet this man has detected his scrutiny. Wait, how did the scarred man notice him? Generally, martial artists are oblivious to such subtleties. Yet this man, in Qianfeng Town, a populace of merely 10,000, with scarcely any aura-refining warriors, how could a master suddenly appear? He raises his head, unabashedly fixing his gaze on the scarred man. Blood knife Li Heng? Why does your face differ from the wanted poster? The scarred man crushes his wine cup with a sharp crack. Observing this, Xu Chen smiles confidently. Based on your reaction, my guess was correct. You are indeed blood knife Li Heng. Indeed, blood knife Li Heng licks his lips. Xu Chen continues with a grin. I must be fortunate. You know my intentions. Will you end it yourself? Or shall I intervene? Li Heng bursts into laughter, as if he has heard the most ludicrous joke. Yet, his mirth abruptly ceases, replaced by a vicious glare. You insolent whelp! How dare you speak so arrogantly? His survival amidst the pursuit of numerous sects is attributed not only to his ability to alter his appearance, but also to his exceptional strength. Countless disciples of various sects have perished by his hand. He had initially anticipated that the disciples would send a seasoned warrior, but to his surprise, it is merely a fledgling. Which sect do you belong to? Li Heng refrains from attacking immediately, for in his eyes, Xu Chen is already a dead man. For one who is destined to die, he possesses a measure of patience, eager to ascertain the young man's sect before delivering the fatal blow. Qingling sect. Ha ha ha. Those who have fallen beneath my blood knife include disciples from Luyan sect, Tianjin Mountain Manor, Beastmaster sect, and Hongya Gate. Yet, I have never encountered a disciple from Qingling sect. Today, I shall see if they are any different when it comes to slaughter. Li Heng rises with a booming laugh. The other patrons in the inn hastily set down their chopsticks and vacate the vicinity. As Xu Chen stands to confront Li Heng across the table, footsteps suddenly resound outside the inn. A young man dressed in blue enters. Both Xu Chen and Li Heng turn their attention to the newcomer, a youth in his mid-20s, donned in the attire of a Beastmaster sect disciple. Another disciple of the Beastmaster sect has arrived. Li Heng chuckles. What a fine day to witness the folly of the Qingling and Beastmaster sects as they come to court death. You are blood knife Li Heng? The blue-clad youth inquires coldly, furrowing his brow at Li Heng's words. Li Heng brazenly admits, I am indeed blood knife Li Hung. It seems fortune is on my side. The blue-clad youth thinks, having found his target so soon after entering Qianfeng town. Turning to Xu Chen, he waves dismissively, given that you are also a disciple. I shall spare your life. Begone. Xu Chen's eyes narrow. The audacity of the blue-clad youth is astounding. Are all disciples of the Beast Master sect this arrogant? With a thunderous roar, blood knife Li Hung suddenly strikes, stomping the ground with such force that the blue brick floor shatters, sending tables and chairs within the hall splintering apart. A crimson blade of light shoots into the air, accompanied by a chilling wind, slashing towards the blue-clad youth. In Li Hang's eyes, the newcomer poses a far greater threat than Xu Chen. Thus, he prioritizes his attack on the blue-clad youth. Caught off guard, the blue-clad youth struggles to defend himself. With a resounding crash, he is sent tumbling out of the inn. Blood knife Li Hung, wielding his blood-red blade, emanates a fierce aura as he cackles maniacally, pursuing the youth outside. Outside the inn, the two engage in a fierce battle. Yet, it is not long before a wolf's howl pierces the air. Xu Chen steps outside, witnessing a man and a wolf assaulting blood knife Li Hung. His attention is immediately drawn to the colossal wolf, its crimson fur bristling with ominous eyes. Is this the Dream Eater Wolf? The Dream Eater Wolf, a fourth-tier beast, possesses strength comparable to that of a chi-refining expert in adulthood. The creature before him, however, appears to be immature, barely maintaining the strength of a first-level chi-refining warrior. The blue-clad youth and the Dream Eater Wolf team up, managing to suppress blood knife Li Hung. The three of them clash violently, wreaking havoc from west to east, causing buildings to collapse and countless casualties. Qianfeng town is on the brink of devastation. Xu Chen observes the battle from a distance. Ultimately, regardless of who emerges victorious, the spoils will inevitably fall into his hands. To command a beast to fight on one's behalf, this is the unique prowess of the Beastmaster sect. Truly impressive. Yet, controlling a beast is a treacherous endeavor. True strength lies in one's own might. Beasts are inherently savage. Controlling them is no simple feat should they sense an opportunity. Incidents of them turning on their masters are not uncommon. The dream-eating wolf, even among the ranks of fourth-tier demonic beasts, stands as one of the most formidable, possessing the potential to transcend the fourth tier and evolve into a fifth-tier great demon. Although the creature before the young man in blue has yet to reach maturity, it is unlikely that he could subdue it. If my assumptions are correct, the young man in blue has the assistance of a powerful ally to tame the dream-eating wolf. However, a beast not conquered by one's own strength poses a greater risk for its master. As the thought lingered in the air, the dream-eating wolf suddenly turned its maw, letting out a ferocious growl as it clamped down on the young man's right hand. With a sickening crunch, his hand was wrenched from his body. Clearly taken aback by the wolf's sudden assault, the young man was caught unprepared and suffered a severe setback, clutching his severed arm and wailing in agony. What a prime opportunity! With his adversary firmly restrained and on the brink of collapse, Bloodblade Li Hung seized this once-in-a-lifetime chance, channeling his entire spiritual energy to deliver a fierce strike. The blow was swift and brutal. Caught off guard, the young man in blue was cleaved in two with a single, decisive slash, leaving him lifeless. With the demise of the young man, the dream-eating wolf regained its freedom, unleashing an ecstatic howl towards the heavens. In a flash, it darted to the side of the fallen youth and savored a bite, consuming half of his skull and devouring the pristine brain matter within. After feasting on the young man's essence, the wolf displayed a look of satisfaction, then turned its gaze towards Bloodblade Li Hung, its beastly eyes glimmering with an eerie light. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Bloodblade Li Hung, prompting him to tighten his grip on his weapon, as if facing a dire threat. A confrontation ensued in the battered streets. One man and one beast locked in a tense standoff. Suddenly, the arrival of Xu Chen shattered the stalemate. "You little rascal, you didn't flee?" Bloodblade Li Hung exclaimed, astonished at Xu Chen's presence. Xu Chen replied matter-of-factly, "You haven't perished yet, so why should I depart? Such arrogance! I shall first slay you, then deal with this beast." With that, Bloodblade Li Hung shattered the ground beneath him and darted towards Xu Chen like a bolt of lightning. Blood flowed like a river. In that fleeting moment, his weapon was already slicing through the air, the crimson blade aura extending over 10 meters, exuding a menacing aura, swiftly cutting off all possible avenues of retreat for Xu Chen. Unbeknownst to when he had acquired it, Xu Chen now wielded a longsword, not an ordinary one, but the ethereal Qing Qi sword. As the blood-red blade aura closed in, mere inches from his head, Xu Chen unleashed his sword. A resounding clang echoed as the sword sang. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant flash of cold light surged forth, dazzling and rapid as thunder. Boom! The descending blood-red blade aura erupted without warning, transforming into a torrential downpour of crimson light that scattered across the heavens. The lightning-fast blood blade Li Heng halted in his tracks. In that instant, silence reigned, a chilling stillness that evoked dread. The remaining warriors of the town, hidden in the shadows, collectively held their breath, their eyes fixated on the two combatants. With a crack, the famed blood-red sword of Bloodblade Li Heng suddenly shattered, splitting into two and clattering to the ground. Chapter 54. Beast Taming Bag and Beast Taming Token Tick. A drop of blood fell, splattering upon the ground and shattering into 8 fragments. Subsequently, on the neck of the Bloodblade Li Heng, a red line began to emerge slowly, growing wider until, with a tilt of his head, it rolled off his neck, and with a splatter, hot blood gushed forth, quickly staining the ground crimson. By wielding the spiritual weapon, the Qing Qi sword, my combat power surged by at least 30%, more than sufficient to slay a first-level true Qi realm martial artist. Xu Chen cast a glance at Bloodblade Li Heng, then turned, his gaze landing on the dream-eating wolf. Although the dream-eating wolf was still young, its strength was not in the slightest inferior to that of Bloodblade Li Heng. This was the very confidence that the blue-clothed youth possessed in daring to hunt Bloodblade Li Heng alone. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the dream-eating wolf would turn against him at a critical moment, leading him into an abyss of despair. The dream-eating wolf was intelligent. Upon witnessing Xu Chen slay Bloodblade Li Heng with a single sword strike, fear flickered in its eyes. The prowess of Bloodblade Li Heng was not to be underestimated. The youth capable of dispatching Bloodblade Li Heng with a sword could similarly do so to it. Under the looming threat of death, a single eye on the wolf's forehead began to open slowly, emitting a crimson, ethereal glow. This glow rapidly expanded, forming a luminous barrier that enveloped Xu Chen before he could react. Where's this place? Xu Chen was taken aback. He found himself in a vast prairie, surrounded by a multitude of scarlet eyes. As these eyes drew closer, he realized they belonged to a horde of enormous dream-eating wolves. Awoo! Awoo! Before Xu Chen could comprehend how he ended up here, the leading dream-eating wolf let out a thunderous roar, and the others surged towards him from all directions like a relentless tide. The sheer number of dream-eating wolves was overwhelming, akin to a tsunami, crashing wave after wave. Xu Chen swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy, instantly turning the first dozen wolves into crimson mist. However, the wolves he had slain were but a drop in the ocean of the horde. He felt like a solitary boat adrift in a vast sea, perpetually on the verge of being engulfed. Puff, puff, puff. Xu Chen wielded his sword repeatedly, dispatching one dream-eating wolf after another. Yet, rather than diminishing, the numbers seemed to multiply endlessly. No, the dream-eating wolf's forte lay in conjuring illusions, slaying opponents within dreams. This was not reality. Xu Chen quickly realized this. With his sword intent, his mental acuity and perception surpassed that of his peers, and the brief confusion stemmed from having never encountered such a situation before. Once he recognized he was within a dream, matters became simpler. In the dream, Xu Chen experienced several moments, while only an instant passed outside. The dream-eating wolf, noticing Xu Chen standing still, understood its attack had been effective. With a low growl, it leaped, its icy fangs aimed at Xu Chen's neck. Just as death seemed imminent, Xu Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them. With a flick of his wrist, a beam of sword light struck the dream-eating wolf, and with a squelch, blood sprayed forth as the wolf howled in agony, hurtling backward. Bang! The flung dream-eating wolf crashed into a nearby shop, the immense impact causing the already precarious structure to collapse into ruins. Xu Chen drew in a deep breath, and the storage ring and beast taming bag from the blue-clothed youth were summoned into his grasp. The storage ring could only contain inanimate objects, while the beast-taming bag was capable of housing living beings. The disciples of the beast-taming sect relied on the beast-taming bag to carry beasts with them, unleashing them to fight in battle. What a treasure! Xu Chen's eyes gleamed brightly. With the beast-taming bag, he no longer had to worry about where to place his steed during his travels. Speaking of which, he glanced at the inn's entrance, where the black steed that had accompanied him perished tragically in the clash between Bloodblade Li Heng and the blue-clothed youth. After storing away the beast-taming bag, Xu Chen infused spiritual energy into the blue-clothed youth's storage ring. In the next moment, a token appeared in his hand. The beast-taming token. Within it, he sensed the presence of the dream-eating wolf. With the blue-clothed youth deceased, the token was now masterless. As long as he refined the beast-taming token, the dream-eating wolf bound to it would become his combat pet. The dream-eating wolf, a top-tier 4th-level beast, was still in its juvenile form, but its strength was formidable. With its assistance, even a 2nd-level, true Qi realm warrior could easily find themselves at a disadvantage. However, the dream-eating wolf was notoriously difficult to train. Xu Chen vividly recalled the scene of the blue-clothed youth's demise at the creature's hands. To kill, or not to kill, Xu Chen found himself in a quagmire, his eyes flickering with intense, murderous intent. The dream-eating wolf amidst the ruins sensed the malice emanating from Xu Chen's gaze, its pupils betraying signs of fear. Xu Chen approached the ruins, scrutinizing the lethargic dream-eating wolf. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to subdue it. The dream-eating wolf lowered its head, choosing to submit. Xu Chen smiled with satisfaction upon witnessing this. The dream-eating wolf's timely submission was commendable, saving him considerable effort. He appreciated beasts that recognized their circumstances. Refining the beast-taming token meant the life and death of the dream-eating wolf rested solely in his thoughts. Should the wolf ever turn against him, a mere thought would obliterate its very soul. In Xu Chen's view, the dream-eating wolf's successful rebellion against the blue-clothed youth was a result of the latter's indecision. He failed to prompt the beast-taming token to annihilate the wolf's soul in time. Had the blue-clothed youth acted decisively, even if he perished at Bloodblade Li Heng's hands, he could have extinguished the dream-eating wolf soul before his demise. Learning from the blue-clothed youth's folly, Xu Chen resolved not to afford the dream-eating wolf a single opportunity to rebel. The moment he detected any signs of treachery, he would unhesitatingly activate the beast-taming token to destroy the wolf's soul. Moreover, he was confident that as he continued to grow stronger, even if the dream-eating wolf harbored rebellious thoughts, would not dare to act against him. After securing the dream-eating wolf within the beast-taming bag, Xu Chen approached the corpse of Bloodblade Li Heng. The sword strike that felled Bloodblade Li Heng had intentionally avoided his head, resulting in his body being cleaved in two while his head remained intact. The head of Bloodblade Li Heng served as evidence of his completed task, and it was imperative to bring it back. After collecting Bloodblade Li Heng's storage ring, Xu Chen severed his head. However, just as he prepared to wrap it in cloth, he suddenly gasped. His hand brushed against Bloodblade Li Heng's face, feeling its icy chill, which was unlike human skin. With a swift tug, he tore away a mask as thin as a cicada's wing. Xu Chen was momentarily taken aback. A human skin mask? Without the guise of the mask, Bloodblade Li Heng's true visage was revealed, a face strikingly similar to the portrait he held. This was undoubtedly Bloodblade Li Heng. No wonder he had repeatedly evaded the sex pursuit. It was all due to the mask that altered his appearance. With that, Xu Chen began to examine the human skin mask in his hand. The mask felt cool to the touch, soft and elastic, closely resembling real skin. It was difficult to discern with the naked eye unless one examined it closely. The mask could even deceive his own eyes, its value rivaling that of spiritual weapons. And in some respects, it surpassed them. After carefully stowing away the human skin mask, Xu Chen wrapped Bloodblade Li Heng's head in black cloth and strode away. He procured a horse in Qianfeng town and rode off, returning to the sect. Chapter 55. The Unrelenting Blood God, Sect upon his steed. Xu Chen began to organize the spoils of the day. First and foremost was the storage ring of the notorious Bloodblade Li Heng. A figure of infamy on the wanted list, Li Heng not only evaded the relentless pursuit of numerous factions, but also managed to slay several disciples of various sects, amassing a considerable fortune within his storage ring. The spiritual stones alone exceeded 30,000. There are also a plethora of spiritual herbs and pills. The Bloodblade Technique. a mid-level martial art of the Xian rank, allows practitioners to nourish their blades with their own blood, cultivating a deadly aura. The more intense the aura, the greater the lethality. This was indeed Li Heng's signature martial art. Regrettably, it was a blade rather than a sword. Moreover, the blood blade technique bore a heavy aura of death, requiring the sacrifice of human blood for its sustenance, which was against the natural order. Shaking his head, Xu Chen stored away the blood blade technique. He had no intention of practicing it. However, he would not destroy it either. After all, it was a mid-level martial art of the Xian rank, and even if he chose not to cultivate it, selling it could still yield tens of thousands of spiritual stones. He then retrieved the storage ring of the young man in blue. Infusing it with his spiritual power, Xu Chen soon found himself smiling faintly. The young man, a true disciple of the Beastmaster sect, possessed a remarkable array of treasures. The spiritual stones exceeded 100,000, with countless spiritual herbs and pills, along with various unique tomes of the Beastmaster sect. Xu Chen had no desire to waste time learning the sect's unique techniques. On one hand, he felt no connection to beast taming. On the other, the sect placed immense value on their proprietary techniques. Should they discover any of their secrets leaked, they would go to any lengths to eliminate the offender. Xu Chen had no wish to incur the wrath of the Beastmaster sect. The haul was astonishing, rendering the journey worthwhile. After organizing his resources, Xu Chen finally had time to inspect the dream-eating wolf. He had severed its dreamscape and dealt a grievous blow, leaving it now huddled in the beast bag, lacking vitality. The dream-eating wolf possessed formidable dream manipulation abilities. Ordinary martial artists lacked the sword intent to swiftly cut through its dreamscape. Once ensnared by the wolf's attack, one situation would be perilous. Even true Qi realm martial artists would struggle to escape once drawn into the wolf's realm, affording Xu Chen ample time to strike 10 times over. Realizing the wolf's potential assistance, Xu Chen retrieved a plethora of spiritual pills and began treating the creature's wounds without reservation. Under his extravagant care, the wolf's injuries healed at an astonishing rate. Clattering hooves echoed as a man and his steed galloped along the official road, the scenery on either side blurring past. Before the sun fully set, a city finally emerged in the distance. Upon entering, a toll was demanded. 3 spiritual stones for the man and 2 for the beast, totaling 3 stones. 2 figures descended from the city gate, obstructing Xu Chen's path and demanding the entry fee. Xu Chen furrowed his brow. Since when was there a toll for entering a city? And 3 spiritual stones at that. While 3 stones meant little to him, for an ordinary person, it could represent their entire fortune. Pulling the reins, he halted 3 meters in front of the 2 men, scrutinizing them. Both appeared to be in their 30s. One was gaunt and wore a cold expression, his eyes glinting with malice, while the other exuded arrogance, his gaze rife with undisguised disdain and mockery. The 2 men were clearly no benign figures. "Who are you? Why must I pay you to enter?" Xu Chen inquired coolly. "What does it matter who we are? You are required to pay the spiritual stones. There is no room for idle chatter," one replied icily. Xu Chen's eyes narrowed. He had no shortage of 3 spiritual stones, but he refused to be extorted like a fool, nor would he succumb to their half-coercive threats. "What if I refuse?" Xu Chen's countenance turned frosty. "Refuse?" The gaunt man chuckled coldly. "We've been collecting fees here for years and have encountered many individuals like you, but their fates were all the same, pleading and weeping to pay the toll. Such ungrateful souls could not be forgiven. Their endings were invariably tragic, either dead, severely injured, or rendered incapacitated, living a fate worse than death." "Ungrateful," the arrogant man said dismissively. As he spoke, a menacing aura emanated from him. "You refuse to pay 3 spiritual stones? You've missed your chance. Now it's 300 stones for your life. You have 3 breaths to consider." Xu Chen, still mounted, replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for consideration. I've made my decision." The instant his words fell, 2 fierce sword energies surged forth, slicing through the air towards the cold man and his companion with lightning speed. Their expressions shifted in shock. The audacity of the young man to strike was unexpected. What horrified them further was the sheer velocity of the incoming sword energies, surpassing their ability to react. In mere moments, the sword energies loomed larger in their vision. Ultimately, with a soft sound, 2 heads detached from their bodies, spinning away. Xu Chen cast a dispassionate glance at the headless corpses before flicking the reins and galloping into the city. None dared to obstruct him. All who witnessed the scene, both inside and outside the city, gasped in disbelief. The brothers Yang who had monopolized the city gate and extorted entry fees, lay dead at the hands of a mere youth. After the initial shock, a wave of joy surged through the crowd. With the brothers gone, they would no longer have to pay exorbitant fees to enter or exit the city. The news spread rapidly throughout the city, filling taverns, tea houses, and inns where people congregated. In a tea house on the second floor, the stout-faced Tan Long furrowed his brow, vexed as he sipped his tea. He had relayed news of Xu Chen to the two guardians, anticipating they would personally eliminate the talented youth. However, the guardians were preoccupied and had delegated the task to him. Having observed the internal competition of the Qingling sect, he knew Xu Chen's strength and felt confident in his ability to kill him. Yet, he was troubled by the guardian's time constraint. Should he fail to accomplish the task by the deadline, he would face dire repercussions. This felt like a self-inflicted wound. If Xu Chen were to remain hidden within the Qingling sect for a year or more, his mission would be doomed to failure. As he fretted over the hunt for Xu Chen, a commotion erupted downstairs, further aggravating his already frazzled nerves. He scowled and summoned a waiter, suppressing his irritation, and inquired, "What transpired downstairs? Why the uproar?" "Sir," the waiter began, recounting the events. "The two men who had monopolized the city gate and extorted entry fees have been slain. Moreover, the assailant was a youth." "A youth?" "He killed two 8th-tier Qi gathering martial artists with a single sword strike." Tan Long mused. He was well aware of the young prodigies within the various factions of the Great Shan Kingdom, but could not pinpoint who among them fit the waiter's description. Xu Chen was one of the few that came to mind. His heart raced. "Fetch the witness of the battle outside the city for me. I have questions for him." Tan Long tossed a few spiritual stones to the waiter. The waiter, thrilled at the reward, hurried off and soon returned with a short man in tow. Without wasting time, Tan Long handed the short man several spiritual stones and, in a commanding tone, declared, "Answer my questions succinctly." The short and stout man nodded with a humble demeanor, expressing his willingness to answer any inquiries. Tan Long, pleased with the man's attitude, produced a portrait and inquired, "Have you seen this individual?" The short man scrutinized the image for a moment before responding, "Yes, I have seen him just now. This youth is the one who killed the Yang brothers." Tan Long's spirit soared, followed by a wave of exhilaration. The information came effortlessly to him, alleviating his prior concerns about how to lure Xu Chen out of the Qingling sect. Unexpectedly, the opportunity had presented itself. Meanwhile, Xu Chen had entered an inn within the city. The night passed without incident. The following day, with the sun already high in the sky, Xu Chen emerged from his room. He made his way to the first-floor hall, summoned the waiter, and ordered several signature dishes. Shortly thereafter, the waiter arrived with the food, eagerly introducing it. "Esteemed guest, your dishes are here. This one is our specialty, called Dragon and Phoenix, presenting auspiciousness, made from golden threaded snake and fiery feathered chicken, along with 13 types of spiritual herbs, exquisite in flavor and aroma. Please, do taste it and see if it suits your palate. This dish is named Azure Dragon Crossing the River, crafted from the flesh of the second-tier intermediate demon beast, the blue snow python. And this one is called Peacock Spreading Its Tail." The waiter spoke fluently, presenting all the dishes without pause. Xu Chen picked up his chopsticks, sampled a piece of meat, and was met with a burst of flavor. The taste and texture were delightful. Furthermore, as the meat was derived from a demon beast, its spiritual essence had not dissipated, making the meal equivalent to several days of arduous cultivation. "That will be all. You may leave now." Xu Chen dismissed the waiter, poured himself a cup of wine, and began to feast. As he enjoyed his meal, two individuals entered and seated themselves at the table adjacent to Xu Chen. Initially engrossed in his food, Xu Chen paid little attention to them. However, as he continued dining, he sensed two gazes subtly fixated upon him. The owners of these scrutinizing eyes were the two martial artists at the neighboring table. Xu Chen furrowed his brow. His instincts told him that they were there for him. Yet, he refrained from alarming them. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he settled the bill, contentedly ascended the stairs, returned to his room, and then expanded his perception to envelop the entire inn. Chapter 56. Slaying the second level of True Qi Brother. That young man, just now, is the one who killed the Yang brothers. We are no match for him. If he discovers us, we shall meet the same fate as Yang Hu and his companions. Who said we must confront him? We are merely here to observe the boy for a fee. As long as we do not display hostility, he is unlikely to notice our covert surveillance. However, I still feel a bit uneasy. Nobles, wealth is found in risk. Brother, I fear he may not honor the promised reward. Stop your foolish thoughts. That individual's demeanor is extraordinary. He should not default on our commission. As the two men dined, they exchanged hushed words, occasionally casting furtive glances toward the room where Xu Chen resided. My intuition was correct. These two were indeed monitoring me. Who could have commissioned them? The Chen family? Or perhaps another faction? Xu Chen shook his head. To ascertain the identity of the figures behind this, it was simple. He would lure them out. With a creak, he pushed open the door, descended the stairs, and exited the inn, leading his horse deliberately towards the outskirts of the city. The two watchers followed suit, one trailed behind, while the other hurried to relay the message. Upon leaving the city, Xu Chen mounted his horse, intentionally slowing his pace. "Where is he?" Tianlong exclaimed, rushing out and spotting the one who had been tailing Xu Chen at the city gate. "Which way did he go?" "He went that way." The man pointed toward the western path. Tianlong immediately prepared to pursue. Sensing his intent, the two men grew anxious and blocked his path. "Wait, what about the reward you promised us?" "Begone." Tianlong's eyes flashed with menace. With a swift motion of his wrist, two bursts of sound echoed as the two men collapsed into a pool of blood. Without a glance at the fallen, Tianlong harnessed his spiritual energy and sprinted forward. Before long, he caught sight of a lone figure on horseback at the end of the road. Xu Chen, having deliberately slowed down, felt a disturbance behind him and knew the pursuers had finally caught up. He did not turn back, but continued riding until he reached a sparsely populated area. Only then did he slowly pivot, facing the approaching Tianlong. "Who are you? Why are you pursuing me?" Tianlong halted 30 meters away, coldly replying, "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you shall surely die today." Xu Chen inquired with a hint of indifference. "Can't you allow me to die understanding my fate? Best remain a fool." Tianlong's feet erupted as he lunged towards Xu Chen with lethal intent. Second level of true qi. Sensing the aura emanating from Tianlong, Xu Chen's expression gradually turned frosty. "To kill me, they dispatched a second-level true qi warrior. They truly regard me highly." With a decisive step, the ground cracked beneath him, right hand raised high with the Qing Qi sword. After a moment of gathering strength, he executed a lightning-fast strike. The first move of the Gale sword technique, gentle breeze caressing the face, an ant shaking a tree. Tianlong scoffed, countering with a punch. Boom! The formidable sword energy was shattered by his fist. Calm and serene, failing with the first strike, Xu Chen unleashed a second sword swing. Before Tianlong could dismantle the second wave of sword energy, Xu Chen swiftly lifted the Qing Qi sword again, executing a third strike. Autumn leaves falling. Tianlong's expression shifted slightly. He had thought he understood Xu Chen's capabilities, yet now he realized that during the intersect competition of Qingling's sect, Xu Chen had not even deployed his full potential. This sword technique was one he had not revealed during the competition. Truly a prodigy. If this individual is not eliminated, he will become a grave threat. Tianlong gripped a battle blade that materialized in his hand, maintaining his speed as he slashed twice, resolutely dispelling both the calm and serene and autumn leaf strikes. Xu Chen, reveal all your techniques before you perish. Tianlong advanced menacingly. As you wish. Xu Chen stepped forward, wielding his sword with unwavering resolve, riding the wind and breaking the waves. This strike seemed to have traversed perilous seas, cleaving through successive waves with an unstoppable force. "Break for me." Tianlong leaped into the air, his blade radiating dazzling light. Boom! With a resounding crash, the sword energy shattered once more, but this time, Tianlong was also left strained, having expended 80% of his strength to negate the blow. Winds sweeping away the clouds. Xu Chen's relentless attacks surged forth. Tempestuous winds. In this moment, the ease that once adorned Tianlong's face had vanished. He could no longer afford to hold back as he swung his battle blade to fend off Xu Chen's onslaught. Boom! 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 With 3 consecutive resounding impacts, the final sound echoed, causing Tianlong to stifle a grunt as he staggered backward a step. the second level of true Qi. Yet he was forced back by Xu Chen's relentless assault. Though uninjured, it was a tremendous humiliation. He lifted his gaze, eyes filled with fury, only to be taken aback. Why are these monstrous beasts suddenly here? Before him, a horde of giant wolves with crimson eyes surrounded him. With a howl, the lead wolf issued a command, and the pack surged forward like a relentless tide. Tan Long's heart sank. There was no time for contemplation as he swung his blade to slay the incoming wolves. Wave after wave, they came, seemingly endless. After dispatching countless beasts, he suddenly realized something, his expression shifting dramatically. Wait, where is Xu Chen? Where is he? What is this place? Break! He shouted, desperately attempting to escape the nightmare. Was the dream-eating wolf's injury not fully healed? Nonetheless, it was sufficient. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, and soon after, the world shattered around him. He returned to reality, but his pupils widened as a streak of sword light rapidly expanded before him. No, his pupils contracted sharply. Puffed. Blood gushed forth. In terror, Tan Long clutched his neck, blood seeping through his fingers. It was then he noticed the blood-red giant wolf that had appeared beside Xu Chen. That wolf was the dream-eating wolf? Had he been drawn into a dream by the dream-eating wolf? Realizing this too late, Tan Long had already suffered a fatal wound. Kill me. There will be stronger individuals coming to eliminate you, cough. Cough, the protector. They will not spare you. Each word he spoke strained the artery in his neck, causing torrents of blood to flow from his grasp. Soon, his clothing and the soil beneath him were soaked in crimson. Protector? Xu Chen narrowed his eyes, gazing intently. Are you a remnant of the blood god cult? Tan Long did not respond, but his expression conveyed the answer Xu Chen sought. A heaviness settled in Xu Chen's heart. He had not anticipated that the pursuer was not a warrior sent by the Chen family, but rather a remnant of the blood god cult. Compared to the once dominant blood god cult that ravaged Qingzhou, the Chen family, one of the 8 great families of Taishang Nation, paled in comparison. To be targeted by the blood god cult, with an assassin sent after him, suggested he had entered their kill list. The blood god cult, which had once wreaked havoc across Qingzhou, was now merely a remnant, universally condemned. Their attempts to kill him could only be conducted in secrecy. As long as his strength grew rapidly enough, what fear did the blood god cult hold? Xu Chen's gaze hardened. The blood god cult did not frighten him. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. Thud! Tan Long could no longer endure. His head tilted, and he tumbled from his body, a torrent of blood gushing forth from his severed neck. The dream-eating wolf let out a low growl and pounced, seizing Tan Long's head in its jaws. With a sickening crunch, his skull shattered like a watermelon. Xu Chen furrowed his brow. The dream-eating wolf sought rapid growth, and aside from consuming soul-infused spiritual herbs, it achieved this by voraciously devouring human brains. The stronger the creature became, the more potent the sustenance it derived from the brain matter. A wave of revulsion washed over Xu Chen, yet he refrained from intervening, partly because Tan Long was his adversary and he had no obligation to show mercy, and partly because he required the swift advancement of the dream-eating wolf. Once the wolf had finished its feast, Xu Chen stored it in his beast pouch, confiscated Tan Long's storage ring, and then leaped onto his horse, cracking the whip and racing away at breakneck speed. Upon returning to the sect, Xu Chen made a beeline for the mission hall. Elder, I am here to report my mission. Inside the hall, there was a counter where an elder sat, tasked with the mission handovers. Xu Chen entered the hall with purpose. The elder behind the counter, without lifting his gaze, said, "Mission slip, mission proof." Xu Chen complied and produced the mission slip. The elder extended his hand to receive it, and upon inspecting the document, he was taken aback. Chapter 57. The contest in the training room turns out to be a level 7 task, hunting the blood blade Li Hong. This task had been issued for some time, and many true disciples had attempted it, only to return empty-handed. The rewards for hunting the blood blade Li Hong had been frequently mentioned. To everyone's astonishment, the task was finally completed today. The identity of the successful disciple remained a mystery. After contemplating all the true disciples, he settled on a few possibilities. However, when he looked up at the youth outside the counter, he was momentarily taken aback. You are Xu Chen, the first of the intersect competition? You completed the task of hunting the bloodblade Li Hong? The elder exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Chen nodded in affirmation. The elder remarked, Words alone are insufficient proof. Xu Chen retrieved a package from his storage ring, still dripping with fresh blood. The elder gestured for Xu Chen to place the package on the counter. After Xu Chen set it down, the elder, undeterred by the mess, eagerly opened the package, revealing a severed head that seemed to stare unblinking at the onlookers. It truly is the blood blade Li Hong. The elder gasped quietly. Instinctively, he inquired, "How did you manage this?" As soon as the question escaped, the elder regretted it, realizing it seemed too intrusive, as if prying into Xu Chen's methods. Luck, Xu Chen's answer was not unexpected for the elder. Meanwhile, disciples in the hall gathered around, and upon learning that Xu Chen had accomplished the task of hunting the blood blade Li Hong, they erupted in astonishment. If I recall correctly, hunting the blood blade Li Hong is indeed a level 7 task, right? One disciple remarked. Yes, Li Hong is a martial artist of the true Qi realm. Many true disciples have attempted this task, but all have failed. Xu Chen, you are indeed worthy of being the foremost in the inner sect. Though he is merely an inner disciple, his strength surpasses that of several true disciples. As the crowd murmured, Xu Chen completed the task handover with the elder, receiving 30,000 spirit stones and 3,000 sect points as a reward. Even after Xu Chen exited the task hall, the disciples continued to fervently discuss him. The chatter subsided only when a young man in green entered the hall. It's senior brother Chu Ning, they whispered. It was said that a month ago, he too had taken on the task of hunting the blood blade Li Hong, but after half a month, he had returned empty-handed. If that were the case, did it mean Xu Chen was superior to Chu Ning? That's hard to say, another replied. What could be difficult? In my view, Xu Chen is indeed superior to Chu Ning. Otherwise, why would he complete a task that Chu Ning could not in just a few days? A fervent admirer of Xu Chen began to argue quietly with those around him. Chu Ning furrowed his brow. He seemed to have caught wind of Xu Chen's name. Upon hearing it, he recalled that his master, Elder Chen, had expressed a strong dislike for Xu Chen and had even hinted at teaching him a lesson. Shaking his head, he approached the counter and addressed the elder. Elder, I have come to undertake the task of hunting the blood blade Li Hong. He was brimming with confidence, declaring he would not return to the sect without slaying Li Hong. To his surprise, the elder replied coolly, "You are too late." Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning. The elder continued, "The task of hunting the blood blade Li Hong has already been completed." By whom? A true disciple from the Flowing Cloud sect, the Red Leaf sect, or the Beastmaster sect? Chu Ning inquired, slightly surprised, but not angry, merely curious about who had managed to complete the task before him. The elder replied, "The task was completed not by a true disciple from another sect, but by our very own Xu Chen." Xu Chen? Which Xu Chen? Chu Ning asked, having not observed the inter-sect competition. He only knew that Xu Chen had seemingly defeated the true Qi realm Xiao Man, and was regarded as a genius. At that moment, hearing the elder's announcement, he was momentarily at a loss. The elder, slightly irritated, said, "How many Xu Chens could there possibly be in our Qingling sect?" Chu Ning suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming in shock, "The Xu Chen who came first in the inter-sect competition. Indeed, that is him." After receiving the elder's confirmation, Chu Ning still found it hard to believe. He then recalled the discussions he had overheard upon entering the hall. The task he had failed to complete, Xu Chen had accomplished in just a few days. Was he truly inferior to Xu Chen? As the thought of others comparing him unfavorably to an inner disciple ignited a flame of anger within him, he struggled with the implications. As a true disciple, how could he be less capable than an inner disciple? Initially hesitant to heed his master's implied suggestion to deal with Xu Chen, he felt a sense of pride at stake, as he was a true disciple and should not stoop to contend with an inner disciple. However, now, he left the hall, burdened with thoughts, faintly hearing the whispers of others discussing him behind his back. Having exited the task hall, Xu Chen returned to his residence, rested for a night, and the following morning, invigorated, he hurried to the Spirit Energy Training Tower, accessible only to true disciples. His recent encounter with the remnants of the Blood God cult instilled in him a sense of urgency. His enemy, Qin Qingru, still roamed free, and with the remnants of the Blood God cult seeking to eliminate him, he could not afford to be lax. Any negligence could lead to dire consequences. Thus, after returning to the sect, completing the task, earning points, and resting, he was eager to arrive at the Spirit Energy Training Room. In the Qingling sect, the Spirit Energy Training Room is categorized into tenfold, 30-fold, 50-fold, 80-fold, and the highest, 100-fold. The Spirit Energy Training Room is one of the sect's foundational resources. Due to limited resources, access is granted solely to true disciples. Fortunately, Xu Chen had distinguished himself in the inter-sect competition, earning special privileges to enter the training room. As a crucial area of the sect, the Spirit Energy Training Room was naturally guarded by an elder. Xu Chen approached, respectfully bowing to the elder. "Elder, I wish to enter the Spirit Energy Training Room." The elder, a bald man in charge of guarding the room, observed Xu Chen's inner disciple attire with a furrowed brow. Inner disciples were not permitted entry into the training room. Just as he was about to dismiss Xu Chen, a thought seemed to strike him, and he asked, "Are you Xu Chen?" "Yes, I am Xu Chen," he replied respectfully. "The Spirit Energy Training Room is not typically open to inner disciples, but you are an exception. The Grand Elder has already informed me. You may enter." The elder gestured for Xu Chen to proceed. Xu Chen expressed his gratitude and, filled with curiosity, stepped over the threshold. However, before he could take in his surroundings, a familiar voice called out from ahead. "Xu Chen, you have finally arrived." Looking up, Xu Chen saw Chao Man approaching him with a broad smile. The Spirit Energy Training Room is our Qingling sect's sacred place for cultivation. Only true disciples and elders are privileged to enjoy it. I assumed you would come to experience it immediately, but I ended up waiting several days. Compared to you, I seem rather impatient. Seeing Chao Man approach, Xu Chen smiled in return. He shrugged and replied, "I have long heard tales of the Spirit Energy Training Room and yearned to experience it. However, I cannot compare myself to you. I lack the points to enter. Thus, after the competition, I took on a task to earn enough points before coming." Ha! Upon hearing Xu Chen's words, Chao Man laughed heartily. Realizing that Xu Chen's delay was due to a lack of points rather than a lack of composure. "As it is your first time here, allow me to introduce you. The Spirit Energy Training Room is said to be built upon a spirit vein, providing an endless supply of natural spirit energy. Within, the energy is significantly denser than outside due to the enhancement of formations, with a minimum density 10 times that of the outside world, and reaching up to 100 times, greatly benefiting martial artists in their cultivation." Xu Chen remarked, "To be established on a spirit vein. The sect has indeed made a considerable investment. I wonder, though, whether the underground spirit vein is of inferior or medium quality." Chao Man shook his head and remarked, "Medium-grade spiritual veins are exceedingly rare. It is unlikely that even the entire Taishang kingdom possesses one. Thus, I surmise that the spiritual vein beneath the sect is of low grade. Even so, a low-grade spiritual vein is sufficient to sustain a sect prosperity for a millennium." Under Chao Man's guidance, Xu Chen entered the tower, a 5-story edifice. However, this tower was unlike any ordinary structure. It was not situated above ground, but rather underground. The entrance led to the first level of the tower. Chao Man explained to Xu Chen that the training tower comprised 5 levels, with the concentration of spiritual energy increasing as one descended. "We are currently on the first level, where the concentration of spiritual energy is 10 times that of the outside world. The second level boasts a concentration 30 times greater, the third level 50 times, the fourth level 80 times, and the fifth level a remarkable 100 times." As Xu Chen stood on the first level, he listened to Chao Man's explanation while surveying his surroundings. The first level was spacious, featuring a central area with tables and chairs for rest and conversation, surrounded by numerous training rooms. There were 32 training rooms on the first level, 16 on the second, 8 on the third, 4 on the fourth, and only 2 on the fifth. Xu Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "There are only 62 training rooms in total? I recall there being 72 true disciples, not to mention the numerous elders. Isn't that a case of too many monks and not enough porridge?" "Indeed," Chao Man nodded, then smiled wryly. "To enter a training room, one not only requires points, but sometimes also luck and strength." Xu Chen fell silent, realizing the fierce competition among the true disciples. "Let us remain on the first level. The training rooms below will undoubtedly be beyond our reach." There was a hint of resignation in Chao Man's voice, clearly indicating that he had faced considerable difficulties in recent days. Otherwise, the usually proud Chao Man would not utter such words. Xu Chen acknowledged this. Among the true disciples, many were stronger than he, and the competition for the training rooms below would be even more intense. He could not hope to compete with them. Just then, the door to one of the training rooms swung open, and a young man emerged. Upon seeing this, Chao Man's eyes brightened. A training room has become available. Xu Chen, you should go in. What about you? Xu Chen asked Chao Man. Chao Man replied, I have very few points left. I wouldn't be able to train for many days if I went in. The consumption of points in the training rooms is quite alarming. Even the most ordinary room with 10 times the spiritual energy requires 100 points per day. Thank you, Xu Chen responded courteously, expressing his gratitude to Chao Man before striding towards the open training room. Just as Xu Chen was about to step inside, Chu Ning arrived. Thrusting a palm in front of Xu Chen and icily declared, I have my eye on this training room. Get out of my way. Chapter 58. The defeated true inheritance disciple, a suffocating aura surged forth, causing Xu Chen's expression to shift. He had not anticipated that someone would contest him for the training room, and the aggressor was notably ruthless, launching an immediate attack without uttering a word. Get lost. Realizing the hostility of the newcomer, Xu Chen's demeanor turned icy. With a sharp rebuke, a resounding crash echoed from the first level of the training tower, and Chao Man, standing nearby, witnessed a figure being forced back. Chao Man's pupils constricted. Xu Chen's formidable strength lay in his sword intent. This time, without employing his sword intent and merely competing in spiritual power, he had still managed to repel the intruder. The individual vying for the training room, known as Chu Ning, was someone he recognized, a peak practitioner of the first level of True Qi realm, whose power surpassed his own. Chu Ning's gaze sharpened. Although he had not exerted his full strength, it was evident that a mere Qi condensation realm warrior could not contend with him. The rumors were indeed true. Xu Chen was a genius with terrifying capabilities to fight beyond his level. Now leave. Xu Chen's expression remained indifferent as he uttered those domineering words. Chu Ning's immediate assault indicated a deep-seated malice. He would show no mercy to an enemy. Strength must be met with strength. Otherwise, showing weakness would only embolden others to press further. Chu Ning seethed with fury. Xu Chen was merely an inner sect disciple. Did he truly believe that the flattery of narrow-minded individuals elevated him above Chu Ning? Their confrontation had already attracted the attention of several onlookers in the training tower. If he did not teach Xu Chen a painful lesson today, how could he maintain his face within the Qingling sect? The matter was one of pride, leaving no room for retreat. He had conveniently forgotten that it was he who initiated this conflict. Perhaps he thought that seizing Xu Chen's training room was acceptable. But resistance from Xu Chen was intolerable. Otherwise, it would be a loss of face for him. With a thought, a torrent of spiritual power surged into his hands. And in the next moment, his palms flew, unleashing a barrage of strikes towards Xu Chen. Xu Chen dared not delay. Grasping tightly, a long sword appeared in his hand. Just as he prepared to draw his sword to slice through the incoming strikes, an elderly figure suddenly emerged before him, effortlessly waving a hand that released an overwhelming aura, shattering the multitude of palm strikes in an instant. Chu Ning stumbled back, colliding with the wall of the training tower, finally stabilizing himself. He turned to the elder who had intervened, the hostility on his face vanishing, replaced by respect. Second elder, he bowed deeply to the venerable figure standing protectively in front of Xu Chen. Are you unaware that fighting is prohibited within the training tower? The second elder's icy gaze pierced through Chu Ning. Chu Ning's face paled. The second elder held a prestigious position within the sect. Even his master, Elder Chun, had to show deference to him. Despite being a true inheritance disciple with immense potential, he dared not act recklessly in the presence of the second elder. Do you not wish to fight? Then I shall fulfill your desires. You two will enter the wind and cloud gorge, and I will serve as the judge. The victor will claim the use of this training room. The second elder's declaration left both Xu Chen and Chu Ning momentarily stunned. After regaining his composure, Chu Ning readily agreed. Very well, I shall abide by the second elder's wishes. And you? The second elder turned to Xu Chen, adding, if you are unwilling, you may refuse. I will ensure that this training room is yours first. Thank you for your kind offer, elder. Xu Chen expressed his gratitude before stating his decision. He was willing to engage in battle. The second elder nodded in satisfaction at Xu Chen's attitude. A young man should possess a fearless spirit. Besides, with my presence, I'm not concerned about any fatal outcomes. Disciple must engage in combat and spar frequently. Those who only seclude themselves in training lack the courage I disdain the most. Fortunately, Xu Chen's willingness to fight has not disappointed me. The news of Xu Chen and Chu Ning's duel spread with astonishing speed. Outer and inner sect disciples flocked to the Wind and Cloud Gorge. Even the true inheritance disciples could not remain idle, each making their way to the gorge. Although Chu Ning was not among the strongest true inheritance disciples, he was still formidable, being at the peak of the true Qi realm. Xu Chen, as the first among the inner disciples, had previously defeated Chao Man in the grand competition, showcasing incredible combat prowess. Who would emerge victorious in their duel? The anticipation among the crowd was palpable. At the Wind and Cloud Gorge, on the arena, Xu Chen and Chu Ning stood 60 meters apart. The gorge was packed with spectators. Xu Shixiang truly lives up to his reputation as the first among the inner disciples, challenging a true inheritance disciple. Xu Shixiang is unlikely to be Chu Shixiang's match, is he? Who can say? In the intersect competition, Xu Shixiang defeated Chao Man, who is now a true inheritance disciple. This suggests that although Xu Chen is an inner disciple, he possesses the strength of a true inheritance disciple. The outcome of this battle is uncertain. I still believe Xu Chen has slim chances. The crowd buzzed with discussions, sharing their perspectives on the impending battle. Are both of you prepared? The second elder inquired. Both Xu Chen and Chu Ning nodded in unison. I hereby declare the battle begin. As the second elder's voice fell, Chu Ning's internal spiritual power surged to its peak, a torrent of pure spiritual energy erupting from him, coalescing into a massive hand that charged fiercely towards Xu Chen. Swish! A flash of sword light severed the spiritual hand, causing it to disintegrate. Xu Chen, wielding his long sword, advanced step by step toward Chu Ning. Chu Ning snorted coldly. His previous attack had merely been a probe. Boom! The arena trembled violently. He leaped into the air, executing a series of 18 powerful kicks, each one heavier than the last, as if a small mountain descended upon Xu Chen. Facing the overwhelming barrage of kicks, Xu Chen gripped his sword firmly, slicing through the air in a dazzling arc. The wind surged. The sword chi stirred the very elements, altering the atmosphere. Ultimately, a massive sword chi cleaved through the oncoming kicks. Puff, puff, puff. The 18 kicks dissipated one after another, vanishing without a trace. With the swiftness of a gale, Xu Chen's aura was sharp and imposing. He sprang forth like a tempest, his sword following suit. Quick as a whirlwind, powerful as thunder. The speed of this strike was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to Chu Ning, whose face changed dramatically as he roared, launching a desperate punch. However, the might of this strike exceeded his expectations. Chu Ning's full-powered punch crumbled under the sword chi, disintegrating into nothingness. Chu Ning's expression shifted with each heartbeat. Boom! The sword chi, having shattered his punch, struck against his protective spiritual energy, sending him hurtling through the air. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Chu Ning was propelled several meters away, landing hard and tasting blood in his throat, though he swallowed it back down. The seventh form of the Gale sword technique, Wind and Thunder. The second elder's expression reflected his astonishment. The Gale sword technique, a high-level, profound martial art. If all went according to plan, Xu Chen would have only had the opportunity to access the third floor of the martial arts pavilion after the grand competition, allowing him to learn the Gale sword technique. Calculating the days, it had only been a few days since the competition concluded. Yet, Xu Chen had already mastered the seventh form of the Gale sword technique. A genius, a prodigy of martial arts. He had witnessed countless individuals, yet none dazzled him as Xu Chen did, continually surprising him. However, what occurred next would astonish him even further. A tempest arose. Suddenly, a violent wind swept across the arena. The sharp sword chi transformed into a raging storm. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, Chu Ning's protective aura erupted without warning, splattering blood in all directions. Chapter 59. Defeated in 5 moves with a sudden gasp. Chu Ning felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, blood spilling from his mouth. Why you? How could this be possible? He pointed a trembling finger at Xu Chen, disbelief etched upon his face. He could hardly fathom that he had been so decisively defeated by Xu Chen, and without any means of retaliation. After all, his opponent was merely an 8th-level Qi condensation realm martial artist, an intersect disciple. even if he were a prodigy. It should not have been so effortless for him to best Xu Ning. As he spoke, blood gushed forth once more, his breath becoming labored, having lost all fighting capability. Xu Chen, with a cold smirk, realized that the seventh sword of the Swift Wind Sword technique had already reached the pinnacle of the first level of the true Qi realm, while the eighth sword, Tempest without Rain, was tantalizingly close to the second level of the true Qi realm. Given that Xu Ning was only at the peak of the first level, it was only natural he could not withstand such a blow. Victory? Brother Xu Chen is truly formidable, having once again defeated a true disciple. He has brought great honor to us intersect disciples. Who says inner disciples are inferior to true disciples? Ha! Brother Xu Chen rightfully claims the title of the first among the inner sect. The onlooking disciples erupted in astonishment, followed by a roar of approval. Unbeknownst to them, the one most taken aback was the second elder. The eighth sword, Tempest without Rain. In just a few days, Xu Chen had mastered the Swift Wind Sword technique to the eighth sword. Such terrifying talent. Truly, a genius had emerged from the Qingling sect. In the upcoming Dragon Transformation ranking competition a year hence, Xu Chen might not have a chance to rank, but in the next session, with his gifts, he would undoubtedly make the list. Years later, the Qingling sect would witness the rise of another master in the Dragon Transformation ranking. Xu Chen had triumphed. Finally, the second elder spoke, and once more, the wind and cloud gorge erupted in a cacophony of excitement. What a monstrous individual. Chao Man, who had come along, gazed at Xu Chen's retreating figure with a wry smile. Xu Chen is indeed intriguing. A true disciple remarked. He is merely courting disaster, displaying such arrogance without restraint. This will undoubtedly lead to his downfall. I predict he will not last long. This comment was made without any attempt to moderate its volume, and many heard it. Some agreed, while others disagreed. Xu Chen, standing on the stage, naturally caught wind of the remark. He raised an eyebrow, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. And with a single step forward, his aura surged like a dragon, bearing down on the true disciple. If you are unconvinced, feel free to come up here and battle me. The true disciple's expression froze. To engage in combat after being publicly challenged would leave him with no face to continue in the Qingling sect. My arrogance is selective, Xu Chen replied coolly. Since you wish for a fight, I shall oblige you, to impart the understanding that inner disciples must possess the awareness befitting their status, and not challenge true disciples recklessly. With that, the true disciple leaped onto the stage, standing opposite Xu Chen, and coldly declared, You all may fight freely. I shall serve as your referee. The second elder did not intervene. Rather, he was pleased to witness such a confrontation. He firmly believed that strength was forged through battle. Seeing someone challenge Xu Chen, he was eager to discover Xu Chen's limits. How long could Xu Chen endure against Fan Bao, a second-level true Qi realm martial artist? 3 moves? 10 moves? Or perhaps 30? To comprehend the essence of the sword is commendable, yet you are overly arrogant. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and yours is insufficient to ignore all else. Fan Bao, reassured by the second elder's lack of opposition, turned his gaze towards Xu Chen with a chilling demeanor. Xu Chen replied nonchalantly, You speak well. Everything is indeed governed by strength. As a second-level, true Qi realm martial artist, you may compel me to go all out. Such arrogance, Fan Bao retorted. Do not think that because you have defeated Chao Man and Xu Ning, you have the right to challenge me. I would have preferred to ignore you, but since you have chosen to flaunt your bravado before everyone, I must reluctantly teach you a lesson. So you understand that there are greater powers beyond your comprehension. Fan Bao sought to belittle Xu Chen. Xu Chen drew his long sword, its tip angled toward Fan Bao, declaring, If I do not defeat you within 5 moves, I shall concede. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Chao Man sighed. Xu Chen is too impulsive. Has he lost his senses in his fury? The second elder's expression gradually darkened. He admired Xu Chen and believed in his potential. But this proclamation of defeating Fan Bao within 5 moves was indeed excessive. Overconfidence often borders on arrogance. Brother Xu is too reckless, others murmured, shaking their heads, believing him to be overly brash. Perhaps his victory over Xu Ning had led him to develop an illusion of invincibility. The crowd largely viewed Xu Chen with skepticism. Not necessarily. I do not believe Brother Xu is that kind of impulsive person. if he dares to claim he can defeat Fan Bao in 5 moves. There must be a reason behind his confidence. A few, though few in number, chose to support Xu Chen, believing he had his own grounds for assurance. However, their voices were quickly drowned out by the majority. Do you really think Xu Chen could defeat Fan Bao? Remember, Fan Bao is a second-level, true Qi realm martial artist. It would be exceedingly difficult for Xu Chen to overcome him. Indeed, not only is it improbable for Xu Chen to defeat Fan Bao in 5 moves, it would be miraculous if he could even withstand 5 moves from Fan Bao. I wager Xu Chen will be defeated in 3 moves. I bet 2 moves. I'm still optimistic about Xu Chen. I'll wager 7 moves. He might last 10 at most against Fan Bao. The crowd's mood shifted dramatically, and betting began to ensue. Apart from a handful of Xu Chen's ardent supporters, most regarded him with skepticism, especially Chu Ning, who had suffered defeat at Xu Chen's hands. He sneered inwardly, knowing that after today, Xu Chen would earn the label of arrogance. I have encountered many arrogant individuals, but none quite like you. Today, I shall awaken you. Fan Bao's clothes fluttered without wind. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from within, and with a swift motion of his foot, the entire arena trembled. He launched himself forward like a spear, his right hand forming a fist, unleashing a powerful blow through the air. Boom! The air before him exploded, sending forth layers of white shock waves, as a spiritual energy fist imprint surged toward Xu Chen with a fierce roar. In the face of Fan Bao's terrifying assault, Xu Chen did not flinch. A sharp sword intent erupted from within him, flowing into his long sword, accompanied by an unending stream of spiritual energy. Power amassed rapidly. When the energy reached its zenith, he unleashed the first sword. A brilliant sword aura cleaved through the air, striking the spiritual energy fist imprint. Boom! In the center of the arena, a cataclysmic explosion occurred, and the terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tempest, wreaking havoc in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. In the aftermath of the clash between the two combatants, the arena became marred with countless fissures resembling a spider's web. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it collapsed into ruins. Amidst the swirling dust of the battlefield, a figure emerged, staggering backward. It was Xu Chen. Swiftly, another shadow burst forth, fiercely pursuing Xu Chen. As Xu Chen retreated several dozen meters and landed, he unleashed a sword strike. A tempest without rain. The formidable sword energy surged with an overwhelming ferocity, stirring the winds and clouds, transforming the very essence of the heavens and earth as it slashed toward Fan Bao. Second sword, Xu Chen silently resolved. Chu Ning, with a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, fixed his gaze, recalling how he had been defeated by this very sword. He understood its terrifying nature, akin to a tempest that was nearly impossible to withstand. Break! Fan Bao bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy into his right hand, unleashing a fist imbued with overwhelming might. With a thunderous impact, the massive sword energy was shattered by his punch. This sword's power had already approached the second level of the true Qi realm. Yet, despite shattering this sword strike, Fan Bao was gripped by a profound shock. He finally recognized how formidable Xu Chen had become. Violent winds transforming into rain. Xu Chen's voice resonated once more. What? The second elder gasped in astonishment. Violent winds transforming into rain. The 9th form of the swift wind sword technique. How long has it been? Xu Chen has actually mastered the 9th form. Such prowess could no longer be described as genius. It was unequivocally monstrous. One could scarcely imagine the Sword Emperor in his youth surpassing this. Fan Bao felt a tingling trepidation at his scalp, acutely aware of the dreadfulness of this sword strike. Break for me. He channeled all his spiritual energy into his right hand and struck forcefully against the descending sword energy. As the powerful punch collided with the sword energy, signs of collapse immediately manifested, and it was utterly obliterated. Fan Bao coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, sent flying by the residual sword energy. Chapter 60. The wind fills the Jade Tower. What have I witnessed? Could it be an illusion? After just 3 exchanges, Fan Bao is already injured. It is simply unfathomable. Can Brother Xu truly defeat Fan Bao within 5 moves? If so, would that not defy the heavens? Is the essence of the sword truly so formidable? Indeed, the sword's essence is powerful, but Brother Xu's might extends beyond that. He has comprehended the half-step mystery of the wind and has refined the swift wind sword technique to its ninth form. Only through this amalgamation does he possess such terrifying strength. I cannot believe I doubted Brother Xu, thinking him boastful. It seems I have been short-sighted. You are not alone in your disbelief. We all shared that skepticism, did we not? One must blame Brother Xu for being too extraordinary, with 2 moves remaining. Surely Fan Bao cannot withstand them, can he? Even if he cannot, it matters not, for he is not the only one to have succumbed to Brother Xu's prowess. As Fan Bao was sent flying by the residual sword energy, injured, all present were astonished. Xu Chen, your strength exceeds my expectations. But dreaming of defeating me in 5 moves is folly. Fan Bao's attitude began to shift. From his initial intent to publicly humiliate Xu Chen, he now finds himself struggling to endure 5 moves without succumbing. This drastic change stems from Xu Chen's display of strength capable of overpowering him. Regret floods through him. Why did he feel compelled to speak so much? Now he finds himself in a perilous predicament. Should he lose, he risks not only his reputation, but also his dignity. He must not lose. Absolutely must not lose. He urges himself silently. With a forceful exertion of his spiritual energy, he extinguishes the residual sword energy within him and advances step by step towards Xu Chen, each footfall cracking the ground beneath him. His internal energy burns like a raging inferno, exuding a terrifying aura. At this moment, crimson flames rise from his body, materialize from his spiritual energy. The flames swirl and coalesce behind him into a fearsome flame dragon. The flame dragon fist? This is a high-level martial technique of the Xian rank. Fan Bao et Ultima Jumkat. Who would have thought he would be driven to such extremes by Xu Chen? Xu Chen is truly a prodigy. Without activating his trump card, Fan Bao is likely no match for him. A mere inner sect disciple has pushed a true disciple to this brink. In the crowd, the true disciples exchanged serious glances, their voices hushed. Fan Bao glared at Xu Chen with a ferocious expression before raising his fist, enveloped in flames, and unleashing a powerful strike. The flame dragon roared, charging towards Xu Chen with an overwhelming surge of fire. The air around it ignited, causing an explosion that sent shockwaves through the surroundings, incinerating debris into dust. The flame dragon fist is certain to defeat Xu Chen, ideally obliterating him entirely. Chu Ning watched intently, her heart filled with resentment. The second elder began to channel his spiritual energy, ready to intervene should either Xu Chen or Fan Bao find themselves in mortal danger. Faced with Fan Bao's ultimate attack, Xu Chen remained disturbingly calm. Prior to embarking on his mission, he had mastered the 7th form of the swift wind sword technique. Upon returning to the sect, he tirelessly practiced within the Heavenly Emperor Hall, ultimately achieving the last 3 forms of the technique. The 8th form approaches the 2nd level of true Qi, while the 9th form possesses the lethality of the 2nd level. The 10th form surpasses the 9th, its power exceeding that by more than double. Nearing the threshold of the 3rd level of true Qi, let the 10th form of the swift wind sword technique, the wind fills the Jade Tower, determine the outcome of this battle. With this thought, Xu Chen, under the anxious gaze of the onlookers, stepped forward rather than retreating, his sharp sword intent radiating outward. What is he doing? The second elder's gaze sharpened. Is Xu Chen truly preparing to unleash that strike? Does he genuinely master it? The second elder felt a flicker of hope. Xu Chen grasped his sword with one hand, executing a simple yet direct slash. This seemingly simple strike stunned the multitude. The ethereal image of a celestial palace emerged. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This strike had conjured the illusion of the celestial palace, its massive sword energy colliding with the flame dragon. In the next instant, the fearsome flame dragon let out a wretched roar, its colossal form beginning to disintegrate under the weight of the sword energy. The sword energy diminished by a third, yet retained its formidable might as it bore down upon the now terrified Fan Bao. Should this strike connect, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. The atmosphere grew tense as not a single breath was dared to be taken, hearts racing with trepidation. At this critical moment, the second elder intervened. He materialized before Fan Bao, extending his aged hand to grasp forward. With a crack, the sword energy exploded, transforming into a rain of blades scattered across the battlefield. The second elder had only intervened to block the lethal strike directed at Fan Bao. But he paid no heed to the ensuing rain of sword energy. In an instant, countless shards of blade-like energy enveloped Fan Bao, etching numerous wounds across his body, instantly staining him with blood. With a cough, Fan Bao spewed forth blood, his aura plummeting rapidly, leaving him in a state of utter despondency. Having been defeated in 4 moves, had the second elder not acted in time, would Fan Bao not have perished beneath Xu Chen's sword? Xu Chen is truly an anomaly. One must not provoke him. If only I possessed half of Xu Chen's talent. What merits does this young man possess to wield such prowess in the sword arts? The crowd exhibited a spectrum of emotions: envy, admiration, apprehension, and jealousy. I once believed myself a genius among the thousands of disciples who have ascended to true discipleship. Yet in comparison to Xu Chen, my talents seem trivial. With unparalleled aptitude, he stands as an extraordinary prodigy. Among the true disciples, some lamented, acknowledging their inferiority to Xu Chen. In the previous iteration of the Dragon Transformation ranking competition, only Elder Xu from our Qingling sect made the list, yet he merely occupied the lowest position. In the vast realm of Taishang, no one could rival the young talents of the wasteland until now, when Xu Chen has emerged. Perhaps he will one day transcend Taishang and compete with the finest talents of the wasteland. Some true disciples expressed their optimistic views on Xu Chen, while others harbored biases, cynically remarking, "Throughout history, this world has never lacked geniuses, but those so-called geniuses often meet untimely ends, self-sabotage, or exhaust their potential, fading into mediocrity. How many truly grow strong?" A nearby true disciple interjected, "It seems you harbor a bias against Xu Chen. Why not challenge him to a duel?" The disparaging true disciple fell silent, realizing the folly of his words. Engaging Xu Chen in combat, victory would yield no reward, while defeat would ruin his reputation. Besides, he lacked the confidence to ensure victory, thus refraining from provoking this prodigy. Who can guarantee that Xu Chen has revealed all his trump cards? Chapter 61. The Whale. As gluttony, those who have been observant of Xu Chen would inevitably notice a startling phenomenon. He resembles an unfathomable abyss, seemingly possessing an endless array of hidden cards. Just when one believes they have gauged his strength, brimming with confidence to challenge him, they will sorrowfully realize that Xu Chen harbors even more formidable trump cards awaiting them. Xu Chen, haha, you're truly remarkable, ha ha ha. The second elder, gazing at the relaxed countenance of Xu Chen, could no longer suppress the joy swelling within him, and after a few words, he burst into hearty laughter. Xu Chen, exhibiting utmost respect towards the second elder, humbly attributed his achievements to the cultivation bestowed by the sect. Upon hearing this, the second elder let out another round of laughter, thoroughly pleased with Xu Chen's demeanor. Today's battle has catapulted Xu Chen to fame, his reputation rivaling that of the top-ranking true disciples. Though his strength may not yet match theirs, in terms of renown, he stands shoulder to shoulder with them. As the number of onlookers in Fengyun Gorge grew, Xu Chen took his leave of the second elder and leaped forth, heading towards the training tower. Strength. He was determined to elevate his prowess. His yearning for strength eclipsed that of all others. Watching Xu Chen depart, the second elder wore an approving smile. Xu Chen was precisely what he had hoped for. Not only was he gifted, but he also exerted himself diligently. Such a person would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Training tower. First floor. The training room remained unoccupied. Upon arrival, Xu Chen stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The training tower's first floor boasted tenfold spiritual energy, requiring the expenditure of 100 points for a day's training. Once inside the training room, Xu Chen sensed that the spiritual energy mirrored that of the outside world, exhibiting no anomalies. His gaze swept across the room, finally resting upon a recess in the wall behind the door. He produced a card, crafted from a special metal. It was the Qingling Sect's points card. The moment the card was inserted into the recess, the displayed 3,000 points immediately decreased by 100, transforming into 2,900. Simultaneously, the formation within the training room activated, drawing in a continuous stream of spiritual energy and flooding the space. Soon, the density of spiritual energy in the room surged to approximately 10 times that of the outside. Breathing deeply, Xu Chen revealed an expression of ecstasy. The richness of the world's spiritual energy was intoxicating. He promptly seated himself at the center of the training room. Buzz. The sword intent severed distractions, allowing him to immerse himself more swiftly and profoundly in his practice. Concurrently, a cool sensation emanated from the necklace at his chest, coursing through his body and sharpening his focus. Buzz. The Devouring Emperor's art began to circulate. Instantly, a black hole formed within Xu Chen's being, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy flooding the room. The dense spiritual energy, under Xu Chen's gluttonous consumption, surged towards him in a frenzy, creating a vortex around his body. Seated within this vortex, all 38,000 of Xu Chen's pores opened wide, inhaling the world's spiritual energy. The once omnipresent spiritual energy that filled every inch of the room was, astonishingly, depleted within the span of a breath. The formation in the room then illuminated, continuously replenishing the energy. Xu Chen was ravenously devouring the spiritual energy, while the formation frantically supplied it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time flowed slowly. Unbeknownst to Xu Chen, in another chamber of the training tower, a true disciple who was in seclusion suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing the surroundings, he pondered, what is happening? My training room is supposed to have 50 times the energy, yet the spiritual energy here has diminished significantly, barely reaching 10 times. On the first floor, Chowman slowly opened his eyes. Has the gathering formation malfunctioned? Since witnessing Xu Chen's successive victories over Chu Ning and Fan Bao, he had been profoundly stimulated. That very day, he had teamed up with Sikong Tu to accept a 7th-level mission, and they had been fortunate enough to complete it in 7 days, garnering a substantial amount of points. With his points in hand, Chow Man entered the training tower to commence his training. He pushed open the door. Creak. The door to the adjacent training room also swung open, revealing Sikong Tuesday. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously inquiring, has your formation malfunctioned too? It seems I'm not the only one, Chow Man lamented. After finally securing a training room, just a few days in, and the formation has gone awry. Sikong Tu also appeared despondent. Mine too. The concentration of spiritual energy in the room has dwindled to merely twice that of the outside, even less efficient than using spirit stones for training. The formations in the training tower, usually in constant operation, occasionally experience issues. Yet they hadn't anticipated encountering such a predicament. As they conversed, others from various training rooms also concluded their sessions and exited in succession. Soon, this matter stirred the higher echelons of the sect. An elder was dispatched for inspection, specifically the second elder. Has there been a problem with the formation? A disciple inquired. The second elder shook his head. I have inspected it thoroughly and found no issues. The formation remains operational. It is possible that a malfunction has indeed occurred, but I am not well versed in formations and cannot pinpoint the problem. We must wait for the third elder's return. The intricacies of formations are profoundly esoteric. Few possess a true understanding of them. The second elder only grasped the basics. The third elder, however, was the foremost authority in formations within the Qingling sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples hung their heads in disappointment and reluctantly exited the training tower. It must be Xu Chen in that training room. Why hasn't he emerged yet? Before leaving, Chow Man noticed that the door to Xu Chen's training room remained closed. Sikong Tu remarked, he may be at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. We should not disturb him. You are right. Let us depart without waiting for him. The two companions left the training tower. Once most had vacated, the second elder, unwilling to concede, meticulously re-examined the formation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the formation was indeed functioning properly and exerting itself to the fullest. However, the spiritual energy being drawn from the spiritual vein was overwhelmingly flowing into. His gaze swiftly darted to the tightly shut door of the training room where Xu Chen resided. Could all of this be related to Xu Chen? Just then, an elder entered, observing the second elder and inquiring, Second elder, I have heard that a problem has arisen with the formation in the training tower. The second elder roused himself from his thoughts. Recognizing that the newcomer was Elder Chen, he nodded and replied, Indeed, there is a problem with the formation. My understanding of formations is merely superficial. We must await the third elder's return for resolution. He chose to conceal certain details. I have heard that Xu Chen has yet to emerge from his training room. Could he be facing difficulties? Should we forcibly open the door? If he is truly in trouble, we could provide assistance. Elder Chen feigned concern for Xu Chen. The second elder scrutinized Elder Chen for a moment and replied sternly, "There is no need. I have just checked. He is perfectly fine. Without my permission, no one is allowed to disturb him." If Xu Chen is indeed at a critical moment in his breakthrough, an abrupt intrusion could disrupt his training, causing all his efforts to be in vain, or even result in backlash. It had long been rumored that Elder Chen held a significant bias against Xu Chen. It seemed those rumors were not entirely unfounded. Elder Chen's demeanor suggested a desire to undermine Xu Chen. Elder Chen, realizing his intentions had been discerned by the second elder, showed no signs of embarrassment, instead appearing relieved. "As long as he is fine, that is good." The second elder waved his hand, his expression stern as he began to dismiss him. "Elder Chen, you are not knowledgeable about formations. Your presence here is unhelpful. If there is nothing else, please return." Elder Chen departed with a heavy heart. As the days passed one after another, this particular day arrived. The 10 disciples of the inner sect, along with some of the true disciples, gathered in the welcoming square. Today marked the day of their visit to the Luyun sect for the inter-sect exchange meeting. "Has Xu Chen not emerged from his seclusion yet?" Chao Man inquired, scanning the crowd, but failing to locate Xu Chen, her brow furrowing in concern. Xu Chen, being the foremost disciple of the inner sect, was pivotal without his presence. The inner sect's disciples would undoubtedly be deprived of a crucial winning card in the competition at the exchange meeting. Chapter 62, Departure. Sikong II expressed his worries, stating, "It has been 20 days since he entered the training chamber, and the array of the training tower has been malfunctioning for 7 or 8 days. Is it possible that something has gone awry during his practice?" Chao Man, uncertain, replied, "It should be fine." He then turned to Long Fei Yu and remarked, "Your aura has grown increasingly profound. It seems you're nearing a breakthrough to the true Qi realm." Long Fei Yu grinned broadly and said, "If it weren't for the desire to excel at the sect's exchange conference, I would have broken through a couple of days ago." Chao Man added, "Once the exchange conference concludes, our sect will gain another true disciple." Sikong too interjected, "If Xu Chen does not emerge soon, you will be our only hope in the intersect competition at the exchange conference. Do not bring shame upon our Qingling sect." Long Fei Yu patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, while I may not be as monstrous as Xu Chen, regular pinnacle cultivators of the 9th level of Qi condensation are no match for me." After awakening his dragon bloodline, Long Fei Yu's strength surged. Although he could not yet battle across tiers in the true Qi realm, he was rarely challenged among his peers. For instance, even Sun Yuan could not withstand 3 of his strikes now. Confidence is commendable, yet the disciples from other factions are formidable as well. Liao Fei, the top disciple of Luyun sect, is said to possess an earth spirit body, naturally attuned to earth attribute spiritual energy, making his cultivation of earth attribute techniques exceptionally efficient. Yiqian Xiao, the foremost disciple of Tianjin Mountain Villa, is renowned for his astonishing swordsmanship, having comprehended a half-step sword intent. While he cannot be compared to Xu Chen, his half-step sword intent grants him remarkable lethality, making him nearly invincible among his peers. Badu of Beastmaster sect has mastered the sect's secret technique, Thousand Hearts technique, allowing him to control up to 10 beast companions of equal rank simultaneously. Battling him means contending with both his attacks and those of the ferocious beasts, a truly daunting challenge. Yi Miao from Hongye sect is also noteworthy. It is rumored he has grasped the knife intent. Whether half-step or complete remains uncertain. However, there are accounts of him cleaving a true Qi realm cultivator with a single strike. Furthermore, the 8 prominent families are also teeming with talent, and their offspring should not be underestimated. Seeing Long Fei Yu's self-assured demeanor, Chao Man felt compelled to offer a cautionary reminder. Long Fei Yu suppressed his smile. After hearing Chao Man's words, a sudden weight of pressure enveloped him. "The elders have arrived," Sikong too announced. 3 elders, led by the second elder, approached. "Is everyone present?" The second elder scanned the surroundings and inquired. Chao Man replied, "Intersect disciple Xu Chen has yet to arrive." The second elder frowned. He was well aware that Xu Chen remained in the training tower, and with the passage of so many days, he had not yet emerged. As the exchange conference approached, They could not delay any longer. We cannot wait any longer. Let us depart, the second elder decisively stated. With that, a sharp cry echoed from the steep peak, and three massive birds swooped down, stirring up a fierce wind that sent debris flying. Three-tiered, celestial winged birds. The Qingling sect's guardian spirit birds. Chao Man exclaimed. The celestial winged birds were formidable in size, with wings spanning over 30 meters, their bodies adorned with pale blue feathers. Their long, sharp claws gleamed like blades in the sunlight, and their slender beaks resembled divine swords capable of piercing the heavens. These three-tiered high-level beasts could traverse vast distances with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of ordinary horses. The distance from Qingling sect to Luoyun sect was 6,000 miles. And riding a celestial winged bird, they could arrive by afternoon after departing in the morning. The birds also possessed tremendous offensive capabilities, easily overpowering typical late-stage true Qi cultivators. As the celestial winged birds descended, their overwhelming presence left some disciples pale with fear. The second elder noticed the frightened expressions of a few disciples and remained silent. Before instructing, time is of the essence. Everyone, mount up. With that, he swiftly leaped onto the back of one of the celestial winged birds. The other two elders followed suit, each taking their place atop a bird. Once everyone was aboard, the second elder glanced back at the training tower, preparing to command the birds to take flight when a figure darted towards them with remarkable speed. Upon recognizing the figure, the second elder's eyes brightened. He has arrived. Xu Chen is finally here. Look, Xu Chen has come. Chao Man and the others also spotted Xu Chen approaching. The first true disciple, Mu Tai, observed Xu Chen's rapid approach and quietly asked his companion, "Is he the intersect disciple who defeated Fan Bao?" The true disciple beside Mu Tai confirmed, "Indeed, he has comprehended sword intent and has been making waves lately. Some even claim he is the greatest talent of Qingling sect." The greatest talent of Qingling sect? Mu Tai pondered this statement expressionlessly. He then inquired, "He was recommended to join the sect by Elder Su, wasn't he?" "Yes. It appears he has a good relationship with Elder Su." Mu Tai's eyes narrowed. No one could discern what thoughts were swirling in his mind at that moment. As Xu Chen sped forward, he suddenly felt a presence and looked up, locking eyes with Mu Tai in midair. He instinctively averted his gaze, as he did not recognize the individual. He sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him, realizing he was not yet a match for him. Upon reaching the celestial winged bird, Xu Chen leaped and landed steadily on its broad back. Once he had secured his position, the second elder issued the command, "Let us depart. Gao Man, Gao Tiun." The celestial winged birds are swift. Brace yourselves against the wind to avoid falling. Chao Man's words were prudent. The celestial winged birds could cover vast distances in a day, and if one were not careful, they could easily fall off. Long Feiyu chuckled, acknowledging the advice. After the reminders, Xu Chen became vigilant, channeling his spiritual energy to firmly root himself on the bird's back. With a whoosh, the three celestial winged birds simultaneously flapped their wings, sending a tempest swirling. The gusts of wind swept up sand and stones as they began to ascend. With a powerful thrust of their wings, the birds created a sonic boom, launching forth like arrows. The fierce currents felt like blades against their skin, stinging painfully, making it difficult to keep their eyes open. Xu Chen activated his protective spiritual energy, shielding himself from the storm, standing firmly on the back of the celestial winged bird. The birds quickly pierced through the clouds, soaring thousands of meters into the sky. Below, the sect rapidly shrank in size, the mountains appearing diminutive. The white clouds were now within arm's reach, and the people on the ground seemed as small as ants. The cacophony of sounds faded, leaving only the rush of wind in their ears. At such an altitude, a fall would spell certain doom, even for a true Qi realm cultivator. A sense of tension enveloped the group. "There are thunderstorm clouds ahead. Proceed with caution," the second elder communicated to the group. Almost as soon as the second elder's warning fell, the three celestial winged birds plunged into the dark thunderstorm clouds like arrows. Light diminished instantly, as if they had been thrust from daylight into darkness. Boom! Massive bolts of lightning writhed within the sea of clouds, illuminating the pale faces of the group. At this moment, fear blossomed within Chao Man and the others. The forces of nature were terrifying, and to be struck by a thunderbolt as thick as a grinding wheel would guarantee death. Boom! A bolt of lightning, accompanied by a multitude of smaller strikes, surged toward the celestial winged bird carrying Xu Chen. Sensing the impending danger, the celestial winged bird flapped its wings frantically, attempting to evade the lightning strike. However, the speed of the lightning was unfathomably swift. In an instant, it was upon them, breaking void palm, as the vast expanse of thunderous waves threatened to engulf everyone. The second elder let out a commanding shout and struck forth with a powerful palm. A colossal hand of spiritual energy soared into the sky, casting a shadow over the sun, shattering the tempest of thunder and dispersing countless lightning bolts in all directions. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, their hearts swelling with gratitude for their narrow escape from peril. Xu Chen felt a profound astonishment. Indeed, the prowess of a master in the Qi control realm was formidable, wielding the capacity to obliterate the heavens and challenge the might of the cosmos with mere gestures. Suddenly, the skywing bird emitted a sharp and urgent cry, its massive form trembling as if confronted by some unspeakable terror. Chapter 63. Arrival at the Flowing Cloud Sect. Xu Chen lifted his gaze. Within the thunderous sea, a colossal creature stretched over 100 meters in length. What could it be? Chao Man's eyes widened, her voice trembling with uncontainable fear. A dragon? The legendary flood dragon? Over 100 meters long, with the head of a horse and the tail of a snake, armored in scales, adorned with whiskers, and possessing 5 claws. This is not good. The flood dragon is undergoing its tribulation and evolving into a true dragon. The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically as he bellowed. We cannot advance any further. Otherwise, we will surely face their wrath. The 3 skywing birds immediately changed course, flying away from the dragon. The skywing birds soared at full speed, swiftly covering thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The turbulent air currents, coupled with occasional lightning strikes, caused the group to lose their balance, forcing them to crouch and grasp the feathers of the skywing birds to avoid being thrown off. Xu Chen turned back to glance at the increasingly distant sea of thunder, faintly hearing the sound of a dragon's roar, which seemed to resonate with both triumph and an inescapable agony, pain intertwined with joy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 skywing birds burst forth from the stormy clouds. A brilliant light illuminated their surroundings. The group regained their sight. They gasped for breath, their taut nerves finally relaxing. They exchanged smiles, their expressions reflecting relief from the near disaster, followed by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. They began to sit cross-legged on the backs of the skywing birds to meditate and recuperate. Xu Chen too closed his eyes to rest. In that fleeting moment of darkness, his mind replayed the thunderous roars, the surging waves of thunder, the rain mingled with wind, and the clouds stirred by the breeze. Immersed in his own world, Xu Chen lost track of time until he suddenly felt a gentle nudge. Xu Chen, wake up. We have arrived. Upon opening his eyes, he realized that the skywing bird had descended from the heights of several thousand meters. Lost in his cultivation, he had been oblivious to the changes around him. Xu Chen uttered a response and stood up, leaping down from the bird's back alongside Chao Man. As he touched the ground, a long-lost sense of security enveloped him. Martial artists below the air control realm cannot fly independently, without the ability to soar through the skies. Even riding a flying beast at such heights does not provide the same grounded safety. Is this the Flowing Cloud Sect? Xu Chen surveyed his surroundings. True to its reputation as one of the 5 great sects of the Taishan Kingdom, the peaks of the Flowing Cloud Sect rose majestically, shrouded in rich spiritual energy that coalesced into clouds, wrapping around the summits like a celestial mountain. Between the peaks, ethereal birds flitted about. Gaoman et lai to Xu Chen. The Flowing Cloud Sect has profound roots, once the foremost sect of the Taishan Kingdom and the only 7th grade sect. However, 300 years ago, it experienced turmoil, resulting in severe casualties among its masters, causing it to fall from the 7th to the 8th grade. Yet despite being an 8th grade sect, its foundation remains unparalleled among the 5 great sects of the Taishan Kingdom. Xu Chen's expression shifted slightly at this revelation. The Flowing Cloud Sect was indeed formidable. Once the leading sect of the Taishan Kingdom, he had been unaware of this information. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Although the Flowing Cloud Sect had fallen to 8th grade, it still stood as a top-tier force amongst its peers. The skywing birds landed in a vast square at the entrance of the sect, expansive enough to accommodate several football fields. In the square, not only were members of the Qingling sect present, but also individuals from other factions, some arriving on foot in groups of 3 to 5, while others rode beasts or spirit birds, though none could compare to the skywing birds. The presence of the skywing birds unsettled the other beasts, causing them to stir anxiously as if encountering a natural predator. Friends from the Qingling sect, welcome. Please forgive our lack of proper reception. A disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect approached as the Qingling sect members disembarked. Upon seeing that only a disciple had come to greet them, the second elder's brow furrowed, and his expression grew increasingly frosty. The disciple, perceptive to the shift in mood, explained, "The elders are currently attending to esteemed guests. I hope you can understand the oversight." Humph. The second elder could no longer contain his displeasure and coldly commanded, "Lead the way." As the group departed, the crowd in the square began to murmur amongst themselves. Why had the Flowing Cloud sect sent only a disciple to receive the Qingling sect? The disciple had mentioned that the elders were occupied with guests, but surely there was more than one elder available? It seemed to many that the Flowing Cloud sect was intentionally attempting to assert dominance over the Qingling sect. Among the 5 great sects, the Flowing Cloud and Qingling sects harbored the most animosity, with ongoing competition that had escalated to a near irreconcilable state. It was entirely plausible that the Flowing Cloud sect sought to humiliate the Qingling sect at this opportunity. The members of the Qingling sect were assigned to a rather secluded courtyard. Once the disciple responsible for their reception departed, the group could no longer suppress their anger. Erupting with indignation, the actions of the Flowing Cloud sect were utterly excessive. Sending merely a disciple to greet them was one thing, but placing them in a remote courtyard was beyond reproach. Given their treatment, perhaps we should simply return, voices echoed with resentment. Hearing the rising tide of anger, Xu Chen's expression darkened. The Flowing Cloud sect truly showed no regard for their dignity. The second elder interrupted the outcry, stating, "Enough. After a long day of travel, we are all exhausted. Let us return to our quarters to rest and rejuvenate for tomorrow's challenges." The Flowing Cloud sect had provided the Qingling sect with only one courtyard, and with limited rooms, 3 to 5 individuals were forced to share a single space. Xu Chen, Chao Man, Xikong Tu, and Long Feiyu were all assigned to one room. As they entered the modest chamber, which measured no more than a dozen square meters, they found only a bed, a table, and 4 chairs. Nothing more. The simplicity was stark. Long Feiyu brushed his hand across the table and frowned. "How long has this room gone uncleaned?" Xikong Tu's voice carried a hint of anger. "Does the Flowing Cloud sect not fear us walking away?" Chao Man replied solemnly. "Perhaps the Flowing Cloud sect wishes for just that." "Why?" Long Feiyu asked in confusion. Chao Man explained, 300 years ago, the Flowing Cloud sect faced severe adversity, plummeting from 7th grade to 8th grade. However, they have deep roots and, after years of development, might possess the capability to regain their 7th grade status. Long Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is the Flowing Cloud sect planning to act against the Qingling sect?" Chao Man responded, "It is a possibility, but merely conjecture. Perhaps the Flowing Cloud sect's actions are simply intended to humiliate us." Xikong Tu added, "Regardless of their true intentions, we must be cautious at tomorrow's exchange meeting." Meanwhile, in the inner sanctum of the Flowing Cloud sect, Zhao Yi arrived at an opulent courtyard. "Brother Liao, I have urgent matters to discuss." During the previous excursion to the Water Manor, Zhao Yi had been ambushed and severely injured, subsequently falling under the control of a black-clad figure using a cursed insect. Fortunately, Xu Chen had seized the opportunity amidst the battle between the Blood Protector and Su Yun to eliminate the black-clad figure, freeing Zhao Yi from that control. Chapter 64. The exchange meeting, what is it? Liao Fei asked impatiently upon encountering Zhao Yi. Although Zhao Yi possessed considerable strength and held a respectable position within the inner sect of the Flowing Cloud sect, he paled in comparison to Liao Fei, the most formidable member of the inner sect. Zhao Yi replied, "The people from the Qingling sect have arrived." Liao Fei furrowed his brow, perplexed by Zhao Yi's true intentions. Noticing Liao Fei's frown, Zhao Yi hastily added, "The first of the Qingling sect, Xu Chen, is also here. As far as I know, he shares a special relationship with senior sister Qin." Liao Fei's gaze turned icy. "What kind of relationship?" Qin Qinru, possessing the water spirit body, had joined the Flowing Cloud sect a year ago. Her astonishing talent and breathtaking beauty attracted many admirers, including Liao Fei himself. He believed they were a match made in heaven, with his earth spirit body complementing her water spirit body. However, despite his repeated expressions of affection, Qin Qingru maintained a distance from him. Now, hearing from Zhao Yi that Xu Chen had a special relationship with Qin Qingru, how could he remain calm? Zhao Yi nonchalantly remarked, "Brother Liao may not be aware, but Xu Chen and senior sister Qin were once betrothed." Liao Fei sprang to his feet, unable to conceal his agitation. "Is that true? Do not deceive me, or you know the consequences." "Rest assured, I would not dare deceive Brother Liao," Zhao Yi thought. Secretly pleased, Liao Fei's eager demeanor clearly indicated his affection for Qin Qingru, and Zhao Yi was likely to achieve his purpose today. "Brother Liao, do not rush. Let me continue. Although Xu Chen was once betrothed to senior sister Qin, he is also her enemy, for senior sister Qin's father and kin fell victim to Xu Chen." Liao Fei was momentarily stunned, then elated. Xu Chen was indeed Qin Qingru's foe. How could he have any reason to worry now? Moreover, if he were to eliminate Xu Chen during the exchange meeting and avenge Qin Qingru, would she not be eternally grateful and willingly offer herself to him? Suppressing his joy, Liao Fei fixed his gaze on Zhao Yi and abruptly inquired, "Given the secrecy surrounding Xu Chen and Qin Qingru's relationship, how do you know this? Do you have a grudge against Xu Chen?" Zhao Yi candidly admitted, "I indeed harbor animosity towards Xu Chen." He refrained from elaborating on his grievances, and Liao Fei had no interest in pursuing the matter further, his mind solely occupied with thoughts of vanquishing Xu Chen and winning Qin Qingru's favor. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Manor were accommodated in an opulent courtyard, complete with a main hall and 6 auxiliary buildings, offering numerous rooms, one for each person, with extra spaces available. The courtyard boasted a rockery, pond, stream, garden, and stone pavilion, resembling a miniature estate. Under the stone pavilion, a few individuals sat, dressed in the attire of the Heavenly Sword Manor's inner disciples. They sipped tea and engaged in conversation. "Brother Yi, you are the most gifted disciple in our Heavenly Sword Manor in the past century, and you are undoubtedly the top contender at this exchange meeting," one remarked. "Indeed, Brother Yi possesses unparalleled talent. Liao Fei of the Flowing Cloud sect, Batu of the Beast Control sect, and Yu Miao of the Red Leaf sect cannot rival him." Others chimed in, lavishing praise on the white-clad man with a sword at his waist and striking features. "I have heard that a prodigy from the Qingling sect, named Xu Chen, has also comprehended the sword intent, and he possesses complete mastery of it," an untimely voice interjected. The flattery abruptly ceased as everyone turned to the speaker, a rather dull-faced man who, oblivious to his faux pas, persisted. "What I say is true. Xu Chen, the first in the Qingling sect's inner competition, has comprehended sword intent and even defeated Chao Man, who has already broken through to the true Qi realm." The dull-faced man assumed his words were met with disbelief and quickly defended himself. "Complete mastery of sword intent? You can't be serious. In my view, the news you have heard is merely a deliberate misrepresentation by the Qingling sect. Indeed, the Qingling sect lacks a sword cultivation legacy. How could they produce a genius capable of mastering sword intent?" Others scoffed, dismissing the dull-faced man's claims. "Enough," the white-clad man, Yi Qianqiu, interjected, confidently declaring, "Tomorrow at the exchange meeting, I shall publicly defeat him, proving that the sword cultivators of Taishang Kingdom hold my Heavenly Sword Manor in high esteem." Batu asserted, "I could have entered the true Qi realm 3 months ago, but I delayed my breakthrough for the sake of the sect's exchange meeting. I have mastered the sect's secret technique, the Thousand Hearts art, significantly enhancing my power. No matter if it is Yi Qianqiu of Heavenly Sword Manor, Liao Fei of Flowing Cloud sect, or Yi Miao of Red Leaf sect, or even a newly emerged Xu Chen of Qingling sect, they are all beneath me. The title of first in the condensation realm exchange meeting shall undoubtedly be mine." Yi Miao claimed, "My only rival is Liao Fei of Flowing Cloud sect. No one else deserves to be my opponent." Chao Man fixed his gaze on Xu Chen, uncertainly asking, "Have you broken through?" Xu Chen, his aura restrained, was elusive even to Chao Man. "Yes," he replied with a subtle nod. Not only had he broken through to the 9th level of the condensation realm, but he had also reached the pinnacle of that level, mere steps away from entering the true Qi realm. The training tower had greatly benefited him, saving him at least 100,000 spirit stones. Were it not for the exchange meeting, he would have hesitated to leave seclusion, intending to utilize the rich spiritual energy of the training chamber to advance to the true Qi realm. Xu Chen voiced his confusion. Xu Chen, did you not notice any issues with the formation in the training chamber during your days of practice? Xu Chen was taken aback. What issue? Xu Chen explained. The formation in the training chamber malfunctioned, causing a significant reduction in the spiritual energy. We exited the training tower 7 days ago. Xu Chen pondered this. A reduction in spiritual energy? How had he not perceived it? In fact, it had only grown denser. 7 days ago? Wait, 7 days ago was precisely when he broke through to the 9th level of the condensation realm. And on that day, he had also advanced to the 2nd level of the Devouring Emperor technique. The 2nd level of the Devouring Emperor technique undoubtedly enhanced his devouring ability. A realization struck him. Could the formation malfunction that Xu Chen mentioned have been caused by him? Chao Man, oblivious to Xu Chen's contemplative expression, shifted the topic, saying, Xu Chen, I have great confidence in your strength, but your opponents are formidable. You must especially be wary of these four. He proceeded to introduce Xu Chen to his primary adversaries. The following morning, the flowing cloud sect grew increasingly lively as various factions began to make their way to the martial arts arena. After finishing his morning routine, Xu Chen stepped into the open area in front of the courtyard to join the others. Once everyone had gathered, the second elder spoke, let's set off. During the journey, Chao Man leaned closer to Xu Chen and whispered, when disciples of the condensation realm engage in sparring, unleash your full potential and display the vigor of our Qingling sect. Remember, we represent the Qingling sect, and should anything occur, the sect will back us. Xu Chen nodded in understanding. Seeing him agree, Chao Man added, also, do not let yourself be provoked into recklessly accepting a challenge. If your opponent is a martial artist of the true Qi realm, do not hesitate to refuse. Xu Chen looked up in surprise. True Qi realm? I am in the condensation realm. Are not my opponents all condensation realm martial artists? Chao Man explained. The rules of the sect's exchange meeting permit condensation realm fighters to challenge one another and true Qi realm fighters to do the same. However, unexpected situations often arise, such as overly confident condensation realm martial artists challenging those in the true Qi realm and vice versa. I understand, Xu Chen replied with a nod. Chao Man smiled and said, you need not worry. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, no practitioner of true Qi will challenge you. Even if they were to win, it would be deemed disgraceful, and if they were to lose, their reputation would be utterly tarnished. Hence, I have yet to hear of a true Qi practitioner daring to challenge someone at the condensation stage during an exchange meeting. Moreover, should an audacious true Qi warrior indeed issue a challenge, you are perfectly within your rights to decline. No one would cast aspersions upon you. As the two conversed while walking, a sudden cacophony echoed from ahead. We have arrived. The voice of the second elder resonated in everyone's ears. Xu Chen looked up to behold a vast training ground teeming with people, a scene of vibrant activity. Countless factions had gathered here. Chapter 65. Sparring is one of the 5 major sects of the Taishan Kingdom. The Qingling sect command a position of great esteem. Upon its arrival, it attracted numerous small factions eager to curry favor. The second elder walked ahead, attending to the leaders of various factions while progressing forward. An elder from the Luyun sect approached. This way, please. The martial arts arena featured 5 distinguished seats, each corresponding to one of the 5 major sects, with a hierarchy among them. The most prestigious seat was naturally located in the center, offering an excellent view and the most attention. At this moment, the central seat was already occupied by members of the Luyun sect. To the left, the first seat was taken by the Tianjian Mountain Manor, and the second by the Hongya sect. To the right, the first was occupied by the Yusho sect, while the second remained vacant. Unsurprisingly, Xu Chen and his group were arranged in the second seat on the right. Although the Qingling sect's overall strength did not rank last among the 5 major sects, being assigned to the last seat by the Luyun sect was a clear indication of their enmity towards Qingling. The second elder sat down with an impassive expression, followed by Xu Chen and the others who took their seats behind him. Once seated, Xu Chen's gaze shifted towards the direction of the Luyun sect. Amidst the crowd, he spotted a graceful figure, Qin Qinru. Despite not having seen her for nearly a year, the hatred etched deeply within him allowed him to recognize her immediately. She was the woman he had longed to kill. Qin Qinru seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head to meet Xu Chen's eyes. Her stunning face bore an expression of tranquility, devoid of any discernible emotion, as though she had not recognized him. Yet, Xu Chen was aware that she had indeed recognized him, perhaps even anticipated his arrival. Beneath her calm exterior, she was likely seething with rage. Junior sister? The man beside Qin Qinru, who had been observing her expressions and movements, called out upon seeing her fixate on Xu Chen. Following her gaze, he spotted Xu Chen, and a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes. Junior sister, that man is Xu Chen, right? Fear not, I shall kill him for you. Liao Fei vowed earnestly to Qin Qinru. At that moment, an elder from the Luyun sect rose, declaring loudly, "This exchange conference is hosted by our Luyun sect. First, I would like to express our gratitude for the support from everyone present. Given the time, we shall now commence the sparring session, adhering to the principles of friendly competition. Remember, do not employ lethal techniques. Any who dare to violate this will face the united wrath of the 5 major sections. Sparring is voluntary. If your opponent does not wish to engage, do not force them. Now, I announce the start of the exchange conference. Who among the young talents wishes to be the first to take the stage?" No sooner had the elder finished speaking than a man with a flat face stood up. "I shall." The man ascended the arena, bowing to the crowd and introducing himself. "I am Li Huan from the Bada sect, at the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm. Who dares to spar with me?" Chao Man leaned in to explain to Xu Chen. The Bada sect is merely a low-tier faction. Their strongest members barely reach the true Qi realm, and their disciples are of mediocre caliber. In the Taishan Kingdom, the top-tier forces undoubtedly belong to the 5 major sects, classified as Grade 8 powers, followed by the 8 prominent families, Grade 9 powers. Below them were countless, unranked, small factions. As Chao Man provided his explanation, another contender had already stepped down to face Li Huan from the Bada sect. This challenger was also from a small faction, seemingly harboring a grudge against Li Huan. As the battle commenced, both participants unleashed lethal moves, creating a perilous atmosphere. In the martial arts arena, there were not just 1, but 9 large platforms. At that moment, individuals had begun to ascend the other 8 platforms, engaging in a series of battles. The skirmishes unfolded one after another, predominantly involving unranked small factions, with most participants being practitioners of the Qi condensation realm. Just as Xu Chen was beginning to feel drowsy, a voice rang out. "I, Su Xiaolong, an inner disciple of the Luyun sect, challenge the disciple of the Qingling sect. Xiaozhan, do you dare to step down for a battle?" At this declaration, the crowd stirred with renewed interest. After observing battles for so long, the 5 major sects could no longer remain idle as a disciple stepped forth to issue a challenge. The second elder looked toward Xiaozhan. Su Xiaolong, 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, ranked 10th in the Luyun sect's inner circle. Xiaozhan, do you feel confident? In the inner sect competition, Xiaozhan had ranked 12th, but due to Chao Man and Sikong Tu's elevation to true disciples, he was naturally elevated to 10th in the inner sect, participating in this exchange conference alongside the team. Xiaozhan nodded in affirmation. The second elder advised, "Then you shall go. Strive for victory while ensuring your safety. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not hesitate to concede. It is not a disgrace." Given the long-standing animosity between the Luyun sect and the Qingling sect, disciples from both sects would hold nothing back during their sparring sessions, often resulting in severe injuries for the losing party before a battle concluded. The second elder's admonition, though directed at Xiaozhan, was essentially a message for all disciples of the Qingling sect. Acknowledging the second elder's words, Xiaozhan stood and approached the platform where Su Xiaolong awaited, leaping onto the arena. As Xiaozhan took his position opposite Su Xiaolong, the latter wasted no time. Bang! Bang! Su Xiaolong launched 2 swift kicks that struck Xiaozhan's arm, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. Is this the level of the 10th-ranked inner disciple of the Luyun sect? Steadying himself, Xiaozhan taunted. Su Xiaolong let out a cold laugh, executing a whip-like kick with blinding speed and formidable power aimed at Xiaozhan's neck. Unflinching, Xiaozhan countered with a punch. Boom! A shockwave erupted at the center of the arena. Xiao Zhan let out a muffled grunt, retreating a step while his right hand trembled uncontrollably. Chao Man frowned. Su Xiaolong's leg techniques are formidable, swift, and ruthless. Xiao Zhan may not be his match. Su Chen silenti gongut. Indeed, Xiao Zhan fell short compared to Su Xiaolong. However, the outcome of a battle hinges not solely on raw power, but also on psychological resilience and control over the situation. If Xiao Zhan possessed strong mental fortitude and played cautiously, seizing opportunities, he still held the potential to defeat Su Xiaolong. Yet, individuals who embody these qualities are exceedingly rare. 18 ghostly kicks. Su Xiaolong leaped into the air, executing a flurry of kicks, 18 in total, each one striking with tremendous force, not to be underestimated. Xiao Zhan summoned all his strength, defending vigorously. Bang, 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 bang. Xiao Zhan managed to absorb the 10th kick and deflected the 15th, but upon receiving the 16th kick, he let out a groan, his body jolting backward. The 17th kick sent his vital energy surging, and the 18th kick struck his chest, sending Xiao Zhan flying. Chapter 66. The Dependence of the Flowing Cloud Sect Defeated. Chao Man sighed. Yet the battle was far from over. To be more precise, Su Xiaolong had no intention of halting his assault. He strode forward with a commanding presence, stomping onto Xiao Zhan's chest, and with a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed. Xiao Zhan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This scene was entirely unexpected. Xiao Zhan had already been vanquished, yet Su Xiaolong not only continued his relentless attack, but also shattered Xiao Zhan's ribcage, inflicting severe injury. While not fatal, it would take him at least 3 to 5 months to recover from such wounds. The disciples of the Qingling sect were enraged, their fury boiling over as they unleashed a torrent of curses. Shameless, Chao Man gritted his teeth, uttering the words with venom. The second elder's expression turned cold with anger. Long Feiyu clenched his fists slowly, and Xu Chen's gaze grew increasingly frosty. At that moment, the pent-up rage of the Qingling sect disciples finally erupted. They had traveled a great distance for this exchange meeting, only to be humiliated by a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, and then relegated to a cramped and remote courtyard. Now, the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were brazenly inflicting harm. This was intolerable. The second elder, suppressing his fury, coldly questioned whether the Flowing Cloud disciples' actions were excessively brutal, especially since victory had already been decided, and yet he continued to pursue and severely injure his opponent. Was this the manner in which the Flowing Cloud sect conducted itself? An elder from the Flowing Cloud sect, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, replied, "In martial arts, injuries are inevitable during sparring. While the exchange meeting prohibits lethal force, it does not forbid injuring one's opponent. If the Qingling sect is concerned about injuries, they need not participate in the exchange, nor should they step onto the stage. Moreover, you claim victory has been determined. I was not aware of that, as I did not hear the disciples of the Qingling sect concede. You." The second elder's beard trembled in rage. Meanwhile, on the arena, Su Xiaolong provocatively glanced towards the direction of the Qingling sect disciples, then pressed his foot against Xiao Zhan's face, looking down with disdain, and asked, "Do you concede?" He offered Xiao Zhan no opportunity to respond and forcefully pressed down, causing Xiao Zhan's face to become a bloody mess, a pained groan escaping his throat. How outrageous! Long Feiyu ground his teeth in fury. Just as Su Xiaolong was about to strike again, the second elder immediately interjected, conceding on behalf of Xiao Zhan. Reluctantly, Su Xiaolong withdrew his right foot and coldly remarked to the injured Xiao Zhan, "Consider yourself fortunate. Get off the stage." With a violent kick, he sent Xiao Zhan tumbling off the platform like a discarded rag doll. Swish! A figure leaped onto the arena. Hanli, the 9th disciple of the inner sect of the Flowing Cloud sect, issued a challenge to Lu Yin of the Qingling sect. Swish! Another figure ascended the stage, cupping his fists in salute as he loudly challenged. Tang Yamo, the 8th disciple of the inner sect of the Flowing Cloud sect, challenged the Qingling sect, disciple Dongfang Sheng. Swish, swish, swish! Before the crowd could recover from their shock, figures from the Flowing Cloud sect surged forth, challenging one after another. The 7th disciple of the inner sect, Tong Ying, challenged the Qingling disciple Gu Yi. The 6th disciple, Zhou Yong, challenged Li Ping. Disciple after disciple continued to challenge. Feng Yi, Sun Yuan, Long Feiyu. A total of 8 individuals rushed onto the stage, all targeting the disciples of the Qingling sect. With Xiao Zhan, the 10th of the Qingling sect, already defeated, the first-ranked Xu Chen remained unchallenged. Yet, the disciples from 2nd to 9th were all simultaneously challenged. The arena erupted in an uproar as countless spectators recognized a significant truth. The Flowing Cloud sect was launching an offensive against the Qingling sect. The two sects were like oil and water, and the intensity of their conflict was startling. After the initial shock, the onlookers were filled with exhilaration and anticipation. Direct confrontations between these two prominent sects were a rarity, and today, the strengths and weaknesses of the younger generation of the Flowing Cloud and Qingling sects would finally be revealed. The area where the Qingling sect stood fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky, proclaiming, "I, Lu Yin, disciple of the Qingling sect, accept the challenge." Following her, Gua Yi rushed out, declaring, "I, Yi, accept the challenge." Li Ping, Feng Yi, Sun Yuan, and Long Feiyu all followed suit, stepping forward to accept the challenges. No one shied away from battle, even if they knew they might not prevail. They had to fight, for they represented not only themselves, but the entirety of their sect. 8 arenas, 8 battles. The excitement among the various factions present was palpable. Boom! The arena where Sun Yuan fought erupted in combat first. Sun Yuan grasped a war blade in his hand and leaped into the air, slashing downwards with a radiant arc of golden light that surged toward his opponent. Boom! 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 The other 7 arenas soon ignited with fierce battles. The spectators were momentarily overwhelmed, unsure of where to focus their attention. All 8 battles were intense. Sun Yuan's warblade was sharp and domineering, forcing his opponent to retreat repeatedly. Compared to the previous inter-sect competition, Feng Yi's comprehension of the golden essence had deepened significantly, and the golden blade energy he unleashed was more piercing, exhibiting astonishing destructive power. His opponent could barely defend. Long Feiyu, without even resorting to dragon transformation, unleashed a flurry of iron fists, pushing his adversary back. Li Ping's spear danced through the air, creating a torrent of spear shadows that made it impossible for his opponent to close in, resulting in a balanced contest. Bo Tianxiong, Dongfang Sheng, and Lu Yin either fought evenly with their opponents or found themselves at a disadvantage. Overall, the Qingling sect side held a slight upper hand. However, Xu Chen noticed that the elders from the Flowing Cloud sect remained calm, smiles playing at the corners of their lips, exuding an air of confidence. What was going on? Xu Chen pondered, perplexed. The Flowing Cloud sect had made such a grand offensive against the Qingling sect. Could be that this was all they had? If so, wouldn't they be inviting humiliation upon themselves? Feng Yi is going to win, Chao Man suddenly exclaimed. He observed the arena where Feng Yi fought, witnessing a fierce golden blade strike down, snapping the axe wielded by his opponent in two. The battle seemed to have reached a decisive conclusion, and most spectators shared this belief. However, Xu Chen keenly noticed a hint of a cold smile on the lips of Feng Yi's adversary. The battle is not over yet, Xu Chen stated gravely. Not over. Chao Man looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why Xu Chen would say such a thing. From his perspective, Feng Yi was clearly dominating. Did the opponent have a hidden card? Just as Chao Man's doubts surfaced, a sudden turn of events unfolded in Feng Yi's arena. His opponent produced a massive black axe that sliced through the air with tremendous force. Boom! The axe blade shattered the golden light of Feng Yi's strike. Feng Yi was struck as if by a heavy blow, blood spraying from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. What? Chao Man's eyes widened in disbelief. Xu Chen intently gazed at the dark giant axe that had struck Feng Yi, slowly articulating, a spiritual weapon. Simultaneously, those with a breadth of knowledge among the crowd recognized the significance. It is a spiritual weapon, a low-grade spiritual weapon. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. Spiritual weapons were exceedingly rare, not to mention those in the Qi condensation realm. Even few in the true Qi realm possessed one. Smaller factions likely could not produce even a single spiritual weapon. A Qi condensation realm warrior wielding a low-grade spiritual weapon would see their combat power increase by at least 30%. Thus, Feng Yi's defeat was hardly unjust. Someone remarked. Just as everyone was astonished by a mystical weapon, An unexpected turn of events unfolded on the arena. Sun Yuan's battle blade shattered with a resounding crack, split into two halves, and to his dismay, a deep gash appeared across his chest. His opponent, seemingly out of nowhere, wielded a radiant battle blade that glimmered with an ominous red light. The weapon was extraordinarily striking, emanating an intense aura that clearly indicated it was no ordinary item. Chapter Shidem, Ishal Kanker Ten. Another spiritual artifact. Xu Chen's expression darkened. He finally comprehended the foundation upon which the Luyun sect relied. Even when the battle turned unfavorable, they maintained an air of assured victory. It turned out that they had the trump card of spiritual artifacts. Shameless. Chao Man also reacted, erupting into a torrent of curses. If there had only been one spiritual artifact, it could have been explained, but now, with a second one emerging, doubts began to arise about the Luyun sect schemes. To secure victory in the competition, they were willing to equip every combatant with a spiritual artifact. If every member of the Luyun sect possessed such an artifact, others would be in dire peril. Just as this thought crossed his mind, it was immediately corroborated. Li Ping's opponent brandished a golden-hued copper hammer, striking it forward as arcs of lightning surged and thunderbolts danced. The entire arena was almost enveloped in lightning. Li Ping, charred and blackened, fell from the stage. Gua Yi, Liu Yan, Bo Tianxiong, and others consecutively met defeat. Out of 8 matches, 7 were lost in an instant, including Xiao Zhan's loss. The top 10 disciples of the Qingling sect had already suffered 8 defeats. Only Long Feiyu remained on the stage. His opponent, Lin Yi, summoned a blue longsword with a flick of his index finger, its blade glimmering with an ethereal blue sheen. The sword was long and slender, its edge sharp and glinting coldly. With the sword in hand, Lin Yi's aura surged rapidly. He lightly flicked his wrist, releasing a streak of sword energy that left a shallow mark on the stage. A spiritual sword. Those watching had prepared themselves mentally. Yet upon witnessing Lin Yi draw the spiritual sword, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Such grandiosity. The Luyun sect, once the foremost power in the Taishan kingdom, indeed had profound roots, and they had produced 8 spiritual artifacts in one go. Long Feiyu was in peril. The disciples of the Qingling sect, once confident in him, now wore expressions of concern. The second elder cast a cold glance toward the Luyun sect's direction. An elder from the Luyun sect explained with a smile that Lin Yi was a person of great fortune, having unexpectedly obtained a legacy from a predecessor, and this sword was part of that inheritance, as were the others. The elder was remarkably shameless. Regardless of whether people believed him or not, he had offered an explanation. Lin Yi, gripping the long sword high above his head, gathered the ethereal blue light at the sword's tip. With a downward stroke, he unleashed a thick beam of sword energy that shot forth like lightning towards Long Feiyu. Long Feiyu's expression remained impassive, but amidst the gasps of the crowd, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. His garments burst apart, falling away as his physique expanded, covered in a layer of metallic scaled sheen. His hands elongated, fingers sharp as blades. Dragon transformation. A low growl escaped Long Feiyu's lips. His aura surged dramatically as he struck the incoming sword energy with a powerful punch. Crack! The sword energy was obstructed and detonated, scattering into wisps of vapor. I shall defeat you in 10 moves, Long Feiyu proclaimed, shattering the sword energy as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. Such arrogance, Lin Yi retorted coldly, unleashing a series of sword strikes. 3 streaks of sword energy aimed at Long Feiyu's left hand, cheek, and right arm. Long Feiyu retaliated with 3 punches, dispersing the sword energy before it could draw near, his momentum unimpeded as he charged towards Lin Yi with overwhelming ferocity. Boom! This punch resembled a cannonball being fired, exploding the air around it, causing the surrounding currents to collapse inward. The air grew searing hot. Long Feiyu's fist, more than twice the size of an ordinary man's, struck Lin Yi's chest with tremendous force. Bang! Lin Yi was sent flying backward. Victory! Chao Man shouted, raising his fist in elation. Xu Chen remained silent, his face betraying no trace of joy. His gaze sharpened, fixated on Lin Yi's chest, and he sighed. Defensive spirit armor. What? Chao Man beside him did not catch the words clearly. Low-grade, defensive spirit armor. The second elder's voice came through gritted teeth. This time, Chao Man heard clearly. and he felt as though he had been struck hard. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he sprang to his feet, roaring in indignation, "Shameless!" Xu Chen pressed Xiao Man back down into his seat. "The more we display our anger, the more pleased the Luoyuan sect will be." Xu Chen clenched his fist, his tone brimming with confidence. "Everything is under control." Indeed, once Lin Yi regained his footing on the stage, he appeared entirely unscathed. With a swift motion, he tore off his outer garments, revealing a white metallic spirit armor beneath. "Two spiritual artifacts. You truly regard me highly." Long Feiyu inhaled deeply. Lin Yi slowly declared, "Spiritual artifacts are also a part of strength." With that, he channeled all his spiritual power into the sword, releasing several thick beams of sword energy towards Long Feiyu. Bang! 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 Long Feiyu emanated a sinister aura, his fists pounding out in succession, shattering wave after wave of sword energy. Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and he staggered back, blood dripping from his right hand as the scales burst open. He was injured. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Abandoning defense, he focused solely on assault. After a flurry of strikes, Long Feiyu was drenched in blood. They continued to exchange blows for several more rounds. With a swift cut, a deep sword mark appeared on Long Feiyu's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Lin Yi's gaze turned icy. Long Feiyu's power was too formidable. He had to be eliminated. Although killing was forbidden in the exchange meeting, one did not need to slay to neutralize a threat like Long Feiyu. For instance, one could sever an arm or cripple his cultivation. Whoosh! He moved, closing in on the retreating Long Feiyu, his sword poised to strike down upon Long Feiyu's right arm. Just as Long Feiyu seemed to be on the brink of doom, a figure appeared like the wind on the arena, standing before him and extending a finger to lightly flick it, seeking death. Upon seeing the sudden arrival, Lin Yi was initially startled. But when he saw the person effortlessly block his full-powered strike with a mere finger, he scoffed inwardly. However, clang, the spiritual sword reverberated violently. That single finger seemed to contain boundless power, numbing his arm and nearly causing him to lose grip on the sword. Lin Yi staggered back several steps. A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd, creating a cacophony of exclamations. Who is this person that repelled Lin Yi with a single finger? So powerful. Could this individual be a true Qi realm warrior? Xu Chen remained indifferent to the overwhelming noise, his expression unchanged as he clasped his fists and surveyed the crowd. Declaring loudly, "I am Xu Chen, an inner disciple of the Qingling sect, challenging the Luoyuan sect's disciple Su Xiaolong." Challenging Su Xiaolong? Everyone was taken aback. Xu Chen, the foremost disciple of the Qingling sect, dared to challenge only the 10th disciple of the Luoyuan sect? What a disappointment. Countless heads shook in disapproval. Xu Chen's earlier display had astonished many, yet now, the majority regarded him with scorn. Representing the Qingling sect as the first inner disciple, he challenged only the 10th disciple of the Luoyuan sect. What was he aiming for? Did he wish to further disgrace the Qingling sect? The words came from the true first disciple, Mu Tai. Yet, before he could finish, Xu Chen's lips parted once more, uttering another name, Han Li. What does this mean? To challenge both Su Xiaolong and Han Li simultaneously? Tang Mo Tong Ying, Zhou Yong, Lin Ying. Xu Chen continued to name one disciple after another, listing a total of 9 before pausing briefly to utter the final name. Liao Fei. One person challenging the top 10 disciples of the Luoyuan sect? Had he lost his mind? At this moment, everyone believed Xu Chen had lost his mind. I shall take on 10. Xu Chen's domineering voice resonated in the ears of all present. Who dares to challenge me? Chapter 68. An overwhelming display 10? Has he lost his mind? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by expressions of incredulity. They unanimously deemed Xu Chen to be deranged. Mu Tai furrowed his brow, displeased. Such arrogance. Is he trying to bring further shame upon our Qingling sect? Though the other true disciples remained silent, their expressions mirrored Mu Tai's disapproval. They believed Xu Chen's audacity would lead to his downfall, ultimately disgracing the Qingling sect. The second elder cast a fleeting glance at Mu Tai, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. While Xu Chen's behavior was indeed reckless, his intentions were rooted in loyalty to the sect. To criticize a fellow disciple behind their back was disheartening. His brow creased with concern for Xu Chen. Xu Chen's strength was indisputable. He was virtually invincible at the Qi condensation stage, easily overcoming challenges that surpassed his level. However, he was now daring to confront 10 individuals, each a genius in their own right. More crucially, nearly all possessed spirit weapons, with some even wielding two. The combined force of 10, including warriors at the second and third levels of true Qi, would likely intimidate even the most seasoned fighters. How audacious! The so-called first disciple of the intersect is nothing but a braggart, Lin Yi mocked. No need for others. I will defeat you single-handedly. With that, he stepped forward, his aura surging, as he unleashed a powerful wave of Qi that tore through the air with a mournful howl. Lin Yi, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi condensation, brandished a spirit sword, his lethality approaching that of true Qi warriors. With his protective spirit armor, he was well equipped for a clash against true Qi fighters. Get lost, Xu Chen retorted coldly, in the astonished gaze of the onlookers. He formed a fist with his left hand and struck out. A torrent of spirit energy erupted forth, coalescing into a fist-sized imprint that collided with Lin Yi's oncoming sword energy. Boom! The formidable sword energy, which even true Qi warriors dared not underestimate, disintegrated upon contact, scattering like a rain of light. The fist imprint, though diminished in power, continued its relentless trajectory, smashing into Lin Yi's chest. Thud! Lin Yi's chest erupted in a plume of white energy. His body was sent hurtling backward as though struck by a falling star. Crack the earth! Xu Chen watched Lin Yi soar through the air, unyielding in his assault. He swiftly formed a hand seal and unleashed a palm strike. A colossal handprint of spirit energy materialized and descended upon Lin Yi with the sound of howling winds. Boom! The massive arena trembled violently, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking. Gasps of shock escaped the crowd as the platform fractured under the pressure. Lin Yi, despite his protective armor, was left in a wretched state, bloodied and contorted, his breath faint. Xu Chen is terrifyingly formidable, murmured the onlookers. Is Lin Yi dead? He should still be alive. With spirit armor, being severely injured by a single strike is no small feat. Xu Chen truly deserves the title of the first disciple of the intersect. What I once deemed arrogance has proven to be genuine skill. They pondered in disbelief. Will you face me one by one, or shall you all come at once? Xu Chen addressed the dazed Tang Mo and his companions. They exchanged glances, aware of Xu Chen's ferocity. In a mere exchange, he had grievously injured Lin Yi. Lin Yi ranked among the top 3 in the Luoyun sect's inner circle. If he could be dispatched so easily, what hope did the others have? Why risk our lives? If he seeks death, let us oblige him, Tang Mo declared. The group leapt onto the arena simultaneously. As they did, Xu Chen's figure vanished like the wind. At that moment, Su Xiaolong felt a gust behind him, followed by a crushing force that sent him spewing blood as he flew several meters before collapsing, unconscious. Emerging from the whirlwind, Xu Chen faced a Luoyun sect disciple who had previously defeated Sun Yuan. Wielding a spirit weapon, the disciple swung a fiery blade towards Xu Chen. Clang! Xu Chen, having drawn a long sword, an ordinary iron blade, swiftly countered. The white gleam of his sword flickered as it met the blazing blade, shattering it effortlessly. With a sickening sound, the blade plunged into the chest of its wielder, leaving a deep gash that bled profusely. Thunder rumbled ominously as a massive bolt of lightning descended upon Xu Chen. Remaining unperturbed, he swung his sword, dispersing the lightning with a series of swift strikes. Bang! The sword slashed through a gilded copper hammer, sending its wielder sprawling backward with a pained cry. Alone, Xu Chen stood unfazed amidst the onslaught of 8 adversaries, effortlessly dispatching several of them without sustaining scratch. With each swing of his sword, an opponent fell, bloodied and incapacitated, suffering injuries that would take a year or more to heal. This was his retribution against the Luoyun sect for their brazen arrogance. At that moment, the spectators were left in awe. The youth wielding the sword, so poised and composed, was merely at the Qi condensation stage, not the true Qi stage. Surely, a true Qi warrior would not possess such prowess. Hurry! Chao Man exclaimed, rising with enthusiasm. A smile broke across the second elder's face. Xu Chen had not disappointed him. He provocatively glanced towards the Luoyun sect's direction and noticed their previously confident elder, now wearing a grim expression. sensing the elder's disdainful gaze. The Liuyan sect's elder scoffed and turned to the first disciple of the inner sect, Liao Fei. Liao Fei understood the intent. Xu Chen could no longer be allowed to continue his rampage. With a swift motion, he leaped forward. Puff! Xu Chen struck out again, causing another Liuyan disciple to erupt in a cloud of blood. In an instant, the 10 elite disciples of the Liuyan sect had suffered 7 losses. Finally unable to remain passive, Xu Chen sneered as he noticed Liao Fei's movement. He then turned to the remaining 2. You should also take a break. With a flick of his wrist, 2 beams of sword light shot forth, striking the remaining disciples, sending them reeling back, gravely injured. Impressive. Truly powerful. The crowd marveled. Xu Chen of the Qingling sect lives up to his reputation. Liao Fei, unable to restrain himself any longer, finally prepared to confront Xu Chen. Liao Fei was said to possess an extraordinary earth spirit physique, making him a formidable opponent. He might have comprehended the essence of earth-based techniques, presenting a significant challenge for Xu Chen despite his remarkable abilities. Though Xu Chen displayed extraordinary combat prowess, most present remained skeptical. The reason was clear: Liao Fei's unique constitution, the earth spirit body. To single-handedly defeat 9 warriors is no small feat, they conceded. Liao Fei ascended the shattered and disfigured arena, standing 30 meters away from Xu Chen. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "In this battle between us, it is undoubtedly you who shall be defeated." Chapter 69. 3 strikes to defeat you. Xu Chen spoke calmly, declaring that if he could not defeat his opponent within 3 strikes, he would concede defeat voluntarily. This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. The second elder seemed to recall Xu Chen's previous encounter with Fan Bao, where Xu Chen had boldly claimed he would defeat Fan Bao within 5 strikes, a claim that had been met with skepticism, yet the outcome had astonished everyone. Not only did Xu Chen triumph, but he did so with remarkable ease. This time, the second elder chose to trust Xu Chen once more. Although Liao Fei was a prodigy endowed with an earth spirit body and possessed formidable combat strength, he was still merely at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. He likely would not match Fan Bao's prowess. In the Taishan kingdom, no one at the Qi condensation level could rival Xu Chen. His conviction was unwavering. The other factions present, aside from those from the Qingling sect, shook their heads, deeming Xu Chen overly arrogant. Arrogant! Liao Fei exclaimed in fury. In the next moment, a brilliant yellow light erupted from his body, radiating a formidable and indomitable aura that enveloped him. The Undying Earth Body, 7th layer. The Undying Earth Body was a low-tier, earth-grade body refinement technique of the Liuyan sect. Upon reaching the 7th layer, one became impervious to blades and fire, boasting defenses so robust that even a full-force strike from a true Qi realm warrior could not breach it, essentially placing him in an undefeated position. This was his greatest assurance of invincibility within the Qi condensation realm. With the Undying Earth Body, Xu Chen seemed to have little hope, not to mention 3 strikes. Even 30 or 300 strikes would likely fail to penetrate Liao Fei's formidable defenses. Xu Chen assessed Liao Fei's physique and remarked, "The earth spirit body truly is the most defensively potent of the 5 elemental bodies. Your current defensive power is such that even a 2nd-layer true Qi warrior would find it challenging to breach." "Glad you understand," Liao Fei replied with a smug grin. Xu Chen slowly sheathed his sword, stating, "You may be tough and resilient, but my sword is sharper. There exists no flesh I cannot pierce." As he spoke, he began to gather his strength silently. Utterly shameless, Liao Fei bellowed. With that, the ground beneath him crumbled to dust as his figure surged to its utmost limit, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. Although Liao Fei was not renowned for his speed, he had surpassed many of his peers who excelled in that regard. In an instant, he appeared 3 meters away from Xu Chen, his right fist glowing with yellow light as he unleashed a powerful punch. This strike was straightforward, yet imbued with a fierce, dominating force. At the moment of impact, the air before him exploded with a sharp sonic boom. Xu Chen's eyes reflected the rapidly approaching fist. He shifted his left foot back 3 inches and grasped the sword's hilt with his right hand. With a swift motion, a flash of brilliant white light erupted. Puff! The yellow glow dimmed as the force of Liao Fei's punch was shattered. Xu Chen's sword had sent Liao Fei flying. Upon landing, a drop of blood fell from Liao Fei, splattering across the arena in 8 fragments. Liao Fei raised his right hand, his expression one of shock. A deep sword mark now marred the back of his hand, from which blood flowed steadily. Having trained the undying earth body to the 7th layer, he had never anticipated that a peer would breach his physical defenses. Liao Fei has been injured? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Was it not said that Liao Fei's physique was nearly impenetrable by his peers? How could Xu Chen have broken through with a single strike? Was Liao Fei merely weak? Or was Xu Chen exceptionally strong? First strike, Xu Chen stated calmly. Then, under Liao Fei's wary gaze, he executed his second strike. The 7th sword of the gale, sword technique, swift as the wind. Whoosh. No one could adequately describe the speed of this strike, for before they could react, a massive wave of sword energy shot forth, as swift as lightning and as thunderous as a tempest, its trajectory nearly impossible to discern. Liao Fei, facing this onslaught, felt his pupils constrict in terror as he sensed an unprecedented threat. In response to this imminent danger, he unleashed his ultimate technique, erupting in a blinding gold light. His aura surged, and he clenched his fists tightly, channeling an unending stream of earthy, spiritual power into them. His arms shot forth like twin dragons emerging from a sea. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Golden light erupted, enveloping hundreds of meters. The onlookers caught a glimpse of 2 earthen dragons, fierce and menacing, charging towards Xu Chen. The crowd held its breath, eyes fixed on the impending clash. As countless gazes focused on the battleground, the massive sword energy collided with the fists transformed into earthen dragons. Instead of the explosive sound they had anticipated, the moment the sword energy met the earthen dragons, they were obliterated without a sound, vanishing as completely as fresh snow under a scorching sun. Puff! A deep gash opened on Liao Fei's chest, blood spraying forth. So powerful! How can a sword be so fast and sharp? It was truly beyond anything previously witnessed. The arena fell silent for a moment before someone finally gasped in awe. Sword intent. That strike was incredibly swift, leaving no room for reaction, but the true terror lay in the sword intent. The sword energy, imbued with this intent, was utterly indestructible, allowing it to effortlessly shatter Liao Fei's assault and pierce his defenses. The elder leading the Tian Jin Mountain Manor spoke gravely. Complete sword intent? Not merely half-step sword intent. A disciple inquired. Complete sword intent. The elder affirmed with certainty. Hiss. Every disciple of the Tian Jin Mountain Manor collectively inhaled sharply. As sword cultivators, they were acutely aware of the challenges in grasping sword intent. Within the Tian Jin Mountain Manor, there were tens of thousands of sword cultivators. Yet only a handful had comprehended half-step sword intent, with only the true disciple Shi Guangling having attained complete sword intent. Moreover, Shi Guangling had only recently grasped this concept while already at the 9th level of the true Qi realm. Xu Chen, however, was merely at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, having comprehended sword intent even earlier than Shi Guangling. Did this not imply that Xu Chen's aptitude in swordsmanship surpassed that of Shi Guangling? Shi Guangling furrowed his brow. Within the younger generation of the Taishang kingdom, he had once been the sole individual to comprehend complete sword intent. Yet suddenly, Xu Chen had emerged, displaying a talent in swordsmanship that seemed to eclipse his own. This left him feeling unsettled. Xu Chen is growing stronger by the day, Chao Man marveled. The second elder murmured. After his breakthrough, Xu Chen's combat power has increased significantly. The same sword technique he employed against Fan Bao is now approximately 30% more powerful. Who among the Qi condensation warriors can still stand against him? This is impossible. Liao Fei, ignoring his injuries, stared at Xu Chen in disbelief. Xu Chen's sword was astonishingly powerful. Before Xu Chen, his once proud physique seemed rendered ineffective. Second strike. Next comes the third strike. Xu Chen announced, stepping forward with his sword. Are you prepared? Liao Fei's expression hardened, an inexplicable tremor coursing through him. Xu Chen's strikes only grew stronger. The first had barely breached his defenses, while the second had left a deep wound on his chest. Had he not been an earth spirit body with remarkable self-healing abilities, he would likely have already lost his ability to fight. What then could be the power of Xu Chen's third strike? Could he truly withstand it? In that moment, everyone began to worry for Liao Fei. Chapter 70. The fall of Liao Fei at this moment. Liao Fei's emotions mirrored those of Fan Bao at the outset. He sought not a direct confrontation to vanquish Xu Chen, but merely aimed to endure 3 moves without succumbing. Otherwise, his reputation and renown would dissipate into nothingness, rendering him merely a stepping stone for Xu Chen's rise to fame. From the moment of his birth, he had been regarded as a prodigy among his peers, unmatched in martial prowess. To be reduced to a mere tool for another's ascent was tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, his confidence and pride had been utterly shattered by Xu Chen's second strike. He was acutely aware that Xu Chen's third strike would undoubtedly be far more formidable than the second. How could he withstand it? Liao Fei's expression remained composed, but internally, anxiety churned like a tempest. With a slow exhale, he resigned himself to his fate. Resolving to act, he cast a cold glance at Xu Chen, and in the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within him, launching him into the true Qi realm. Boom, boom, boom. With each successive impact, the barriers of his cultivation crumbled under the force of his spiritual energy. Simultaneously, Liao Fei aura undergone a dramatique transformation. The ambient spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged towards him in a frenzy. Astonishment spread among the onlookers. Had he truly achieved a breakthrough? Their expressions turned peculiar. Why did he break through at this crucial juncture? Was it because he recognized his inferiority to Xu Chen, thus forcing his own advancement? Someone, unable to contain their thoughts, voiced the speculation aloud, the volume of their words drawing ire from the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. Liao Fei, having just broken through, felt his lips twitch involuntarily. While others celebrated their breakthroughs with exuberance, he found himself compelled to ascend, devoid of any joy. His advancement to the true Qi realm tipped the scales of battle in his favor, rendering the situation increasingly dire for Xu Chen. Has the breakthrough concluded? Xu Chen remarked coolly. Liao Fei's expression stiffened. He had anticipated witnessing panic on Xu Chen's face upon his ascension, but was met instead with indifference, as if the outcome was inconsequential to Xu Chen, and he had merely wasted the latter's time. Such arrogance. Liao Fei's eyes darkened with resolve. In that moment, he yearned to defeat Xu Chen, not for the sake of winning Qin Qingrou's favor, but from the depths of his own spirit. With a resounding crash, Liao Fei launched himself into the fray, his foot shattering the earth beneath him as he propelled towards Xu Chen like a bolt of lightning. His breakthrough had significantly enhanced his strength, speed, and perception, leaving no doubt of his newfound prowess. As he approached, Liao Fei emanated a powerful earth attribute spiritual energy. His fists clenched tightly as he unleashed a flurry of punches, moving so swiftly that his arms seemed to merge with the air, leaving behind massive yellow fist imprints ravaging the already battered arena. Countless fist imprints descended upon Xu Chen, engulfing the entire stage and obliterating any avenues of escape, forcing him into a direct confrontation. Liao Fei's strength following his breakthrough was formidable, rivaling that of even the second-tier True Qi warriors. The earth spirit body he possessed was indeed a remarkable and enviable gift. The disparity between them was staggering, raising questions about how Xu Chen would respond. Many anticipated a crushing defeat for him. Even in loss, Xu Chen would gain a semblance of honor, for Liao Fei was undeniably a tier above him. At that moment, the vast majority of spectators harbored little hope for Xu Chen's victory over Liao Fei. They were unaware that Xu Chen had once triumphed over a second-tier True Qi warrior. As a multitude of fist imprints bore down upon him, Xu Chen drew his sword. Swish! He remained unflustered, exuding an air of calm. The long sword cleaved through the void, sending sword energy soaring skyward. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they glimpsed ethereal palaces within the sword energy. An elder from the heavenly sword manor suddenly rose, disbelief etched upon his face as he stared at the arena, his beard trembling. What is the phenomenon of swordsmanship? A disciple of the heavenly sword manor inquired, puzzled. Another elder from the manor elucidated. Only by mastering the sword technique to its utmost can one manifest the swordsmanship phenomenon. Those who can achieve such a feat are undoubtedly swordsmanship geniuses. As the crowd gasped in awe, the sword energy collided with a barrage of fist imprints. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The already damaged arena was utterly obliterated by the shockwave, the earth fracturing beneath the force. As a whirlwind of dust and debris spread in all directions. At the epicenter of the clash, the multitude of fist imprints shattered and dissipated, while the sword energy, though diminished, retained its relentless momentum, the ethereal palace flickering into view. As the sword energy descended, another resounding crash echoed. Debris flew in every direction, and the ground fissured like a spider's web. The onlookers, captivated by the cataclysmic scene before them, held their breath in anticipation. What had transpired? Was Liao Fei dead or alive? The crowd remained tense, their gazes fixed upon the dust-laden battlefield. As the wind swept through, the haze gradually lifted, revealing a massive crater. Standing at its edge, Xu Chen held his sword, unblemished. At the bottom of the pit lay Liao Fei, bloodied and sprawled amidst the rubble, his life hanging in the balance. Is he dead? The spectators gasped at Liao Fei's pitiful state. The elder from a flowing cloud sect's expression shifted dramatically. Though Liao Fei had only just entered the True Qi realm, his talent was among the top 3 within the flowing cloud sect, promising boundless potential. Should he perish during this exchange, it would be a devastating loss for the sect. An elder rushed into the ruins, kneeling beside Liao Fei. After a moment of careful inspection, he exhaled in relief. Liao Fei still had a pulse. His life was secure. Yet his expression changed abruptly. Though Liao Fei's life was spared, his meridians were irreparably severed by the sword intent. In other words, Liao Fei had become a cripple. Unless he procured a miraculous spirit herb, he would spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. You young man, how could you be so ruthless at such a tender age? The elder from the flowing cloud sect suddenly turned. His gaze filled with venom as it fell upon Xu Chen. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike, intent on eliminating Xu Chen on the spot. A colossal handprint of spiritual energy loomed ominously above Xu Chen, descending with lethal intent. The crowd gasped in shock. No one had anticipated that an elder from the flowing cloud sect would act so impulsively, aiming to kill Xu Chen. Old fool, how dare you? The second elder, witnessing the elder's aggression towards Xu Chen, erupted in fury, stepping forward as spiritual energy surged around him. He thrust his fist upward, shattering the menacing handprint. To attempt to kill a disciple of my sect is tantamount to seeking your own demise. With an air of dominance, the second elder unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, crashing towards the elder from the flowing cloud sect. The air exploded in waves, collapsing under the force of the attack. Boom! The elder from the flowing cloud sect was no match for the second elder's might, sent flying through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. A conflict erupted between the flowing cloud sect and the Qingling sect. The audacity of the flowing cloud sect was palpable. After severely injuring a disciple of the Qingling sect, they now sought to eliminate Xu Chen with the elder's personal intervention, clearly dismissing the Qingling sect altogether. Indeed, the flowing cloud sect had grown accustomed to their own arrogance. Despite their decline from 7th tier to an 8th tier power, their domineering ways remained unchanged. In my view, the Luyun sect, having observed Xu Chen's extraordinary talents, recognizes the boundless potential he possesses. If allowed to flourish, he could one day emerge as an unparalleled master within the Qingling sect. Therefore, they are willing to sacrifice their dignity to extinguish him before he has the chance to fully develop. If Luyun sect seeks to eliminate Xu Chen, how could Qingling sect remain passive? A full-blown war between the two sects may very well erupt. The crowd murmured in hushed tones. And as the possibility of a sectarian conflict became apparent, emotions varied. Some were elated, while others were filled with dread. Once a war breaks out between the Luyun and Qingling sects, the entire Taishan kingdom will undoubtedly descend into chaos. Some factions will perish, while others may seize the opportunity to rise. Is Luyun sect intent on a relentless feud with us, Qingling sect? The second elder inquired, his expression stern. The grand elder of Luyun sect furrowed his brow. Now was not the time for an all-out confrontation with Qingling sect. He suppressed the murderous intent in his eyes and replied, "What brings forth such a statement?" The second elder pressed on. If Luyun sect does not wish for a relentless conflict with Qingling sect, why then does your elder resort to violence against our disciples? The grand elder of Luyun sect responded, "Perhaps our elder, in a fit of protective fervor, acted impulsively. Xu Chen was not gravely harmed, and our own elder sustained injuries as well. Let us consider this matter resolved. With a wave of his hand, he sought to dismiss the incident lightly. The second elder's gaze grew ever colder, his inner fury boiling. Ultimately, he slowly unclenched his fists. Under the eaves, one must bow his head. Were it not for the setting of Liu Yun's sect, he would have demanded an explanation today. Let the sparring continue, the grand elder of Liu Yun's sect stated blandly. Junior sister Qin, do you have a grudge against Xu Chen? Suddenly, a true disciple of Liu Yun's sect turned to Qin Qingru and inquired softly. Qin Qingru's eyes flickered momentarily, and she nodded, saying, Xu Chen bears the blood of my father and kin on his hands. I shall assist you in eliminating him. Pang, Xian exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the exquisite beauty of Qin Qingru's face, his voice filled with eagerness. Chapter 71. The contract of life and death. Qin Qingru did not intervene, but rather stated, during the exchange meeting, killing is prohibited. Pang Xian chuckled and replied, although killing is forbidden at the exchange meeting, what if a life and death contract is signed? Qin Qingru displayed a flicker of interest, but soon sighed and said, thank you for your good intentions, senior brother Pang. But you're at the third level of true qi. If you challenge Xu Chen, it may adversely affect your reputation. Moreover, Xu Chen is not a fool. He will not hastily accept your challenge. For the sake of my junior sister, what is a little bad reputation? Besides, Xu Chen has just defeated Liao Fei, and his confidence is surely soaring, making him reckless. At this time, if I challenge him, he will undoubtedly accept. With that, he slowly rose and leaped gracefully to a spot 50 meters away from Xu Chen. The true disciples of the Liu Yun sect could no longer remain seated. What was he going to do? Challenge Xu Chen? It seemed improbable that a true disciple of Liu Yun's sect would challenge Xu Chen. The crowd was momentarily stunned by Pang Xian's appearance on the battlefield, followed by a flurry of discussions. Xu Chen was preparing to return to his seat when Pang Xian's arrival made him reconsider. Xu Chen, I challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? Pang Xian's words were startling, and the entire arena fell silent. Pang Xian was indeed challenging Xu Chen. What about his face? Did he not care for his reputation? A true qi practitioner challenging a condensation qi practitioner. Was that not absurd? Even if he won, it would be a hollow victory. Perhaps fearing that Xu Chen would outright refuse. Pang Xian lowered his voice and added, Xu Chen, Qin Qingru is now my woman. You might as well give up. Pang Xian had long noticed the striking beauty and exceptional talent of Qin Qingru. After some inquiries, he learned of her past and the engagement between her and Xu Chen. He was aware of their enmity, but was certain that Xu Chen still harbored feelings for Qin Qingru, treating her as a cherished possession. As a man, he understood that while one might cast aside their own woman, they would become fiercely protective if someone else dared to touch her. This was the essence of a man's possessiveness. When someone encroaches upon what he considers his, even the most rational man can lose his sanity in a fit of rage. As expected, upon hearing Pang Xian's claim, Xu Chen's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Xu Chen was furious. Pang Xian rejoiced inwardly. Convinced that his guess was correct, Xu Chen still had lingering feelings for Qin Qingru, and upon learning that she was now with him, he was enraged. Angry? Infuriated? Your fiancée, Yi, is now my woman. Do you wish to kill me? Huh. Then accept my challenge. Pang Xian continued to provoke Xu Chen, his voice low. Xu Chen appeared genuinely angered. What had Pang Xian said? This was troubling. Xu Chen would not really accept Pang Xian's challenge. Would he? The expressions of Chao Man and the others shifted, concerned that Xu Chen might impulsively agree to the challenge. Very well, I accept your challenge, Xu Chen replied coldly, his murderous intent unabashed. Indeed, he longed to slay Pang Xian immediately. His fury was not merely a product of possessiveness. It stemmed from a profound rage towards anyone associated with Qin Qingru. To make matters worse, Pang Xian boldly claimed to be her man, which could not be forgiven. What? Xu Chen accepted Pang Xian's challenge? This is madness. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Others shook their heads, lamenting Xu Chen's arrogance. He is too reckless. After defeating Liao Fei, he thinks he is invincible, they murmured. I acknowledge Xu Chen's extraordinary talent, but his composure seems lacking. He has won 2 battles and now dares to accept Pang Xian's challenge. He truly does not understand the meaning of danger. Upon hearing Xu Chen's acceptance, Pang Xian was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Suppressing his excitement, he seized the moment and declared, "Fist and foot combat is dull. Let us sign a life-and-death contract instead." He leaned closer and whispered, "I have slept with your fiancée. Don't you hate me to the core? Do you wish to kill me immediately? Huh. Then what are you waiting for? Sign the contract, and you can kill me justifiably. Enough with the nonsense. Bring forth the life-and-death contract." Xu Chen interrupted Pang Xian's incessant chatter, extending his hand to urge him on. Pang Xian was doomed. There were two reasons Xu Chen sought to kill him. First, the elder of the Luyun sect had made a move against him, which displeased him greatly. Second, Pang Xian was connected to Qin Qingru, and regardless of the truth of his claims, killing him could never be a mistake. These two motives compelled Xu Chen to unhesitatingly agree to Pang Xian's request for the life-and-death contract. What? A life-and-death contract? Xu Chen actually agreed? Has he lost his mind? The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Xu Chen was not typically impulsive. Why would he agree to sign a life-and-death contract with Pang Xian? Without signing, Xu Chen would not be in mortal danger. With the contract, his death would be inevitable. At that moment, the crowd began to murmur, deeming Xu Chen excessively rash. Even the second elder shared the sentiment, but did not intervene. Amidst the discussions, Xu Chen and Pang Xian had already inscribed their names upon the life-and-death contract. Upon witnessing Xu Chen's signature, Pang Xian's laughter became unabashed. In that moment, he regarded Xu Chen as though he were a dying wild dog. "Xu Chen, you truly possess the audacity to sign the life-and-death contract. Huh. I am unsure whether to commend your bravery or to criticize your arrogance." Xu Chen replied coolly, "Are you finished?" Pang Xian's smile faded as he coldly inquired, "Are you so eager to meet your demise? Now that you've finished, I shall send you on your way." Xu Chen stepped forward. "Send me on my way?" Pang Xian was momentarily stunned, then burst into raucous laughter, tears streaming down his face as if he had heard the greatest joke. "What will you use to send me on my way?" "With the sword in my hand." As he spoke, Xu Chen's gaze sharpened, an aura of sword intent enveloped him. His internal spiritual energy surged like a tide into his long sword. Grasping it with both hands, he ascended to the pinnacle of his power and swung forcefully forward. The primordial sword technique, first form, mountain moving. In that moment, Xu Chen's internal energy was nearly depleted. Simultaneously, a massive sword energy surged forth, transforming into a blade over 100 meters long, sweeping toward Pang Xian with the force of a mountain. Pang Xian's smile vanished as he stared in horror at the colossal sword energy descending upon him. Chapter 72, The Crushing Blow Boom. Before the colossal sword energy descended, the ground had already caved in, revealing a massive fissure stretching hundreds of meters. Pang Xian felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, his voice trembling with fear as he summoned every ounce of strength to resist the overwhelming sword energy bearing down upon him. However, his attacks struck the sword energy as futilely as an egg against a stone, shattering and dissipating without a trace of impact. Under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, the immense sword energy fell with a resounding crash, carving a 1,000-meter-long crack that spread outward. Pang Xian's body crumbled under the weight of the sword energy, disintegrating into a mist of blood, leaving only a mournful wail behind. No, everything transpired far too suddenly. Everyone stared, aghast, at Pang Xian, who had turned into a cloud of blood without the slightest chance to retaliate, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Shock, horror, incredulity. They remained dazed for an extended period. The arena fell into a profound silence. After an indeterminate time, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. It was astonishingly powerful. A single sword strike had obliterated Pang Xian, a practitioner at the third level of true Qi realm. Could he truly be merely a Qi condensation realm warrior? Such a prodigy could only be likened to a reincarnation of a sword emperor. I would believe it. Qingling's sect had indeed produced an unparalleled genius. The crowd erupted with exclamations of awe. The elder of the Luyun sect felt both alarmed and furious. This youth was too terrifying. He must be eliminated swiftly, or he would surely become a significant threat to our sect in the future. What other abilities does he possess? Where lies his limit? To be able to slay a third-level true Qi practitioner at the Qi condensation realm, that sword strike was truly fearsome, Yet the consumption must have been equally alarming. Indeed, look at that boy's pale complexion. He clearly appears to have exhausted his spiritual energy. If he could just evade that sword strike, eliminating him will be as easy as pie. The Lu Yun sect elder communicated quietly. Xu Chen's slaying of Pang Exine infuriated them, and they were eager to retaliate. However, prior to their duel, they had signed a life-and-death contract in front of countless witnesses. Initiating conflict now would not be justified and would render them the laughingstock of all factions. They could only endure for the moment, seeking an opportunity later to eliminate Xu Chen. As Xu Chen returned to his seat, a cold smile crept across his face. The spiritual energy consumed by the mountain-moving technique was indeed formidable. A single sword strike had drained him significantly. Logically, after employing the mountain-moving technique, his spiritual energy should have been nearly depleted. But let us not forget, he possessed the Devouring Emperor's art, which would allow him to restore his energy to full capacity in mere breaths. Currently, he refrained from activating the Devouring Emperor's art, feigning weakness for the sake of others. Otherwise, it would be too shocking to the mundane world. Xu Chen, are you all right? Chao Man, noticing Xu Chen's pale visage and weakened aura, asked with concern. Xu Chen shook his head. I am fine. I'm merely exhausted my spiritual energy. I will recover shortly. Chao Man replied. You made quite an impression today, bringing glory to our Qingling sect. Yet you have also offended the Lu Yun sect. The Lu Yun sect is notoriously arrogant and domineering. Having sustained such a heavy loss today, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance. You must be cautious in the future. I understand, Xu Chen replied. His performance had been so extraordinary that those wishing to eliminate him were likely not limited to the Lu Yun sect alone. He sensed numerous cold, hidden gazes assessing him from the shadows. Chao Man reassured him, you need not worry excessively. After all, you're a disciple of Qingling's sect. Even if they wished to kill you, they would not dare to act openly. After Xu Chen stepped off the stage, disciples from various sects began to take turns demonstrating their skills. Yet the atmosphere lacked excitement, and even the duels among true Qi practitioners failed to capture the audience's attention. This exchange conference undoubtedly marked Qingling's sect as the greatest victor, with Xu Chen's name spreading throughout the entire Taishan kingdom, known to all and sundry. As the sun slowly dipped in the west, the duels approached their conclusion. The Lu Yun sect hosted a banquet, attended by all factions. The following morning, Xu Chen and his companions finished their morning routines and arrived at the square in front of their sect. As a whistle sounded, 3 massive heavenly winged birds flew in from a nearby mountain. The group mounted the backs of the birds, which soared into the clouds with a rush of wind. Meanwhile, at the Lu Yun sect, the Grand Elder inquired, has the news been disseminated? It has been spread, replied a subordinate. A peerless genius has emerged from Qingling's sect. I believe those remnants, hiding in the shadows, will not remain idle. The Grand Elder praised, your methods are commendable. Utilizing their hands to eliminate Xu Chen is seamless. Qingling's sect will not direct their ire towards us. By noon, the heavenly winged birds sped away, having distanced themselves approximately 4,000 miles from the Lu Yun sect. As Xu Chen practiced, his spirit reached its zenith when he suddenly sensed an unusual aura and slowly opened his eyes, focusing on Chao Man. At the hem of Chao Man's garment, a small black insect caught his attention. The insect was minuscule, silent, and almost undetectable. Upon closer examination, Xu Chen's expression shifted slightly. With a swift motion, he grasped the black insect in his hand and, after careful inspection, declared solemnly, a goo insect? Chao Man, still processing the situation, instinctively asked, what kind of insect? Xu Chen did not explain, but approached the second elder, urgently stating, Second Elder, look at this. The second elder merely glanced once, and his expression changed dramatically. A goo insect? Where did you find this? I discovered on Chao Man, Xu Chen replied honestly. The second elder exclaimed, this is bad. We may have been targeted. Who is it? The Lu Yun sect? What do they intend? An ambush on the road? How bold of them! Do they not fear provoking a war between the two sects? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's warning, the crowd was taken aback, and they subsequently erupted in furious shouts. Silence. The enemy is not the Lu Yun sect. We have been targeted. Prepare for battle. The second elder commanded with a grave expression. Just as his words fell, a whooshing sound echoed from afar. 3 figures sped towards them, flying through the air, masters of the Qi control realm. The second elder's expression changed. The newcomers were not friendly. Xu Chen concentrated his spiritual energy in his eyes, enhancing his vision, and upon recognizing the faces of the approaching trio, his expression shifted abruptly. Among them was the Blood Protector. Compared to before, the Blood Protector now exuded a far more powerful presence. Second elder, the one approaching, is the Blood Protector, from the Blood God cult. As for the other two, one is likely the Gu Protector. Xu Chen relayed to the second elder telepathically. The second elder cast a surprised glance at Xu Chen. He did not expect a mere disciple to possess such knowledge. However, his heart gradually sank. The Blood God cult's protectors were all of considerable strength, and with 3 of them appearing simultaneously. At best, he could contend with one, desperately holding off 2 others, leaving the remaining 1 to the 9th and 17th elders. Finally caught up with you, the Blood Protector, clad in blood-red robes, spoke. Who are you? The second elder feigned ignorance. Dead men need not know too much. The Blood Protector extended his right hand, summoning a deluge of blood that surged towards Xu Chen and the heavenly winged birds, carrying with it a nauseating stench. You dare! The second elder roared in fury, his hair standing on end. All the young elites of Qingling's sect were present. Should they fall into the hands of their foes, it would severely damage the sect's vitality, leaving them in a precarious state for an indeterminate time. Thus, even if he were to perish today, he could not allow them to succeed. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through his entire being as he unleashed a powerful punch through the air. Boom! The imprint of his spiritual fist struck the blood sea, shattering it into fragments. The swarm of insects filled the sky, witnessing the Blood Guardian's intervention. A white-haired Gu Guardian could no longer restrain himself. He clutched his beast-controlling pouch at his waist, unleashing swathes of black Gu insects that darkened the heavens. Kill! He lifted his hand and pointed forward. The black cloud of insects surged forth, overwhelming the disciples led by Xu Chen in a relentless onslaught. Chapter 73. Ambushed on the road. The burning heaven palm. The 9th elder, poised and ready, would not allow the Gu Protector to harm the disciples of the sect. He surged to the forefront and struck with a powerful palm. A hand of spiritual energy, as crimson as a branding iron, expanded swiftly in the wind and crashed heavily into the sea of insects, igniting a conflagration that reduced countless Gu insects to ashes, which rained down from the sky. Nevertheless, some of the Gu insects evaded the 9th elder's assault and continued to charge towards Xu Chen and his companions. Seeing this, the 17th elder prepared to eliminate the remaining Gu insects. However, the last figure in blood robes let out a cold snort, unsheathed his blood knife, and slashed towards the 17th elder. With a whoosh, the clouds parted as a colossal stream of blood energy, extending hundreds of meters, appeared before the 17th elder. His expression shifted. The spear in his hand erupted with brilliant radiance, and in the next moment, a spear beam of 100 lengths shot forth to collide with the blood energy. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the heavens and earth, as the spear beam disintegrated inch by inch, while the remaining blood energy continued its descent. Puff! The 17th elder was sent flying. What? The second elder was taken aback. The 17th elder had barely managed to hold his ground and was already wounded by the blood-robed figure. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he focused on the blood, knife-wielding figure, exclaiming, "You are the knife protector of the Blood God sect? Haha! I did not expect that a mere Taishan kingdom would have someone who recognizes me." The Blood Protector replied, displaying a look of surprise followed by a cruel laugh. Upon hearing the Knife Protector acknowledge his identity, the second elder's heart sank once more. The Knife Protector ranked among the stronger members of the Blood God sect, a seasoned master of Qi manipulation. Knife Protector, Blood Protector, Gu Protector. At the same time, the remaining Gu insects that survived the 9th elder's assault had reached Xu Chen and his companions. Under the leadership of Mu Tai, the true disciples launched their attacks, eliminating one Gu insect after another. Xu Chen drew his long sword and swung it. Puff, puff, puff. 3 Gu insects fell to his blade. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, decapitating dozens of Gu insects in one breath. Yet this was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the vast army of Gu insects. The Gu Protector manipulated the insects, attacking both the 9th elder and Xu Chen's group simultaneously. The heavenly winged birds were also besieged by the Gu insects, causing Xu Chen and his companions to feel unsteady beneath them, with several nearly tumbling down. Puff! A streak of crimson light sliced through the air, leaving a gash several meters long on the heavenly winged bird, blood spraying and staining the sky. Puff! Puff! Two more dull thuds echoed as the blades struck the bodies of the other heavenly winged birds. The heavenly winged bird, gravely injured, let out a mournful cry and plummeted towards the ground. The second elder's face turned ashen as he watched the three falling heavenly winged birds. It's over. At several thousand meters in the air, their fall was nearly certain death. The younger generation of Qingling's sect was on the brink of annihilation at his hands. The second elder's eyes widened with rage as he moved to chase after the plummeting birds. Yet, a figure obstructed his path. Get lost. The second elder threw a punch without holding back. Boom! The spiritual energy of his punch struck the blood protector, sending him staggering back a few steps. Ha! Such great strength. However, today you will be forced to watch the entire younger generation of Qingling sect perish. The blood protector cackled ominously. But just as his words fell, the three heavenly winged birds, in their desperate descent, suddenly flapped their massive wings simultaneously, gliding a short distance before crashing heavily into the forest below. As the heavenly winged birds crashed into the forest, Xu Chen rolled off and landed steadily on the ground. The long-awaited sense of stability surged through him. That had truly been perilous. Had the heavenly winged birds not exerted their last strength to glide, very few from the younger generation of Qingling's sect would have survived. However, even so, a few had fallen to the ground and sustained severe injuries. In the sky, 6 figures were engaged in a frantic battle. The side led by the second elder had fallen into absolute disadvantage, especially the 17th elder, who was in dire straits under the assault of the knife protector. Whoosh! 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 The sound of breaking air suddenly echoed. Xu Chen turned his gaze, his expression shifting once more. At the edge of his sight, a group of blood-robed figures was rushing towards them at astonishing speed. This is bad. There are enemies below as well. Someone shouted in terror. The Blood God sect was exceedingly well prepared. They had laid a trap both above and below, intent on ensnaring them all. Do not panic, Mu Tai shouted loudly. As the foremost true disciple of Qingling's sect, his authority was considerable. The moment he spoke, the previously chaotic crowd fell silent. The enemy is well prepared. Panicking now will only lead to chaos. Fight! Follow me and carve out a bloody path. As he spoke, the first blood-robed figure was already within 10 zhong, exuding an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. This was a true Qi realm martial artist. The blood-robed figure cackled maniacally as he charged directly at Mu Tai. With a cold glint in his eyes, Mu Tai raised his hand and struck out, his spiritual energy palm crashing into the blood-robed figure's protective energy. With a crack, the protective barrier shattered, and the blood-robed figure's chest caved in as he coughed up blood and flew backward. However, more blood-robed figures were already upon them. There were far too many, 200 to 300 in total. Moreover, each one was at least at the late stage of Qi condensation. Mountain-shattering palm. Mu Tai summoned his spiritual energy, his hands swiftly forming seals. Waves of spiritual energy converged into a massive handprint that descended with great force. This palm encompassed a radius of 100 meters. Before the handprint even landed, the trees below began to splinter and shatter into fragments, while the ground sank beneath the pressure. Xu Chen watched in astonishment. Mu Tai, as the foremost true disciple of Qingling's sect, truly wielded terrifying combat power at the 8th level of Qi realm. Under his might, Xu Chen feared he would not even survive a single exchange. As the massive handprint descended rapidly, mere moments away from obliterating several black-robed figures, a burly figure suddenly emerged and met the attack with a punch. Bang! The spiritual energy handprint erupted in an explosion. The shockwave swept across the area. Mu Tai's pupils constricted as he recognized the newcomer, exclaiming in surprise, Meng Chong. It's you, Meng Chong? Xu Chen furrowed his brow. The name rang a bell, yet he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Chao Man, astonished, remarked, the third on the wanted list, Meng Chong, is also a remnant of the Blood God sect. Suddenly, Xu Chen remembered hearing the name during the initial mission briefing. The third on the wanted list, Meng Chong, a 9th-level Qi realm practitioner. The information about Meng Chong surfaced in his mind, and Xu Chen's expression grew serious. Meng Chong laughed heartily, not just me, but also them. As he spoke, several more figures emerged from the crowd of blood-robed individuals. The 6th on the wanted list, Yin Tong. The 9th on the wanted list, Xiao Min. The 11th on the wanted list, Bai Hao. The 12th on the wanted list, Shi Ting. Mu Tai's expression turned grave. With each name announced, the expressions of the gathered disciples darkened further. A threat of despair enveloped their hearts. Xu Chen's lips twitched. Had they inadvertently poked the hornet's nest of the wanted list? Chapter 74. The escaped despair etched upon the faces of Chao Man and his companions as nearly half of the top 30 wanted masters had arrived. Among them, Meng Chong, ranked 3rd on the wanted list, possessed a formidable cultivation at the 9th level of the True Qi realm, and even Mu Tai dared not claim to be his match. How could they possibly fight back? They needed to kill their way out and scatter to escape. With a low roar, Mu Tai stomped his foot and surged into the distance. Trying to flee? Have you consulted me first? Meng Chong's gaze locked onto Mu Tai, and the moment he moved, Meng Chong was in hot pursuit. Scatter and escape. Chao Man urged Xu Chen before swiftly choosing his own direction to flee. Xu Chen, not one to lag behind, flashed momentarily to gather the 3 severely injured Tiani birds into his beast pouch before wielding his long sword towards a weaker point in the encirclement. At that moment, Xu Chen held nothing back. With the Qing Qi sword in hand, he unleashed the Gale sword technique, accompanied by a sword intent, sending forth a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the blood-robed assailants, leaving them bisected, their innards spilling onto the ground in a gruesome display. But 2 blood-robed men, both at the 2nd level of the True Qi realm, joined forces to attack Xu Chen. In the face of their onslaught, Xu Chen remained silent, channeling all his spiritual energy to execute the 9th form of the Gale sword technique. The Gale turns to rain. With a swift sound, both assailants were cut cleanly in half, the precision of the sword's edge evident in the smoothness of the severed remains. More and more adversaries converged upon Xu Chen. Kill! Xu Chen's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, causing the ground to crack beneath him. With his right hand raised high, he gathered his strength for a moment before striking down. The massive sword energy descended, and the 6 attackers were enveloped in a mist of blood before they could even cry out, their bodies obliterated. Clang! One blood-robed man swung his battle knife against Xu Chen's protective spiritual energy, causing it to waver and dim. Without looking back, Xu Chen retaliated with a swift strike, severing a head from its body. He was Xu Chen, the one whom the 3 guardians had expressly stated would be richly rewarded for his demise. Indeed, anyone who killed Xu Chen would undoubtedly gain the favor of the guardians, promising an unimaginable future. Upon hearing this, dozens of blood-robed men rushed towards Xu Chen. Seeing the dire situation, Xu Chen cast a glance at his fleeing companions. Some had broken through the encirclement, while others were ensnared, unable to escape. And some were gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of death, with others already fallen in pools of blood. This battle would surely lead to heavy casualties among the younger generation of the Qingling sect. With a whoosh, he harnessed the essence of the wind, moving with the grace of a breeze, swiftly darting towards the outskirts of the crowd. A few leaps later, he found himself at the periphery and then chose a direction to flee with reckless abandon. They're making a run for it. I'm going to kill him. I'll follow you. 2 blood-robed men, their figures blurring, pursued Xu Chen from either side. These are not mere nameless foes. They were Bai Hao, ranked 11th on the wanted list, and Shi Ting, ranked 12th. Both were at the 5th level of the True Qi realm, capable of contending even with those at the 6th level when united. To the other blood-robed men, Xu Chen's death seemed inevitable, with no hope of survival. In the heart of the forest, 3 figures raced forward, 1 in flight, 2 in pursuit. Boy, do you truly think you can escape? If you willingly surrender and join the Blood God cult, I assure you that your life will be spared. What do you say? Bai Hao called out, his voice amplified by spiritual power, reaching Xu Chen's ears. The Blood God cult was annihilated thousands of years ago. You are but a pack of stray dogs, hiding in the shadows to survive. To think I would join you and sink to your level is a futile hope, Xu Chen replied coldly, not bothering to glance back. You are truly ungrateful. Bai Hao's eyes turned frosty. If he insists on seeking death, then we shall oblige him, Shi Ting remarked coolly. With that, Shi Ting unleashed a surge of spiritual power, accelerating towards Xu Chen, closing the distance between them. Feeling the relentless approach of his pursuers, Xu Chen's heart sank slightly. They were indeed tenacious. His speed alone was insufficient to shake them off, and the gap was slowly narrowing. It appeared he must devise a way to lose them. With this in mind, he heightened his senses, continuing to sprint while employing the wind shadow step to navigate through the thicket. Suddenly, a massive black figure erupted from behind a towering tree, exuding a foul stench as it lunged towards Xu Chen with lightning speed. With his spiritual awareness encompassing the surroundings, Xu Chen detected the attack before it could land. It was a third-tier low-level beast, the shadow leopard. As the beast's gaping maw and deadly claws charged at him, Xu Chen felt a surge of excitement. Rather than retreating, he advanced, closing the distance, 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The ground exploded beneath the shadow leopard's feet as its colossal body leapt towards Xu Chen. With a swift motion, the shadow leopard's claws swiped through Xu Chen's form, only for it to realize that it had struck a mere afterimage. Meanwhile, Xu Chen's true self had appeared 30 meters behind the beast, racing forward without a glance back. As the shadow leopard missed its strike and prepared to turn and chase, it was met with the sound of two piercing rushes. It looked up to see two crimson figures charging towards it. Letting out a low growl, the shadow leopard warned the approaching hunters. When it realized its warning fell on deaf ears, it let out a fierce roar and lunged at Bai Hao and Shattering instead, seeking death. With the shadow leopard obstructing their path and Xu Chen's figure growing more distant, a cold, killing intent flickered across Bai Hao's face. With a swift motion, he sent his longsword slicing through the air, its radiant light flashing momentarily before a sickening sound echoed, the blade cleaving through flesh. Blood rained down like droplets, and the shadow leopard's head was sent soaring. This third-tier low-level beast, comparable to the third level of the true Qi realm, was dispatched by Bai Hao without even a single blow in return. Thud! The sound of a heavy body hitting the ground echoed as the shadow leopard's head rolled away, while its headless corpse collapsed, blood gushing from its neck and quickly staining the earth, filling the air with a pungent scent of blood. Bai Hao and Shattering cast a glance at the fallen beast but did not linger, continuing their relentless pursuit of the fleeing figure ahead. This brief delay widened the gap between them and Xu Chen. While Bai Hao and Shattaring's combat prowess would undoubtedly overpower Xu Chen, their speed, even at full force, was only marginally faster than his. This delay would cost them precious minutes to close the distance again. 3 minutes later, Xu Chen dashed into a low-lying canyon, where several ground-tail scorpions made their abode. The ground-tail scorpion, a third-tier low-level beast, was immediately roused by Xu Chen's intrusion as 7 of them emerged from their lairs, their crimson eyes filled with murderous intent directed at this unwelcome guest. Chapter 75. Plummeting into the abyss, a relatively small, earth-tail scorpion launched the first attack against Xu Chen. The massive creature moved like a colossal armored vehicle, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise in its wake. Xu Chen swung his sword, and with a flash of formidable sword energy, he left a ghastly scar on the scorpion's body. Upon witnessing their companion's injury, the surrounding earth-tail scorpions roared in fury, unleashing a cacophony of enraged howls as they charged towards Xu Chen from all directions. Xu Chen, feeling the surge of spiritual energy around him, activated the wind shadow step, merging with the wind and darting away at lightning speed, leaving the scorpions behind. As he burst forth from the canyon, the frustrated roars of the scorpions echoed behind him, followed by the sounds of a fierce battle. Damn it, that kid has escaped again. Forget about those beasts. We must pursue him and eliminate him. Bai Hao and his companion were exasperated. However, after they broke free from the scorpion's clutches and emerged from the canyon, Xu Chen's figure was already far ahead. I will not rest until this boy is dead. When I catch up to him, I will flay him alive. Bai Hao's eyes were icy, and his spiritual energy surged with reckless intensity, propelling him closer to Xu Chen. Sensing the tightening presence of the two behind him, Xu Chen realized his chances of evading them were slim. If escape was not an option, then a decision formed in his mind. As he sprinted, he retrieved spiritual liquid from his storage ring. This liquid, acquired from the water palace, had remained untouched until now. To enhance his strength and break through, he had no choice but to use it. He took a deep breath and swallowed a mouthful of the spiritual liquid, activating the Devouring Emperor technique to its fullest. The second level of this technique was far more potent than the first. Within mere moments, he had refined and absorbed the first mouthful of liquid. He continued to consume more, second mouth, third mouth, fourth mouth, until the precious liquid in the jade gourd was entirely depleted. Yet, it was not sufficient. He then produced a multitude of spirit stones, which, upon appearance, were devoured instantly, crumbling to dust that slipped through his fingers. With each stone reduced to powder, Xu Chen's aura soared rapidly. Crack! The last spirit stone shattered into fragments. And Xu Chen realized with dismay that the energy required to break through to the true Qi realm exceeded his expectations. With both the spiritual liquid and spirit stones exhausted, he still had not succeeded. Reluctantly, he fully activated the Devouring Emperor technique to absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. As he drew in this natural energy, it rushed toward him like swallows returning to their nests. Despite the terrifying speed at which he absorbed the energy, he found himself unable to break through in such a short time. Bang! He abruptly halted, realizing there was no escape route ahead. He had unwittingly retreated to the edge of a cliff, the depths of which were unfathomable. Below the Qi control realm, a fall from such heights was certain death. Just as Xu Chen was about to change direction, Bai Hao and his companion caught up from behind. Kid, there's nowhere left to run. Bai Hao laughed uproariously. Sure, Ting sneered. Even heaven 1T save you, Xu Chen. You might as well offer your neck for slaughter, perhaps out of mercy. I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Xu Chen turned to face Bai Hao and his companion. Let's talk if you want my life. You won't have it easy either, he retorted coldly. Although he was not their match, he would not submit meekly, refusing to be slaughtered like livestock. Brother Sure, stand aside. I will take care of him. Bai Hao, filled with pent-up frustration from the chase, was determined to personally end Xu Chen's life to alleviate his rage. Sure, Ting silently stepped back. As Xu Chen observed Bai Hao striding towards him, his gaze sharpened, and spiritual energy surged into the azure blade in his hand. Mountain shifting. When Bai Hao was within 20 meters, Xu Chen decisively unleashed a strike. The sword intent activated the first form of the primordial sword technique, sending forth a massive sword energy, half a meter wide and nearly 100 meters long, cleaving through the air toward Bai Hao. Bai Hao looked up at the rapidly descending sword energy, a flicker of terror crossing his eyes. How could a mere Qi condensation cultivator unleash such a terrifying strike? No wonder the three guardians emphasized the need to eliminate Xu Chen. An ant trying to shake a tree, Bai Hao quickly regained his composure, snorting coldly as he clenched his fist and unleashed a powerful punch. The blood-red fist imprint shattered the air and collided with the sword energy. With a resounding crack, the formidable sword strike was obliterated, bursting into a shower of light. After executing the mountain-shifting strike, Xu Chen swiftly swallowed a pill and channeled his remaining spiritual energy. Raising his sword high, the second form of the primordial sword technique, river severing. With a whispered incantation, he swung his sword downward. This strike, while smaller, barely 80 meters in length, was far more condensed and sharp, emanating an even more terrifying aura. The sword energy tore through the air, carrying the dreadful essence of severing rivers. What? He has an even stronger sword technique. Bai Hao was taken aback. The first strike had already astonished him. The second strikes might surpass the first, and his shock morphed into fear. A genius like Xu Chen, if allowed to grow, would spell disaster for them. This boy must not be spared. He clenched his fist, summoning a blood-red dagger. Observing from the sidelines, Sure Ting raised an eyebrow in surprise. Xu Chen had forced Bai Hao to resort to using a weapon. The blood-red blade erupted with a crimson aura, surging forward to meet the incoming sword energy. Boom! The clash between blade and sword unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, sending violent shockwaves radiating in all directions. Puff! After executing the river-severing strike, Xu Chen's spiritual energy was drained. Faced with the remnants of the blade's energy, he had no means to evade and was struck in the chest, resulting in a mouthful of blood being expelled as his body careened backward. Xu Chen was already perilously close to the cliff's edge. This backward tumble sent him plummeting into the abyss. His internal energy surged chaotically as he fell uncontrollably toward the bottom of the chasm. Sure Ting, witnessing Xu Chen's descent, rushed to the cliff's edge and peered down, catching a glimpse of a dark figure plummeting rapidly. Falling off the cliff, Xu Chen faced certain death. Yet the guardians held him in high regard. The Blood Guardian had specifically instructed that he must be found alive or dead. We must go down to investigate. What do you say, Bai Hao? As he spoke, Shattering turned to Bai Hao, only to be momentarily stunned. Chapter 76. Surviving against all odds. Shattering turned to Bai Hao, his expression momentarily stunned. At that moment, Bai Hao bore a fresh sword scar across his face, blood oozing slowly from the wound. Though the gash was small, it indicated that Xu Chen had injured Bai Hao. A mere condensation realm cultivator could wound someone at the 5th level of the true Qi realm? This was utterly astonishing. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed it. Not only that, but Bai Hao's throat quivered and a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. Are you all right? Shattering asked with concern. Bai Hao wiped the blood from his mouth, still shaken, and replied, I'm fine. Xu Chen is too monstrous. Thankfully, he is already dead. Otherwise, such an adversary would truly be unsettling. The Blood Protector had expressly instructed that Xu Chen must be seen alive or dead. Xu Chen had fallen to the bottom of the cliff, and he was certainly dead. However, the cliff was home to demonic beasts that might consume his body. If they failed to retrieve Xu Chen's corpse, the Blood Protector would surely blame them, and neither of them could bear the consequences. Shattering spoke resolutely. Bai Hao nodded and said, Let us go. The two set off immediately towards the bottom of the cliff. Meanwhile, Xu Chen felt his body plummeting swiftly, glancing down with a bitter smile, realizing that he was about to meet his end here, which left him feeling quite reluctant. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, but suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Qin Qingru was not dead. How could he just perish like this? He was unwilling. He silently roared within, flames igniting in his eyes. A fierce desire to survive surged through his chest. He struggled to adjust his falling body, senses fully alert, searching for a final glimmer of hope. Suddenly, he caught sight of a sprawling pine tree on the rock wall below. Salvation! He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Fortunately, he had donned the Xianlei spirit armor during his flight. It had absorbed 90% of the residual blade's power. Thus, his injuries were not severe, and he still had the ability to act. Channeling the meager spiritual energy left within him, he gathered it in his hands. His body created a whistling sound as it sliced through the air, the force of the wind pulling at his facial muscles, distorting his features. His clothes fluttered as he drew closer to the pine tree. At that moment, he let out a fierce shout in his heart, extending his hands to firmly grasp a branch of the towering pine. His rapidly descending body came to a sudden halt, but the branch, thick as an arm, could not withstand his weight and snapped with a crack. Xu Chen's heart sank, and his body spun in midair. But he managed to land firmly on the trunk of the pine tree. He let out a sigh of relief. Safe at last. He glanced down into the seemingly bottomless abyss, wiped away the cold sweat, and settled cross-legged on the trunk, beginning to absorb the natural spiritual energy. With each breath, vast amounts of spiritual energy flowed into his body, which he refined. In less than half a tea's worth of time, his internal spiritual power was fully restored. Bai Hao and Shattering must believe I am dead. They have likely departed by now. I am safe for the moment, but how will I ascend? Xu Chen gazed upward at the mist-covered cliff top, his brow furrowing slightly. He could not fly, so it seemed he would have to climb by hand. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly noticed a cave entrance about 60 meters above him. A cave? I shall enter the cave to rest. The outside wind is fierce and unsafe. In the next instant, Xu Chen exerted force with his feet, causing the pine tree to bend slightly. With a whoosh, he propelled himself upward, soaring like an arrow toward the cave. Bang! Xu Chen landed steadily, unharmed, on the ground before the cave entrance. He had no time to survey the cave when a sharp sound pierced the air. His body flashed to the right, evading a sudden ambush. A massive spider leg, thick as a thigh and covered in black bristles, plunged into the very spot where he had just stood. The stone beneath was as fragile as tofu, shattered as the spider leg pierced a meter deep, sending debris flying. Xu Chen formed his fingers into a sword, channeling his sword intent, and with a swift motion, unleashed a razor-sharp sword energy that struck the spider leg before it could retract. With a soft hiss, the leg was severed, dark green ichor spraying everywhere. A chilling and furious roar echoed from within the cave, the sound waves creating a palpable force that distorted the air and caused loose stones to tumble. Xu Chen looked up to see a towering black spider, a yard tall, emerging from the cave. It had 8 legs, one of which he had severed, leaving it with 7. A demon wolf spider? No, something is amiss. The demon wolf spider is a high-level second-tier beast, yet this one clearly surpassed that. Reaching a low-level 3rd tier, it had broken through its racial limits. The growth of demonic beasts is constrained by their lineage and bloodline. A demon wolf spider remains a second-tier advanced beast upon maturity, unless it consumes rare spiritual herbs. This demon wolf spider is fortunate to have broken through its racial boundary. Xu Chen's gaze shifted to the cave behind the spider. Faintly, he caught a whiff of an indescribable fragrance. Demonic beasts fiercely guard their territory, and any intruder would trigger a battle for survival. Moreover, it seemed there was something remarkable within the cave. Sensing Xu Chen's gaze, the demon wolf spider grew even more vigilant, its eyes gleaming with crimson fury, emitting a metallic screech. Before it could launch an assault, Xu Chen swiftly raised his hand, his fingertips radiating sword intent, and with a flick of his wrist, a beam of sword light shot toward the demon wolf spider, slicing through its body with ease. Bang! The demon wolf spider collapsed, its remaining legs twitching erratically. Although it had reached the low-level 3rd tier, its strength was comparable to that of a first-level True Chi Realm warrior, making it an easy target for Xu Chen. He approached, unleashed a surge of sword energy, and with a soft pop, the spider's head exploded, ensuring its demise. After slaying the demon wolf spider, Xu Chen expanded his senses, probing the cave with his mental energy. Nothing. Apart from the dead spider, there were no other beasts. He breathed a sigh of relief. Collecting the spider's corpse, he summoned a fist-sized luminous pearl into his palm. The pearl emitted a soft, gentle glow, illuminating the cave with a moonlit radiance. Holding the pearl, he ventured deeper into the cave. Upon entering, he found himself in a winding passage, the walls bearing marks of claws, indicating that the tunnel had once been small, expanded by the demon wolf spider following the alluring scent. After walking approximately 50 meters, the fragrance intensified. Xu Chen inhaled deeply, a look of ecstasy crossing his face, unable to resist quickening his pace. At last, he reached the passage's end, revealing a naturally formed stone chamber, approximately 100 square meters in size. In the center stood a stone platform, from which the enchanting aroma emanated. Above the platform, a massive stone stalactite appeared to be growing. Xu Chen approached it. At the very center of the stone platform lies a bowl-sized indentation, filled with a milky white liquid that exudes an immense energy. The rich fragrance it emanates invigorates the senses, bringing a sense of tranquility. Gazing at the milk-like substance, Xu Chen's heart inexplicably raced with excitement. Chapter 77. Breaking through to the True Chi realm, the stalactite. His throat quivered as he slowly emitted a tremulous sound. Stalactites are the essence of heaven and earth, exceedingly rare. Only in spiritually abundant mountains, under unique conditions, is there a minuscule probability of their formation. Stalactites vary in quality, determined by their age. For instance, there are stalactites aged 1,000,000 years, 100,000 years, 10,000 years, and 1,000 years. Observing the hue, aroma, and viscosity of the liquid in the groove, it appeared to be merely a 1,000-year-old stalactite. Nevertheless, even so, it remains incredibly precious, priceless, and scarce. A single drop of a 1,000-year stalactite is comparable to a mystical-grade spiritual herb. Xu Chen's breath quickened. There were not many stalactites in the groove, perhaps 200 or 300 drops, equivalent to 200 or 300 mystical-grade spiritual herbs. Upon seeing the stalactites, Xu Chen realized that the key to the demon wolf spider's breakthrough from its racial limitations must have been the consumption of a 1,000-year stalactite. If allowed to grow, with the aid of the stalactite's medicinal properties, the spider's final realm would surely exceed mere low-tier 3, possibly breaking into tier 4. Yet now, all of this would benefit him. Licking his lips, Xu Chen focused his thoughts, and a jade gourd appeared in his hand. The jade gourd, originally intended to hold spiritual liquid, was now repurposed to contain 1,000-year stalactites after he had consumed its contents. He carefully collected the stalactites, ensuring not a single drop was left behind. After gathering the stalactites, Xu Chen did not rush to leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged within the stone chamber. He retrieved the jade gourd, removed the stopper, and with a deep breath, inhaled a drop of the milky white stalactite into his mouth. The moment the stalactite touched his tongue, a rich medicinal fragrance enveloped him, transforming into pure energy that coursed through his body. The Devouring Emperor technique activated, beginning the process of absorption and refinement. Soon, the medicinal power of a single drop was fully absorbed. He continued with the second, third, and fourth drops. Time flowed slowly. Xu Chen lost count of how many drops he had consumed. At that moment, his energy reached its zenith, approaching a critical point, and he touched the boundary barrier. He opened his mouth and swallowed 10 drops of stalactite in one go. Boom! The medicinal power of the 10 drops exploded within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Xu Chen gritted his teeth, urging the Devouring Emperor technique to refine the energy wildly, transforming it into an endless stream of pure spiritual power. The spiritual energy surged like a vast ocean. Boom! Controlling this energy, he began to assault the boundary barrier. Boom! Once, twice, thrice. Boom! 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 Time and again, the relentless assault continued. He opened his mouth again, swallowing another 10 drops of stalactite. The torrent of spiritual energy intensified, and the collisions grew more frequent and ferocious. Crack! A faint sound of cracking suddenly echoed. A fissure appeared in the boundary barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Crack! Crack! The cracks multiplied. Break for me! Xu Chen roared inwardly, channeling his remaining spiritual power, charging fiercely against the barrier riddled with fractures. Boom! With a resounding blast from within, the boundary barrier finally shattered. Xu Chen's energy surged in tandem, rapidly ascending. Rising, rising, rising. His aura soared uncontrollably, feeling the burgeoning power within him. Xu Chen finally comprehended the strength of the true Qi realm. Crack! The rock beneath him suddenly cracked. It turned out his overwhelming aura was so potent that it caused the rock to fracture. The cave trembled slightly. Observing this, Xu Chen hastily reined in his aura. What formidable power! At this moment, I could easily slay a mid-tier 3 beast with a single punch. His hands slowly clenched into fists as Xu Chen made a preliminary assessment of his current strength. Powerful, far more potent than before his breakthrough. What a casualties! The Grand Elder of the Qingling sect inquired sorrowfully of those beside him. We received a distress signal and rushed here at once. But we were ultimately a step too late. The second elder is gravely injured, and the 9th and 17th elders were forced to self-destruct, replied the 8th elder, suppressing the grief within. What are the disciples? The Grand Elder closed his eyes, then opened them to ask again. 70% have fallen. Only Feng, Yi, and Long Feiyu remain among the inner disciples. The direct disciples, Mu Tai is severely injured, Feng Ge is wounded, Han Feng is gravely injured, and Chao Man is on the brink of death. What a Xu Chen! He has not yet been found, but some have seen him break through the encirclement. However, the wanted criminals by Hao and Shi Ting are pursuing him. Unless something unexpected occurs, alive or dead, I want to see him. The Grand Elder's hands clenched into fists, his eyes burning with fury. How many years has it been? When has the Qingling sect suffered such severe losses? And the remnants of the Blood God sect? The Grand Elder inquired further. The third elder is leading a pursuit. Send the order down. From today onward, the Qingling sect shall be in a state of unyielding conflict with the Blood God sect. We will not rest until we have slain Blood Protector, Blade Protector, and Goo Protector. The Grand Elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent. The 8th elder nodded, then spoke gravely. Grand Elder, this matter is suspicious. Why did the Blood God sect specifically target our Qingling sect? How do they know our movements? I know. The Grand Elder gazed towards the direction of the Luyun sect. This vendetta shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Bai Hao and Shi Ting gathered at the cliff's peak. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. We have not yet found Xu Chen's body. A day has passed, and he has likely become a meal for some beast. The Blood Protector specifically instructed that we must see his corpse if he is dead or see him alive. If we return now, we cannot report to the Blood Protector. The reinforcements from the Qingling sect have arrived. If we do not leave, and they find us here, we will have no chance of escape. You are quite right. If we return, we may incur the Blood Protector's wrath, but it would not be fatal. Yet if we stay and are discovered by the Qingling's sex reinforcements, our deaths would be inevitable. Let us depart." After their discussion, the two chose to leave. However, before they could turn to go, a bird's cry suddenly erupted from the cliff's base, followed by a massive heavenly winged bird sweeping up from below, engulfed in a whirlwind. A heavenly winged bird? Someone is on its back. It's Xu Chen. He is alive. Bai Hao and Shi Ting spotted Xu Chen on the bird's back. Xu Chen also saw Bai Hao and Shi Ting at the cliff's edge. Enemies meeting, their eyes blazed with animosity. Xu Chen sprang off the bird's back, landing directly before Bai Hao and Shi Ting. Bai Hao scoffed. "Xu Chen, your life is quite resilient, falling from the cliff and yet surviving. However, your luck is unfortunate to encounter us once more." "It is your misfortune," Xu Chen replied coolly. "Xu Chen, your reliance isn't on the heavenly winged bird, is it? The bird was injured by the blade protector. While it can still fly, how much of its power remains? Had you not come down from the bird's back, we might not have been able to deal with you. But now, killing you is as easy as breathing," Bai Hao declared, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. If they kill Xu Chen and bring back his corpse, they would have no worries regarding the blood protector's punishment. What Bai Hao and Shi Ting believed was Xu Chen's reliance on the heavenly winged bird, but little did they know, his true strength came from himself. Perish! Bai Hao suddenly manifested a blood-red war blade in his hand, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he swung it towards Xu Chen, the blade tearing through the air and leaving a white streak. As he faced Bai Hao's assault, Xu Chen maintained a tranquil demeanor. With a mere thought, the Qingqi sword was drawn from its sheath, the blade darting forth with the swiftness of lightning, striking fiercely against the edge of the blood-red battle knife. Chapter 78. Blood exploding elixir with a thunderous roar. The collision unleashed an earth-shattering sound, causing the ground to tremble violently. A formidable force, akin to a raging tempest, surged outwards in all directions. Xu Chen, with an expression of calm indifference, effortlessly parried Bai Hao's attack with a single sword strike, displaying no signs of exertion. "What?" Bai Hao was taken aback, astonished. Although he had not exerted his full strength in that last strike, he had still wielded 80% of his power. Yet Xu Chen had easily blocked it. He gazed at Xu Chen and was further shocked to realize, "You've broken through to the true Qi realm. No, not just the first level, but the second level. You. Bai Hao was so stunned he could hardly articulate his thoughts. The revelation that Xu Chen had not only entered the true Qi realm, but had ascended to its second level left him in disbelief. Such extraordinary talent was truly remarkable. Xu Chen smiled silently. After his breakthrough, he did not rush to depart. Instead, he distributed a few drops of stalactite essence to the injured heavenly winged birds to expedite their recovery, and shared some with the dream-eating wolf, reserving the remainder for his own advancement to the second level of the true Qi realm. With a swift motion, he infused his sword intent into the Qingqi sword and unleashed the ninth form of the swift wind sword technique, cataclysmic wind. As he struck, wind whipped and clouds swirled. The sword aura surged forth with unstoppable momentum, slicing towards Bai Hao. Just as Bai Hao was recovering from his astonishment at Xu Chen's breakthrough, he was met with a ferocious sword aura barreling towards him. In a moment of panic, he hastily raised his blade to defend himself. Boom! Bai Hao felt an astonishing force crashing into him, sending a shockwave through his arm, and he was propelled backward with great force. How could this be? He had only recently advanced to the true Qi realm. How could his combat prowess be so formidable? Bai Hao's expression was one of utter disbelief. Beside him, Shi Ting wore a look of astonishment. He understood Bai Hao's strength better than anyone, knowing that even without exerting his full power or employing lethal techniques, he was not someone a mere first-level true Qi martial artist could contend with. Regaining his stance, Bai Hao's eyes burned with fury. As a fifth-level true Qi martial artist and the 11th on the wanted list, being forced back by a newcomer was an affront he could not accept. His internal spiritual energy surged violently, enveloping him in a crimson aura. Bai Hao's expression twisted into a snarl as he growled, "Xu Chen, today I will kill you." With a fierce shout, he unleashed the Bloodblade strike. A torrent of blood-colored blade energy erupted from his weapon, soaring into the sky, threatening to rend the heavens. The blade energy stretched over 100 meters, saturating the environment in a crimson hue. Accompanied by a piercing blast, the blood-colored aura bore down upon Xu Chen with overwhelming ferocity. Seeing this, Shitting raised an eyebrow and remarked, Baihao is furious. Xu Chen is undoubtedly doomed. I can only hope that after this strike, he retains a complete corpse. Otherwise, the Blood Guardian's wrath will ensure he suffers grievously. Xu Chen, shrouded in his own spiritual energy, activated the Devouring Emperor technique, granting him purer and more robust energy than his peers. In terms of spiritual density, he was not inferior to Baihao, a 5th-level true Qi warrior. At this moment, his full combat power surged forth, his aura rivaling Baihao's. With the 10th form of the Swift Wind Sword technique, Wind-Filled Celestial Pavilion, Xu Chen infused his sword intent while also attempting to weave in the essence of wind. This fusion intensified the power of his strike. The ethereal image of a celestial pavilion became more vivid. As he swung his sword, a massive sword aura, entwined with the celestial pavilion, charged toward the blood-colored blade energy. Boom! The illusion of the celestial pavilion flickered and dimmed, nearly vanishing, while the blood-colored energy shattered with a resounding crack. The residual sword aura, along with the blurred image of the celestial pavilion, surged toward Baihao. Boom! 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 Baihao swung his blade repeatedly, the blood-colored energy crashing against the remaining sword aura until he finally shattered it. Xu Chen's strikes grew increasingly powerful. Just as Baihao exhausted himself to counter the wind-filled celestial pavilion, Xu Chen unleashed an even mightier attack. The first form of the primordial sword technique, mountain shifting, brought forth a colossal sword aura that collided with Baihao's blood-colored weapon. A resounding crack resonated as Baihao's weapon splintered, and he coughed up blood, his body sent flying several meters, as if struck by a primordial beast. Impossible, this cannot be. Baihao, disheveled and incredulous, could hardly believe that he had been bested by Xu Chen. Without the protection of a low-grade defensive spirit armor, he would have been grievously injured. Even with the spirit armor absorbing much of the force, he was still overwhelmed, blood surging forth uncontrollably from his mouth. Your combat power cannot be this strong. Baihao's face twisted in disbelief as he disregarded his injuries. Xu Chen's expression was icy. There are many things you do not know. I'm under no obligation to enlighten you. Now, prepare to meet your end. With a resolute step forward, Xu Chen's aura intensified further. Simultaneously, he activated the Devouring Emperor technique to its fullest extent, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy in a frenzied rush. As the battle raged on, his spiritual energy remained above 80%, his aura only growing stronger. Shitting, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Xu Chen, changed his expression dramatically and called out to Baihao, "This child is troublesome. We must strike together to eliminate him." Baihao, feeling the overwhelming strength of Xu Chen, turned to Shitting for assistance. Shitting nodded, summoning a 6-foot-long, pitch-black iron rod that appeared in his grasp. The rod was inscribed with runes, radiating a ghostly blue glow, signifying its extraordinary nature. It was indeed a low-grade spirit weapon. With a firm grip, Shitting swung the iron rod violently towards Xu Chen's head, the air collapsing in its wake. Xu Chen stood his ground, his sword shimmering with a brilliant aura as he met the oncoming assault. Clang! The clash of the Qingqi sword against the iron rod erupted, sending shockwaves in all directions as both combatants staggered back a few steps. Brat die! Baihao seized the opportunity, channeling his strength into the Bloodblade, unleashing a crimson blade aura aimed at Xu Chen's midsection. Thud! The blade aura struck Xu Chen, who then distorted and vanished, merely an afterimage. In the next moment, Xu Chen reappeared behind Baihao, his sword stabbing forth silently. Clang! Baihao reacted just in time, raising his blade to block the attack. The sword's tip met the blade's surface, sparks flying, but with a resounding crack, the blood blade snapped in two, and the Qingqi sword continued its advance. It pierced Baihao's heart. Boom! The upper part of Baihao's clothing was shredded by the sword aura, revealing a ghostly blue spirit armor beneath. The armor absorbed the lethal strike, but the force still sent him crashing against the stone wall, creating a massive indentation and causing cracks to spread outward. Gagging, Baihao coughed up another mouthful of blood. After repelling Baihao, Xu Chen turned his attention to the lunging Shitting. His approach was straightforward, swift as the wind, and ferocious. Each stroke of his sword was executed with astonishing speed, leaving Shitting scrambling to defend himself. "You wretched brat! I will tear you to shreds." Baihao's venomous roar echoed behind him as he rose once more, revealing a blood-red elixir in his hand. The elixir exuded a violent and bloodthirsty aura, foreboding ill omens. The blood-exploding elixir. Upon seeing the elixir in Baihao's hand, Shitting's eyelids twitched. The blood-exploding elixir was a potent concoction that could temporarily amplify the user's strength by 30 to 80%, a last-ditch effort employed by the blood god sex warriors. However, the cost of consuming the elixir was steep. The user could suffer from prolonged incapacitation or even fatal bleeding from the 7 orifices. Baihao's display of the blood-exploding elixir signified his willingness to risk everything. Gulp. Baihao unhesitatingly consumed the blood explosion pill. Immediately, his complexion flushed crimson. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his veins bulged prominently, while his aura surged rapidly. 1 surge, 2 surges, 3, 4, 5. Baihao's power escalated by a staggering 50%. Now, he possessed the strength to contend with a 6th-tier, true Qi realm warrior. The immense power coursing through him intoxicated Baihao, and with a fierce clench of his fist, he cast a cold, murderous gaze towards Xu Chen, thinking, "You are doomed." As he finished speaking, he leaned forward, causing the ground beneath him to explode violently, and he dashed towards Xu Chen, leaving behind a trail of crimson afterimages. Although his strength had surged dramatically from the blood explosion pill, this enhancement would not last long. If he could not eliminate Xu Chen before the effects faded, it would be his demise. Thus, he dared not waste time, appearing before Xu Chen in an instant, unleashing a blood-red fist imprint. Boom! The air shattered, and the winds howled as the blood-red fist imprint bore down upon Xu Chen with apocalyptic force. Xu Chen struck back with his sword, momentarily pushing back Shattering. He turned to face the oncoming fist imprint, raising the Qi sword high. After a brief moment of gathering strength, he slashed diagonally with the sword. Boom! Xu Chen was propelled backward, his complexion slightly pale. A single punch had sent him reeling, and Baihao surged forward again, launching another punch with reckless abandon. One punch followed another in rapid succession. In an instant, a tempest of fist imprints descended upon Xu Chen, sealing off all his escape routes and forcing him into direct confrontation. Taking a deep breath, Xu Chen's momentum surged to its zenith. Taichu sword technique, second form. River severing. He silently chanted in his heart, as the Qi sword enveloped in pure spiritual energy swung down heavily. The sword energy erupted like a pillar, exuding an aura of perpetual vitality. Bang! 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 With a single stroke, the river was severed, and the sword swept through the battlefield. Wherever the sword energy reached, the blood-red fist imprints burst apart, annihilated by the single strike. Puff! Baihao, protected by his spirit armor, could only shield his upper body, leaving his head and limbs vulnerable to the sword's assault. The sword energy engulfed him, and with a cry of agony, one of his arms was severed cleanly. Blood gushed forth. Shattering stood frozen, his mind blank. The Baihao who had consumed the blood explosion pill was still no match for Xu Chen. What kind of formidable enemy had they provoked? Bang! Baihao crashed down at Shattering feet. A jolt of fear snapped Shattering back to reality, and terror gripped him. Were they truly going to be slain by Xu Chen today? No, this could not happen. Under the threat of death, Shattering acted without hesitation, producing a blood ignition pill from his possession and swallowing it down. Upon witnessing Shattering also ingest the blood ignition pill, Xu Chen's brow twitched slightly, but then relaxed. After all, the blood ignition pill was a potent drug that forcibly elevated one's power, but it could not be sustained for long. If he could entangle both Baihao and Shattering for a moment until the effects wore off and they suffered backlash, they would become easy prey. Just as he resolved to employ a delaying tactic, his senses suddenly alerted him. Someone was approaching from the southwest. Unsure whether the newcomer was friend or foe, Xu Chen realized that this battle could not be prolonged any further. With this thought, Xu Chen focused his mind, and a flash of red light erupted from the beast-controlling pouch at his waist, summoning a crimson wolf-like demon beast. The dream-devouring wolf. The moment the dream-devouring wolf appeared, its third eye on its forehead slowly opened, and a crimson glow rapidly expanded, enveloping Baihao and Shattering. This is bad. Both Baihao and Shattering's expressions changed simultaneously. Their eyes momentarily glazed with confusion. The bewilderment was fleeting, but in the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle could shift, determining life or death. As they broke free from the dream woven by the devouring wolf, they heard Xu Chen's voice, cold as death, declaring river severing. The two regained their senses, their pupils reflecting a rapidly enlarging sword energy. No, they screamed in horror. Boom! The massive sword energy engulfed them. Sure, Ting struggled momentarily, but felt a chill at his neck as his head was severed from his body. Bai Hao, protected by his spirit armor, endured slightly longer than Sure Ting, but ultimately could not escape death. The sword energy struck him, obliterating his arms and legs into a mist of blood, while the remnants of his body were sent flying, crashing to the ground where he spat blood and succumbed to death. Boom! The remaining sword energy descended, leaving a gaping crack in the ground. 100 feet long and 10 feet wide, a gruesome scar from the blade. Dust swirled, and as the wind swept through, the haze gradually dissipated. Bai Hao and Sure Ting lay utterly lifeless. Xu Chen approached, collecting his spoils, spirit armor, iron rods, storage rings, all claimed as his own. Finally, with a wave of his hand, he also retrieved the fatigued devouring wolf. The wolf had exerted considerable energy, pulling Bai Hao and Sure Ting into its dream, and both had inflicted significant damage upon it when they escaped. As he completed these tasks, figures began to emerge in the distance. Within mere moments, shadows appeared in the clearing. Xu Chen glanced over and sighed with relief. The newcomers were not remnants of the Blood God sect, but rather the seventh elder of the Qingling sect and 3 attendants. Xu Chen, upon seeing the pale-faced Xu Chen, the seventh elder's eyes flickered with surprise as he swiftly approached, asking, "Are you all right?" Xu Chen smiled and shook his head. His pallor was merely due to the severe depletion of spiritual energy. He had sustained no injuries. I spotted the heavenly winged bird circling above and rushed over. By the way, before I came, I heard sounds of combat, the seventh elder said, relieved to see Xu Chen unharmed. However, his expression shifted as he surveyed the surroundings. Where are Bai Hao and Sure Ting? How dare they pursue the Qingling sect? The seventh elder's voice faltered, disbelief flashing in his eyes as he took in the devastated battlefield. The earth shattered and the massive sword scar stretched before him. This was clearly the aftermath of a brutal battle. Connecting the sounds of combat he had heard earlier, he turned to Xu Chen in astonishment. Bai Hao and Sure Ting are dead? Xu Chen gestured towards the wreckage of the battlefield and replied calmly, "Indeed." The seventh elder and the 3 attendants stared in disbelief. Bai Hao and Sure Ting are dead? Who killed them? Xu Chen, you must be joking. With difficulty, the seventh elder swallowed hard. You should see for yourselves. Xu Chen pointed to the bodies of Bai Hao and Sure Ting among the ruins. As the seventh elder and the attendants followed Xu Chen's finger, their expressions shifted, revealing incredulity. Xu Chen, how did you accomplish this? Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened in shock. You have broken through to the true Qi realm. Xu Chen, not that? Yes, while being pursued by Bai Hao and Sure Ting, I fortuitously broke through to the true Qi realm and achieved the 2nd tier. Now it makes sense, the 7th elder said, enlightenment dawning upon him. He understood that Xu Chen had previously slain the 3rd tier true Qi warrior Pang Xian with only his condensing Qi realm cultivation. Now, having advanced to the 2nd tier of the true Qi realm, it was not so unfathomable that he could kill Bai Hao and Sure Ting, both at the 5th tier. Elder, both of them were masters on the wanted list. Killing them should yield a considerable number of points in rewards, correct? Xu Chen had no intention of concealing his achievements in slaying Bai Hao and Sure Ting, as he sought the sect's merit points. He had nearly exhausted all his points during his last foray into the Cultivation Tower. Chapter 80, Linghai Peak indeed, chuckled Elder 7, a smile illuminating his face. At last, he had received some uplifting news. Xu Chen had not only survived, but had also avenged himself against Bai Hao and Sure Ting, a truly gratifying revelation. The Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder would surely feel a weight lifted from their hearts upon hearing this news. The Qingling sect had suffered grievously, particularly among the younger generation, but the emergence of Xu Chen, a prodigious talent, provided a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Elder 7's affirmative response, a smile graced Xu Chen's countenance as he inquired, "What are the other senior brothers?" At this, The smiles of Elder 7 and the 3 attendants faded, replaced by an unmistakable sorrow. Xu Chen's heart sank at their expressions. There were heavy casualties. Elder 7 spoke slowly. Xu Chen had braced himself for this. He had witnessed the brutal slaughter of some at the hands of the Blood Robe Man. Yet, hearing Elder 7's words brought home the true extent of the devastation wrought upon the Qingling sect. Come, I shall escort you back to the sect. The second elder will be overjoyed to see you safe, Elder 7 said, patting Xu Chen's shoulder. As Xu Chen returned to the sect, a wave of excitement swept through the congregation. The news of his demise had already circulated, and now his safe return piqued everyone's curiosity about how he had evaded the pursuit of Bai Hao and Shi Ting. When he entered the task hall, holding the severed heads of Bai Hao and Shi Ting, astonishment rippled through the crowd. In the task hall, the elder responsible for task exchanges gaped at Xu Chen. Is that the heads of Bai Hao and Shi Ting? He asked incredulously. Indeed, Xu Chen replied calmly, nodding. The elder swallowed hard, then inquired, Did you slay them both? Yes, Xu Chen affirmed once more. He then pressed on, Elder, I noticed the task for hunting them is rated at level 8. Bai Hao offers a reward of 10,000 points and 30,000 spirit stones, while Shi Ting offers 9,500 points and 30,000 spirit stones. With that, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Understanding Xu Chen's eagerness, the elder smiled and said, Correct. You single-handedly killed Bai Hao and Shi Ting, and with their heads as proof, you will receive a total of 19,500 sec points and 60,000 spirit stones. At these words, Xu Chen felt a weight lift from his shoulders. After the elder collected the severed heads, he instructed, Hand me your points card. Xu Chen respectfully presented his points card. After a brief operation, the elder returned it to him. The points have been credited. Please check. The elder also handed Xu Chen a storage ring. Here are your 60,000 spirit stones. After counting and confirming the amounts, Xu Chen bowed deeply to the elder and departed with purposeful strides. Once outside, the task hall erupted in animated discussions. Did I hear correctly? Xu Chen single-handedly killed Bai Hao and Shi Ting. Bai Hao, the 11th on the wanted list, a 5th-level true Qi practitioner. Shi Ting, 12th on the list, also a 5th-level true Qi practitioner. Xu Chen's feat is nothing short of remarkable. Did you notice? It seems Xu Chen has broken through to the true Qi realm. Our sect will soon have another true disciple. Upon exiting the task hall, Xu Chen was summoned by Elder 7, primarily to receive his promotion to true disciple. Our sect has suffered grievous losses at the hands of the remnants of the Blood God cult. Originally, we had 76 true disciples, but now, including you, only 57 remain. Each true disciple is assigned a spirit mountain, which are all uninhabited. Choose one. As he spoke, Elder 7 presented Xu Chen with a jade slip containing information about the various spirit mountains. Xu Chen finally grasped the extent of the casualties among the true disciples. 20 had perished. Not all true disciples had participated in the exchange. Some were in seclusion, others out on missions, and some were simply uninterested. Thus, fewer than 30 true disciples had attended the exchange, yet they had suffered a loss of 2/3. Grimly, Xu Chen accepted the jade slip and infused it with a thread of spiritual energy. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind. Baibua Peak, Zizhu Peak, Suzhu Peak, Bitao Peak. The Qingling sect had a limited number of spirit peaks, each varying in quality. Some peaks were particularly suitable for cultivating spirit herbs and contained far greater spiritual energy than others. Consequently, each newly promoted true disciple approached the selection of their spirit peak with utmost caution. After perusing the information, Xu Chen closed his eyes in contemplation and ultimately declared, Elder, I choose Linghai Peak. Elder 7 paused for a moment before breaking into a smile. Your choice is indeed discerning. Linghai Peak is among the finest of our spirit peaks. Its previous master, Feng Kai, met with misfortune, thus leaving it unclaimed. Feng Kai, a 7th-level true Qi practitioner, was one of the most formidable true disciples, second only to Mu Tai. The losses suffered by the Qingling sect were indeed staggering. With the spirit peak selected, let us proceed to obtain your true disciple robes and identity token, Elder 7 instructed. Xu Chen followed closely behind him, receiving his robes and identity token. After paying his respects, he returned to the inner disciples' quarters, to pack his belongings and set off for Linghai Peak that very night. Linghai Peak towered 1,000 zhang high, shrouded in a mist of rich spiritual energy. Standing at its base, Xu Chen inhaled deeply, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. The spiritual energy within Linghai Peak was 3 to 5 times denser than that of the outside world, promising exponential benefits for cultivation. As Xu Chen ascended the mountain on foot, he encountered a servant disciple who blocked his path. In the Qingling sect, each true disciple's spirit peak was attended by a varying number of servant disciples, who managed the peaks and took care of menial tasks, thus saving their masters considerable time. "Stop right there," the servant disciple, a rather dull-looking youth, commanded. Xu Chen addressed the youth. "Feng Shixiang has perished, leaving Linghai Peak vacant. From this day forth, I am its master." At this declaration, the youth's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Though unaware of Xu Chen's identity, he sensed the truth in his words. Despite his seemingly simple appearance, the youth was astute. As a servant disciple of Linghai Peak, his future hinged on the whims of the new master. The youth promptly stepped aside. "I am Xu Chen," Xu Chen stated as he passed by. The youth, having heard of Xu Chen's recent exploits, felt a surge of excitement upon realizing that the new master of Linghai Peak was none other than the renowned Xu Chen. The stronger the peak's master, the greater the benefits for those serving him. A single pill from Xu Chen could transform their fortunes, and with his backing, they could stand tall and unyielding against other servant disciples. Xu Chen gestured for the youth to follow and inquired, "How many servant disciples are there at Linghai Peak?" "There are a total of 37, the youth answered respectfully. Upon reaching the square of Linghai Peak, Xu Chen commanded, "Gather them all. I have something to say." "Yes," the youth replied eagerly. The dull-witted youth departed, and shortly after, 37 disciples of the Linghai Peak arrived in succession. 37 pairs of eyes turned towards Xu Chen, reflecting a spectrum of emotions: tension, anxiety, anticipation, and bewilderment. The unfortunate demise of senior brother Feng Kai was indeed a sorrowful affair. "I understand that some among you mourn his passing and feel lost and anxious due to the change in leadership at Linghai Peak. However, what I wish to convey today is that you need not feel apprehensive. I shall neither interfere in your affairs nor expel you. You may continue your duties as you have in the past, and I trust you to manage your responsibilities." Xu Chen's words brought a sense of relief to those who were previously anxious, particularly to Feng Kai's loyal subordinates, who felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders, no longer fearing expulsion from Linghai Peak. The Qingling sect boasts a vast number of miscellaneous disciples, primarily engaged in menial tasks for the sect. Some disciples spend over half their day in ceaseless labor, leaving them too occupied to cultivate their skills. The most fortunate among them are those stationed at the various spirit peaks, who not only enjoy a superior cultivation environment, but also have lighter tasks, allowing them to progress significantly faster than their peers. It is no exaggeration to say that even the treatment of outer disciples pales in comparison to theirs. "What is your name?" Xu Chen inquired, pointing at the dull-witted youth. The youth was taken aback, unsure why Xu Chen sought his name, yet he answered earnestly, "Li Ju." Xu Chen then gestured towards Li Ju and addressed the others. "From this day forth, you shall heed Li Ju's instructions. His words are to be regarded as my own. Do you comprehend?" The expansive Linghai Peak requires diligent upkeep, and he needed the miscellaneous disciples to assist him. Yet, he could not simply leave them unattended. Thus, he appointed Li Ju to oversee them. The other disciples exchanged glances, their eyes occasionally darting toward a dark-faced youth standing at the forefront of the group. This individual had formerly held the position of head among the miscellaneous disciples, akin to a steward, and commanded considerable respect among his peers. Xu Chen followed their gaze and noted the dark-faced youth. The dark-faced youth surprisingly possessed a cultivation level at the 3rd stage of qi condensation. Logically, one at this level could qualify as an inner disciple, yet this individual remained a miscellaneous disciple. Fascinating. It appeared that the allure of being a miscellaneous disciple at Linghai Peak surpassed that of being an inner disciple, with some preferring the former. Upon sensing Xu Chen's scrutiny, the dark-faced youth quickly lowered his head, filled with trepidation, and declared, "At your command." Observing the dark-faced youth's submission, the others followed suit, responding in unison, "At your command." Xu Chen recognized the dark-faced youth's reluctance, but chose not to dwell on it. He nodded, and with a swift motion, vanished from their sight. After Xu Chen's departure, Li Ju felt the envious gazes of his peers upon him, still in a state of bewilderment. How had he suddenly become the steward of Linghai Peak? Congratulations, Li Shidi. The dark-faced youth was the first to extend his greetings. Faced with the former steward's congratulations, Li Ju felt flustered and hastily replied, I dare not accept such praise. It is purely by chance that I have caught Su Shixiang's attention and been promoted to manage Linghai Peak. However, I am utterly inexperienced in such matters and will require guidance from my seniors in the future. Xu Chen reappeared in the main courtyard of Linghai Peak. This was an expansive estate, adorned with rockeries, ponds, medicinal shops, and pavilions. The rockeries were crafted from flower blue stone, a spiritual material commonly used in weapon forging. The pond housed golden dragon fish, each half a meter long, rumored to possess a trace of dragon blood, thus commanding a high value. Additionally, the flesh of the dragon fish was exquisite, making it a prized delicacy. The medicinal shop cultivated low-tier spiritual herbs, meticulously tended by dedicated personnel. Such opulence was truly remarkable. Xu Chen marveled at the unparalleled treatment afforded to the direct disciples of the Qingling sect. With a creak, he pushed open the wooden door of the main bedroom and stepped inside. The bedding and personal items required replacement. Although he was a frugal individual, he would not share personal belongings with others. He did not summon anyone else, but chose to tidy up himself. Bedding, clothing, and toiletries were all discarded. After organizing the room, Xu Chen instinctively used his spiritual energy to scan the space. Chapter 81. The intent of the sword. As his spiritual energy swept across the ground beneath him, he made a discovery. Crouching down, he tapped on the tiles. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was muffled and hollow, indicating that there was space beneath the tiles. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the tile before him bore signs of having been disturbed. With a swift punch, he shattered the tile, sending fragments flying and revealing a square pit about a foot wide. Inside the pit lay a metal box, securely locked. After appraising the box for a moment, Xu Chen drew out the Qingqi sword and struck it down with a decisive blow, shattering the lock with a crisp snap. He opened the metal box, his heart racing with anticipation, curious to see what treasures might be concealed within, hidden away by Feng Kai with utmost care. To his surprise, Xu Chen paused slightly upon seeing the contents of the box. With a swift motion, he grasped an ancient copper piece that seemed to call to him. Upon inspection, he found that the copper piece bore no trace of spiritual energy. This was unusual. Who was Feng Kai? He was one of the prominent disciples of the Qingling sect, second